The Hammer of the Sun, The Winter of the World, Volume 3, by Michael Scott Rowan. Copyright 1988, by Michael Scott Rowan. All rights reserved. Narrated by James DeLotel. Jack Fox was unavailable to continue narration of this series.
This book was originally created for audio cassette playback. Any announcements concerning cassettes do not apply to this recording. This version contains markers allowing direct access to major portions of the book.
Annotation. It has been 7 years since Elof the Mastersmith cast out the evil within his beloved Kara, and they arrived in Morvannec. Though Elof and Kara are happy, Elof fears Kara will find cause to run away. Striving to prevent that, he unwittingly causes Kara to flee. As he follows Kara, Elof must face his past and his future. Violence, some strong language, and some descriptions of sex. Sequel to Forge in the Forest, RC 35273, 1988. From the Book Jacket. 7 winters have passed since Mastersmith Elof Valantor and Morvannec of Kerbrahane liberated the lost city of Morvannec and vanquished the power that had overcome it. In those healing years the defense and evacuation of Kerbrahane continued. Elof sharpened his skills, and the love between Elof and Kara prospered. But the seeds of disaster often sprout in times of peace, and so it is for Elof. The bonds of his love, redoubled by his awesome craft, lie heavy on Kara, leading to her sudden flight and his pursuit. He is led across the ocean to the unknown far shore of the world. There, if the legends have it right, he will find the mighty city of Caris, from whence Morvannec and all his people had originally come in the most ancient days. This journey brings Elof to the greatest challenge of his extraordinary life, for in that distant land Elof will finally bring to ground his most evil adversary, and after long travail he will forge and wield a fantastical weapon, and will finally confront the truth of his past and his destiny. In The Hammer of the Sun, Michael Scott Rowan fulfills the astonishing promise of his epic vision, and delivers the resounding conclusion to The Winter of the World. About the author. The Winter of the World, of which this is the 3rd volume, is Michael Scott Rowan's first fantasy trilogy. He is the author of Run to the Stars, a science fiction novel, and several non-fiction works. The author and his wife live in Yorkshire, England. Other books by Michael Scott Rowan. The Winter of the World, Volume 1, The Anvil of Ice. The Winter of the World, Volume 2, The Forge in the Forest. 7 years have passed since Elof the Mastersmith, Morvannec of Kerbrahane, Ilse of the Durgar, and their fellows came to the legendary lost city of Morvannec, and vanquished the power that had overcome it. In those 7 years the city has been reborn, but in the west the onslaught of the Equesh raiders, driven by the relentless malice of the ice, has continued unabated. And so each summer Morvannec has mounted an expedition, by sea and by land, from shore to shore of the great continent, to stave off the fall of the Westlands, and to bring their folk eastward. For Elof, these years have brought great happiness with Kara, whom he wrenched at the bitter end from the power that ruled her. But that very happiness makes him afraid, that Kara, herself no mortal, and drawn by unseen forces, will one day leave him. And in his fear, Elof calls on his own uncanny skills to weld Kara to him with unbreakable bonds. Of all mistakes, this is the greatest. Kara flees, and Elof can only follow. With his old friend Rock, he must set out upon a journey no man in living memory has undertaken, far across the seas of sunrise, to the east, where lies, if the ancient legends are true, the mighty city of Caris, the origin of Morvannec and all his people. And it is there that the chronicles of the Winter of the World reach their climax. For it is in the legend-haunted lands of the East that the malevolent powers of the ice see the key to the final extinction of life that they so desperately crave. It is there that the final confrontation will come, and it is there that Elof must finally confront the truth of his past and his destiny. Table of Contents. Chapter 1. The Forging, Side 1. Chapter 2. The Flaw, Side 1. Chapter 3. Into the Night, Side 2. Chapter 4. The High Gate, Side 3. Chapter 5. To the Heart of the World, Side 5. Chapter 6. King and Mastersmith, Side 6. Chapter 7. Sorcerers Isle, Side 7. Chapter 8. The Cleansing Fires, Side 8. Chapter 9. The Heirs of Freedom, Side 10. Chapter 10. The Shield Wall Breaks, Side 11. Chapter 11. The Hammer of the Sun, Side 12. Chapter 12. The Coming of the Spring, Side 14. Appendix, Side 14. Narrator's Note. The map and illustrations found in the print edition are not included in this recording. End of note. Prelude. The happiness of men is fragile, for so are we made that all our gains carry within them the seeds of loss, and too often we ourselves may sow them. After the events chronicled in the Book of the Helm, many long years of such happiness awaited Elof and Kara, whom he loved, and the friends they had won. And for all he knew, in the pride and prime of his years, they might have lasted forever. But it was he himself who was to end them, in such folly as only wise men may create, and endure terrible trials in consequence. Yet from that ill sowing much else was to grow, and of that the Book of the Arm Ring tells. Chapter 1. The Forging. It was her restlessness that roused him, the slender body beside him twisting and turning beneath the covers of heavy tapestry, admitting the keen morning air to play over his naked skin. For a moment he lay half-drugged with sleep, dimly aware of a deeper chill growing within him. He knew it well, that chill, all too well of late. In part it was excitement, oddly tinged with guilt, but even more of it was fear. In sleepy anxiety he rolled over, put out an arm to enfold her. It brushed her flank as she rose, and dropped on the warmth of the empty sheet. His eyes blinked open. She was stepping onto the balcony, her skin pale as the dawn sky beyond, lifting something to her shoulders. A swirl of white hid her back, fell back to her sides, its lining black as her hair. Then her outstretched arms raised the cloak in a great spreading sweep, hiding the sky. Fear stabbed him awake. He sat up, cried out. Her arms dropped, but in falling the cloak billowed out, the lining flashed, and the air whistled with the downstroke of wide black wings. A great swan surged up from the balcony and wheeled dark against the pallid airs, lifting and swooping with a lazy grace out over the sleeping roof-tops and down towards the sea. He cursed and sprang from the bed, his feet tangling in the spread skins beneath, and flung aside the curtain of the aumbry behind. From its highest shelf he seized a light metal cap and clapped it onto his head. A spray of mail fell icy about his cheeks, chilled his neck as he closed it with clumsy fingers. Fear flamed in him, fear and a fire still hotter. So it was, as the tale is told, that there awoke in his heart that wish, wholly loving and yet tainted by darker and more ruthless desires, that was to turn the course and flow not of his brief existence alone, but of the whole winter of the world. He drew breath an instant, forced himself to think, while the black speck dwindled in the swelling light. An image formed in his mind. He gave it substance, shape, and as it burgeoned, a wave washed over him, a prickling surge of pain, cold and metallic, that trailed behind it a sense of vast pressures. He let fall his hands, and felt the air grow thick beneath them, a sudden urge of overwhelming power at his breast that lifted him higher, across the tangled bed and out over the balcony in a single thrusting embrace of the air. His legs trailed. He angled his feet in the rush to steady him as he rose. His eyes, grown newly keen, sought out the distant wing-beats. Already they were out beyond the harbor. With a fierce, voiceless hiss, he angled his wings and plunged down the sky in pursuit. Below him the ships of the great fleet rocked gently at their moorings, no one stirring on their decks, and at the sight of them a cool thread of doubt grew among Elof's anger. He threw all his strength into his wings, arced high above the sea wall and out over the swell that heaved like the breathing of some vast monster, low but deep. Over it, now low, now high, sped Kara, but for all her speed he was gaining. He was upon her. The shadow of his wings flickered on her back as he stooped to her. She wheeled effortlessly and rose to meet him. Level with him she flew, and passed so close that her back brushed his breast, and their flight muscles rippled together under the sleek black down. Her neck snaked against his, writhing teasingly, then suddenly down ruffled against bare skin, her skin. Up and past him she surged, in woman's shape once more, but from her shoulders vast black wings still beat, and among their feathers was a single flash of gold. Startled, he threshed clumsily after her, and her laughter rang bright in his ears. He struggled to concentrate, to clothe himself in a new shape as she had, but he could not imagine himself so, could not accept the strangeness of it. He faltered, fluttered on the freshening wind, panicked, and felt the shape that masked him fall away, the rushing air chill upon his naked skin. He flailed at emptiness and dropped like a stone. The uprush took him, flung him about, showed him the steely sea sweeping up to meet him. Then it whipped him around again, and Kara filled the sky, swooping down upon him, a vision of eerie loveliness. He reached his arms out to her, and her great wings closed about him, enveloped him. He touched her, clung, and felt her legs twine around him. Her lips pressed down on his with bruising force. Her tongue flickered against his, and her breasts thrust against him with every wing-beat. He hooked an arm about her heaving shoulders, caressed her with his free hand, felt the taut peak of her fierce excitement, the heart that leaped beneath. He stroked his fingers down her ribs to her flank, across her taut belly, and she threw back her head and cried out. They were rising now, the sea swaying away beneath them with every beat of the black pinions, faster and faster. He felt a surge of strength to match her own, and crushed her to him. Her back arched, her legs quivered against his. Then she folded fiercely forward and crossed them about his waist. Joined, they scaled the heights of the sky, while beneath them the horizon rolled away to reveal the sun, and they lifted into its first clear flare of gold. It blazed on Kara's pale skin as she swayed back in a tremor of delight, and to Elof's eyes she seemed to flow with a flood of molten light. It spilled over into him, rushed searing through his body, a torrent that burst into his mind and blotted out thought. He felt Kara stiffen convulsively against him, her wide wings outthrust, quivering. With the high scream of a great bird, she toppled backward in the air. They went spiraling down into emptiness, uncaring. Only in the last instant, as the sea seemed to reach up and grab at them, did Elof recover his wits. Kara gave a wild yell. Then he felt a great stinging slap of cold across his back that all but drove out what little breath was left him. Water rushed into his open mouth, stung his eyes, roared in his ears. It sucked the heat from him, though his skin burned with the impact. Instinctively he kicked out against the icy embrace, felt himself rising, and in a sudden qualm of panic snatched for the precious helm. His fingers touched metal, and he knew it hung still fastened about his neck. It was no greater relief when an instant later he burst through the surface and could draw breath. Gasping, he clawed his streaming hair out of his eyes. A wave lifted him, and he looked anxiously about. He was floating naked in a strong swell, the shore no more than a sun-reddened streak of grey in the distance, and he could see no other shape among the wave-crests. Then came a splash, and Kara's light laughter rippled like harp-strings among the soft rush and thunder of the ocean. Two warm and wholly human arms slithered around his neck, and her slender body was a startling warmth in the dawn-chilled waters. "Kara, you—" Then he had to hold her close and kiss her, taste the salt on her soft neck. Her dark eyes sparkled into his, and he sought to see past the gentle mockery he read there, and heard in her voice. "But you were not worried, surely? For me? Who in all the world has less to fear from any element than I?" He held her to him, tight, as if at any moment she might slip away into the depths beneath. "I was afraid you might have changed again, gone where I could not follow." She stroked his forehead. "Why would I do that, my heart, even if I could? Have you not bested me before, you and your cunning helm?" "Aye, but it strains me, Kara. I was not born to this constant shifting and change, and I love you as you are. I would have you so." She lowered her eyes and smiled a small smile. "And did you not, just, in what counts at any rate?" Elof laughed, though it rang hollow in the emptiness within, and bent his head to hers. "That I'll grant you, though the rest was strange enough, in all conscience it was good. But I'm wearied now, and the ocean's ice chill yet at this hour. Let's be swimming back for breakfast, eh?" She threw up her arms above her head, as if about to dive. Her serpentine gold arm-ring flashed warmly in the sunlight. "Gladly. In what—" "As ourselves, Kara, please." She pulled free of his arms, rolled idly on her back in the water, and let a wave-crest bear her along. "If we must." Then suddenly her long legs thrashed, sprayed water in his face, and she was torpedoing off through the waves, almost as fast, it seemed, as in any unhuman form. Elof groaned and launched himself after her. He was a powerful swimmer, but a graceless one, and in another moment she was rolling and plunging about him like the dolphin she could be, tickling him, nipping him, tangling his thrashing legs, or simply brushing herself against him and darting out of reach, and that he found most disturbing of all. She was seldom so skittish, and unease swelled in him. "All right," he protested, coming to a halt and treading water. "Have it as you will. Match me now." He reached up and pulled the helm over his head once more and ducked down. Side by side, twisting in the first shaft of sunlight, two seals arrowed towards the coast. But it was in human form that the two clambered onto the warm stones of the sea-wall and stood dripping a moment. "Well," laughed Kara, leaning on Elof's shoulder and clutching her swan-cloak about her, "may I shift shape once more? Or would you have us stride through the streets as we are?" "We've scandalized the night watch enough already, I doubt not. Shift, and I'll follow." Kara, already in swan's shape once more, chose to hear that as a challenge. Rather than flying straight home, she led him a lively dance around and about the forests of masts, diving and weaving among the tangles of rigging with a leisurely grace that was wholly deceptive. Plunging after her between trailing clumps of blocks and tackle that every moment threatened to snare a wing and send him spinning down to the deck or sea, Elof felt the terrible sinking of doubt grow ever greater in him. Soon, very soon now, this great fleet must take to the sea, sailing southward as they had every spring these 7 years past, on a great voyage south and east, making landfall upon the barren coasts of the inland seas. From there the king and his crews would retrace the way overland through the borderlands of the hostile wastes to the fair coasts of the west, the road by which, 1,000 years past, Veda had led the last comers from Morvan to the land of Brehane in the west. There they would help to hold off the advancing Equesh marauders for another summer, and at its end, as the raiders retreated for the winter, bear back with them still more of Kerbrahane's unhappy people. And with the fleet, as in every one of those 7 springs, Elof and Kara would go. Long and arduous that way would be, yet it was none of the many perils of the wild that awoke such unease in Elof's heart. To the menaces of the forest realm, Tapi Allah on Athan, they were as nothing, and through that he had already passed, and bested the will of its shadowy lord. It is the perils we may bear with us that I fear. By the time he landed upon the high balcony of the palace, Kara was already shaking the sea-water from her swan cloak, whirling it this way and that in a rain of droplets. "There, and what, pray you, was so terrible about that?" "Nothing," said Elof somberly, "as well you know. And yet—" Kara's dark eyes seemed to narrow further. "And yet?" she echoed, and her arms fell to her sides. "It happens ever more of late. You grow restless, the fit falls on you of a sudden, and you are gone. By strange ways, in strange forms. You are often hard to follow. Not by design. Are you not as apt as I am at the sport? You proved that long ago." "Perhaps, though it is natural to you. Other shapes are but masks to me, and they soon gall. But is it any longer a sport, Kara?" She stared at him, bewildered. "Why?" "Why, indeed, Kara? What is it stirs in you, calls you so?" "The spring, perhaps." "Nothing more? No other behest, no other voice, nothing that would summon you away from me?" "No. From you?" Her arms went out to him, and hearing the hurt in her voice, he could only take them, hold her to him. "What could ever be strong enough to do that?" He shook his head. "Then what is it, Kara, my love? For there is something. I would swear it." In the palace towers above, bells chimed, sounding the first hour of the day, and she pulled away from him, laughing again. "What a mood for so fine a morning! Come, dress if you're so set on your breakfast." Other bells were echoing the hour from the city below, an instant apart, so that the peals rang together, but not as one. Elof, struggling into tunic and hose, watched Kara flow into her gown with liquid grace. Even so it is with us, he thought. But as he followed her out onto one of the open galleries that circled the palace like a coronet, he said no more, only listened intently to the music of the bells. Many he knew intimately, could distinguish their individual tones clear among the clangor. Good chimes, well-pitched, ringing brightly without crack or flaw. Those bells he had cast himself, making good the destructions of the Equesh occupation. He knew every stage of their making, from the alloying to the final raising. He could trust them. Then he grew wroth with himself for what that thought implied, whether about Kara or others. His trust was not so narrow as that. He had friends enough who had risked their lives with him, for him, and for whom he had done the same, or would, gladly. Those bonds were of nothing so fragile as metal, nor so easily forged. Then why think worse of Kara? A gleam of gold caught his eye, and for all the warmth of the sunlight he went cold. He had shaped her the arm-ring, that was why, the ring and all that went with it. Without those virtues, those patterned forces in the gold. Once, a lonely, desperate youth, he had pressed it on her. She had taken it, in sympathy perhaps, and— suppose she had not? What would he be to her then? He bit his lip savagely. But then she turned and laughed, warmer than gold or sunlight, and tucked her strong, slim arm in his, pressing closer to his side, and he could resist her no more. He hugged her close, and they made their way thus down the long stairs to the lower galleries. The cold core of doubt and fear within him seemed to melt and dwindle, yet tempered and hardened by fear of loss, some tiny sliver still remained. Under the new kingship and the restored peace, the great halls of the palace of Morvannec, through which they walked, were flourishing as they never had before the Equesh came. There was not one of that fierce folk now left alive east of the mountains, so far as any could tell. In a swift and bloody week the land had been scoured of them, and of those others, shadowy followers of the ice-worshipper Brian, who had guided and prepared their invasion. Freed from the Equesh, the Eastlands had begun to grow and flourish once again. From the day he took possession of his halls, the new king had made his first priority the feeding of his folk, organizing the fair sharing of what supplies there were, and the urgent clearing and planting of land that had been left fallow and overgrown for many years. But even as the first planting was ending, he was setting out with what ships and men the land could afford for the Westlands and for Kerbrahane, the city that 2 years since had all but driven him out. He found it in a very different mood, harried by famine and disease, the power of the syndicacy in tatters. It might have been in total anarchy, save that the threat of the Equesh had grown so great there that internal differences had come to seem light by comparison, and perhaps also the death of Brian had led to a lessening of the strife. Ironically enough, it was the Nordeny fugitives the syndics had once sought to bar who had become the staunchest supporters of order, and the fiercest fighters against the invading reavers. But they were not enough. Slowly but surely the lands of the great landowners were being overrun, and their peasants were fleeing within the walls of the city, reducing the flow of its food supply, even as they increased the demands on it. The prospect of an eastern realm which neither Equesh nor ice could easily reach, with a diminished population and land to spare, became suddenly appealing even to those landowners, and to those partisans of the Bryhurin faction, who had long opposed the line of Morvan. When under Kermorvan's generalship, a mingled force of men of Nordeny, Kerbrahane, and Morvannec decimated or drove out all the larger bands of marauders, all opposition fell strangely silent, and many who had most fiercely opposed the kingship became most vocal in seeking its shelter. More sought to go with Kermorvan than he could possibly take. He promised to return for them, and this promise he had kept. That first fleet sailed back in time to help with a harvest of unlooked-for abundance, and from that day forth it became only a matter of time until the West was abandoned. That time drew nearer with every passing year. During those years the palace saw many rich and splendid feasts, commanded by the king as token of its reborn prosperity, or to welcome unhappy refugees from the Westlands. But at the first meal of the day there was no pomp or luxury. Lord and servant ate together if they chose. The fare was simple, the mood quiet and relaxed in preparation for the labors of the day ahead. In this it reflected the nature of the king himself. As often at this hour, he had forsaken his high table and ate at his ease out on the gallery, contemplating the harbor and the muster of his fleet. His lean frame was wrapped in a light robe. His bronzen hair was unkempt. He wore plain rope-soled seaman's sandals, and seemed wholly at peace with himself and the world. When he saw Elof and Kara approaching, he rose at once, smiling, and greeted them with his usual slightly stiff good nature. "My master, my lady, come and grace my table. I'm glad to see you so early, Elof. Much must be settled today ere the shipyards can begin their labors, and with Ilse away our wisest smith should advise me." Kara laughed. "Then you will excuse me, will you not, my lord Karen? And you, Elof? You know such matters have little hold upon my mind. I'll breakfast with our friends within." She kissed Elof lightly and glided down the steps into the cool depths of the halls. The men watched her go. Elof a little ruefully. Kermervan smiled. "She adorns our halls. It is good to see that you and she have still your share of the happiness we have found." Elof slumped down into a chair so hard that its light frame protested. "Do we?" Kermervan sat down more slowly, and his misty blue gaze grew suddenly piercing. "A tale reached me but moments since," he remarked with dry disapproval. "A wild tale, such as the watcher wont to dream up at a dull night's ending." Elof groaned faintly. Then the king's stern features were suddenly illumined by a mischievous twinkle. "I can only say that you both look remarkably fresh. And while I'm no authority, I think it is hardly so that love lessens." Elof felt his scowl harden. "Our love? No. But—" He hesitated, but his need to speak, to mold words out of his inner blackness, was too great. "It is our trust I fear for, and Kara's safety. Kermervan, she was seeking to escape me, I am sure of it." Kermervan sat up, startled. "Escape you? Talk sense, man." "I mean it. She changed, flew. I woke and followed. But if I had not woken, what then? What then? How far would she have flown? And where? To whom? Kermervan, there is another voice calls her. Of that I am sure." "Another voice?" Kermervan's face darkened once again, and his voice took on an edge that belied its quietness. "She who mastered her of old, you mean? Yes, that would not surprise me. Inevitable that Louhi would try to summon her back. The Lady of the Ice is hardly one to forgive or forget. Were the thing snatched from her less precious, or less loved?" Elof heard himself blurt out, and the bitterness lay like metal on his tongue. Kermervan inclined his head sympathetically, yet a little distantly, as if to set himself apart from Elof's jealousy. "What of that? It is past. Whom Kara loves, that is what matters. That is what must counter the call. That, strengthened by your love, your trust." Elof flushed. "That alone was never enough to win her free of Louhi. Not even though she had my arm ring, with all the virtues I set upon it. Not while you were apart. But from the moment she saw you once more, she began to struggle. You called upon that ring, and she triumphed. I, for a moment. Then I had to hunt her down. It was the moment that mattered," said Kermervan sharply. "That set you free, to free her. Do you remember? I was there. I saw." He stroked his chin thoughtfully. "And that was when you hardly knew one another, when she could scarcely believe your love was possible. Now you have had years together, happy years. The links will be stronger." "But strong enough?" blazed Elof. "Dare I trust her, for her own sake?" "If they are not strong enough, then seeking to tighten her bonds may only weaken them further." Kermervan smiled thinly. "Even I can see that, little versed as I am in matters of the heart. If you doubt her strength, lend her your own. Do not force it upon her. Have patience. Wait. There lies the best counsel I can give you. That, and don't forget your food." He gestured to the table at his side, which held dishes of smoked meat, cornbread, curds, and fruit. "Now, about the Oliven's refit. The shipwrights report that the old tackle will not bear the new rig. We cannot rely on Ilse returning in time, and other than she, only you truly understand shipwork." For the next hour, Kermervan kept Elof so busy discussing shipyard problems that he should have had no time to think of anything else, and perhaps that was in part his purpose. But instead, Elof found himself answering and eating in a kind of abstracted daze, while the core of his mind wandered along other paths. He heard his own voice as if it was another's, though it spoke sense enough, while through his inner self fears and worries stalked. He found himself longing for Kara to return, constantly fighting down the urge to run and find her, to be sure she had not somehow vanished away once more. When he heard her laughter, soft and bright as fine gold, echo unmistakably out of the shadows of the hall, he felt his whole being relax in reassurance. Yet only minutes later he was anxious again. "Wait," he told himself sarcastically. "Have patience." That was not the turn of a smith's mind. They could be patient only in action, not inaction. No more was it their way to leave weak links lying. They would sooner forge the whole chain anew. All throughout that day it was that vision that haunted his thoughts, of a chain stretched to breaking. How he got through the many tasks that devolved upon the court smith and chiefest counsellor of so active a king, he never knew, for Kara was ever in his mind. Kara whom he loved too well to risk losing once again. Yet somehow it was evening, and he came to the door of their chambers in the palace, those high rooms where Kara's chains had been broken, and they had first become lovers. A great weariness was upon him, and a need for comfort, and the sight of Kara, reclining upon a day-bed on the balcony, was balm to his tormented heart. She sat there in silent silhouette, contemplating a sunset of eggshell greens and blues, beneath a canopy of clouds streaked fiercely red and gold. And when he approached her, she did not turn, but waved him to the couch beside her. He stooped to kiss her, then stopped as he saw tracks of fire upon her cheeks, as though the angry clouds wept, and not she. She looked up sharply into his face, and began to speak, then hesitated. You asked me earlier if there was any other voice that called me, that sought to part me from you. And I denied it. But, heart, you were right. For a moment he felt a vast sinking away beneath him, and then a sudden recovery. At least she was admitting it. He would help her now. Yes, it's that she-wolf Louhi, isn't it? Kara gave a short, bitter laugh, and gestured dismissively. Her! Oh, yes, she is always there, far off, whispering, tugging. But I had almost ceased to think of her. This is something more, a thing hard to understand, something I cannot know for certain, yet with every fibre of my being I sense it. A great change coming, a balance swaying this way and that, and whichever way it tips, it must alter the world. She turned and leaned on the low railing of the balcony, gazing out at the sea. The wind had turned westerly now, by the gilded vanes on the high roofs below, and it was driving grey breakers in against sea-wall and shore, booming upon block and gravel. Above them flocked gulls, bright in the last of the light, and their harsh cries awoke new fear in his heart, that at any moment she might fly up from him and be lost in their numberless throngs. A wave rises over all things, and soon it will break. Much that is new must flow in, much that is old must be swept away. And I am old, heart, very old. Elof caressed her crisp, dark curls, stroked her smooth cheek. You are no older than when first I set eyes upon you, and you have little memory of the years, you have said. Little, till first I came into bondage, till first I set eyes upon you. Elof frowned. Are the two then so close? Only in time. You do not bind me. I am not your property, your instrument and plaything, as I was hers. Once I roamed the world uncaring, unremembering, save when I served the steerers in war, and that too was in my nature from the first. So to be held again, save by my own will, by myself, even to think of that sickens me. but with you I am happy." "As before? As when you were free?" She gazed around at him, her green eyes wide with astonishment. "But surely! Why else should I stay?" Elof nodded. "Why, indeed. But this change you sense, it comes soon, you feel?" The sun rolled beneath the horizon, and all things beyond the balcony, tree, rooftop, cliff, darkened to shapes of shadow against the sky, golden now as peach skin, shot with grey clouds. She smiled. "Soon need not be as men conceive it." Then she looked away again. "And a day may come when I would welcome it, embrace it. Having known you, I cannot ever be the same." Elof knew what she meant. In all the years he had loved her, she had not aged, nor would she, perhaps, within the circles of the world. Whereas he would share the common lot of men. But he had accepted that, for himself, with an ease that surprised him. Was it selfishness that he so seldom thought what it would mean to her? "But suppose it did come soon," he persisted. "Soon as I would see it, I mean. Would you resist it, then, and stay with me? Could you?" "I don't know," she breathed. "How can I know? Were the choice mine, yes, my heart, I would try. I would strive. With all my being I would. But—" Elof leaned over, gripped her bare arms, gazed deep into her eyes that had the shade of a forest pool, the alert gaze of deer that drank there. "Do you fear you cannot resist, heart? That you lack the fortitude, the strength? Let me help you. Join my strength to yours." "How may I do that? How can you help?" "I will study. I will seek. It would not be the first time I managed what a power could not. But I need time, Kara. Time. You must trust me. Give me that time. Hold yourself as safe meanwhile as you know how." She flashed him a sudden, uncertain glance. "What do you mean?" "I mean, rein in your urge to change. It is that betrays you. Hold your human form. Cease to shift and wander through the world, save at great need. For now. Only for now." She turned her head away indignantly, and he heard his voice go very cold. "I trust you when you say you love me, and do not want to part. I need no proof. But in trusting me this, for now, only for now, you will be showing me how strong that love, that wish, can be." Her teeth gleamed white, biting hard against her lower lip. "I would promise, gladly I would," she cried out, desperate. "But dare I? Can I? Have I the strength? You cannot imagine how strong is the urge." "I can," he said softly, "if only by the pain it causes you. But you have the power to see that you never break your promise by one simple act. Give me your swan cloak, that you need to take on new forms. Give it me, and I shall lock it in my strongest chest, returning it to you only at need. Believe me," he added, to forestall her cry of protest. "I guess how great a trust that would be. But for now, at least, we have no better answer, and no way to find one. Take time to think if you wish." But at once she rose, and from the seat beside her she plucked the cloak, swirling it around her shoulders, but instead she folded it carefully, neatly, and held it tight to her breast a moment, burying her face in the down. Then impetuously she thrust it into Elof's hands. It hung there lightly, like a sliver of cloud. He lowered his eyes and turned away into the inner chambers, where stood several chests, some metal-bound, some wholly of metal. It was to a large one he turned, and with a small key and some murmured words he unlocked the lid and laid the cloak reverently upon the piles of cloth-wrapped volumes within, shifting some of the bright jewels aside so that there was no chance of any snagging. He closed the lid again with more words upon it, and went back to the balcony. There stood Kara still, gazing out into emptiness, her shoulders bowed and her crossed arms hugging her breast, as against a chill. He laid his hands upon her shoulders, very gently, meaning to slide his arms down to embrace her. But she whirled around, gazing into his face with eyes large and liquid. "Hold me," she whispered. "Hold me, for the world grows dark. Let us live. Let us seize love and joy while we can." He felt her arms suddenly cold under his fingers, and he held her tight, let his mantle fall around her, cover her from the onrushing night. "I will hold you," he whispered. "But even now I can do more, Kara, if you will let me. I can shield you." "No! You would forge your love into a cage." He knew well what was in her thoughts, how she had wept with rage at her first sight of caged songbirds in the city markets. Before the day's end, Morvannec, not easily swayed on any matter, had found himself forbidding the practice altogether. She shook her head insistently. "You would temper bars for me to flutter against, till at last I grew weary, ceased to care, and shattered them altogether. We must find some other way. I would not be pinioned ever again, love, by any force save one, and that is myself." He looked into her intent eyes, on a level with his own, and ran his hand through her dark hair. And even as he did so, a cold thought came into his mind, and there took root. "So be it," he said quietly, and bent to kiss her on the brow. Chapter 2. The Flaw. There remained only a few weeks till the fleet must sail, and in that time Elof had more than enough in hand to occupy every waking hour. Though the Eastlands had not, as Brehane, lost the true smithcraft, the art had fallen into decline. Few smiths of any great ability had escaped there from Morvannec, and though many books of lore survived, fewer still were born able to make proper use of them. Certainly there were none in these lands now to compare with the mastersmiths of Norderney. Of these, many had perished in the sack of that land, or in the hardships of the flight south, and with them great reserves of skill and learning had been lost. Only a handful had survived to come east, and some of those too old to do more than teach and oversee. It fell upon Elof to apportion the labors of the rest, and of such likely journeymen as he could find. What remained he most often had to do with his own hand, and always when the utmost craft was called for. For whatever their degree of mastery, the mage-smiths of either land were loath now to measure themselves against Elof Valantor, still young though he might be, and the craft they saw ablaze behind his strange-hued eyes. Yet the idea he had had would not quit him, but grew and took shape, even when he seemed to have forgotten it, like a serpent uncoiling in darkness. He lived in peace with Kara, and she never asked her cloak of him, but busied herself as much as he with preparations for the voyage. But the thought would come to his mind at odd moments, as he proved chain and tackle on the launching slips, or fashioned strong fastenings for sheet and hawser, and each time it would be that fraction clearer, that step more advanced. When he dwelt upon it too long, and upon its implications, it began subtly to disturb him. Then he at once forgot it again, because he had to. Right or wrong, it hardly mattered when he could not spare a tenth of the time he would need to make that thought real. Indeed, it might never have come to fruition if help had not arrived from an unexpected quarter. One chilly dawn, the clear note of a horn drifted up to the watch on the city's main gate. Elof, already making his way down the steep main street to the shipyards, saw them hasten to the windlasses and stayed to watch. The huge doors ground back in their sockets to reveal an extraordinary caravan, a cluster of hooded figures, short and square, who were leading a train of baggage beasts that looked like vast shaggy hill goats. But Elof knew them for musk oxen from the mountains, and that only one folk could be leading them thus. He went racing down the slippery cobbles with his tool-pack bouncing and jingling at his side. The caravan's leader looked up, hailed cheerfully, and came running to meet him also. Man and Durg collided with a solid smack in the center of the road, and clung to each other as they threatened to fall over. A hood spilled off thick dark curls, bright eyes, a flashing breathless grin. With irresistible strength, two firm arms drew Elof's face down for a kiss as solid and smacking as their first encounter, and he hugged the girl tight, intensely aware of how different she felt from Kara, the hard, buxom breadth of her. Ilse, still breathless, pulled back a little too sharply, but then laughed as if to lighten her reaction. "Well then, young human, do I find you well?" She prodded him amiably in the midriff and frowned. "On the thin side, even for a man." He smiled. "I've been busy this last week or two. More smith's work than we bargained for." "And is she seeing to it that you don't forget to eat? Well, I thought you might be running into a little trouble, so I brought back some help." She gestured at her companions, busily goading the half-tamed and rebellious musk oxen into these unfamiliar surroundings. "Smiths, all of them. Not the finest we have in the East by a long chalk, just middling, but I wanted them day-hardy, so they must needs be young, and with them a fair stock of finer ores, such as we've so far found in the old delvings." "Ilse," said Elof reverently, "you're a marvel. Even middling Durgar smiths can strike sparks off our best men, and we've been too harried to go and hunt down new metals." He paused a moment, feeling the cold thought blossom in him once more. "You wouldn't have any silver ore among your panniers, would you?" "Silver?" snorted Ilse. "Silver overflowing. Take it and welcome. We dwell among silver. We tangle nuggets in our river nets. We strike new seams with every old air shaft we open. Comes in handy for making new light mirrors, and we need 'em. Huge they are, those old workings, and twisty as a greased worm. Even our eyes need all the sun we can carry down." "Even when you can capture sun and fire in your crystal lamps?" She grimaced. "Could we but craft them like that one in your gauntlet, we'd have less swink, aye. But we've not matched it, not yet," she added hastily. Elof kept his face rigid. For all her friendship with men, Ilse ran true to her race. "Maybe when some more of our folk come east." He was careful to avoid offering his own help. "You think they will? There've been few enough till now." "We're a slower folk to change, Elof, not like you Mayfly men. They'll be watching and waiting to see how the first few have fared ere they up roots that go back many 1,000 years. Even Anskar's of that mind. We've never before lived so openly around men, but now we've reopened the ancient mountain halls and have some rich workings of our own to tempt them, away from human gaze. Aye, more'll come, and if they can't manage—" She regarded him levelly and took a deep breath. "Why then, Elof Valantor, you might teach us much." He blinked in astonishment, and with a wicked glitter in her eyes she added, "Never thought to hear that, did you? But I only said might, mind. Well, the sun's all but up. I'll have the silver sent over to the Hall of Guild in the noontide, and my lads when they've rested. Right now I want some breakfast, so we'll go pay our respects at the palace, though it's plain enough eating there in all conscience." A note of amused affection crept into her voice. "How fares the long lad, by the by?" Elof smiled. "Still king, driving himself harder than any servant, and looking well on it. But all the better for seeing you, I've no doubt. Rock's down south in Pendira Port on business for him, but he's due back within the week. And your lady? She's well as ever, thank you. Elof was sure he had spoken naturally. He had taken pains to, but he was suddenly uncomfortably aware of Ilse's piercing dark gaze. But all she said, equally naturally, was, "So, I am glad to hear it. That we've travelled those hard hills before won't make them the less perilous. We'll be happier having her with us." She hesitated a moment then, before adding, "Take good care of her, Elof. She is a rare creature." He nodded, knowing that her concern was not for Kara. "I intend to, Ilse. Believe me, I do." Thus it was the coming of the Durgar smiths that left him free to put his purpose into effect, and how matters might have gone otherwise none can say. That afternoon, when he had sent them about the many tasks he had in hand, he found himself suddenly with a little time to spare. Quitting the great forge that was his in the vaults of the ancient halls of the Smiths' Guild, he strolled along wide corridors that rang and chimed with the strokes of heavy hammers, roared with the breath of bellows and furnace. The weighty hangings that were mounted over the walls of smooth stone to deaden these echoes had long since darkened to a sooty black. He mounted the wide stairs into cleaner air and quieter, past the newly refurbished libraries and scholars' rooms, to the upper floors in whose smaller chambers the master jewelers and fine artificers kept their workshops. Here the din echoing along the walls was shriller, swifter, a tingling and chiming of light hammers and fine instruments against rare metals and gems. Here it was the acrid stench of solders, corrosives, and cleansing pickles that tainted the air, the hangings stained and faded, and in places charred or withered through. At a high window a bent old mastersmith, surrounded by a gaggle of black-garbed apprentices, was demonstrating a delicate instrument, explaining the virtues of orientation and steadiness worked into its metals. Elof nodded to them as he passed, thinking back to his own apprentice days. He knew the device, an aid to navigation made to determine very precisely the elevation of sun, moon, and stars. He wished devoutly that some instrument might measure as minutely the courses of their steerers. He paused before a tall door of hardened oak, marked with a name in fine-laced silver, knocked lightly, and entered at the muffled summons. A lean woman of about his years looked up from the gilded chalice she was burnishing, and her large eyes widened further. "Good day, master." She rose awkwardly from her bench, but he motioned her back with a smile. "And to you also, master. Don't let me disturb it." She smiled hesitantly, brushing brown locks back from her forehead. A nervous gesture, it seemed. He knew from Rock that Marya was always nervous in his presence, yet she looked at him with the eyes of a fellow smith. "My errand should devour little of your precious time. A minor matter upon which I would know the mind of a master jeweler, one whose craft is turned so closely to adorning the body. Which, think you, of all the noble metals, has the greatest affinity with the body, with human flesh and blood?" Marya subsided slowly onto her bench, her face already slackening with the distraction of thought. "Why, gold, I suppose many would say. That is the tradition, anyhow. For the softness of it, they say, and the seeming warmth." Elof sat down in front of her. "And you?" he prompted. I am not of that mind, not wholly. Less so since I read some scholars of the old Eastlands here. For the greatest affinity, might you not need to look beyond metals altogether, to some of those odd stuffs the ancient mastersmiths made, akin to metal in their properties, but more malleable?" She knitted her fingers with enthusiasm. "There was a tale old Huron told me once, of a stuff that was spun from the very stuff of life itself, living matter reduced to its ultimate pure ash, and it was stronger than any metal, lighter, too. It was one of the heroic mage-smiths of Morvan made it, I remember, or of Caris, even, Thurva, or Aluki Threefinger, or Veda, somebody like that. Elof grinned. I know. Mylio told me of that, too. They make good tales to fire apprentices with, don't they? Sets them dreaming of discovering such wonders for themselves. But the secret of that strong stuff is lost, if it ever existed, and none of the others we know of will serve. No, it has to be metal. She had grown nervous again. Well, then, it is a subtle point on which few can be certain, but whatever tradition says, I would choose silver. Elof nodded with slow satisfaction. I thought you might, in your hard-won wisdom. Tradition once had it that women did not make good smiths also. She flushed at the compliment. It's that the warmth of gold is an illusion. It can be a barrier to heat in many instances. And as for being soft, well, flesh is soft, but it holds its shape, and there's bone beneath. And the bone-setters, they come to us smiths, do they not, for alloys of silver, plates and pins of it, to join and patch shattered or splintered bones. The bone may well grow out around them with little hurt, the flesh and skin heal over them. A hardened silver will endure the fluids of the body better than any metal save some special steels, and those hard to make and harder to fashion, save perhaps for the Durgar, she added ruefully, or yourself. Elof grinned and shook his head. For armory, perhaps, not for fine tasks. Silver is subtler, as you say, readier to take fine shape upon itself, and deep craft. But of course to maintain the affinity it need not be set within the body. Marya smiled. Hardly, though I have found serviceable a setting in some way symbolic of the union. A zoning, say, an encirclement, a girdle, a necklace, an arm ring. She hesitated. Evidently she had heard something of that, from Rock or from Kara herself. But Elof only chuckled, putting her at ease again. That indeed, though I was but apprentice when I crafted Kara's, and used gold at my master's behest. There was one who lacked the woman's insight. But for yours I thank you, and leave you to your tasks. I was half of your mind on a difficult point, and now you've settled it well. No word of Rock? Well, he should not be long now. Again, a good day to you, master. She looked at him a little curiously as he took his leave, but made no move to ask him why he had asked what he had. It was common enough for mastersmiths to be secretive about their work, especially in its earliest stages, and to pry would be a grave breach of manners as the guild understood them. That would not stop her thinking, but she, only recently made master, would hardly be likely to guess at his true purpose. He himself had been slow enough to conceive it. Even now he balked at it, half yearned to let that thought remain a thought. But then consuming fear came upon him all the more strongly, and a great horror at the thought of abandoning Kara to the cold mind, dark heart that had first ensnared her. Should he let that happen, when he might so easily prevent it? How could he live with himself if he did? The prentices, still taking sights with their instruments, turned to greet him as he passed, but fell silent. He saw his look mirrored in their dismay, and turned it to a rueful smile. Back once more in his forge, he sat gazing at the panniers of ore left him by Ilf's fellows, picking out chunks and turning them over in his fingers. Silver was among those metals that could be seen clearly even in its natural state. His knowing fingers traced the threads and streaks with which the living rock was shot, as if they were its veins and nerves. And was not that another affinity with the living? It remained for him now to render it, concentrate it, distill the essence of this stony flesh, and set within it. Once more his mind shied at the thought, And once more that iron purpose, forged by fear, tempered by desperation, goaded it to its crucial leap. He roused himself, went to the door to call in apprentices from the training forge nearby, then stopped. The fewer hands that mingled in this work, the better, for many reasons. With all his strength he heaved the first pannier from the ground and began to tip the ore into the crushing trough. When all was done, he spun a heavy bar, pivoted in the stone wall, and water came gushing from a metal chute above, swirling the loose dirt from the chunks and herding them slowly down the trough towards the iron block at the end. As the flow quickened, he lowered into it a tall flanged wheel set in a framework among levers, and two heavy shafts tipped at their end with iron blocks as big as his head, shaped to bite against the iron below. The levers worked as the wheel spun, lifting and letting fall the shafts, catching and crushing the ore between iron and iron. The shattered pieces ground to finer fragments as they passed beneath the center of the wheel, a hub of hard stone. Retreating from the noise, Elof smiled in satisfaction. He had adapted this engine from those in the forge of the mastersmith Milio, and if it was smaller, driven by Morvannec's ducted water supply, and not a mountain torrent, it was also subtler and less cumbersome. One day, perhaps, if he needed more power, he might harness the pounding of the waves below, or, as some smiths had of old, the contained and perilous force of heated steam. But not even that could match the blast of the earth fires by which the mastersmith's furnaces were fed, and which at times he missed most sorely in his work. The Durgar might have helped him harness them, but there were simply no such fires near enough the surface in this rolling seacoast region. Smith lore had taught him that nature held many other sources of great heat, from the sun's gathered light to the inner turbulence of certain metals subtly purified, but also how hard they were to tap, and how perilous. For one brief minute of wonder and terror he had trapped the lightning in his fist, and seen how small man stood against the compass of such forces. To draw upon the least of them would require long study, and though he had bent some time to his researches, always some matter of greater urgency had intervened, and always there was Kara. He had ideas, but as yet he was far from any answer. He rose and busied himself about his furnace. Water drove the bellows. Behind the panel of sooty mica in the door, their glow changed from red to glaring yellow in the blast, and thence to a core of dazzling white about the foot of the crucible he had thrust in. The coals sizzled and sang, and as he watched the little pyramid of crushed ore slump and trickle inward, he caught the note of the singing, rising and falling, and found within it, as visions are seen in hearth-fires, the music of songs. One, ringing and compulsive, he knew well, though from where he could not say. The other was something new, quite new, a slower, lilting, flowing phrase that seemed to lead him on to others. That was good, that the songs sung over this work should arise out of it, one upon another, phrases that grew and burgeoned like twining flowers. Should flowers also be the starting point of the pattern he must set upon his work? But there might be something better, something closer. He ran his fingers idly over the blocks of fine beeswax he had set out, humming vague snatches of tunes, seeking for the shape they suggested within the amber depths of the wax. After a moment, forgetting the array of knives and carving tools beside it, he plucked up a long, thin block, and warming it at the furnace wall, began to work it between his fingers. It flowed and responded under his powerful grasp. "Even so," he muttered. "Even this. You learn well what you must do. Your proper pattern you shall have." And that night, as the stars wheeled beyond their balcony, and Kara tensed and flowed beneath him amid the tangle of their sheets, he ran his hands through her crisp hair, forcing her head back to kiss her fluttering throat. He had meant to grip lightly, but in the force of his passion his hands clenched tight, and when they fell away, trembling, They grasped a whole wisp of her hairs, not the single one he had need of. But this they could smile at, for he in turn bore the impress of her nails upon his back, sharp as talons. Later, when she slept, he padded over to the chest where her cloak was bestowed, unlocked it, and very softly raised the lid. There lay the cloak, gleaming so white in the faint light that when he lifted one corner the blackness of the lining seemed absolute, and he had to riffle the little feathers with his fingers to find their roots. At last he chose one, inconspicuous, yet near the garment's edge, caught it between finger and thumb, and plucked it loose. There was a sudden slight gasp, and to his horror he heard Kara whimper in her sleep, looked up and saw her, curled up on her side, straighten out suddenly, and reach up to rub at one shoulder. He felt moisture on his fingers, a slight warm stickiness he could not mistake, and froze unmoving where he knelt. But her eyes did not open. Her arm fell away onto her breast, and she slipped back once more into sleep. When he dared move again, he reached down, caught the cloak between his fingers. Beneath the feathers he felt some fine silken fabric against the outer cloak. No more. He folded it back carefully into the chest, smoothing it with what was almost a caress, and quietly locked the lid once more. He rose shakily to his feet, sick with self-disgust, half-minded to hurl away the feather and the hairs he clutched, sticky with a spot of drying blood. But instead he forced himself to tuck them into the fold of cotton he had laid ready, and returned it to the aumbry. Then, clambering back into bed, he reached out almost desperately to Kara. Sleepily she came to him and clung, and he buried his face in the warmth of her shoulder. Had she woken then, he might still have blurted out what was on his mind. But sleep held her as fast as any human. So it overtook Elof also, and so the first light woke them, to love again half sleeping, and in loving, forget. By the coming of the day Elof's doubts had receded like a troubled dream, and it was easy to blame the blood on one of his own smarting scratches. The next day, in between his official duties, he set about further extracting the pure silver from the reduced ore by amalgamating it with quicksilver, a subtle but hazardous process. Only after there was no further chance of fumes could he bolt the doors of his forge and lay out his prizes upon a scrubbed, clean workbench, guarding against the least draught that might snatch them away. For a while he toyed with them, setting the lock of hair and the feather together in various ways, till he had an arrangement that pleased him. He chalked a quick sketch of it upon a slate, multiplied it to form a frieze, then drew the frieze in various perspectives, in circles, rings, spirals. And it was as he completed the spiral design that he found himself humming again those first faint, serpentine phrases of the new song, ever more clearly. A spiral. He took up the shape he had already made. A flowing spiral of feathers interwoven with locks of hair, winding forever onward, but winding about a torus, and so coming forever back upon itself. Free yet unchanging, forever fleeing yet forever returning. He nodded to himself. It would take great care, but it could be done. He scrubbed his crude sketch from the slate, took up ink and parchment pieces, and set to work constructing a large and intricate version of the design. It took him many hours and several false starts, and all the while singing softly to himself. The floor around him was littered with discarded sheets, and when he had at last finished, he was careful to gather these and thrust them into the forge. The parchments curled and whined and sizzled like living things upon the hot coals, but he scarcely noticed. His hands were already upon the wax, probing its smooth contours with a burin finer than the finest of the hairs it would portray. By now it was late at night, but for all his distrust of wearied mind and hands, he labored on, driven as he had not been since his youth, singing still under his breath, hardly aware of it. It was not easy work, for the glabrous wax was not parchment to be inscribed, nor wood to be chiseled clean. Any mark caused its surface to swell and change. It might flake away where it was too brittle, or ooze where it was soft. Every stroke had to be incised with care and foresight, its shavings minutely cleaned away before the next. Flat lines had to be translated into incised channels or raised ridges, and the tapering of the hairs, the fine fluff at the feathers' bases, represented. Even the dark stain on the quill he sought to match by subtle texture. It was master's work, and in the mere precision of its detail it was fair. As if already there is something of her in it, he thought, and was pleased. Yet that pleasure only sharpened the spurs of fear. On and on he labored, till he found the delicate tools slipping between fingers, sweating or numbed. Many times he managed to avoid damaging the work only at the cost of cuts and punctures, and it was his own blood made them slippery then. When at last some shred of sane caution told him to lay down the thing he held, to get it free of his trembling fingers before he ruined it, he felt almost sick with frustration. Only little by little did reason reassert itself as he hobbled back up towards the palace under skies whose stars were already beginning to pale. He told himself angrily that it was too easy to become obsessed with lonely work like this, easier still to ruin it with impatience. Yet he still could not be sure he would find Kara there awaiting him, that he would not find the chest broken, the cloak gone, and nothing save perhaps a black quill left him as a token. Along high stair and vaulted passage his thoughts haunted him, and though his relief at finding her curled beneath the covers, her hair a dark corona amid the white pillows, was great enough, it barely lasted him into sleep, and fled with waking. On the next day he hurried through his duties in the shipyards like a man possessed. That carving haunted him like a persistent irritation, an itch in the mind. Even when he found himself dangling head down from a masthead to free a salt-encrusted block rather than reeve a whole new set of tackle, he could not stop running over and over the patterns in his mind until they made him dizzy. He swung himself upright on the little platform, and to avoid looking straight down to the deck he glanced out across the harbor, enjoying the cool breeze and the look of the town in late afternoon. Down here walls were mostly half-timbered and lime-washed, or timbers laid clinker-fashion and painted very much like those of his childhood village. Many had been repainted after the ravages of winter, and garlanded with flowers in hanging baskets and window-shelves. They looked bright as toys clustered around the feet of the more august buildings of the upper town, in their rich shades of red and yellow stone. But inevitably, somehow, his glance was drawn across the lower roof-tops again, towards the dark bulk, itself a little like a lowering anvil, that was the hall of his guild. His sight seemed to pierce through those walls and down towards those half-formed secrets they held. He cursed. The joy had gone out of the scene for him. The irritation had infected it too. He hated what he was doing, yet it would not let him be. Moodily he lobbed the useless block into a cluster of seagulls bobbing on the harbor waters, and watched them explode upwards, cursing and squalling just as he wanted to. Then he shrugged guiltily. It would not have amused Kara, that. One of them might even have been Kara, if he had not— Very slowly he inched out along the shrouds and slid down with gloved hands. His duty was done for the moment. He could get back to his carving once more. By late evening it was complete. Carved surfaces more detailed and more delicate than any he had ever made till now. The living lock and feather he took and set among the patterns, and save for the hues of life, they were matched to perfection. He laid them apart, then swiftly turned to preparing the molds, lest in the warmth of the forge the wax should soften further and lose some tiny point of definition. By that much might its power be lessened. By so much might he lose what he fought to preserve. It was with the gentleness of love that his practiced fingers worked a soft slip of burnt and powdered chalk about the delicate shapes he had made, to take the finest possible impress of the pattern. Over that he smoothed layer upon layer of clay, gradually firmer, till at last the prepared shapes could be maneuvered gently into position in his moulding flasks, sprues carefully aligned with the openings, then encased and set to dry well away from forge hearth and furnace, lest the sudden heat should crack them. Now he brought the water thundering down, washed the clay from his stinging cuts, and set the bellows wheel spinning, till the breath of the bellows roared through the coals like buried dragons. Then with long tongs he set the crucible of purified silver among them, and several of other rare metals for his chosen alloy. He sat by the maw of the furnace, humming idly under his breath, and watching its dulled surface gradually shiver with remembered heat, and change into a flowing mirror. He remembered his tumble-down smithy among the salt marshes, these 10 years behind him, and the breadth of a land away, and the silver wires he had worked there for a sword-hilt. Believing his craft lost to him, he had not sought to set within them any virtues, and yet they had absorbed something of his essential self, and shown it him as an image of the marshland skies, a rushing of grey clouds, a sweep of rain and storm. Now he must make this silver do likewise, save that now he would determine the image, and the essence would not be his own. He began to sing to himself quietly, vague snatches of that new song, wordless still, or with only a single word, yet heavy with a meaning that was growing continually clearer. Firing the moulds, he felt a chain of words take shape in his mind as the wax rushed molten from the sprue holes, spitting and flaming onto the coals, and after it the boiling water to clean them. He set them at the edge of the fire and took a deep breath. Then he lifted the glowing crucible to the furnace door, and one by one, in careful order, tipped in the lesser metals. Some were to make the silver harder and more durable, some to add slight spring to it, but others, added in merest traces, were to bear special virtues of their own. The heavy liquid hissed and seethed sluggishly as he stirred it with a long rod of steel, and all the while, listening carefully to the thin high note of the coals, he sang the chant that had come to him. That swirling rhythm went well with the stirring, and the coils it awoke in the crucible's heart. In silver the shaping, enclosing, embracing, in silver a shield ring of signs interlacing, set firm within silver the circle shall close. In silver the melting, in silver the blending, as ramparts of steel shot with moonlight defending, no call from without them may pass what they hold. Tiny droplets of metal spattered his hand. The rod grew hot through the rag he held it by. The furnace heat drew the skin taut over his cheekbones, cracked his lips, stung his eyes, yet still he sang, dry-tongued, till the last part of the alloy was added, and the blend complete. As freely you flow now, a form shall enfold you. In cooling, coalescing, a pattern shall hold you. In shaping, in firming, grow strong, yet grow fair. What now I trust to you, embrace it, enfold it. Against yearning for change, against wandering, hold it. Encase as in armor the heart that is torn. With frantic speed he threw his weight upon the great forge bellows, pumping them faster than could the water wheel, till the hill of coals glowed searing white at its summit, as if earth fires fed it indeed. Urgently he heaved out the crucible in the long tongs, white-hot metal slopping and sizzling against its flanks, and whirled it across from furnace to forge. It seemed to leave a trail like a falling starstone in the heavy air, and hissed under the angry coals. The lock of hair and the feather he caught up, raised them to his lips a moment, then reached out over the fire to the crucible and dropped them in. A light plume of flame danced up, ghost-like, and they were gone. Gathering his strength, he took up the crucible once more, swung it around to the moulds waiting on the forge rim, then cursed himself luridly. Fool that he was to try such a task without one forge-hand at least, to steady the mold, to correct his aim, to vibrate out airlocks and bubbles, to warn him when it was almost full. Hideous difficulties loomed over him. One mistake, one only, but there was no help for it now. Delay would only cool the silver further, make it harder to pour. He would have to reheat it, risk dissipating what he had set within it, and would he ever dare to replace it? Better at all events to have no forge-hand hear what he must sing now. Gritting tooth on tooth, he tilted the heavy thing, saw a swelling of red at its rim, a fine thread falling, straight into the mouth of the mold. Steam whistled from the other sprue-hole. He breathed again, and on that note he sang, clear and fierce, that older song his memory had taught him. Yet the words were new, and as he sang his hand never trembled, the thread of falling silver never wavered. Sheltered in silver by craft and by flame, be no more now drawn from me, and captive again, as once you chose, choose to remain. Your own self shall enclose you more firmly than fetter or chain. Silver sprang and spat, and he swung the crucible away. But was the mold full, or was it only an airlock which would leave a damaging flaw? Too late to tell. Already the mirrored meniscus was dimming. He must pour the other quickly before the silver cooled. This was worse, his arms aching with cramp, his fingers trembling with weakness. His head swam, but he sang the words clearly through the smoky air. A long age it seemed before the silver leaped and spattered down the flanks of the second mold, and so great was his relief that he all but dropped the crucible, and had to set it down at an awkward angle on the rim before coaxing the molds gently out of the coals. Even unshaped, that silver could be potent stuff. He would be safest making some other work of it as soon as possible, set with different virtues. Meanwhile, he left the molds on top of the coals, to cool slowly as they did. That helped lessen stresses within the metal. Exhaustion burned in his back and arms, and suddenly the air choked him. He flung the air vents wide and collapsed by the forge, listening to the wind sigh in the passages of the stone. His head drooped on his breast. He jerked upright once, and then it no longer seemed worth the effort. His eyes were hot and sore. His head. Thunder crashed around him. Suddenly he was in many places, on a storm-wreathed tower-top, a grim and night-bound forest, by a forge in a marshland hovel, or was it in the mountains of the north? Then he knew where he was, shivering by a stone-cold hearth, with pounding upon his doors. Speechless, he stumbled up, his throat ashen as the forge. Something in his dreaming, a memory of other such summons, filled that sound with dread, made his hands clumsy on the heavy bolt. For a moment the figure that stood there in the shadowy corridor, cloaked and hooded, seemed ominous. But he was shorter than Elof, short and rotund, and from beneath the travel-stained hood blazed a mane of red hair. Elof forgot all his alarm and seized the proffered hand. "Rock, my lad, so you're back, then?" "Sort of looks that way, don't it?" grunted Rock gracelessly. Elof looked at him narrowly. Though Rock was nominally a guildsman, he was seldom seen in the halls. There was no mystery about that. In the Southlands he had been a respected master of his art. But what status had a smith here, skilled as he might be in the mechanics of his trade, who lacked the least trace of true smithcraft? The short man grimaced. "You're the only waking soul in the place, and here's me just in the gate, all the hostelries still shut up snug for the dawn, and me too dry with the dust of 20 roads to make the climb up to the palace." Elof took the hint, and poured them both wine from a jug on a side table. Rock downed his in one gulp, and held the beaker out for more. "Not bad," he wheezed. "Distinctly passable, in fact, though the soot's got into it again. Don't your forge boy keep it covered up?" Elof peered suspiciously into his own goblet. "I don't keep a forge boy any more. I get the prentices in to help as I need them." Rock snorted. "No wonder place is a mess, then. I've half a mind to take up my old post again. You're not fit to look after yourself. What's this that's got you out of your bed so early?" He glanced at Elof from beneath his bristling brows. "I kept you out of it all night, eh? My, must be something good and juicy." He squinted at the small molds, into the cold crucible. "Silver? Not stuff for the fleet, surely?" "Hardly," smiled Elof. "That's day labor. This is to be a gift, a surprise, so not a word of it, even to Marya." "Scant danger of that," grunted Rock. "Smithcraft's not a thing we talk about. Jewelry least of all. Well, these molds look about ripe for cracking. Want a hand?" "If you're not too weary," grinned Elof, striving not to let his misgivings show. But it would be a worse risk being seen to hide anything from Rock. He was no fool, and since he could see nothing of the craft within the metal, what harm was there? His stubby hands were every bit as deft as Elof's as they prized apart the metal shells and chipped at the crumbling clay within. Below lay the chalk, sintered now to the hardness of the rock it came from, but under Elof's impatient grip its edges flaked away, and he shelled it like some strange fruit, catching his breath at the gleams of bright metal that showed through. He brought down a jar of corrosive from the high shelf and mixed a weak solution in water. "So," said Rock, as they watched the chalk fizz and bubble away, revealing the clear outlines of the pieces. "Not bad at all. Neat as Marya could manage, or any other master jeweler I know. But that's no surprise. They the way you wanted them, then?" With great care Elof hooked the gleaming pieces out of the cleansing bath, ran them a moment beneath the water-chute, and held them up, first to the red-tinged Durgar lantern, then to the thin light that was filtering down the air-shafts. "Yes," he breathed, seeing the intricate pattern of lock and feather wind its way around them, without the tiniest flaw or bubble to break its inexorable course. "Yes, they are. Indeed they are." They set a catch in his voice, for he had the true smith's love of all things harmonious and fair. Yet not only their perfection moved him, but the sight of the shimmers and flickers that to his eyes darted this way and that in the metal, like fish below clear ice. With a friend's privilege, Rock reached up and plucked down one of the gleaming things, like rare fruit. "Bracelets, eh? But why open like that?" Elof smiled. "Anklets, rather." I see. So they'll fit over the foot. But won't they need hinges?" "No, the natural spring of the metal." Rock nodded, and his powerful fingers closed around the thick ring of silver, narrowing the split. "No!" barked Elof, and wrenched the fair thing from his hand. Rock raised his eyebrows mildly, and Elof smiled in apology. "After it's annealed, I was going to say. A long, slow heating and cooling to heal any inward stresses." "All right," grunted Rock. "I wasn't going to risk closing it all the way, anyway. Guessed you'd be wanting to work on the catch. Can't see how it'd undo as it is." Elof shrugged. "It's important they stay on securely." Rock grinned in wry agreement. "Fair enough. She's an active girl, your Kara, more active than most. You'd be wanting anything you gave her to fit close and stay close, all right." Elof relaxed, trying not to show how shaken he had been, how vital it was that those clasps should close only at the right time and place, and in no other. It was a fell thing he had shaped here, in its way, but there was no help for it. He had only to think of her drawn back to Louhi's clutches to make it all worthwhile again. He balanced the anklets in his palm, and was startled to see blood on the metal. It was his. He had reopened some of the worst cuts when he snatched the thing back. Well, on the outside of the piece it could do no harm. He turned to wipe it away on a clean rag. Then he froze. On the outside. But he had paid little heed to his injuries earlier in the work. He could have bled at any point, onto the wax, into the silver. The tokens. He could have added his own blood to that feather, and there was no way now he would ever be able to tell. "What's amiss with you now?" grunted Rock. "You've a face on you the color of milk, and sour at that." It's nothing. Just an effect, one that might turn out good or bad. I've no idea." He choked down his sudden flood of anxiety. There was always slight contamination when you touched something. A flake of skin, its natural oils. That mattered little, so why should this? And after all, could he really be bound up any more closely with Kara than he was? It might even strengthen the thing. He smiled wearily. "I was really wondering. I've a fair amount of silver left that I'd like to find a use for. Do you have any notions?" Rock fingered his stubbled chin. "Not just now, but then my mind's that muzzy I've not slept. Something to help us on our jaunt south. That's as good an idea as I can hatch right now. Me for the palace and some breakfast. And a bath. They should have the bathhouse warming nicely by the time I get there. You could use one after your labors. Set you up. Coming?" Elof considered a moment. "Why not? But hear me. If Kara is there also, not a word of the gift, remember." He shut away the anklets in a secure cabinet of iron, and closed up the forge with as much care. Then they went together out of the guild halls and into the winding streets of the Northerners' quarter, at whose heart the great building stood. A light spring rain was falling, making the scale-tiled house roofs shine, gurgling out of the open-mouthed dragon heads at their gable ends, or running in sheets down their wall timbers, caulked tight as ships, with the figures brightly limned in red and black upon them. Little rivulets chattered down between the cobbles into the central gutter. Rock looked at the ships rolling at anchor, and up to the ornate weather vanes on the house roofs, and groaned. "Wind's swinging around the compass again. Clear dawn when I came in. Ah, well, that's spring for you. That'll give us an interesting time at sea, that will, just like always." Elof grinned sympathetically. Rock was unhappily weak of stomach in a lively sea. "You know," he remarked, watching the vanes creak back and forth over the tiles, "that was no bad thought of yours. Something to help on the voyage, indeed. I'll think on that." And so he did, even as they took their ease in the royal baths, stretching out weary limbs on the steam-room slabs and drifting in the heated pools. His mind dwelt on it still. Then friends and fellow courtiers came to join them, and later Marya and Kara, and the demands of the day took over his thoughts. His other deeper concern he forgot entirely for that time, the matter of the blood. Yet in the years to come he had cause to remember it, and wonder if this petty accident might indeed have played a strange part in his fortunes. For to the effects of true smithcraft, say the annals of that day, it was ever hard to put any bounds, and never more so than in the hands of Elof, called Valentor. From that day forth he had in any case little leisure for thought. The day of departure was near, and his was the ultimate responsibility for all the work his helpers, men and Durgar, had made ready. What spare time he had he devoted to reforging the extra silver. He would leave nothing so perilous behind to suffer the whim of chance. This work was less subtle, for the forces of nature might be stronger than the turning tides of heart and mind, but it cost him much hard labor in sizing its pattern with maul and chisels, and beating down an inlay of gold wire into the troughs thus made. He had chosen the complex pattern, coiling and intertwining in the Southland style, that represented Amakak, the sea-devourer, embodiment of the terrors of the oceans. But it represented also their regality and strength, and as such it was the favorite emblem of the boldest corsairs, and fitted his purpose well. From time to time he would sing snatches of old fishermen's shanties he remembered from his youth in Assenby village, songs chiefly concerned with summoning fine weather and catches, simple but strong. More often, though, he whistled hard between his teeth as he worked, recalling the pipe whistles the sea-wise smiths of Norderney used to forge for mariners to summon up the breeze. And, as often happened to him, a work he had started casually took hold of him, and ere it was finished he had set within it a surpassing craft and strength. Such was the turmoil of those last days that he could not finish it till the very eve of the fleet's departure, checking its balance carefully on its steel mounting, and giving it a last buff and polish. It only remained for him then to gather up the tools he always travelled with, and close up his forge for the summer. Last of all he took the anklets from their cabinet and thrust them into an inner pocket. Then he locked the doors behind him, and hurried out and into the ways leading up to the palace, seeing that the sun was almost down. That night Kermorvan was feasting all the mariners of the fleet, some 2,000 in all, at a great banquet of state that would fill all the wide halls of the palace, and he should attend. Not that it mattered much if he was late, but Kara might be anxious. As it was, they managed to make their entrance a few minutes before the king himself took his seat. Till then the centre of attention had been Ilse, queenly and white among her guard of thick-set Durgar, but Elof was uncomfortably aware of all eyes turning to Kara, for the beauty of her and the mystery, garbed in a gown of forest green, and set about with the jewels he had made her. "Do you hear them stir, down there at the cruise tables?" she whispered, as they took their seats at the high table. "Do you know why? Folk from the west or the remote townlets, who have not seen me ere now, they turn to their neighbours and whisper, 'Is that not she, the strange one, the shape-shifter that he took from the Ice Witch? What is she, in truth? And what is he, that he loves such a one?'" Elof chuckled. "And their wiser neighbours will answer that if they cannot see good reason, they must be blind, or fish-blooded. And for your inner self, they'll cite the courage you showed in freeing their king, the ways you've helped us on our journeys, scouted for us, healed for us, fought for us." "For you," she said quietly, clutching his hand beneath the table. And then, to a flourish of music, Kermorvan entered, and as one the crews rose to cheer and stamp. He acknowledged the rowdy tribute with a quiet nod and a lifted hand, and moved smiling to take his place between Ilse on his right hand and Kara on his left. The feast began then, and it was a merry one, though neither long nor drunken. Kermorvan wanted his crews fit on the morrow, and would have a severe way with any who were not. It was well before the middle hours when Elof and Kara made their way back to their apartments. As Kara laid aside her jewels, Elof opened the chest, took out the cloak, and made as if to drape it about her shoulders. But her own strong hands held his wrists, and she shook her head, smiling. "Do you keep it for me still. Pack it among your own gear, and give it me only at need. Take it back when that is past. I would not add to your worries on such a voyage as this." Elof's mouth quirked. He understood only too well that she was paying him back, very gently, for having asked it of her. He put aside the cloak and drew her to him, and the anklets he left in his pockets without a further thought. But on the next day's dawning, when they went aboard the long-ship Prince Corentin, flagship of the fleet, at its anchorage in mid-harbour, Elof had his other work ready to hand. Kara, bare-legged, swung through the boarding port with a lithe grace. He clambered unsteadily after her, while the wherrymen swayed up their heavy packs to the deck. Together they made their way aft to the stern castle, where stood Kermorvan, directing the disposition of his fleet. His clear voice was ragged and cracking with the effort of shouting orders. Messengers scurried this way and that about the gently heaving deck, and the signal flags fluttered like bright butterflies in the crowded harbor. He had no more than a glance to spare for the newcomers, and that of relief. They were the last aboard, for Elof had been carrying out some final refitting aboard other vessels. Already aboard with the king was Rock, and also Ilse, as she often was in these days. That was natural enough, in that she also was a ruler, seeking to establish and extend her realm in the Meneth Ledanon, and was hoping to bring many more of her folk eastward on this expedition. Only Elof, who had once by chance overheard a strange conversation, was inclined to wonder what more might lie behind this, and he kept his own counsel. She was leaning on the rail now, squinting in the morning sun, regarding the confusion with her wide sardonic grin. It broadened, if anything, when she saw Elof and Kara, and she waved them lazily over. Scurry, 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 everyone rushing about at the behest of their feelings, too busy to stop and think. That's men for you. Or humans, eh, Lady Kara? Elof stiffened slightly. He was very fond of Ilse, but what she thought of Kara he had never been sure, and this stress on humanity made him uncomfortable. In many ways Kara was more human than the Durgar, and knew it, but Kara only smiled and took Elof's arm. I find they have some uses, both of them. What's amiss here? Ilse jerked a stubby thumb at the stern-post, where a gilded wind-vane in the shape of a gull creaked to and fro, swinging with each slight shift of the ship. The wind, it would seem, a few points short of favorable by the look of it, so we are windrowed, with scant space to maneuver. The small craft think they will clear the harbour mouth close-hauled. The larger longships and dramans fear they cannot. It is hard to be sure. And getting them out under oars could take all day, said Rock uneasily. We could miss the wind and sit wallowing for hours. He looked somewhat green already. Elof nodded, stepped forward, and tapped Kermorvan unceremoniously on the shoulder. Would it help you to have a true gauge of the wind? He called out against the breeze. Would it not? Snapped the tall man over his shoulder, brushing his bronzen hair out of his eyes. Why, can you shape us such a thing in time? It would help us to know whether to risk sail. Elof reached into his pack. I was going to give you this today anyway, as a luck gift for the journey. He handed the glittering quarter-moon of metal to Kermorvan. His brows lifted as he looked at it. Then he grinned to Elof. Amakac, eh? Well, we've sailed under his sign before, you and I. It shouldn't hurt us to play the corsair again. He reached up to the carved stern-post and lifted the golden gull from its socket. Into its place he slid Elof's vane. The raised finial that was the head of the pattern gleamed gape-jawed to the wind. Once it takes the wind properly, called Elof hopefully, it should hold it tight with every twist and turn. He watched it saw from side to side a little, just like its predecessor, then— There! The vane had stopped sharply, quivering slightly, gripped as if by vast hands in the dead center of the wind. Remarkable, said Kermorvan, even though its tidings are not hopeful. What if it were pushed out of line? Elof shrugged. It should center itself once more, but it should not be so easily shifted. Curiously, Kermorvan reached up and pushed at the blade of the vane. It did not move. He pressed again, and then harder, with a real effort. Like trying to close a door in a fierce gale, he gasped, though the breeze is no more than middling. He pushed with both hands and all his weight, and now, very slowly, the blade began to shift. And as it did so, Elof caught his breath, felt Kara's hand tighten suddenly upon his arm. A sudden chill grew in the pit of his stomach. Something else had shifted also. He knew not what. but it felt like the balance of the world. Ilse cried out suddenly, and pointed, not to the vane, but to the streamers on the mainstays, the signal flags above. It was hard to see at first, but had they also shifted? Morvannec had released the vane, staggered back. It stayed where he had placed it, as firmly as before. He threw his weight upon it again, and once again the streamers shifted. The flags flapped to a different angle. Elof swallowed. "That's all," panted the king, releasing the vane and doubling over, hands on knees. "You, Elof, your thews might shift it a fraction further, but no more." "That's scant surprise," said Ilse, a little shakily. "To alter the wind at all. Winds are not single things, says our lore of weather, but a net of flows and currents, vaster than the oceans. To shift one, even a few points, I cannot conceive of it." "Nor I," muttered Roch. "What have you gone and done this time, my lad?" Elof could only shake his head, feeling like an idiot. Morvannec leaned back against the gunwales, waving off the messengers clamoring for his attention, abruptly very much the ruler. "Elof, did you plan this?" he asked with a grim quiet in his voice. Elof drew a deep breath. Kara's hand lay tight upon his shoulder, and somehow that gave him the wit to speak. "I planned no more than I said. Now I see it, though. I can see something of how it came about. It is logic of a sort. I sang over it. I whistled. Old songs of the north, to encourage sea luck, fair winds. They are part of me, those songs. They run deep in my memory. They must have drawn more out of me than I guessed. I never dreamed of giving it the power to compel." Morvannec nodded. "I can believe that. It is a startling power, but perhaps also a dangerous one." "My lord," cried one of the messengers suddenly, desperate to be heard, "the Dramans are all signaling. The wind has changed. It will serve them now." "And the longships," called another. "My lord, we may lose the hour, the tide." Morvannec snapped to his feet. "Well," he muttered, "what that power has already given us, let us not waste." And cupping his hands to his mouth, he shouted out to his crew, "To your places, all men! Winch and cable crews ready! Mainmast men ready! Slip the stern moorings! Hoist the mainsail! Ready the headsails! Bow moorings! Haul in!" Tumult broke out on the main deck, and the shipmaster and his mates came running aft to the stern castle. Morvannec rounded on the messengers with a blast of orders that sent them scurrying to the signal halyards, then back to his own crew. "Do you take command, master. Warp her around into the wind, mainsail first, out into the main channel and through. We'll lead them all out." The shipmaster saluted him, and turned to bellow across the decks. In the bows a capstan winch began to clank, and they felt the stern swing suddenly free of its moorings, the long hull begin to sway and sidle in the choppy harbor waters. The huge mainyard creaked and rumbled up the mast. The hemp-stiffened mainsail fluttered and boomed as the breeze caught and shook it. "Keep hauling! The bows!" bellowed the master. Into the wind swung the great ship, and for the space of a breath the mainsail hung limp. Then it was across, and almost at once the wind caught the sail, bellied it out with an explosive crack. "Slip moorings! The bows!" roared the master. "Helm! Steer for the harbor mouth!" The great ship surged forward. The deck leaped under them, and then began to dip and raise more smoothly as it gathered way. Behind them the wheel spun, hauling on the tiller lines that rose up taut through the deck. Morvannec cast a glance at the helmsman, who nodded calmly. This manner of rudder was a new thing, learned from the Durgar, and still unpredictable, but it seemed to be working smoothly enough now. The Prince Corentin nosed her sleek bows out into the main channel, while all around her sails blossomed out upon the other ships of the fleet, and their standards dipped in salute. Morvan gathered up his armor of black and gold from the bench where he had laid it, and moved forward to stand at the rail of the stern castle, proud and resplendent. He wore no helm, and his long locks shone like bronze indeed in the morning sun. From the walls of the palace came a fanfare of trumpets, the call of the garrison, who would remain to defend the town. From tower tops a loud pealing of bells, and from the shore a great cheer went up. As ever, all the town had turned out to watch their king and his great fleet depart. He waved, and from the bows his own heralds answered the town's salute. Then at his command the rest of his music, gathered up by the companionway, struck up a strong and buoyant tune. Like sudden wings the headsails spread out above, white water swirled at the bows. Kara, still clutching Elof's arm, positively danced with excitement as the great ship swept towards the harbour mouth, its fellows sliding out one by one into its wake in the order the king had laid down. As it glided between the tall towers that flanked the mouth, the music of the other ships took up the tune, and the notes of thudding tabors, shrilling flutes, silver cymbal and brazen horns and trumpets rose and rang around the whole shore of the bay, as their white sails spread out, dazzling, against its sparkling waters. Thus in pride and splendor that great fleet set forth, and though from shore it must have been no less splendid a sight, no account describes it so. Those who chronicled it were among its numbers. Hard on the flagship's heels the greatest of the drawmans came, still spreading its great fields of sail. The creak of ropes, bellowed orders, the dull boom of sailcloth shook the air. Flanking it raced two smaller craft, chase cutters, rigged in the strange new patterns derived from Durgar ideas, their sails slanting fore and aft instead of square to the hull. Kara went running to the stern rail to watch them, bouncing and skipping impudently up through the wake, like puppies snapping at the ankles of a bull. "They're so beautiful," she breathed. "If we could only sail one of those." Elof laid his arm around her. "There'll be time enough on this voyage. No doubt their crews will be glad of the rest for a day or two. We should ask Morvan." "Oh, yes," she said, her eyes sparkling like the waters beneath. He felt her quiver from head to toe with excitement. "So light, so fast, it would be almost like—" But there she stopped herself and said no more. As in previous years, the first few days of the great fleet's voyage were leisurely, more like a ceremonial royal progress than a venture of moment. By day the ships would race each other, or contest in maneuvering and skill, which Morvan encouraged for the practice it gave crews and commanders alike. Elof and Kara had their chance then to sail the new-rigged cutters. Each night they would anchor in sheltered waters, or the harbours of lesser ports where the king would receive deputations and petitions, settle disputes, and renew acquaintance with those of his people who seldom or never came north to Morvenhall, the city itself. In the remoter areas the fleet was greeted with almost delirious relief, as a living token of the strength and solidarity of the land. The wounds of the Eqwesh occupation, short as it had been, were slow in healing there. Those were pleasant days for most, yet for Elof they were marred. For Kara grew more restive, spoke less and seldom settled. She would pace the decks, or sit for long hours in the bows, gazing at the empty expanse of the ocean off the port bow. She did not object to his company in such times. She would smile at him as he came to sit by her, perhaps rest her head upon his shoulder, yet ever her gaze was turned away into the void of earth and sky. Once he found her still there in the midst of a storm, clinging to the forestay and squealing with delight as the bows clove the wave-crests and showered her with chill spray. He grew angry then, and upbraided her for courting foolish perils. She made no complaint, but took to climbing in clement weather to the lookout's place at the summit of the mainmast. Elof followed her up, admiring the grace of her tanned legs on the rigging above, the animal ease with which she swung herself up onto the narrow platform. Elof bent and struggled through more cautiously, and once up he hastily looped his belt through the ring provided. Kara took no such precaution, but leaned out over the rail, rejoicing in the feeling of height, and pointing down delightedly to the flocks of dolphins come to race around the fleet's bows. Elof smiled, only a little thinly, and sought to share her joy without looking down too often at the deck. He found himself too ready to notice how distant it seemed, and how narrow and how unsteady, heaving wildly back and forth beneath him on a surface of churning green and white. But if he studiously ignored that, the view was worth it, and so was the sense of space after many days cramped and confined aboard ship. He felt a sudden pang of sorrow for Kara. She had come of her own will. She would say nothing, yet if her life on land was confining, how much worse must this be? "Would you like your cloak back?" he asked impulsively, forgetting his other concerns for now. "Without obligations. So you can—" He shrugged. "Take the air whenever you wish, as you wish." She leaned on the rail, her crisp dark hair ruffled by the wind and tinged with a corona in the clear light, and looked at him speculatively a while. Then she smiled, shook her head again, and put her hand affectionately on his arm. "No need. This is enough for me, to feel the rushing airs and see afar, far. I'll wait till you need me." Elof shrugged again and took her arm. But within himself he felt slightly resentful. She was still paying him back, it seemed. He glanced at her, watching those fierce bird-like eyes, green as the water beneath, flicker this way and that across the vast horizon, and was suddenly glad she had not accepted. What could he have been thinking of? Dislike it though he might, his chosen way would be the safest, after all. It was not long after that they passed beyond the southern borders of the realm of Morvannec, and into the wild, beyond the habitations of men. Yet still it was a rich and wholesome country along the shores, well watered by many rivers, and they were able to land for water and provisions at many anchorages they had chartered and explored upon previous voyages. The worst perils here were wild beasts, and an occasional nest of human outlaws many times more savage, ready to sally out and assail any small vessel in difficulties or separated from the body of the fleet. Morvannec had taken strong measures to guard against this, however, and such attacks were swiftly dealt with. On one occasion, such a straggler was attacked by 2 pirate longboats in fog. Morvannec brought the Corentin alongside with sweeps, and himself led the clearing of its decks. Out of some 30 raiders, no more than 3 escaped him, and that by leaping overboard, swimming for a boat, and rowing frantically off into the shadows. "Were it clear, I would have pursued them in the cutters," he remarked, wiping clean his grey-gold sword. "As it is, let them save their hides, if only for the sake of times past." At last, after some 3 weeks of generally easy sailing, they came to the last of these anchorages, and the greatest, a wide river estuary that was of old named Ancarvadoan, the deep roads. Beyond it the coasts became rougher, stonier, dangerous in the approach. No voyage had passed without the loss of 1 vessel at least along this stretch, and many lives. Nor were the lands they guarded any safer. Somewhere at their heart stretched the long arm of the great forest, turning to tangled jungle with its manifold traps and terrors. Ancarvadoan was remembered in this uninhabited country, chiefly because it was known that the last great band of fugitives from doomed Morvannec, led by Veda and the Princess Asa, had encamped here through 1 long winter. On the last voyage, men of the fleet had stumbled upon the traces of that brief settlement, a few overgrown hummocks of dry stone walls, and upon the hill overlooking the estuary 3 or 4 graves, well marked but nameless. It was a melancholy place, but Morvannec wished to land there once more. He had brought with him memorial stones fairly carven for the graves in the ruins. "And may they lay the unquiet spirits of this land," he remarked quietly to Elof, as the 2 of them clambered back down the steep grassy slopes to their shore camp. "For I feel they walk here still, or some memory of their sorrows. Let them learn from this that their suffering was not wholly without result. that the line and heritage of their land lives still and does not forget them. Elof nodded. I sense something of what you say, strongly. It is wholesome enough, this land, but overhung with feeling, anguish, sadness, loss. And beneath it, anger, rage at the injustice of fate. I have felt it somewhere before, in the hollow bones of Morvannec the city, perhaps. And not only there. I do not think those stones will assuage it, worthy notion though they were. It does not bode well. I agree. And in any event, we are on the edge of difficult and dangerous country, and a treacherous coast. He looked at Kara, tripping lightly through the tangled grass where others slipped and stumbled. I think it is time we called upon your unique gifts, my lady. If you are willing, you could scout out our way on the morrow for many leagues ahead. She looked demurely at her feet. If Elof is willing, my lord, then of course. He does not normally raise any objection, said Morvannec quizzically, glancing at Elof. No? Then whenever it pleases you, my lady. I'll fetch your cloak from the ship, then, Kara, said Elof, a little self-consciously. You can be getting something to eat meanwhile. He hurried off, feeling the king's gaze like a cool gust at his back. When his boat came back to the beach, he could see her waiting there for him, a slender silhouette against the glow of the campfires, half hidden against the shadows of the bushes around them. I have it, he said quietly, stepping up to her, holding out the precious garment. She received it in her outstretched hands, held it, did not put it on. Kara, he began. Heart, why the reluctance? Why do you hesitate? Why have you twice refused this already? Is it because... Were you only delaying the moment? Do you yourself think you'll fly away? Never come back? No, she hissed, and then more softly. No, heart, I will come back. Never fear, but I will come back. He nodded, took the cloak from her hands, and himself draped it around her shoulders. Then he reached into his pocket. I believe that is what you truly want. But I have brought you a small token, keepsakes. Wear them for me, and you will not forget. Swiftly he stooped to her ankle, one open band of silver in each powerful hand. He felt the first slide over her cool skin. Then his wrists were seized. Elof was stronger than most men, but he could not move a finger's breadth against the strong, slim fingers that gripped him thus, that drew his hands up and into the light. He saw the glint of the silver mirrored in the chill green pools that were Kara's eyes, and to his horror, the shimmering that ran within the silver also, as bright as ever he saw it himself. "Fool!" said a voice of steel he hardly recognized. "Oh, you unutterable fool! Did you think a power had sunk so low in loving a man that it should be blind to the forces within his works? Did you dream I donned your arm-ring that day in ignorance of what it would do? That I would not see through this silver of yours as into clear water, and read there what you have set in play? Did you think so little of my life, my existence, to trifle with it thus?" He saw the streaks of silver that coursed her cheeks, and his heart withered within him. I sought only to reinforce our own truest wish, steady you by your own will. The steel broke and burst into flame. I, by ensnaring that will, by goading it along the paths you choose. I sought only to embody what I knew you wanted. I set no compulsion of mine in the work, no more than you would compel the winds, and yet you did, and shackled them with fearful force. Can you not see that you cannot harness any desire of mine? Only as your own eyes see it can you give it form. But, Elof swallowed, if it is so close to yours, If it is what you want, then how can it harm you? If you truly love me, how should it mar that?" "How?" She laughed, but not as humans laugh. "By taking away what is most truly mine. How would it harm you to be whipped to breathe, beaten to eat, goaded to love? How would it harm you if Kermorvan drew smithcraft from you by prison and torment, not friendship and honor? Then, my cunning child, my deceitful heart, then you would understand." She lifted his wrists, shook them fiercely before her face, and the rage of the Morgannon shone there behind the tears. "And how would it mar love? By forcing it to tread one single path, one circling, spiraling, endless path, never free to change, to grow, to find new ways and new reasons to love. Love of all things, that must change from moment to moment to live. That you would keep for yourself, aye, but never trust me with it. Must I be the same to you in age, when you will not be the same? Be to you then just what I am now, no more, no less? How fine a lover will you find me then, fool? How fitting company for your cooling blood! Yet to that you would bind me, shackle me in my own imprisoned spirit, encircle me about in the mazes of my own mind. You would deceive me, drive me by my very feelings, just as your damned mind-sword drove men by their deepest fears." A sudden shock drove deep into Elof's breast, as cold and breath-devouring as that blade's bite. He clutched at the scar, remembering that older song, that tune that had arisen unbidden from his memory, as it seemed. He knew it now, knew the first words he had ridden upon its rising fervour. "As sundered I found you in flickering flame, as once then I bound you, I bind you again." Over the mind-sword, embodiment of command, compulsion, driving by terror, over the last completion of that unhallowed weapon, upon the fixing of its cutting edge, he had sung that song. And he had sung it again, over the instrument of his love. A new flood of fury filled her, overflowed in tears. "And the risk! How could you? What if those anklets had closed, other than on me? What then? And if they were ever opened again? You who broke Louhi's fetters on me, how I loved you for that! And then you sought to fetter me within myself." Now Elof wept also, as he had not even in childhood, tears of shame and rage and scalding self-disgust. His own vast folly billowed up before him like a banner of blackness, and blindly he reached out to her through its enveloping folds. "Kara, I see now. If he could reach her, hold her, tell her how much he had been at fault, then she might still forgive him. His hand clutched at her arm, closed around metal over warm skin. "Don't touch me!" she screamed, and with that astonishing strength she jerked away her arm. The metal caught in his desperate fingers. He felt it bend and break. Then the darkness seemed blasted from his eyes, and he was staring at her, and she at him, wide-eyed with shock, unsteady on her feet. She was holding her arm as if injured. On the dark grass between them, a shard of gold gleamed, a curved, distorted shape, and from between her fingers a broken end gleamed. The serpentine arm-ring of gold, Elof's first great work, his first gift to her, and sign of hope between them, had broken in two. She stumbled back a pace, and even as he reached out to her once again, she threw back her head and screamed aloud, a terrible shriek of grief and despair that echoed out around hill and water like the feelings that haunted them, given fearful voice. All in that camp or aboard the ships, awake or sleeping, it brought instantly to their feet, hearts pounding, ridden by fear beyond thought and reason. Before those who had seen them, the empty wastes of Taunla opened out once more, the withered lands. So the winds might cry there, with the voice of the imprisoned dead. So they might have stirred the cloak about her, so billowed it forth to reveal its inner blackness. Shadow enveloped her. She sprang and vanished. Wings of shadow beat upward into the night. With a cry of horror, Elof snatched the Tarnhelm from his belt and clapped it on his head. The cry changed in mid-breath to the scream of an eagle, and into the heights he soared in her pursuit. There was starlight enough over the ocean for his keen eyes to pick out the black swan flying seaward, high and straight, never wheeling, never turning. After her he sped, feeling his wings bite into the wind, his keen head crest it like a speeding swimmer. Yet she flew fast, that strange creature, and even in seconds she had a lead of him he would find hard to break, and time was on her side. Far into the night they flew, till the land was no more than a streak of shadow far behind. Elof had looked back once, and dared do so no more, for the distance it had cost him. He was no nearer now than at the first, and already he could feel himself tiring, his masked form yearning for the lineaments of a man once more. Never once did he see her neck turn. Did she even know she was being followed? So fast, so straight she flew, it made little difference. He had no voice to call her, and the call of his heart was emptiness. He had betrayed her, and brought about what he had most dreaded. What more could he do for her now but fly in her path till he reached its limits, or those of his failing strength? One way or another, he would find an end. How far he flew he never remembered, or for how long, but at some point some shred of sanity must have asserted itself, for his friends of the fleet found him at last in the small hours of the morning, sprawled face down and soaking upon the tidal sands of Ancarvadoan. They feared him dead at first, but he breathed, and in one hand the Tarnhelm was clutched, with a grip they could not break. Chapter 3. Into the Night. Morvannec heard Elof's tale out in silence. As king, he had the right, if he cared to use it, to judge any aspect of his followers' lives. As commander of the fleet, he had an equal right. Elof expected harsh words of condemnation when he had done, but Morvannec only looked at him with troubled grey eyes and asked, "What will you do now?" "What I sought to do first, follow her, find her, make what amends I can, aid her if she is in need." Morvannec rose with a sigh, went to the railing and looked out across the sea. Ilse shifted uneasily in her chair, her wide face lined with unhappiness. Then she rose, put a beaker of wine in Elof's hand and her arm about his shoulder. Her cheek rested on his head a moment. "Yes, you were a fool," she muttered. "But who is not, when torn apart by love and worry?" She turned abruptly away. Rock, the only other hearer, was looking out to sea also, avoiding his gaze. Elof gulped the wine, grateful on a throat made raw by salt water and long speaking. He had slept the day out in his exhaustion, and now the sun was setting behind the hills in furious flares of red and gold. Morvannec turned and watched its glorious decline. "The world is wide," he said darkly. "Which way think you to start your search?" "The way she told me to, when first we parted," said Elof. "It was the way she flew last night." He gazed out across the open oceans into the darkening east. "Thither, the path of the dawn." Rock turned his head. Ilse drew breath sharply. Morvannec nodded, as if he had expected that reply. across the trackless ocean that none has crossed these last 1,000 years. Once the ancient realm of Caris lay on its farther shore, home of our fathers. Who knows what lies there now? Elof waited to be told he was mad, but Kermorvan only remarked, "You will need ships. You may choose them from the fleet, and pick their crews." Elof stared and spluttered with surprise. "My lord, it would be... I have no right." "You have bought them many times over with your labor for me, even were there no stronger claims of friendship. Without yours, I would have no throne. Now it is my turn to help you. I shall come with you." Elof stared up at the tall man, scarcely able to believe what he heard, and much humbled. To have this man's aid in his search. The years and experience of rule had deepened Kermorvan's wisdom, without making him any the less fearsome a warrior. It was his firm hand, in peace and war, that had built up this whole kingdom from the ruins of 2 lands, raised it to peace and prosperity in less than a decade. It was his iron hand that held back the incoming raiders in the Westlands, that struck even up into the ruins of Norderney to free those imprisoned and enslaved. Against his command, year after year, the Equesh battered as at an immovable wall, till it seemed that many grew weary of war for war's sake, and preferred to settle in what land they already had in peace. In that, as in many other ways, he thwarted the will of the ice, that fed and prospered upon the strife of men, and had made the Equesh its chiefest instrument. With a man at his side who could thus uphold a land, there were few roads he would not willingly tread, and that man was willing to leave all that he had built up, for no profit of his own. But behind all these thoughts Elof had felt a growing unease. He glanced now at Rock and Ilse, and the alarm he saw in their faces brought it to a head. He rose, a little unsteadily still, and shook his head. "My friend, I am more grateful than I can say, but I cannot allow it. You are the cornerstone of this land, of the lives of all men in it. How am I to draw that out on my own poor quest, and leave the rest without support? You have no deputy of stature, no heirs, no successors. Your place is here, and your duty. And I have selfish folly enough to live with." Kermorvan nodded. "So be it. It is an honorable answer, and I confess the one I hoped for. Yet for my honor and my debt to you, the offer had to be made. You speak the truth, though I wish to the depths of my heart it were not so. I burn to help you, for your sake and Kara's, and I yearn still for the free adventure I once knew, and to see more of the world." He sighed again, and his voice took fire a moment ere it sank to embers. "To cross the seas of the sunrise, to gaze upon the fabled lands beyond, I could envy you that in a happier cause. But I am bound to stay, to go on with my labors and my worries, and I add to them the fate of a friend adrift in the unknown without my aid." "Well," said Ilse lightly, "not quite. He'll at least have mine." "Which just leaves me," rumbled Rock, irascible and offhand as ever, and yet his words were hollowed out by deep disquiet. "Can't be sitting around here getting bored while you two go gallivanting." But Elof could not let them finish. "The same for you as for the king, my lady, if not more. For his folk follow him all, and willingly. You still must win the trust of yours, for the East and for men. And if you cannot, who can? No, princess of the elder folk, you also are bound. And you," rounding on Rock, "what of your bonds? I'll not ruin your life for the faint chance of mending mine. Marya bade you farewell for a summer only. What of her? if you do not return." Rock shrugged, seeming very uneasy, and turned away once more. "I can't say," he said between his teeth. "But I should still come, damn you." Elof shook his head. "No more, any of you. We have seen too much together to say more, I think. I should wind no other in the webs of my own folly. No friends, no crews. I should not weaken the fleet. I'll make my own way back to Morvannec, find a boat there." Morvan dismissed the idea with a curt wave. "None fit to cross the wide oceans in. All such we have with us. If there were others, I would have brought them. Take one, at least. Do not burden me with so great a debt." There was genuine pleading in his cold eyes, though he added crisply, "And do not martyr yourself in foolish penitence. If you have a purpose, carry it through with sense. If you would help her, do it properly." Elof drew a deep breath. "I will take a boat, but only one I can handle by myself." "One of the cutters, then, though they are barely large enough for your need, and hard for one to handle. But we have nothing better. Unless— Here!" He rose, and striding to the stern-post, he unlatched the heavy wind-vane and tossed it to Elof. "I return you this, with thanks. We have fared well enough in the past without it, and it may make all the difference to you. When do you wish to leave?" Elof looked at the dimming sky. "At once, I fear. As soon as there is a wind. The land breeze after dark, perhaps. But first I must go back and find those damnable anklets. I let them fall in my panic. They could still be perilous. I will destroy them as soon as I have the chance. But it must be done with care, to release what is within. Unless—" He paused a moment, reflecting. "Unless they might be of some help. But first I must secure them. By your leave." "Go, then," said Morvan sadly. "I will give the orders for the best cutter to be provisioned and made ready. It should not take long." It was now early dusk, the sky gray-clouded, save where the sun glowed still through great streaks and slashes, like rich garb showing through a beggar's cloak. That made Elof's search all the harder. The campfires were not yet lit, and he had not thought to take a lantern ashore. Over root and through thicket he stumbled, cursing the dimness, unsure even quite where they had stood those few hours since, she and he. But the last thin gleam of the sun awoke an answer among a tuft of long grass well down the beach, and there he found first one anklet, then the other, already half buried in the dry sand. He must have hurled them from him in those blind moments. He could not remember. He loathed the sight of them now, scooped them up as if they were poisonous snakes, but forced himself to blow the sand from them and stow them carefully away. He straightened up, dusting his hands, and glanced out across the waters. The lanterns were being lit aboard the Prince Corentin, and the other ships were following suit. By their light he made out a lesser, light-hulled shape in the lee of the flagship's bulk, with many figures busy about its deck. That was in hand, then. No more now remained to be done, save to bid farewell to his friends, his home, all he had worked for these last 9 years and before, all he had grown to love. But the shaping was his own. He had no right to complain. He turned, stumbled back in sheer alarm, lost his footing, and sprawled amid the dewy grass. So close behind him the figure stood. Tall it seemed, and more than tall, a column of darkness against the dark. The immense figure of a man, all muffled up in a black cloak. Only at the edges of him did the ship-lights find a gleam. Upon the curve of the great shield at his back, the shadowy visor of the helm beneath his hood, the long black spear balanced in his black gauntleted hand. Beneath the visor a pale-skinned face caught the light, a great eagle nose and bushy grey-black beard, around lips hard and unsmiling. His breath smoked in the evening chill. "Oh, no," breathed Elof, raising himself on one elbow. "Oh, no, no!" The hood moved. The tall man was looking him up and down. "Where to at such an hour, and in such haste?" Elof swallowed. He knew the voice, deep and stern. "To seek out a thing I have lost," he said, scrambling up. "How should it concern you?" The man appeared to be considering. "If you have lost it," he remarked, "how do you know which way to search?" "By my own eyes," barked Elof impatiently, and then plaintively, "Why would you hinder me? What harm can—" He stopped. The figure had held up its empty hand. "Suppose another now has it. What then? How will you take it back?" Sudden anger swelled in Elof, and putting hand to belt, he swept the sword Gorthor snarling from the scabbard, and it gleamed as black as any of the other's armor. "With this, if need there be." The hood bent down over the leveled blade. "A mighty weapon. Yet there are mightier, and the finest sword is no stronger than the arm behind it. Who made it, I wonder?" Elof reined in his patience as best he could. Great aid and great danger hovered over him here, and he could not guess which. "How would I know? It came to me from the hand of one long dead." The hood turned slowly from side to side. "You do not speak the truth. No hand save yours has ever held this blade." Elof's control snapped. "Do you name me liar, or mock me with riddles? One truth I'll tell you, that if you think to delay me here, bandying idle words, then, power though you may be, you're sorely mistaken. If you can aid me, do so without tormenting me, and if not, leave me to go my own way for once." The hood rose to its full height. "That you have done, and to what end? If you address a power, should you not show some respect, instead of tempting its wrath?" "Respect!" blazed Elof with a bitter laugh. "Now truly you mock. What have I seen of the powers? What have they been to me, save trial and torture?" "Help," said the deep voice quietly. "And love." Elof felt the veins throb at his temples. "Help? From you? Did I not hear you yourself say it, that it was only to balance another power's meddling? Better far to have had neither. And love? That was the worst torture of all. And though mine was the fault, yet I was sorely driven to it. Leave me to work out my own destiny. Why have you come to plague me now? If you'll not aid me, then let me pass." The hood was thrown back. The helm shone clear against the clouds, its eyes dark shadows, unfathomed. "I came to tell you this. What you did is done. Leave it, lest worst befall. More rests on it than you can ever know." Elof shook like a wind-blown aspen. "Leave it? Leave Kara? Never see her more?" "Leave her. Wait and be content. A great change is coming. Upon a vast brink the whole world trembles. Even to the powers its end is not revealed. Be not too eager to leap into the balance till you know which way it must tilt. I know this, that Kara may need me, that I must find her, free her if need be, were I never to see her more, and that I will seek her thither, in the sunrise, whatever you place in my path." The voice grew cold, harsh, daunting in its power. "The way you would seek her you must not go." The huge spear swung in his hand, barring Elof's path to the shore. In a single movement, Elof drew his armored gauntlet from his belt and thrust his left hand within. "And who are you to forbid me? I have broken the will of powers ere now. Beware, lest I sweep you also from my path." He raised his hands. In his left palm the crystal glittered, ready to drink in whatever was hurled at him, and in his right Gorthor poised to strike in its turn. "Wield your spear, but weigh well the craft in my hands." He took a swift pace forward and brought Gorthor against the dark haft of the spear, between the massive hands that held it. The tall figure did not move. With gritted teeth, feeling a sudden sweat break out on his brow, Elof drew the black blade's edge lightly across the shining surface of the haft, and saw a faint score appear there, finer than a hair. Then he sprang back, almost dropping the blade. The figure had not moved, but across the sky behind it there leaped great fronds of searing white that seemed to join and meet behind the crest of the helm like a crown of blasting force. In its light the right eye-hole of the visor shone ghastly white. The socket beneath was eyeless, empty, blind as bone. A moment later the sound reached him, a somber crackle and crash, as if high above the cloud roof a vast door slammed closed. A cold breeze blew in his face, and great raindrops began to fall, like tears. The tall man stepped forward, lifted a hand, and Elof scuttled back, weapons at the ready. But there was no move to attack. He was simply pulling up his hood. Again he looked at Elof, and when he spoke the voice was heavy with many things: weariness, contempt, sorrow, and perhaps also pity. "Go on, then. I cannot prevent you." He strode past Elof into the shadow of the bushes, and was gone. Elof stood gazing after him, his jaw sagging, his head in a fearful whirl. The flare of his anger had passed, and a great uncertainty was upon him. What had he done? What should he have done? What could he? Not abandon Kara. Of that alone he was sure. His lips pressed tight at the thought. And yet till now the raven had always aided him, however harrowing that aid might be. And he too had spoken of a great change impending. The powers seemed to sense it, yet they could not foresee what it might be. He thought then of the tremors of the earth that at times shook Kerbrahane, and of how it was said that animals, both wild and tame, sensed them hours before they came, heard perhaps the stirring of the earth fires upon which the hard rock floated. Then it was said they grew uneasy, chafed at restraints, and fled. But a thing of this magnitude, whence could any flee? Save beyond the circles of the world, perhaps, which for men meant only the river. "I have no choice," he said aloud to the surrounding darkness, and liked little the tone of helpless complaint in his voice. "I must go. I must follow." Slowly he turned and walked towards the shore. At his back the fires sprang to life, but from their warmth and light he turned away. When he clambered back up to the flagship's deck, he found his friends awaiting him. "A storm brews," began Kermorvan. "Would you not be better to put off?" Elof shook his head. "It only comes on a land wind," he answered, "and it cannot be bad. I heard only the one thunderclap. It will serve to speed me on my way." Of its true cause he said nothing, and strove to conceal that he knew. Kermorvan revered the powers, and Raven most of all. Such a warning he might heed, and feel it a king's duty to enforce it. "Is my boat made ready?" "It is," said Kermorvan, and sorrow weighted his words. "The cutter Mordan awaits you overside, that is, Seafire in the northern tongue. Your gear is aboard, and supplies in plenty, though how long your voyage must be we cannot tell. We have no charts that can help you, and no records. None have sailed east these last 1,000 years or more. The last to sail westward was your great forebear Veda, and he left no account. Sun and stars must keep you on your course, and may they be favorable to you." His face was as Elof had seen it in their worst adversity, set like flint. "We would stay you longer if we could, but our debt to you will not allow that. You leave our land bereft of your skill and power. You leave me bereft of my chiefest friend. Do you return one day, if you can, whatever your case or condition. Then we shall rejoice indeed. May your quest's ending be a happy one." "Speeches," spat out Ilse, and seizing Elof, she embraced him so hard he feared his ribs would crack, and buried her face a moment in his shoulder. "Now get on with you." Elof did his best to nod and smile, but he could say nothing. The crew were flocking around him, extending hands to him, slapping him on the back, calling out their good wishes. It was goodwill he felt he did not deserve, and it came near to breaking his heart. By the ladder Rock awaited him, with no more than a nod and a slap on the shoulder. Elof was grateful for that. "Down you go, and when you give the word I'll cast you off at the bows," he said. Elof nodded, and hurried down the rope ladder. His feet thumped onto the cutter's polished deck. It was less resonant than usual, and closer to the water, so great was the weight of supplies below. He hurried to hoist the headsail. It would pull his bows free of the flagship. He kept his head lowered, so those on deck would not see how close he was to weeping. The headsail caught the breeze and billowed out. He ran astern to set it with the winches, and slipped the stern mooring. "All right, Rock," he cried then. "Cast off forward." The headsail filled. The cutter began to move, and to a chorus of farewells he leaned on the tiller and turned her nose out from under the curve of the Corentin's timbered flank. Around her bows he swung, heading out into the wide estuary of Ancarvadoan. But as the cutter's bows crossed the pool of light from the flagship's lanterns, he had to turn and look back. Ilse stood by the rail, gripping it in her plump fingers, and he cursed himself that he had said no word to her. He raised a hand to touch his heart, and she nodded quickly and turned away. But high up on the carven bows Kermorvan stood, tall and pale and grim as winter, his arm raised in solemn salute. Elof rose quickly and lifted his hand in return. It is said that they seemed for a moment like the statues that stood upon Morvenhall's sea-wall, of an earlier Karen and the grim old Lord Veda, who was his friend. For in that time many years seemed to fall upon Elof, and score his face deeply. But all too soon the vision passed. Out into the night the small craft glided, became a ghostly glimmer upon blackness, and faded then altogether from Corentin's sight. Though they could not see him, Elof could still see them, the great ship in its glowing circle, and the fleet beyond. He stood a long while watching. He had made many farewells in his life, but surely none more bitter than this. His thoughts moved like the craft beneath him, upon blackness. Only the thrash and creak of the boom called him to himself. It was high time and past to hoist the mainsail. He turned the sea-fire into the wind, set the tiller, and clambered up to free the lashings. One was stiff. He tugged at it and swore. Then he started so violently he all but went over the rail. Out of the darkness another hand had reached and twitched the other strand of the knot free. "Thought you were supposed to be the sailor," jibed Rock. "What in the jaws of hell?" Elof shouted, and then he gathered his wits. "You sprang on board once you'd cast off, I suppose. Right. You can help me with the mainsail, but the moment it's done, keep your head down. We'll be going about. Back to the Corentin." "Think so, do you?" inquired Rock, with an ominous calm as they struggled to free the heavy gaff from the boom and begin unfurling the sail. "And why might that be, may I ask?" "Why?" snorted Elof. "Didn't I tell you to your face once already? You can't just cast off all your obligations like that, public or personal. You're needed back home, man. Needed. Oh, am I? Elof, checking the hanks around the mast, paused and looked up. Marya needs you, and you've a place in the state. Oh, as what? Not a bloody smith, I'll tell you that. Hammering bits of iron, without this messing about with virtues, chance. I'm fine at that. I did all right in Brehane. They'd lost the true craft there. But here? There's a smith's guild here, with flaming mastersmiths and all. And there's you. Whenever folk look at me, they see you behind me like a shadow. Only the shadow's the brighter. Just think, here's one with no true craft. How'd he ever get to be a smith? And here's t'other, and he's got craft enough for two. Hella, but it's been hard. And now my woman's a mastersmith. What's she need me for? Contrast? Can't even talk about her work with me. Haven't a bloody clue what she's on about. And her work's her life. So we don't talk. Haven't for a while now. And precious little else either. Different in the Southlands. I was the rich one there, the one they looked up to. Who looks up to me here? He turned, spat into the wind, and swore at the result. I'm sorry, Rook, said Elof quietly. I had wondered. I should have realized. But I can't tear you away from our other friends. There's much good you could do in the king's service. Why do you think he's been making this much use of me? He knows. Not much he doesn't notice, our long friend. So he's been sending me on all these weighty errands. Well, then, Elof freed the main halyard and passed him the end. Wind it around the winch there, carefully. People will come to respect you for that soon enough. King's trusted emissary. There's many a role of less honor to play. Now wind when I say. Yes, that way. Rock chuckled. Indeed, that's so. It's the role I play now. Elof, who had been about to give the command, stopped and stared. You mean he knows you're here? He sent you? By royal warrant. Aye. Read it if you like. Got it in my hip pocket somewhere. Charged to return to him, intact, if at all possible, the person of his right worthy and well-trusted court smith. Well, you know the form. Said he wouldn't sleep easy with you milling round the whale roads on your own. And, well, I jumped at the commission, didn't I? Elof shook his head feebly. But you can't. This is folly, this voyage. For any other, I mean. Aye, well, don't go smothering me with gratitude, will you? A sudden gust buffeted the cutter, plucked at the unfurled edge of sails. The gaff swung violently, caught Elof in the chest, and stretched him flat on the deck. "Hell's black belly, man!" roared Rock, trying to restrain the threshing spar. "Will you lay off flapping your lip and sail this thing? Do you want us wrecked not 10 minutes out at sea?" "We're not at sea yet," wheezed Elof. "Still in the estuary. You hate the sea, Rock. I'll not like it the better for being dumped in it. The winch, then. Not too fast. That's right." Smoothly the heavy gaff rose to its proper inclination and creaked its way up the mast, the stiff sail creaking and flapping like a vast dry wing in the quickening wind. Elof kept a careful hand on the main-sheet winch, till the gaff hung tight at the top of the mast, then showed Rock how to fasten the halyard securely, and turned to the tiller. "Now, back here with me, out of the way of the boom. Take the main-sheet here. Pay it out little by little, as I tell you." Rock looked askance at him. "Fine old time you'll have, doing all this on your own." Elof, too preoccupied to understand, set hand to the tiller and swung the Seafire about. In a thunder of sailcloth, the boom scythed across the deck, thudded up short as the main-sheet restrained it. At Elof's word, Rock unwound the winch. The mainsail caught the wind and grew full with it. The Seafire, spurred like a spirited horse, sprang forward over the white-capped windrows. The headsail sang and strained at the sheets, dangerously tight. Elof thrust the tiller at Rock and sprang for the winch. Swiftly he slackened the headsail, let out the main-sheet a little, then very carefully he eased the tension on the winches with the heel of his hand. He saw there was little or no flutter at the luff edges of the sails, against mast and forestay, and glanced at the trailing hempen strands sewn in rows across the sailcloth. The rows fluttered at a slight angle to each other. Sails not quite set, then. But if he... Then another consideration slashed across the rest. "Well," came Rock's sardonic inquiry, "if you're wanting rid of me, hadn't we best be turning tail now? Or won't you have a long tack back?" Elof bit his lip. "You're right. What do I do? Swing the tiller?" "No! I didn't mean that anyway. I meant what you said earlier. I can sail the cutter on my own, just, and in easy conditions. How I'd fare in a storm—" said Rock dubiously. "In a storm you might be on your own. You'll get used to it soon enough." "Whatever you say," sighed Rock, but he did not sound convinced. Unhappy as he was, Elof summoned up a grin. "You could still change your mind. No?" He chuckled. "Rock, I'm glad, I've got to admit it, but it's a mad venture all the same. Scarce a hope of returning, let alone succeeding." Rock snorted. "Think I need you to tell me that? But then, when the whole world's daft, maybe it's as well to be dafter yet." Elof nodded wryly, and from that time he argued no more, but took in the mainsail a little further and pulled the tiller gently towards him. The cutter heeled slightly as it bore away, and the slap of the wavelets beneath the hull quickened like a pulse. Before the land wind and the oncoming storm that rode it, the sea-fire ran up on a broad reach, away through the dark roads of Ancarvadoan and out until the horns of the bay dwindled to strips of shadow upon either flank, and their bows reared and plunged upon the higher swell of the open ocean beyond, unsheltered and unforgiving. Thus it was, as the chronicles record, that the two friends set forth on a quest that was to prove darker, more perilous, and more painful than any in their lives before, and of greater moment. For in the end it was to cast them, as the raven had foretold, into the very balance of the changing world. How long their voyage endured no account is certain. It may be that no exact record survived. Upon the open sea, with nothing above but clouds constant only in their inconstancy, it might indeed have been easy to lose track of the hours, the days that passed by, forever alone at the focus of a vast arena of empty water. Yet it is unlikely that they did so, for they were not aimless wanderers, but steering a course by sun and stars. Elof, at least, had studied the simple principles of navigation, as were then understood, with the Mastersmith, that he might learn to make the necessary instruments. In later years, as friend to such a mariner as Morvannec, he had learned more, and much sea-lore besides. Yet it is said only that for many weeks they sailed swiftly and well, and that the sea-fire bore them safely through many a time of peril. In that first storm that hunted them from the land there was hard going, for as it came upon them the rudder fought like a living thing, Rock and Elof struggling desperately to lash it down while the wind yelled in their ears, fresh rain drummed upon their heads, and heavy seas broke every minute over the stern. Long hours the weather lasted, and they were left sodden, exhausted, bruised and sore from the tossing about they had received. Their hair was rimed with salt that stiffened their garments and flayed the skin from them as cruelly as the ropes that hissed and ran through their fingers. But the cutter was a finely made craft, and though it rode low in the water under its weight of supplies, the sea washed harmlessly across its well-caulked decking and slopped out through the scuppers. It scudded on before the storm, bounding impudently across the wave-crests, and when at the end of the night the clouds broke and the risen sun beamed down on them once more, they saw mast and rig as firm as ever, and the bilges scarce wetter than before. No line had parted, nor any seam loosened, and Elof smiled at that, for in the shipyards he himself had laid such virtues of strength upon the metal fastenings. Even Rock, though he groaned and grumbled as loudly as the waves that ran still high beneath the hull, was impressed, and more confident that they might somehow come through the voyage alive. Elof had always wondered at the daring of the hero Veda in braving this same passage, in what was, by all accounts, no larger a craft, a feat that many ascribed to necromancy. He found reason to doubt that in the weeks that followed. The sudden squalls he had come to fear around the coasts he could ride out easily here, and worse weather also. For though the storms of the ocean were terrible, when the chill airs came blasting down off the ice to whip the waves into white-capped peaks that loomed high above the Seafire's masthead, and between them sudden sickening troughs that swallowed it up, yet at least there were no lee shores at hand to worry about, no rocks or shoals lurking, hungry to rake the belly from the boat like a dagger-tooth its prey. And down into trough and up over peak the little cutter rode, where sleek longship or massive Drummond might have been caught across the crests and twisted apart, or plunged in, bow or stern, and been overturned in the troughs. It could climb the rising slopes of waves that would have burst like falling mountains upon the decks of larger craft, sweeping off rig and crew alike, and tumbling toy-like the mastless hulk that remained. Like a gull it floated upon the heaving hills of ocean, lurching madly this way and that. Often no sail could be carried. The rudder had to be lashed, and a sea-anchor thrown out to keep the drifting bows into the wind. Yet though sorely soaked and battered, it came through whole, its crew with it, and Elof came to conclude that in refusing Kermorvan's ships he had all unconsciously made the wiser choice. Those weeks at sea were by no means all storms. It was spring, and though that brought gales and rain in plenty, they carried warm weather in their wake. There were cool, crisp nights, when the stars shone among ragged clouds like gems beneath grey velvet, and their wake came alight with the phosphorescence the ship was named for, a shimmering stream of cool fire, like the reflection of some invisible moon. There were fair days, when the foam crests were dazzling in the clear light, when the expanse of seas shone like a vast disk of sapphire under a cloudless sky. At times the sunbeams slanted down into the deeps, picking out shoals of fish, ranging from tiny things glittering like glass shards that swept this way and that in clouds of light, to bulky, barb-finned things as long as a man, their flattened flanks gleaming iridescent as they glided effortlessly past the speeding ship. Mostly the men marveled, but from time to time Rock would lower a line among the speeding mass, and the formation would dissolve into a threshing tangle of jaws as ready to snap at hooks unbaited as baited. It often took the two of them a long struggle to hoist up the catch, and many of the huge fish flipped themselves free against the ship's flanks. Often a school of porpoises would come to leap and sport like merry children around the bow, mocking its man-made sleekness with their speed and grace. For Elof and for Rock, they could never come often enough nor stay too long, but they soon grew bored with the unresponsive ship and sped off. More than once their greater cousins came to alarm, immense whales rising singly or in vast schools that appeared in a line of white water, mist-crowned along the horizon, like breakers upon some vast and impassable shoals. Remembering the hounds of Nyarad, Elof steered well clear of them, feeling like a mouse among the tall cattle he had once herded, and for the most part they left the Seafire equally alone. Not all such encounters were as harmless. Very early on they grew used to sharks circling the cutter, and after an alarming experience of rocks they were careful never to trail hands in the water. The beasts came in all sizes, but even a small one was well able to remove a finger. Some were vast and solitary monsters, far longer than the cutter, but apparently harmless, idling by the Seafire with enormous mouths hanging witlessly agape. Though I have heard of others as large that live in deep waters, and hunt like their lesser cousins, Elof remarked. The headman in Assenby kept a tooth of one. And, prompted Rock nervously. "Bigger than my 2 hands," Elof said tersely. "You could drive a cart through such jaws as held it." "Do you try it if you like. How'd you tell 'em from these peaceable brutes?" Elof shrugged. "Go for a swim around one." Rock shuddered. Needless to say, he never took Elof up on his suggestion, and Elof himself came to regret making it, for it brought home to him very uncomfortably, when he had already had time to grow used to the sea and considered himself a hardened hand, just how vast a deep there lay beneath these fragile boards, where light and warmth gave swift way to blackness unending and chill. What secrets might not such depths contain? Yet it was not from any depths that their next hazard was to come. In all their voyage till that day they had seen no other craft, and that was no surprise to Elof. So, when one clear morning in the 6th week of their voyage he heard Rock's hail, he came running up from the little cabin at once. "A sail? It can't be! Where?" Rock simply shrugged and pointed northward into the wind. Then Elof saw it at once, a high triangle of whiteness just rising above the horizon that might indeed have been some great sails gleaming fair and clean in the sunlight, spread wide to run before the stiff breeze. But when they had watched it in silence for some minutes, Elof shook his head doubtfully. He strode forward to the mast, scrambled up it as far as he dared with the ship thus heeling on a beam reach, and shading his eyes, strained to make out what lay below the horizon. Rock, seeing him start, called up, "What manner of hull has it, then?" "No hull," was Elof's curt reply, and he came sliding down to the deck and ran to the helm. "No hull because it isn't a ship, and that whiteness is no sail. It rises sheer from the water." "Hell's blue teeth! What is it, then, man?" "Something I should have known sooner. I saw enough of them in my childhood home, come the fall. When the ice islands came drifting southward, then it was time to beach all the larger fisher craft of the village, and only the little skin boats would go out, buoyed with blown-up skins." "Ice islands," echoed Rock uneasily. "Aye, great drifting chunks of it, fallen from the greater mass to the north, no doubt. Some are very hills and towers afloat. I thought them evil things even before I learned what lay behind the ice. But they were harbingers of winter then, and melted away with the spring. I would never have looked to see one this far south, and in this season." "Might be a stray," suggested Rock. "A leftover from this winter past, slow to melt." Elof nodded. "It might, though if that is melting, what size was it at first? And where one strays, so might a flock. We would do well to watch for more. At least we will be able to outrun them if the wind holds from the north." And hold it did, for so long, so steadily, and so chill, that Elof came to conclude it must be blowing straight down across the ice from its northernmost heart, in the frozen oceans at the summit of the world, where no man might pass. That, too, seemed strange in late spring. What little weather-lore there was of the open ocean predicted cool easterlies off the ice at this season, and some milder westerlies further south. But the cold blast southward reigned, and though it might falter at times, it seldom gave way to any other wind for long, a day at most. They began to think of it as the only thing constant upon the changing ocean, and on its back, as they were soon to find, it bore many ice islands more. On that first day they only appeared to northward, but on the following afternoon a great jagged band of white lifted against the leaden sky almost in their path. It was no danger to them, being easy enough to avoid in the wide ocean, though to do so meant a series of long and annoying tacks. They glared at it as it glided by them, its flanks glistening against the dull clouds, scoured into strange bluish ridges by sea and sun, slick now with meltwater, like the slime of some unclean beast. In the few days of peace that followed, Elof steered to the southeast as far as he dared, to avoid more ice. The sailing was all too easy, bearing away effortlessly before that southward wind when it blew, or running comfortably on the weaker westerlies. In these latitudes the air was milder, and while there was some heavy weather, even the water that came roaring over the bows seemed warmer, or at least less chill. Rock revelled in the change, but Elof distrusted it, fearful of straying into the sudden calms for which southern waters were notorious. He kept careful watch on their position and progress, and thus it was that they were not taken by surprise. For it was as he attempted to trace the sun one overcast noontide, by a subtle instrument with thin sheets of spar crystal, that he noticed the dark speck cresting the southward horizon. Against that sullen sky, shaded in charcoal and lead, they might otherwise have quite missed their peril till it was too late. But now it was his turn to hail, and Rock's to come running in disbelief. When he saw, though, he whistled long and low. "Well, a sail it surely is this time, and a big un. Now what?" He stopped then, and swallowed audibly. Elof nodded. His own mouth had gone suddenly dry. "It's black, yes." "But not here!" burst out Rock, in violent disbelief. "They've no way onto this ocean." "I know," muttered Elof. Memories arose at the sight, old and bloody. And yet... He stared suddenly. The black speck was distorting, shivering, settling into a new shape. "They're going on to a new tack, and I'll give you one guess why." Rock nodded grimly. "They've spotted us. Want to hang around and see who they are?" "No, indeed," grated Elof. "Ready on the winches. If I bring her closer to the wind, we should be able to keep our distance long enough to lose them, whoever they may be." He unlatched the tiller and bore down on it. The nose swung around from southeast to due east once more, and the sea-fire heeled as Rock wound in the headsail, riding the strong northerly like a spirited steed. It was the first time he had been wholly thankful for that wind, as they began to pick up speed and skip and slice along the wave crests, and he saw the black sail seem to slip away beneath the horizon once again. He smiled with cold satisfaction. But then Rock seized him by the sleeve and pointed, and what he saw dashed that smile from his lips. Over the brink of the waters ahead, 2 more dark peaks arose and grew with startling speed, their square sails angled to sail close to the wind. They were hurtling down on him as fast as he toward them. Another minute, while he hesitated, looked wildly about, and their bows lifted into view, high-arched, knife-edged, and cruel, black as the sails, save for the white beast patterns they bore. "Ekwesh they are," cried Rock. "Turn back! Go about! Or within the hour they'll have us!" Elof felt a sear of bitter cold in head and stomach. "They're too close. They'll have us anyway if we turn. There's only one way now. Ready on those winches. I'll take her on as close a reach as I dare." "Close to the wind?" yelled Rock. "You mean northward again? Among the ice islands?" "Northward indeed," barked Elof, "and right up to the ice itself if need be." "Are you gone stark mad?" "Think, man. They're 4 times our size, and what rig have they but one square sail? On the open sea they can run us down, but among the narrow ice roads? Now stand to that winch and haul, man, haul!" Rock shook his head, but he flung himself on the winches and wound with all his strength, while Elof leaned hard on the heavy tiller, and felt the sea-fire begin to shift beneath him, take the waves from a different angle. Her bows dipped, and great wings of spray burst over the bows before he had her properly trimmed, flying shards of water that stung his face as if already hardened into ice. They were on a northeasterly heading now, sailing toward the wind on a close reach, good and fast. The chill of the northerly played across him like a hoary breath, and he clutched his jacket close about him. An inner chill was on him that no warmth could cure, save one, and from her now he felt as far as ever he had been. Perhaps Rock sensed this, for he began to bustle about below, and soon reappeared bearing mugs of their precious ale, cakes of hard bread, and deep bowls of stewed smoke-meat. "There, get this down you while you can. Times like this you never know when your next meal's likely to be. and the longer the stove's quenched, the better, till our little friends are well out of the way." He snorted. "Speaking of which, how in the iciest parts of hell did they ever get into it? They were stuck the whole breadth of the land away." "Yet they took Morvannec that was," Elof reminded him. "Aye, by marching a few thousand fanatics half to death across the ice. You telling me they hauled a warship on their shoulders? Anyway, we cleaned out every last man-eater of that pack that we knew of. They had a year, they might have built one, and a few survivors fled in it. But where have they been since?" Elof clawed a hand through his dark hair in frustration. "Ach, you're right, it makes no sense. But look south, and there they are." "True," muttered Rock. "And so's the ice, look you north. And here we are, rushing like loons between them. And what sense do you find in that?" Thus they ran, through many long days and nights, and thus they were pursued. It was a time of terrible strain for them both, for the ice islands arose in their path once more, monstrous jagged things that gleamed in daylight like the fangs of harsh mountains, and under moon and stars glimmered like fragments of a sickly dream. Elof feared a night of overcast and storm, when they could only heave to and await what the waves would send them, ice or equish. But the skies grew clearer the further north they went, and the hours of darkness shorter. None the less they slept little and poorly, for neither could linger away from the deck. Rock could not handle the cutter on his own for long in the best of conditions, and in any difficulty Elof needed him. All this while the enemies at their heels were well crewed and tireless. Whenever Elof could, he studied them at their manoeuvring, saw how they twisted and turned their loose heavy sails to tack around the ice islands he had passed. Clumsy he found them, but skilled and swift, and in their pursuit inexorable. It was small wonder that at each dawning the black sails loomed that trace larger, that fraction nearer. They were growing bitterly chill, those dawnings, and the rime upon the rigging was slower to disperse in the sun. The ice islands were more frequent now, appearing on every quarter, and the sea between them was no longer clear, but filling gradually with smaller floes and drifting chunks, still large enough to stave in a small craft's planking, or to spring its seams. Elof steered with minute care, and gritted his teeth at every scrape or rumble upon the hull. At nights he had to take care lest the sail grew too heavily coated with ice, whose weight might easily capsize them. In such seas that would be death too swift for even their pursuers to pick them up. And one clear night, when the ocean seemed like a shattered dish of white under the full moon, he saw a dread sight rise up above its crazed rim, a mist of white like the starry river overhead, but lying all across the northern horizon. As a boy he had seen it first. As a man on the verge of a new life, he had watched it fade behind him. What was he now that he faced the ice-glow once again? Almost like a ghost, he felt. A troubled spirit wandering uneasily in a body that galled it, yet dared not be cast off. He huddled deeper into his fur-lined cloak and yearned for sunrise. But when it came, they found themselves plunging on a freshening wind toward a sea that seemed almost solid with drifting islands and floes of white, and ended in a high wall of white that arose in the farthest distance, a strength and rampart that stretched all across the northern horizon, and on either hand vanished with it into the blur of distance beneath the curve of the world. And as they looked, they felt that cold, constant blast strike full in their faces, pouring down those frozen heights like an invisible fosse, washing their ancient malice out across the oceans of the world. "The walls of winter," said Elof darkly. "Cliffs and fortresses of the ice. But at least it grows thick enough in those waters. There we may manage to evade our hunters." "Or cheat them of their prey," grunted Rock, hopping from one foot to another and flexing numbered fingers to keep the blood flowing. "Can't eat meat that's 50 fathoms down and frozen solid, can they?" Elof laughed. "That's true enough." He glanced back once with weary eyes at the sails that flocked like storm clouds behind them, then rubbed his hands and took firm grip on the tiller. "Well, to your place and stand ready. The most perilous course we can steer, that's where our hopes lie now." And with iron care he edged the tiller around, swinging closer and closer to the northward, trying to watch both the streamers and the vein and the channels that opened between the wallowing ice pack. One whit too close, and it happened. Elof saw the dark speck from the corner of his eye just as Rock shouted in sudden alarm. He could not help being distracted, looking round. Morvannec might have carried it off, but Elof was not half the seaman he was. His hand jerked on the tiller and edged the sea-fire too far into the wind. In the smaller boats he was used to sailing it might have mattered less, but the cutter was 4 times their size, and undermanned. He lost control. Rock yelled and ducked as the sails emptied overhead, and the boom flailed loose across the deck, the gaff threshing this way and that against sheet and stay, raining flakes of ice down upon the deck. The tiller kicked. Elof lost his hold and fell sprawling. Their speed slackened, faltered, and the sea-fire wallowed uncontrolled, left for vital moments to the mercy of the waves and the keen-edged floes around. Dodging the wild swing of the tiller, Elof scrambled up. He knew only too well that the 2 of them could not regain control quickly enough to swing her away from the wind again. If they lost so much of their start, it would only be a matter of time before they were overhauled, or driven against the ice and sunk. Without the wind, it was almost before thought that he had sprung to the stern-post, seized the rimed metal that hung there, gripped it, pushed it. It quivered, but it did not move. Like holding a door against a gale, Morvannec had described it, but he had striven only with a brisk breeze in a sheltered harbour. Now it felt as if Elof strove with the naked force of the gale itself, all flowing through the very metal, or sought to dam a torrent with his fingers. And worse, he seemed to sense some other guiding force behind it, as if other hands pressed or pulled at the vein's far side, constantly opposing his own. He was losing his grip. His chest ached, his breath whistled between his clenched teeth. His fingers slipped over the incised pattern, the spray-encrusted salt crackling beneath them in its serpentine. But he felt something else there also. Darkness swirled before his mind's eye, depths green and gloomy through which he sank, drifting down, down, and something was rising to meet him. A sudden smothering fear gripped him, and it unleashed new strength. Crying out aloud, he thrust violently against the vein and felt it give a little, swing, then stick immovable. It was enough. Hanging there exhausted, he saw the streamers leap up straight and shivering, heard the stays thrum and quiver. The lashing boom suddenly jerked out straight as the sail filled with a crack like a whip of the powers, and the cutter surged forward once again, heeling wildly. Elof grabbed the tiller. Rock, crawling to a winch, gave a whoop of delight and pointed astern. The same slight shift in the wind that had filled their sails had spilled it from the black square sails astern, leaving them wallowing as helpless as the cutter had been. "And see how soon you get out of that, my fine man-eaters!" yelled Rock, shaking his fist at them. But Elof caught him by the shoulder and gestured. The wind had shifted a little to the east, and they were sailing on a close reach northeastward now, and ahead of them was the black speck that had startled them, clearly now another Equish sail. It had been tacking well wide of the ice, but already they could see the sail begin to shift, the momentary collapse and sudden billowing tautness that meant it was sweeping down the wind to intercept them. "How many of the bastards are there?" howled Rock, brushing his red fringe out of his eyes. "Is it a whole fleet they've got on our tail?" "They must have been searching," reasoned Elof absently, measuring his distances from the newcomer. "Or on guard, quartering the seas, beating about, each ship to a sector, or they would have come on us together. Now they flock, and perhaps this one was astern of the rest, and they signaled it to sail north to cut us off. Their shamans have such arts." He bit his lip and felt it numb as wood. "He is near us now, that one, and fast upon us. It will be a close run, Rock, within bowshot even. You might want to don your armor." "No, thanks. Sooner not face a swim in that, if it's all the same to you. And metal's bloody cold. But bowshot, now, that can work both ways, can't it?" He turned and ducked quickly through the companionway, and reappeared with 2 bundles of arrows and 2 large bows. The arrows he thrust into racks by the tiller, and set about stringing the bows. "Not the best shots, you and I, are we? Wish we'd Kermorvan here, or old Gisa, even. What's he about now, do you think? But we'll maybe pink their arses for them, if only these thrice-damned strings— Ah, there. Now yours. How long have we, think you?" Elof had been asking himself the same question. "Less than an hour. The horizon's a bare league distant, and they're coming in fast. Shoot if you wish, but stand ready on the winches. We cannot fight a whole war-craft. What hope we have lies in flight." It was not long indeed before they saw the Equesh ship more clearly. Long and narrow in the hull, but high of side and decked, it was much the same as that one Elof had helped to capture, one wild foggy night many years since. Now, though, the long sweeps were stowed away, and the bare sides bristled with men. "They have not even hung out their shields," said Elof tautly. "They think us such easy meat. Well, so much the better. They have been mistaken ere." He heard something then, and Rock also, a distant drumming boom, borne to them down the wind. And as they drew closer still, they could make out the platform upon the wide bows of the warship, and the strange figure stepping up onto it, clad in spreading robes that swept this way and that, and some form of masked headdress. They looked at each other. "What in hell's black breasts is that?" growled Rock. "A shaman," said Elof. "To dance up their battle-craft and counter ours. Maybe they do fear us, after all." Rock made no reply. They sat in breathless silence as the Equesh craft knifed through the swell towards them, white foam spurting and spraying past the black prow, disdaining the ice-floes with ruthless grace. The drum rolled and thudded down the bitter airs, but the sinister shape in the bows stood motionless, the mask drooping as if the head beneath was sunk in thought. Suddenly it lifted, and the drum-beat changed, stuttered like an excited heartbeat. From side to side the mask swayed, and the robes spread and billowed beneath. Faster and faster the shaman danced, leaping from one leg to another, so the robes wove and wagged behind him like a tail, throwing back the long mask till the jaws dangled, shaking them in a sidelong snarl. They could see now that the robes were streaked in grey and white, the mask crested with low grey curls and ending in a large black muzzle, rimmed with gaping fangs and black gums. "Wolf," muttered Elof. "Uashkas, the Wolf Clan. I know the masks from Mylio's records, but we have faced few of that line in the Westlands." "Then make ready for a new treat," growled Rock. "Here they come." Caught in the inexorable play of waters and winds, the 2 craft charged down upon each other like great deer sparring in the forests of the Northlands. Elof gripped the tiller tight in his fist, counting the time against a quickening heartbeat, fighting off the urge to flinch, to swerve away. That would not save them now. The black bows lifted over them like axe over twig, ready to ram. Rock shouted and ducked down. The sea fire bounced and heeled violently on the war-craft's bow-wave, and Elof thrust hard on the tiller. A hand-span only he moved it, sharp as a measure, but the cutter answered instantly as any living mount. Its bows swung, the sails pressed closer to the wind, and the little craft heeled sharply. Rock whooped in triumph as the black prow slid harmlessly alongside and past them, the painted beast face leering in baffled fury. From the awesome figure of the shaman came an ululating howl of rage, and longbows lifted over the rail above. But Rock, still on his knees, had already drawn bow, and the range was a few strides only. He loosed. There was a yell, and a black-garbed figure toppled between the two hulls, so close he almost struck the Seafire's deck. That held back the storm a heartbeat, when every instant was a gain, time enough for the hulls to draw a small way apart, and Elof to shift the rudder a fraction further. The little craft heeled further away from the Equus ship, even as the first ragged volley of arrows was launched. Meant to sweep its deck, they thudded instead into its upraised flank, or spat through the sails with little harm. Before the last had passed, Rock bobbed up from behind the rail and fired again. He hit nothing, but Elof fired across the stern transom and struck one of the yelling faces above the steering oar. More arrows hissed and rattled into the Seafire's timber. Then they were past and away. "Karis, you timed that close," gasped Rock. "But what now? They'll be about in a moment and snapping at our heels." "Will they indeed?" asked Elof quietly. But even as he spoke, the black ship was sweeping around in a wide circle, its hands frantically paying out the sheets till the great yard swung almost parallel to the hull, and the black sail ballooned outward from it like a child's kite. With majestic ease the war-craft leaned over and came gliding after the skipping cutter. "At least we're almost past bowshot," began Rock, then ducked hastily as a flock of arrows sang close over the deck. "That's not natural," he protested. "Shooting against the wind at that." His eyes lit on the shaman, still hopping and leaping at his post. "It's that bastard," he cried, "guiding the arrows by his craft." Something heavier crashed into the planking. Wide fletches of black and white stood quivering in the stern transom. "And they've brought a catapult to bear." He was about to spring up recklessly and shoot, but Elof pulled him down. "Wait," he commanded, flinching slightly as another catapult arrow riffled his hair with a ghostly breath. "Ready to trim sail. Now we may test them in their turn." With calculated suddenness he bore down hard upon the tiller, and the cutter swung still closer to the wind, heeling so sharply now that, arrows or not, they both sprang out to the rail and leaned back to balance it. Behind them the war-craft seemed to hesitate a moment, then slowly and ponderously eased itself onto the new heading. What happened then was startling in its suddenness. The taut black sail appeared to tremble, then all in a moment it spilled, collapsed, and snapped taut again. The huge craft listed alarmingly. Then, with an explosive crack that carried even upwind, the strained sheets parted, and the sail whipped free, streaming out like a bedsheet on a line. The black hull plunged and bucked, and the shaman, springing for the safety of the foredeck, was hurled out and away like a stone from a sling. His robes billowed out as he struck the water. They saw him struggle a moment, win free of the wolf mask, but become tangled in his soaked furs and borne down. Even amid the chaos of the warship's deck, a line was thrown to him, but in that chill water it was already too late. He vanished in a swirl and rose no more. Only the gaping mask bobbed empty among the drift ice. Elof's laugh was a snarl. "You see, Rock? You see? Just as when I lost the wind, but worse with that clumsy rig. They can't shave the wind so close, and never dreamed we could. So they were all aback in an instant, their sail loose and flailing this way and that." Rock nodded grimly. "And one shaman the less. They'll waste their arrows now, but they'll follow all the harder for that, and there's the others in their wake still." Elof pressed his lips tight. He eased the rudder now, and the Seafire settled a little further from the wind, on the reaching course that was its fastest point of sailing. "Then we'll see how they fare among the ice. The race begins." So began the maddest of mad dashes, a fearful plunge between floe and floating island, fleeing the servants of the ice upon the very winds it spawned. It took the ship of the Wolf clan no more than 10 minutes to rein in its sail and start after the Seafire once more, and that was all the lead they had, nor were the other ships so very far behind. For narrow channels and passages between and around the thronging slabs of ice Elof drove, ever seeking a place where the cutter could pass unscathed, and a larger craft might not. But he soon found this was less easy than it seemed, for the wolf ship was like all Equish ships of war, narrow and lean for its length, and its bows were well reinforced for ramming other ships. Also it had many hands to fend off dangerous ice with the long sweeps. More than once Elof and Rock saw these bend and splinter against some immovable floe, or snag in a crevice and topple their wielder into that murderous ocean which sucked out a man's life in seconds. But they were not discouraged. So hot now burned their thirst for vengeance. Through the fringes of the pack-ice raced the sea-fire, the cold sea hissing and slapping at its flanks, but the wolf ship still closed, till once again they hung only just beyond bowshot, and the wildest chances Elof took could not dismay them. But all the while he was sending the little craft weaving and twisting between the floes, his thoughts were elsewhere. Even as he noted the huge ice island ahead, weather-sculpted to the shape of some fantastic crooked claw, he was ranging through his wide memories for any scrap of knowledge that might serve them in their desperate need. It was almost summer now, for what that meant in these regions. It would not melt the ice islands, but at least the drift ice would stay free, and probably not close in around them. That was some comfort. What had he heard of ice islands so long ago in Assenby? That the greater part of them lay hidden beneath the water, but that was an old saw. There was something more, that even the seal-fishers would steer clear of them, though mere collision could not harm their resilient skin-boats. Why? He gritted his teeth and sent the sea-fire gliding in towards the shining mass. Rock was dozing where he sat, exhausted, but the changed note of the water awoke him to see the mass of ice seemingly rush towards them. His bloodshot eyes bulged, but after one look at Elof he sat tight and let him steer. Closer Elof took them, and closer still, till the crooked peak of the ice mass loomed over them like a gigantic image of the Equish prow. He risked a swift glance astern, and gestured to Rock. "Come, take the tiller." "Me? Here?" "Yes, just hold it as it is. Put it down a little when I give you the word. Hurry!" Rock scrambled aft and seized the tiller, while Elof moved stiffly over to the rail and drew his sword. He weighed Gorthor in his hand a moment, and then as they swept under the crooked overhang he seized a stay and swung himself up to balance on the rail, reaching up with one arm. Then he struck with all the strength he could muster, once, twice, again and again, and the ice clanged like metal. "Now!" he yelled, and Rock swung the bows away from the island. He turned back and gestured defiantly at the Equish. A catapult arrow buzzed past his shoulder and shivered into the ice wall behind. A flight of darts followed it. Hastily Elof ducked back, sheathing Gorthor, and seizing the helm once more. "What was all that about?" inquired Rock with sinister calm. "Aside from scaring me awake, that is." "A guess," said Elof absently, looking quickly ahead and astern by turns, as if loath to lose sight of the Equish, whatever the hazards ahead. "A throw of the dice, weighting them a little, perhaps. We'll see, any moment." The wolf ship was nearing the ice island now, and the sweeps were going out as before to fend it off. Riding higher in the water, it could not pass under the clawed peak as had the cutter, but swung as close as possible, and it was at the claw that the sweeps thrust. Fragments of ice broke away and fell, some into the water, some on the decks, but the black-clad warriors paid them little heed. Then there was a warning shout, and scattering from the rail, as the whole tip of the peak cracked and dropped away where Gorthor had hewn it. But it fell well clear of the black hull. Rock swore. It was a worthy try, though, that. Elof shook his head sharply. "Wait! Wait and see! There!" He pointed, not at the ship, but at the island, and Rock gaped in horrified awe. The broken claw was swinging back, away from the war-craft, tipping back into the sea, and rising from below. For a moment the war-craft seemed to float on green glass. Then the great mass burst through the surface into blazing whiteness, straight under the stern of the black ship. Those aboard it had no time to move, scarce enough to scream, ere the whole sleek craft was flung upward, tipped over with a crash, and sent sliding down the new summit of the island to nose downward in the foaming waters. It twisted there a moment, its shattered stern upthrust, while dark flecks flailed and struggled in the turmoil around it. Then, as the sea fire swept away down the channel, it fell slowly forward and was gone. "Glad I'm no enemy of yours," said Rock darkly. "You planned that." "I hoped for it." Elof fought the tiller as the swirling water overtook the cutter and set it bobbing like an angler's float in the narrow way, struggling to keep the bows away from the floes on either hand. Gambled that their commander had never sailed around such islands. I'd heard fishermen say they kept away from them because they were unstable. They melt, they weather, the balance changes, and the least breath turns them turtle. When I saw that odd outcrop, I thought we might speed matters along, and as well I did. See what comes. But Rock had no need of the warning. He also had seen the black sails of their other pursuers billowing out like some vast bat above the floes, far closer than they had a right to be. "They've found some other channel," spat Rock. "Aye, and leading this way. Might even cross this one." Elof nodded, but glanced up at the sails. "That's a chance we'll have to take. We could go no faster among the drift, even if we dared." But it soon became plain that Rock was right. The southerly channel was drawing ever nearer their own, and ere long the first of the Reaver's ships had caught up enough to see clearly. Once or twice an arrow arced up from the throng along its side, and twice they saw a catapult aimed and fired, but dart and bolt fell far short, into the sea or scuffing harmlessly along the ice. Rock shaded his eyes. "Don't see any shaman in those bows, do you?" They both grinned, as wolves may grin. "But the two channels must meet right enough, somewhere ahead there," remarked Elof. "Not far. Then, shaman or no, we'll have them closer on our tail than the others, and forewarned. This channel's too easy for them." "So what can we do?" "Turn away, down the channel if it goes on, or another, one that's harder, one that'll take us closer to the ice." "Fine choice," muttered Rock. "But so be it." It was little more than 1,000 paces ahead that the two rough channels came together, in mockery of a crossroads, and the new one did indeed weave gradually away to the northeast. Elof glanced at the dark ship, now running almost parallel with them, and with scarcely a touch on the helm sent the sea fire gliding down the new channel, angling towards the high walls of the ice. To their pursuers it must have looked like the last act of desperation, and Elof kept having to remind himself that it was not. There must, come a point when the unwieldy sailing of the black ships would tell against them, and the cutter could slip away. That was a reasonable enough hope, but it was also the only hope they had. All the remainder of that day the cutter sped northward, racing and weaving like a sea-bird over the white-strewn waters. The only sea-bird, for the skies were bare of life. Not so the sea. Once or twice, upon flat-topped floes, the voyagers saw dark smudges, as of ink on paper, that lifted round alert heads as they drew closer. And if they came too near, close enough to see the patterns on the sleek fur, the seals would cry out in gulping alarm and go humping and slithering off to plunge into the dark waters. Once a bulky, bloated-looking monster, half the length of the cutter, only raised a majestic snout crowned with a crest that bobbed like an inflated bladder, and bellowed a hoarse challenge to the intruders. "Not today, brother," muttered Rock. "Save it for the Ekwesh." But upon another floe they passed a heap of sprawling reddish shapes that were each of them larger and bulkier than that huge beast, and when they raised their heads, Rock cried out, for some were armed with immense protruding teeth. "Like dagger teeth!" cried Rock, and snatched up his bow. "Leave them be," said Elof quickly. "I've heard of them, called Valros in the northern speech. They are harmless shell-diggers, save when provoked. Anyway, you might make little impression on such beasts. Their hide is thick. It was valued for cables in Norderney. Within the shadow of the blue-white cliffs, though, even these signs of life vanished. Cruel and stern they gleamed, mountain high they reared, or so it seemed, and as majestic in their power. Yet barer than the starkest stone were they, with no substance on them, or around them that was not their own, no tree or plant, no soil, not even the rocky debris borne by glaciers of the land, nothing save the snow which was their first and primal stage, and by whose accumulation alone they could grow. Here the ice contemplated only ice, and the water it hoped soon to freeze into itself. All else was intrusion, and by that they seemed somehow diminished in Elof's eyes, and he looked upon them with contempt and defiance in his heart, where there might else have been awe. Once only, when the cutter came to a clear patch where the sun struck down into the blue waters, they saw huge pale shapes like ice ghosts glide beneath them in the depths. Ere long they surfaced, not far off, with snorting spouts that clearly made them some white-skinned breed of porpoise or small whale, and suddenly they seemed heartening company in this cold waste. But they did not play like porpoises, and all at once they dived and were gone. They had seen the black shape that came sweeping up channel, heard perhaps the squeal of the catapult windlasses echoing through the hull. Elof ducked at the snapping ring and hiss of a shot, even though it splashed harmlessly astern, then turned to rock in real alarm. How could we hear that at this distance? He glanced up at the streamers, the vane, and could see them begin to sag and falter. "The wind's dropping," howled Rock. "Now, of all times, after it's come pouring down on us day in, day—" He looked suddenly at the cliffs, and at Elof, and freckles blazed on his paling cheeks. "You don't reckon they—" "Now of all times," echoed Elof. "And our pursuers may use sweeps, and we not. Yes, they know someone is here, the masters of that wind. But they cannot stop it all in a minute, so let us get the best from what is left." He swung the tiller over, and the cutter went racing in even closer beneath the lowering cliffs. "Into the very embrace of the ice," he said grimly, as they passed within the arms of a wide bay. Rock made no answer. He was staring up at the cliffs. From afar they had seemed a solid wall of whiteness. This close they looked ancient, crumbling, their faces lit a ghastly blue, riven and shadowed with cracks and chasms through which white avalanches came tumbling and smoking to drop into the sea beneath. Such an aspect, noble yet blasted, might a lord of old have worn, who had fallen from youth into a cruel and dissolute old age, and bore the marks of all he had wasted and corrupted. Against such a background even the black ships in their wake seemed almost innocent, vessels of a merely human viciousness. "And they're falling behind at last, by Caris's gate!" Rock slapped his fist into his palm. "Aye, and are they?" said Elof between his teeth. "With their rig and their weight they need far more wind for steerage way, and within the shelter of the bay there isn't enough, whereas for us—" Rock grinned back, tapped his nose in understanding, and glanced up at the wind vane. Then the grin was struck from his face, and he yelled hoarsely. Shadow fell across the cutter like a cloak, and all the sea about. Elof turned swiftly, and for a moment he could only cower, so vast and looming was the threat. It dashed thought from his mind, and for a moment he was an animal, or less. It seemed that the whole immense cliff was moving, tilting above the stern of the cutter, leaning forward to rush down upon these tiny creatures and scour them from sight. His wits returned to him, and he saw that it was only a part of the cliff, splitting along fissures that were already there, down which those avalanches had fallen. Yet that part was the size of a goodly hill, and though it leaned with the slowness of nightmare, it seemed already to fill the sky. Under that lowering shadow he saw only one faint hope of escape. Feeling as if his limbs were weighted with lead, he slammed the tiller hard over and sprang up, as if through thick oil, to seize the cold wind-vane in both hands. Again he sensed vast weight, and beyond it the presence of another will, opposing hands, but momentarily relaxed, distracted. He thrust with all the force of his fear, and the vane swung round a good 2 points. Then abruptly it stuck. Elof's hands slithered over the pattern, and for a moment he thought he had fallen overboard. Green light billowed around him, clouded and chill. He could not breathe. He was sinking, twisting among silvery threads of dwindling air bubbles, and from the forest-green depths below something else was rising to meet him. Rock shouted and pulled him down, or he might have fallen indeed, as the sails snapped suddenly full, and the sea-fire heeled and bobbed around. Forward it surged on its new heading towards the far arm of the bay, racing the shadow of that toppling death across the ice-strewn water. Elof, gasping with the reaction, glanced back once at the foremost war-craft, saw the sweeps arise along its sides and beat frantically at the water, but whether they sought to pursue or back off he never saw, for at that moment the cliff-face fell. From the glacier it broke with a crack like thunder, and a great cloud of powder snow, one vast single slab. It did not slither like a landslide, but tilted forward like some petrified giant, to crash down face first and rigid across the black waters of the bay. With a booming explosion the waters leaped skyward amid a spray of shattered ice, then fell back in a great arched wave that welled out with a devouring roar to fill the bay and rise in wrath against the very cliffs themselves, hammering upon the uncaring face of the glacier with the flows it had spawned. Had the dying wind not shifted, the sea-fire could not have escaped annihilation beneath that titanic fall. As it was, it had hardly reached the arm of the bay when the mass struck, and barely escaped being tossed into the air on that first gigantic upsurge. But the failing breath of the breeze bore the little craft clear of the wall a moment before the vast wave struck it, and out into the ocean once more. After it the wave came racing, a tide of thundering blackness, crested with teeth like white glass, but with its first energy spent, else the cutter might not have survived. As it was, Elof and Rock had time only to fix tiller and hatch and lash themselves in before the breaking waters crashed against their stern. For a time that seemed centuries, all was racing, rushing confusion, an endless torrent of ice-laden sea sweeping over them like the flow of every mountain fosse in the world together. It was drowning and worse than drowning behind the curtain of rushing waters, for they were battered and bitten by the fragmented ice it bore, and the black chill of it made them gasp in agony for air they could not get. Ice boomed and crashed against the hull. The jagged rim of the floe swept by above their heads and plucked at the starboard mast stays like a finger at harp-strings. Then it was past, and the cutter wallowing and twisting upon the lesser waves that followed, riding outwards like ripples in an infant's pond. Elof and Rock tore free their bonds and scrambled around as one to see what had happened behind them. The sheer force of it dazed them. The vast slab had split upon impact, and 2 huge ice islands slowly bobbed and spun in the bay, with a million lesser shards and fragments of ice around them. But beyond the mouth of the bay a great fan of sea lay black and bare, scoured almost clear of ice by the passing of the wave. "The Equesh," croaked Rock as the turmoil subsided. Elof spat out a mouthful of sea-water and coughed violently before he could speak. "Under the slab, dashed to nothing, as we would have been, but for the vane. Little their masters cared, if only they could strike at us." He looked around suddenly. "But the other 2, were they—" "'Fraid not," said Rock unhappily, and pointed. Beyond the dark gap in the drift ice, dark masts lifted like leafless trees against the graying sky. "And they're not running, neither." "They'd time to see it coming," said Elof grimly. "Lowered sails and rode it out with sweeps. And now they'll roll for us, fast." He looked despairingly up at the sails, but they hung soaked and limp in the sluggish air, gaff and boom swaying idly. Not so much as a breath. He stumbled wearily up, rubbing where the ropes had bruised him, and clambered unsteadily to the stern-post. The vane still hung in its socket, but it too was swaying idly, and swung to the touch of his finger, one side to the other without the least resistance. Calm settled like smoked glass upon the windless sea. Rock's voice came to him distant, distorted, as if through deep waters. "Can't it do something? See the speed of the bastards! They'll be upon us in minutes now!" Elof shook his head. Nothing. Nothing. No wind to work upon. The virtue I set on it was to summon, to direct, but it can't summon what's not there any more. In dazed despair he hung on the vane, feeling the swirl of the pattern, the sense of drifting down into green depths, and the vast black shadow shape below, nearer, even nearer, the two faint gleams, dim points of light. He stiffened suddenly, gasping, clutching the vane in shaking hands as if he feared to release it. "Is it a wind?" cried Rock, and then, "No, man! What are you about?" Elof heard him, but it was too late. He had wrenched the vane from its socket, held it a moment to his brow, then brandished it high over his head. "Since the wind fails you," he breathed, "show us what else your craft may command." And with a great effort he hurled the precious thing from him, straight into the path of the oncoming ships. Far out over the waters it spun. Rock flinched, as if he half expected that calm surface to shatter like some vast dark mirror. But the black waters swallowed it with scarcely a ripple, and he cursed. Elof hardly noticed. His work was fixed still in his mind's eye, falling, sinking, drifting down into the green cold depths, down to a rising shadow. The ripples faded. The mirror lay calm once more, open to the cutting onslaught of the black boughs. For the pace of 2 slow breaths it seemed that nothing would happen. Then, around the spot where the vane had vanished, a little spurt of bubbles pattered up. Elof swallowed, painfully, for his throat and mouth were suddenly very dry. Another breath, and Rock leaned forward suddenly, eyes narrowing in alarm. In the same spot, but with scarcely a ripple, something else broke the surface, something small, rounded and glistening, that gleamed dark as the sea around it, and yet was no bubble. Slowly, steadily, it arose and grew to a tapering, pointed shape, and Elof was momentarily filled with disappointment. That sleek black head, as large perhaps as a horse's, must surely belong to one of the very large seals they had seen, curious at all the disturbance above. Then the head lifted, clouds of steam jetting from narrow nostrils. The eyes blinked open, and with a shudder of fascinated horror, Elof saw they were like no ordinary seals, set small on each side of the head. These were immense, with a green and cat-like glint in them, and they were set as forward as his own. This way and that they turned, as the huge head swung, water streaming from a crest of coarse fur that ran like the mane of a horse down the narrow column of neck beneath. Still it rose out of that eerie calm, like some vision of nightmare emerging from a mirror, higher and higher, on a neck of impossible length. It seemed it would never stop, as if the legends were true that made it an endless serpent engirdling the earth. Yet it was no serpent. Beneath the water a wide whale-like body was becoming visible, and around it, in shadowy outline, 4 limbs like the flippers of a seal, and a long and tapering tail. When the rolling curve of the back at last broke surface, that head stood taller than the Seafire's mast. Higher even than the mastheads of the Ekwesh warships it rose, swan-like and graceful, immensely majestic, infinitely terrible. Their rowing slowed, the long sweeps clashing in disorder as the rowers turned to stare at what they saw mirrored in the calm water. Then the sweeps dug hard into the water. Their fierce onrush faltered. They glided to a halt and hung there, rocking gently. "What is it?" gasped Rock. "Not—" Elof clamped a hand over his mouth. "Not a sound," he hissed into his ear. "Don't attract his attention." Aye, the sea devourer it must be. Amakak himself. He sensed Rock stiffen, and felt little better himself, overshadowed by that long head, those enigmatic eyes. It was a sight to make the heart shrink, to bring home to him how different was the order of the ocean, a monster harboring monsters. A good 70 strides in length were those great war-craft, but the creature before them was at least as long, and many times outweighed them. It floated now between them and the cutter, motionless save for the briefest flick of limbs beneath the surface, and the watchful swing of the great head. Elof held his breath. He could not guess what it would do next, which way it would turn, but his foes, who had seen this creature summoned, could not know that. Yet they were not craven, the Equish. Their codes demanded they avenge defeats and deaths. After that first breathless pause, a sudden defiant howl rang out. Upon the leading ship a wolf-clad shaman sprang forward to prance and posture at this new apparition, while behind him came the bark of harsh commands, the creak of catapult winches, the rumble of feet upon the decks, as the archers ran up to form battle ranks. The drums rolled, the oars swept down in a single surging thrust that sent the black ships lancing forward. The icy air seemed to crack like a whip, and volleys of arrows came sailing up from their decks like leaves in a sudden gust. Against ships or men that hail of shafts might have told terribly, but the devourer was greater than the greatest whale, and that massive back bore thick hide or even bony armor. What few arrows struck served only to sting and annoy him. His head tossed back, he gave a single barking snarl, and the long neck snaked down so swiftly that the arrows seemed slow in their flight. Against the length of him, his head seemed small, but it was 3 times longer than any great cat's, 4 times that of a wolf. Along the decks it raked with jaws agape, and strewed the helpless archers like chaff. One, too slow or too bold to leap for his life, was seized and borne bodily into the air. Robes streamed and fluttered about those jaws. It was a chieftain or shaman who threshed in their grip. Catapult bolts sang up from the decks. They were harder to aim, but by skill or chance one struck high on that narrow throat and sank deep into its iron muscles. The reeking jaws parted. Their prey dropped to crash unheeded upon the deck, and a whistling cry of pain split the air. Then it was as if the whole sea around the devourer boiled up, lashed into foam by limbs and tail, as the vast beast gathered itself up and hurled itself forward, to strike like a true serpent at its tormentors. The vast flippers slammed down upon the decking before it, their blunt claws tearing at the planking. And then, amid a tumult of howls and screams, like a seal mounting an ice-floe, the devourer hauled its great bulk bodily out of the sea and onto the deck. The mast was brushed aside like a twig, the timbers creaked and shivered, and beneath that vast weight the whole great ship was flattened down into the water. Elof saw the terrified oarsmen springing from their benches, but the sea was already flooding across the high gunwales, and they were swept away in foaming turmoil, or plucked from handholds by the water that fountained up through the shattered deck as the hull timbers gave. The broken ship lurched, twisted, and canted over, and together with its destroyer, it sank from sight. The sea swirled in where it had been, setting the drift ice bobbing and spinning, and only a few scraps of wreckage spun above its grave. For long moments nothing more happened, and Elof guessed that the destroyer had dived deep, as might a whale, seeking refuge in the depths from tormenting humans. The last warship, it seemed, had as urgent an aim. Its oars beat the water with frenzied strength, and the sleek craft came scything on across its fellow's tomb. Elof and Rock watched helplessly as the Ekwesh bore down on their cutter. Bent the man-eaters might be on escape, but they would not miss the chance to sink their prey first. Then a shadow passed once more over Elof's mind. Staring down into the black ocean, he saw what must happen, and could barely restrain himself from crying a warning to his enemy, so near and certain was their doom. Up from below surged that vast body, and the Ekwesh warship seemed to explode as if a volcano had erupted under its keel. They saw the hull shoot up under the impact and crash down upon its side in a wall of spray, and then all was hidden from them in roaring havoc. This way and that flew sweeps and timbers and the helpless shapes of men amid a seething cauldron of sea, stirred up by limbs and flippers that lashed and pounded the black hull to fragments. Into the black ocean plummeted its crew like ants spilled from a nest, and like ants the shrieking swimmers died beneath the crashing impact of those broad limbs, or were plucked up by the jaws that plunged and darted this way and that, though perhaps the few who were left to kick and struggle a few seconds longer were the worse off, for the cold took them more slowly, and the waters swallowed them living and aware. "We've got to get out of here!" screamed Rock above the uproar, as the cutter lurched and heeled on the boiling sea. "That brute'll have us next!" "There's still no wind!" shouted Elof, fighting helplessly with the tiller and empty sails. "We're drifting, just drifting. There's not a thing more I can do." Abruptly the cutter lurched and lifted beneath him, and a hummock of black water swept by, almost gunwale high, a crestless wave that was the first outrush from that explosive emergence. It caught up the little craft like a hand and swept it forward, heeling and wallowing wildly. Elof had to wrestle with the tiller to keep it from capsizing. Other waves overtook them from that maelstrom of carnage astern, sweeping the floes before them and adding to their speed. "We're heading towards the ice again," Rock growled. "Can't be helped," Elof answered, though he felt a sudden cold breath upon his neck. At least they were not headed back into that terrible bay, but around the arm of it, where the cliffs were less sheer and looming. "Just so long as we get out of sight." The drift ice clustered more thickly here, but the waves they rode cleared it from their path and spent their energy in doing so. The cutter's speed dropped to a quiet glide, and they relaxed a little. Suddenly the boom creaked and swung. The sail fluttered and crackled with falling ice. That breath played about Elof's head again. It was real, a movement in the still air. It even seemed to stir his hair a little, soaked and salt-stiffened as it was. He read the same pang of hope on Rock's face, and together they looked up at the streamers. They, too, were stirring slightly, even fluttering a little. "A westerly," groaned Rock. "Oh, no, not here." "Afraid so," sighed Elof, sagging wearily over the tiller rack. "We'll have to tack out of here. It'll take hours, and the sun's falling fast." Rock's cry alerted him. He whirled and forgot the wind, so appalled was he at the sight of that fierce silhouette held high against the darkening clouds, surveying with regal calm the waste of waters around. Beneath it no trace of turmoil remained, and on all that wide surface no trace of the last of their pursuers. From that lofty vantage there was nothing here that could hide them, and a strange urge gripped him. He staggered to his feet in the stern, met that calm gaze with his own, striving to read what lay behind it, life or death, and felt the cool touch of awe and great wonder in his mind. "That," breathed Rock, equally unnerved. "What manner of beast is it? No sea-snake, that's for sure." "I cannot say," Elof whispered, without turning. "Some cousin to the seals, I think. A giant among their kind." "Where's he come from?" It was you, wasn't it? What did you do?" "That vein. In my lightness of heart I set its image upon that vein, not knowing what virtues of command it would bear. So when I turned the wind to my will, I summoned him also. All this while he must have been close to us, far below. A happy chance we did not use the vein more, or idly. Each time I sensed something, though I did not understand it till the last. Then I called upon him in desperation, not knowing what he would do, and still I do not." "He made no move to attack anyone till those maniacs quilled him," Rock pointed out. "That's something. He just sat there like he's doing now, as if he was waiting." Then Elof gave a deep sigh, as of sudden understanding. He lowered his gaze, and made as deep and courtly an obeisance as he knew how. And even as he looked up once more, the long neck drove forward among the drift ice, and as it swept forward it sank, slowly and smoothly, that proud head held level. The ice floes scattered before it like panicked sheep, and it trailed a wake of whiteness over the shadowed seas like a royal mantle. At last only the head rose over the waters, and with startling suddenness it ducked down and was gone. Elof turned away at last, upon unsteady legs, to find Rock looking up at him, his broad face unreadable and pensive. "Well," demanded Elof, "I suppose you'll think me mad to go bowing and scraping thus." Rock considered a moment, gnawing idly at his lip. "Had it in mind to do much the same thing myself, as it happens. If, that is, I didn't just kneel down and bang my head upon the decking. I'm not one to stand on my dignity, me." Elof sighed and sat down heavily. "So you felt the same. I'm glad. That head, that face, as if... He never finished. A booming crash rocked the sea fire, and he was flung flat on the deck amidst a shower of ice from the sail. The timbers quivered as something jagged rasped along the keel like a giant saw. Then came another crashing impact that set the rigging thrumming. The mast stays sang like harp strings. Then where the floe had plucked at them, they frayed, snapped, and flew free. The gaff reeled and dropped down in a flurry of sailcloth. The mast tottered, sagged in its footing, and toppled. Elof could only clap his hands over his head and hope. He felt and heard the thudding fall, and the broken rail that pinioned his ankles, and the tangle of cordage and blocks that struck him painfully in the back, felt like the end of everything. But in the next breath he looked up, to find himself face to face with Rock, only a few inches away, peering out from under great swaths of grey sailcloth. In Rock's face he read the same realization, the same overwhelming horror and momentary panic. They spoke no word, but their thoughts ran in dark communion. Held in the thrall of the devourer, they had forgotten the other perils all around them. For that moment of forgetfulness they might well be about to pay the price. At any instant black water might come welling over those gunwales to stop their hearts in its chill embrace, as it had so many others this day. They scrambled to their feet, forgetting their pains, and stared anxiously about them. The deck felt strangely still and heavy underfoot, and across it lay the mast like a severed tree, the sails strewn beneath it, trailing half in the water. But that water was not black. Even in this failing light it was the palest of blues, like a mockery of warmer climes. They stumbled to the side, stared down for a moment, and then they turned as one, still without speaking, to look across at the other side, and beyond, and up. They knew now why the deck was still. Wind and water and their own folly had conspired to drive them aground, but where there was no ground, they had come to rest upon the margins of the sea-born glaciers, upon the utmost shores of the ice. Chapter 4. The High Gate. Rock tore his eyes away from the heights above and tugged his fur jacket closer about him. "Well, how long before they come for us, do you reckon?" At first Elof could not understand the question, so numbed was his mind by the mere presence of the ice. Even standing on the deck he seemed to feel something of that sickening, burning pain that contact with it had always brought him. The very air ran like fire in his nostrils, already raw with the cold, and pulling up his scarf made little difference. "Come for us?" Then he realized who Rock meant, but was carefully not naming, and as he considered he felt a sudden flicker of warmth awaken. "You know, they may not be able to find us so easily." Rock raised a skeptical eyebrow. "They're not daft. They've only to look, haven't they?" Elof rounded on him. "That's just what they can't do. They've senses we haven't. They're aware of us, yes, but they can't see us. Not as we would see, anyhow." "They managed just fine when they dropped that cliff, didn't they?" "Only with their thrall's sight to guide them. And even then they weren't close enough, were they?" He scanned the cold cliffs in the graying light. "We're too small for their minds to grasp. Even to Tapiow we were only shadows, and these will be far less attuned to live things than he. They can only gain living senses by taking on living shape, and that'll be their last resort." Rock grabbed him by the shoulders. "You mean we've still time? Then what are we standing here for? Let's get this hulk afloat again." But it was scarcely that easy. First, most urgently, they had to haul in the sail, leaden heavy with water and already half frozen, and disentangle it from the jumble of twisted cordage around the fallen mast. Then they had to clamber down into the bilges, which, poor seamen that they were, they had failed to clean out often enough, there to struggle through slime and stink by the light of a sputtering lamp to check the hull for damage. They found less than they feared, but several seams had been sprung, and Rock at once set to work melting their small store of pitch on the stove, while Elof went back on deck to begin what Rock could not do, dismantling the ruined rigging and reeving new lines where needed. From time to time as he worked he would glance up at the sun, now resting like a red-hot brazen shield upon the rim of the ice cliffs. He wondered, almost idly, how much of the day remained, and how they would fare after dark. The powers of this place hated and feared the sun, however weak, and were doubly formidable in its absence. Beneath him the hull boomed and quivered to the thump of Rock's caulking mallet. It was the only sound not born of wind and wave, and to Elof's ears it seemed to echo around the cliffs above. Surely the powers must sense that as tremors in the ice, if nothing else. It was a great relief to him when it stopped, and a minute later Rock emerged, streaked with pitch and slime, gasping with exhaustion. Elof helped him up and found him a flask of wine. "Enough," Rock wheezed. "Must have been just about shouting 'Come and get us' to 'em, with all that row." "Probably," agreed Elof. "Couldn't be helped, though. But you finished? Good. That was hard on you." "Not so light on yourself," grimaced Rock, looking at Elof's raw and bleeding hands. "And at least I was out of the cold. What now? The mast?" "If you're strong enough." "I'll manage." Manage they did, though raising that mast can have been no easy task even with block and tackle. Neither of them had the advantage of height, and had they not both possessed the sinews of smiths and an exceptional endurance, they might well never have achieved it. The sun was setting by the time the mast stood stepped, and the headsail at least was made ready to raise. But by then Rock, who had had the heavier labor of caulking, was near to collapse. "Come on," encouraged Elof, as they warmed themselves over the cooling stove. "We've only to launch her now, that's all." "Got to rest," mumbled Rock. "Just minute. Arms won't move." He slumped down against the stove and curled into himself. "All right," said Elof, and sighed. "I'll keep watch. But remember, a few minutes may be all we have." Pulling his furs tight, he scrambled back up on deck and peered anxiously overside at the fearsome water that washed and gurgled under the scarred hull, lurching it a little on the ice shoal. It was hard to make out the tide on this mockery of a coast, but it seemed to be more or less at its height. They could hope for no more help from it. He could rig some kind of spring cable, such as the corsairs had used to launch their ship, but that required a fixed point somewhere, a very strong one. Elof swallowed. There was no getting around it. One of them, at least, would have to get down hip-deep into that fearsome water and wade ashore. And it could not be Rock. In his exhausted state, the sea might kill him. Elof was hardly more sure of himself, but he knew he had little choice. There were things abroad to which death might well be preferable. Swiftly he set about gathering gear, made fast a long line about his waist, and lowered himself gingerly over the curve of the hull. Only as his feet touched the water did he realize he had not told Rock what he was doing, but left him sleeping. He hesitated, but decided not to turn back. The longer Rock could rest, the better, he reassured himself. But in truth, he feared that if he once turned back now, he would lack the courage to try again. The bite of the water about his legs was fearful at first, smiting the breath out of him, yet after that it seemed possible to endure. Down he clambered, shivering uncontrollably, fearing the touch of the ice below. He had reason. It felt as if his boots touched molten glass, and he almost put his teeth through his lower lip with the effort not to scream. For long seconds he could only cling to the hull timbers, cursing his own folly. He should have let Rock go. Rock would not have felt this nerve-searing. Nobody did but he. Why? Was it the smith-craft afire within him? Yet the Mastersmith had trodden the ice freely. Perhaps, like other votaries of the ice, that dark creature had welcomed the pain, treated it almost as a mark of honor, a special summons, or a call. What the Mastersmith Mylio had endured, then, so could the Mastersmith Elof Valentor. Hammering away at his will as he might at toughened steel, he set his back to the hull, took up the slack on the line, and took a stiff, staggering step forward. He had moved not a moment too soon. Already his legs were deadened, tingling masses, hard to control. He would have fallen on that glassy slickness if he had not been able to dig in the heavy metal spikes he carried for support. But after only a few strides he was already rising into the shallows, and scouting about him for a suitably flat spot. Choosing one with no rough edges to chew and fray rope, he plucked the great hammer from his belt, tapped a spike to seat it, and then drove it down deep with a few tremendous blows. The other he drove in a few paces further on, wound the line around the two stanchions, and straightened up with a sigh. The wind was rising once again, rolling down over the cliffs above, and he peered up at them uneasily. Who could tell what he might have awakened now? But with so sound a leverage point, he could almost launch the sea-fire by himself, in minutes. He squinted suddenly, pulled off a glove to rub his tired eyes. Was he staring at shadows in this dismal half-light? He was sure he was not. Something had moved atop the slope there, at the notch which led between the lowest cliffs. He cursed, turned to get back to the ship, then stopped, hesitated. He was afraid of what might rush down upon him while he was off his guard in that water, and the pain in his limbs was almost an exquisite thing now, fair and clean as a flame. His head whirled with it. He must see. He must know. With a savage growl he drew the dark sword Gorthor, and with his hammer in his other hand he stumbled up the short slope. Once or twice he glanced around to see that the cutter was all right, but not often. The slope demanded all his attention, and once or twice he had to fall on all fours and crawl. The agony in his hands almost made him laugh aloud. At last, as he reached the crest of the pass, some shred of his wits he won back, and with a flash of fear and anger, he understood. He had been drawn here. He had been summoned. Cautiously, fighting down the piercing ache, he shuffled over into the shadow of a riven pillar of ice, stood up, and looked out to the openness beyond. He had seen the ice before, but at its landward margins only. He had marveled at its bitter beauty, bright as a hoard of jewels, and as perilous. But this was a new aspect. He saw a flat plain that seemed to reach out to an infinite horizon, broken by nothing save a few low hills, gray against the twilit sky, as if they had been painted on it with shadows. Nothing moved on that plain but low wind, rows of powder snow, too cold even to lie and compact with the rest, rustling in the wind as if to mock the soft sigh of growing things. Here nothing grew, not the humblest mold or lichen. No feature was different from another. Hill, plain, snow were all one single uniform thing, forms without meaning, movement without life. The flakes that danced before his eyes were swelling, thickening, but the one that melted to nothing upon his palm had as much meaning, as much identity, as the whole vast expanse before him, for they were made of the self-same thing, no more, no less. As free water, it had been forever in motion, flowing, evaporating, and condensing. It had been a vital link in the great chain that was life, and it had had a beauty of its own. Yet what was it as ice? Frozen into a single shape, a fair shape indeed, but incapable of adding to or enriching that beauty. A snowflake was the opposite of a seed, of a thought. It could spawn nothing. It was merely an end in itself. It might endure till the end of all years, and then still be no greater, no less, than it now was. Standing in the failing light upon that lonely ridge, he knew that he had looked into the deepest heart of the ice, void of the glamour it might lay upon itself, and that he had found there only the ultimate sterility. It was not reverence that lowered his eyes before it. He thought back to the halls of summer, and the undying ones that Tapiau sheltered. Exactly as they were, the ice was immortal and useless. What could it be that bred in so many powers this need to hinder the passing years? A dread, perhaps, of themselves, of their own inability to cope with any new order? Then he looked up swiftly, for it was as if a curtain was flung over his eyes. A rush of snowflakes blotted the last light from the sky, and he was lost in featureless grayness. He ducked down a moment in breathless panic, and it was as well he did. Across the slope of the ridge he saw a shape move, and it was like the shadow of a man in a dark robe, with a high hood drawn low across the face. But this shadow was immense, and it drifted, as on some wind milder than the blast which blew. Past him it glided, higher than the mast of his ship, the peaked cowl nodding with a slow regularity that seemed anything but benign. He had seen gelatinous things drift thus in clear waters, pulsing things that could sting and envelop. He shrank away, quaking, lest it chance upon him as it swept by. Across the ridge it advanced, nodding slowly, and near his side it appeared to stop and turn, as if casting about in the growing blizzard. He grew deadly afraid that it might start down the slope, and clutched at his sword-hilt, though unsure what effect it could have. He had seen something like this once before upon the great ice, and in evil company, but whether it was material enough for any blade to bite on. The wind howled impatiently. The shadow floated on behind the swirling snow, and vanished behind the arm of the pass. Elof waited only long enough to be sure it had really gone before hurling himself down that steep ice slope, not stopping to climb, but skidding so fast he had visions of overshooting the ship and sliding into the sea. But his furs snagged and tore and slowed him, and he arrived at the shore on unsteady feet, caught up the line he had wound around the stanchions, and plunged unhesitating into the water, drawing Gorthor to support himself. Up the hull he clambered, and so great was the release when his feet left the ice that he almost fell back in. Rock, roused by the booming of his climb, came staggering up on deck to help him in. "Amazing what a little rest'll do for a weary man," he began, but Elof cut him short. "Take this a turn around the stern capstan, Rock, and back here, quick. We've got to get off. They're coming." "Are they, by Hela?" exploded Rock, and rolled off along the deck. Elof hung gasping for the minute it took him to return, and together they looped the line around the winch. "Now!" snarled Elof, and began to crank the winch. It wound freely a moment, taking up the slack, and then it stopped dead as it encountered the weight of the hull. Rock threw his weight upon it. The winch creaked, and they felt the hull quiver and shift a little under them. "Shall I get overside and shove?" wheezed Rock, the veins starting out under his thick fringe. The hull lurched upright. The line slackened a moment and hummed taut. "No, not much use. A good-sized boat," gasped Elof, feeling as Rock had that his arms would not obey. "Just keep—" There was a sudden grating rasp beneath them, too like the sound they had made grounding in the first place. The boat heaved, and they hauled harder before they realized it was sliding of its own accord. Next moment they were hurled to the deck as it bucked and bounced under them. "Sail!" gurgled Elof, clutching at his side where his sword hilt had bruised a rib, and together they crawled forward to raise the headsail they had rigged ready. The blast of the blizzard shook it and filled it, and swung them violently around. Jubilantly Elof seized the tiller and let the sail out further and further, till it goose-winged out. The sea-fire sprang forward, frisky as a tired horse let loose among fresh green meadows, and went skipping across the troubled waters as if it had never been aground, running brisk and easy before the wind off the ice. The water slapped resoundingly at the hull, but there was no ominous sound of filling, and the little craft rode level and true. "We're away," said Rock, as if he hardly believed it, and then, exulting, "Kara's gate, we are away!" "Not yet," said Elof absently, for he had to concentrate on controlling the cutter. "We've yet to see if we can raise the mainsail. Then we've got a good 3 leagues of pack-ice to get through, and in the dark." Rock caught his arm, and pointed so vehemently astern he had to risk a look. The high cliffs were walls of shadow now, as darkly cold beneath the rising moon as they were pale and chill by day. But above their summits the ice-glow burned, and shooting through it in bands of furious color blazed the north lights, a banner and a challenge. Fiercest they burned above the promontory the cutter had escaped from, and by their eerie glow Elof and Rock saw something move. Yet this was nothing above the ice, such as Elof had encountered, nor even on it. Something was within it, as bruised beneath raw skin, a patch of shadow, a pool of dark liquid that flowed beneath the glinting surface of the ice, freely and swiftly. Down the slope that Elof had climbed it poured, and out across the promontory, one long portion stretched out in front of it like an arm. Suddenly the shore lit up with an appalling flash of green light, and they saw green flames leap like lightning between the steel stanchions Elof had left, saw the strong metal sag and melt like candles of tallow, and metal run in spitting rivulets across the ice. It cracked explosively, and again, filling the air with bright shards, and suddenly the crack was racing across the whole promontory, wider and wider, till with a rumbling roar the whole mass of it split free, and dropped like an avalanche into the sea. "No more, if you please," said Rock hastily. We're leaving! Believe you me, we're leaving!" And indeed, though perils enough yet lay in their path, from those blazing crags no further assault came. In the first clear stretch of channel they uncovered their lantern and hoisted the mainsail, mending its battered tackle as best they could, and holding their breath while the remounted mast took the strain of the snow-laden wind. But it held firm as ever, save for some stretching of the stays which they foresaw and dealt with. Thus, as the long night wore to its close, they were scudding back along the channels as easily as they had come. Elof steered with nervous precision, but he could not avoid every encounter, and they winced at each judder in the bows, each rasp and scrape along the cutter's flank. Every hour or so one or the other would check the hull, but, though it creaked and groaned more loudly than before, the sea-fire was shipping only a little more water than was usual through the working seams. To right and left of them the tall ice-islands glided, but being blown southward by the same wind, they were more easily avoided or outpaced. As the stars faded and pale light crept up along the ocean's rim, they cast about anxiously for any trace of black sails, but there were none. "You took us a good way further east, as well as north," said Rock thoughtfully. "I guess we've passed a cordon, and left any other searchers behind." "As I hoped," said Elof quietly, keeping a wary eye on the thinning ice round about. "But what was that cordon guarding, I wonder? And how far have we yet to sail, if we can?" Rock made no reply to that, for though the little cutter bestrode the waves as lightly as ever, they were both aware they could no longer rely on it as they had. Sound it might seem, yet it had been most terribly stressed, and probably damaged in a dozen ways they could not hope to detect, not, at any rate, until the constant warring of wind and water around every sailing boat had worked upon the weaknesses, and made them serious. And then there would be little or nothing that could be done afloat. Only on a boatyard slip, or at worst a favourable beach, was there a chance of repair. The two travellers sailed forth from the clutches of the ice, yet they were not free. It had laid a sentence upon them more implacable than any edict of a human king. Find land within a certain span, or find their last long rest beneath the seas of the sunrise. And what that span was, they were not told. That day and night the snow pursued them, and fearing it would grow to a storm, they set their course southeastward in all haste. Those were hard hours, for the seas waxed high and rough, the wind gusty and fierce, and the little cutter juddered alarmingly in that double embrace. Wild flurries of snow came lashing across the deck, coating the rigging, caking in every cranny, rushing across their faces till they could scarcely breathe, let alone see. They could feel and hear the working of the hull timbers, and it was no cause for comfort. Yet for all her wounds, the sea-fire rode out the weather gallantly. As the sun arose, the snow faded, as if in disgust, and they fell to bailing and caulking anew. Yet there were distractions enough from their concerns in the days following. As they quitted the marches of the great ice, life seemed to return to the sea, and they no longer felt quite so isolated from the world of warm blood. Seabirds were still rare, yet from time to time fine winged shapes could be seen against the clouds, gliding high beyond the reach of any. Seals of all kinds were common, bobbing up in the seas or sunning themselves on wide floes. By night their cries could be heard for many long sea-miles, eerie and yet strangely melodious, and with a yearning quality that spoke deeply to Elof. Once or twice, too, they saw the huge white bears that hunted them, padding across the floes with their low heads swinging, or actually swimming between them. They seemed too much creatures of the land to be able to survive in that appalling cold. Strangest sight of all, though, was a group of creatures that Elof at first took for some kind of large porpoise, for their grey backs and speed of swimming. But as they cut across the sea-fire's bow, he saw that those backs were dappled, that the tall flukes were rounded to the shape of a fan, and more strange than any, that they had a single long spear of a horn set slightly to one side of their heads, which rose and fell at a vicious angle as they swam. Elof and Rock found it only too easy to imagine one crashing through the sea fire's distressed timbers, with many tons' weight of whale behind it. Curious as they were, they kept a respectful distance, and never saw the beasts again. High winds still blew constantly, but they scoured the skies clear. Elof and Rock looked eagerly astern as each night fell, for they hoped to see the ice-glow fading from the sky. So it did, astern. Yet it seemed to linger curiously in the eastward sky off their port flank, glinting on the grey clouds that rolled imperiously by, till Elof, alone and gloomy on night watch, wondered despairingly if it were not somehow reaching out to bar their path. He knew the idea was idiotic. It could not move so far, so fast, and would have crushed them directly if it could. Yet there it was, reaching out like the pallid tentacle of some sea beast. Something flickered by him, a thought almost too swift to grasp. He had it. Always, always, the ice strove furiously to reach as far south as it could, so those cliffs he had trodden must have been the limit of the glacier's reach out here at sea. In which case, what were they seeing to port? There were still ice islands about. Could a great mass of them make such a glow? Surely not. So if the ice there reached further than it could at sea— "Then by hell it's not at sea," said Rock forcefully, when he came on deck near dawn. "There's land over there." "Land under the ice," Elof reminded him dryly. "It may still be far away. The ice might curve in towards it, as it does north of Morvannec, only further. The tales say that east of the oceans it did reach further south. That was why Caris the Great was founded, when the ice drove out the ancient kingdoms of men in the Old North, forgotten now in the deeps of time. And then its advance on Caris drove folk from there to settle in Brassehall, to found Morvannec there, and our own homelands." He frowned, feeling suddenly slight before that creeping, inexorable advance. "Rock, that was some 4,000 or 5,000 years past. Who knows how far it's come now? There may be no land there at all." "There's something!" shouted Rock, springing up and squinting into the growing light eastward. "See there! Breakers! A shoal! It's land right enough!" "It couldn't be so close," objected Elof, puzzled, and he clambered up onto the unsteady rail beside Rock. But he could not deny what he saw. All over the wide seas eastward spread a great turbulence, white water and spray spurting like breakers over some rough coast of black rocks, and behind it a low line of shadow that might indeed be distant hills. Then they both saw at the same time that the shoal was moving, that the apparent rocks were shining serpentine backs, glossy and wrinkled, rearing and plunging with the strength of living waves. The spray was the jetting vapors of their breath, blasted from cavernous lungs. They had seen whales before, but never so many, and so large all together. Like breakers indeed churned the bow waves around their blunt-walled heads, and the foam about their flukes. Elof eyed them suspiciously, but when he saw that they would pass well south of the cutter, he grew thoughtful. "One piece of good tidings they may bring us, Rock. I've heard that the great whales never heard so in cold waters. We may be coming to warmer climes at last." "Not before time, then," Rock grunted, and waved a hand at the hatchway. He had no need to say more. They could both hear the heavy slopping of water below, and yet they had bailed it out with great labor only the evening before. And all their news may not be so good. If those aren't hills behind them, they're clouds, and filthy black ones, too. Elof glanced at him, and read in his lined brow the same fear. It was early summer now, a time when, along the coasts of their own country, where the cold air off the ice met the warm winds from southern lands, fierce storms were common. Elof stood silent a while, but at last he shrugged. "Well, what can we do but endure it? We'll have to turn in towards the land, storm or no storm. ice or no ice. As if to punctuate his words, the sea beneath the clouds glittered grey a moment, and a full minute later a rumbling rolled across the waves, like a cascade of stones. Elof breathed deeply. He could almost smell the lightning on the racing breeze. "Come, we'd better go batten down all, reef the sails, and gather some gear together. Such things as they might need on shore, such things as they might risk drowning to save, but that he left unsaid. The slow complaint of the timbers was eloquent enough. The storm advanced like a dark mantle drawn up the sky. "You see," Rock pointed out, "Smith's clouds right enough." Elof smiled wryly at the old Nordeny folk name, only too apt. The high crests of the thunderclouds were flattened and peaked like vast anvils, their bases hidden by the rain clouds that rolled and boiled like sooty forge smoke. Flashes leaped among the peaks, and he thought of the image of Ilmarinen in the Durgar halls, master of masters, smith of the powers who smote out the very mountains. On such anvils might he work, with such storms for a fire. His hand crept to the precious gauntlet of mail at his belt, the sword slung opposite. Once he had dared to intrude upon that forge, to use some fragment of its strength. Sheer presumption, like so much else he had done. Now he must hope to dash through its midst. "Ready about!" he called, and saw Rock wind the winches furiously. They had sailed as far south as they could. To sail across the storm would only lengthen their time within it, increase their chance of being sunk. As well head straight into it, and hope that somewhere beneath it lay the land. Slowly, smoothly, he swung the tiller across. It was as fierce a storm as they had faced in all their time at sea. All around them, closer and closer, the lightning stabbed and flickered through the driving rain. The wind's sharp gusts raised ever greater waves that plucked up the cutter's bows, bursting athwart them in vast wings of spray that were lit molten silver by the levin bolts. Down their steep slopes it plunged, as if to dash its bows into the trough, while the thunder drummed like harsh laughter overhead. But due rather, as Elof suspected, to her fair shaping than his own seamanship, the little ship rode out each trough and climbed each crest anew. Even over the bellow of the storm they could hear her timbers creak and moan, as from the pain of old wounds reopened, now and then cracks like snapping bone. Yet for all those wounds she held firm, even when they were forced at last to strike the sails altogether from the tortured mast, and struggling and slipping with ropes along the storm-lashed deck, toss out an improvised sea-anchor to hold the bows into the wind. Then they could do no more than lash themselves at their posts by tiller and rail, and bow their heads to the wind and their destiny. But that was the worst, after which the storm soon slackened, and as it passed, and the heaving waters turned from black to grey, they found themselves blinking in the light of a cloudy afternoon. 2 or 3 hours, that was, gasped Rock indignantly. That's all. Elof sagged down over the tiller. Seemed like an eternity, didn't it? Then he pulled himself weakly up. "Rock, we've got to check the hull." Rock pushed him back with a grimace. "Sit tight. You had the worst of it at the helm there. I'll check. You gather your strength. Maybe you'll be needing it," he added, as he undogged the hatch and disappeared below. He emerged a short while later, fouled and grim. "You'd better come. I've never seen the seams work so. There's no getting the caulking to hold, and we're shipping water faster by the minute." Elof glanced up at the sails, racked the tiller, and staggered past Rock and down. All the seams were indeed working loose, the more so the lower down he checked. It shouldn't be so, unless— He stooped into the blackened slime at the bow and ran his hands slowly and carefully along the huge timber that was the keel. Some third of the way along he stopped, pressed his fingers down, and felt back along. His hands were half numbed by the filthy water, but his blood ran colder yet. "Rock," he said, when he could. I know why she's working so much. The keel's cracked." "What?" roared Rock. "Can't be. She'd have broken up at once. Not right through, but with every wave. The ice did it. It did get us, after all." "We can't brace it? Patch it?" "It's past that. She's filling, faster by the minute. Within the hour. A few minutes, maybe." "Back on deck," growled Rock. "This stench softens my brain." Elof sighed as he climbed up after him. "As you will, though there's little enough to think on now." "That's so, hey?" Rock's red thatch was thrust back down the companionway. "Up here with you a minute. Now, tell me truly, what do you think that is?" Elof scrambled up into the grey light and peered the way Rock was pointing. Upon the eastern horizon there lay a smoky-hued smudge, no different from 100 other cloud banks, save that its high crests... He had to swallow hard ere he could speak. "It's land," he said softly. "1.5 leagues at least. 2 if those are mountain tops." "Can we make it?" demanded Rock bluntly. Elof shook his head mutely, choking down the bitterness rising in his throat. "She'd pull apart the moment we hoisted sail. We might make it on a raft, or swimming with floats, a spar, or a hatch cover." "Scant chance of that, with it so freezing and us weary. We'd never last long enough." "Hell, but it galls me, to have got this far, and... There's no other way?" They could feel the little cutter settling under them now with every passing second. "There is, by the high gate," blazed Elof. "Rock, take up your gear, and swiftly." For answer, Rock dragged a bundle out from under the thwart and slung his bow across his back, with a closed quiver of arrows. "And yours?" "All about me," said Elof, eyes sparkling. The cutter lurched sideways suddenly, and they staggered to the rail. "It's that will serve us, if you think you can hold tight for a half-hour or so." "For my life, like the grip of the ice its own self. But to what?" "To me," cried Elof. "Follow!" And springing up on the port rail, he sprang for the sea. Rock shook his head only once before he scrambled after. They rose together, gasping with the water's chill. "Should have slung my furs," gurgled Rock. "No need," cried Elof, and dashed the salt sea from his eyes. "See, our sea-fire lists, true friend that she was. We'll need to be out from under, fast, or follow her down." He was delving in his jacket as he spoke, and drew out with a cry of triumph a thing that glittered in the murky air. "Hela's claw!" Rock yelled, but was cut off by the rush of water against the cutter's deck. "Hold you tight now!" shouted Elof, and drew the metal about his brows. The cold sting of it seemed to surge through him. He shuddered and felt the water boil around his massive limbs. Dimly a protesting shout reached him, and he remembered to stay still a moment, felt a weight at his side, arms close around the roots of the high fin at his back. Then he kicked out once and was away. The sea surged behind him, and he was aware of the long mass that slid slowly down into the green depths. But he forgot his brief flicker of grief in the rushing joy of the waters. He had taken this shape for its strength, and because he had worn it briefly once before, hoping that might help him endure it longer. He had not bargained for the gradual change it brought to his perceptions. Sight and scent dimmed, but a strange new awareness filled his mind that had some aspect of hearing about it, and some of sight. A world of floating shapes it drew him, swaying and darting, suspended among shimmering swirls and currents. A world of beauties and mysteries he could only guess at. It allured him to dive down, to explore all the marvels half guessed at in this alien setting, this otherworldly sea. So strong was its call, he came dangerously close to forgetting his burden, and in panic he forced the new sense from his mind. Lifting his head above water, he could dimly make out the shore, and that way he drove, acutely aware of how little time he had. Already his thoughts were beginning to blur. to waver with the strain of maintaining the mask. Sooner or later it would slip, and be hard to regain. On he swam, the world an unregarded wonder about him, save for the weight that dragged at his back and the explosive outburst of his own breath. The current came as a shock, a sudden upsurge, warmer than the rest, that lifted him suddenly and dashed him forward the way he was headed. His eyes lifted above the surface, and suddenly they saw only too clearly the high and jagged barrier out-thrust before them. In a sudden flash of panic he thrust out his hands to stave it off, and they were human hands. The mask had dropped, and his heavy clothes were dragging him down. He heard one sharp cry from Rock, felt a hand clutch at the soaked furs on his shoulder and tear free in the swirling water. He reached out blindly, but there was only water, and scouring, scraping stone. The surf threw him against it, dragged him back, threw him again, but this time he caught it, gripped and clung, though it scraped the skin from his finger, clung as his legs were dashed against the stone. He let the flow carry him to a foothold. Then, with one desperate heave, he kicked and hauled himself up, ere the undertow could pluck him away again, clasped tight to the stone as the next wave roared over him like green glass, and painfully pulled himself to a secure hold. Only then, gasping with effort and the chill of the water, could he spare a moment to look up. He found that he was crouching on a long spit of jagged black rock, one of many out-thrust into the sea by a coastline that was all rough cliffs, sculptured strangely by the sea that besieged their walls. He scrambled hastily higher, beyond the reach of the waves, and stood up, scanning the sea and the rocks around, ready to dive back in at the slightest glimpse of any form. He could see nothing living, save himself and the few gulls that swooped and screeched about the wild air. "Rock!" he yelled, over the drumming of the surf, and again, many times, till his salt, raw throat protested. A gust of cold panic closed over him, and he scrambled back up the rocks, higher and higher. Yet from every new point of vantage he saw no more, nor were his calls answered. He looked up desperately at the promontory above. It would be no hard climb, and it would give him a commanding view. As swiftly as the thought, he set his weary limbs to the rock face. There was some snow on the ledges, and he wondered briefly if he would find the ice beyond the cliff-top. But when he thrust over a hand for some hold to draw himself up, his fingers closed upon coarse plants and earth that was relatively soft. He scrambled more confidently over the rim and stood a moment, staring around. It was a bleak landscape that met his eyes, cold and hard, a rounded expanse of rocky, stone-littered slopes and vales clad in somber shades of brown and purple. But it lived. Its colors were those of tough grasses and flowering scrub, moorland hues not unlike the Starkenfells of his Norderney home. In the valleys there were clumps of green, and here and there a stand of stunted birches, but all over the slopes there were thick patches of spiky gloss green, dotted with yellow flowers. A great clump of these bushes rose near him, and he knew they were a kind he had never seen before. It was only then that he fully realized what he had done, that he had crossed the sundering oceans, come to the lands of the ancient East, first among men to do so in well-nigh 1,000 years. And he had taken a great step on his quest. Yet desperately he wished it undone, so bitterly it stuck in his throat. This way and that he gazed from the crest of the promontory, out to sea, along the cliffs and the little beaches that nestled below them. He could see clearly and far, yet he saw nothing that he wished to, no trace of any human shape. Again and again he called, but his voice alone challenged the gull cries over the bleak land, the empty sea. At last he slumped down at the cliff edge and sank his head in his hands. He was beyond the release of mourning, of tears. The void that opened at his feet seemed less than that within him, and his loneliness infinite. Love lost, homeland renounced, friends forsaken, and now he had doomed his oldest friend, failed to save at this one crisis the man to whom he owed his life many times over. His life. What use was it to him? All that he had won with such effort he had tossed away. He sat here on a barren coast, in no better case than if he had never quit his hovel upon the great marshes, half a world away, and many long years. Worse, for there he had its shelter at least, the means to live, and a guilt that he could hope to expiate. Here he had... What did he have? Sword, hammer, pack with its precious burdens, all hung at his side. Yet something was missing. He lifted his fingers cautiously, and clutched his salt-stiffened hair in tearing handfuls. There was no helm on his head. There had not been, he knew now, since he had climbed from the rocks, nor was it about his neck, for he had fastened it only loosely in his haste. The loss shook him rigid, yet he would have laughed it off to find his friend alive once more. The sky above descended on his shoulders, and it was made of granite harsher than any beneath. But it was not so very long before he raised his head again. If there were the least thing he could do, he should do it. One folly did not excuse others. He must search for what he had lost. The Tarnhelm had almost come ashore with him. It would be folly to abandon it so easily. It could not have borne him across the oceans, because he had never seen this shore, and could not hold its image in his thoughts. But now he had. If he could find it, it might serve to bear him back, though the distance involved unnerved him. Brian Bryhuron had travelled across the ice with it, but only in short stages, with rest. He could not rest in mid-ocean. Meanwhile there was a little food in his pack. While that lasted, he would search for rock. The clouds parted a little. The sun, still hidden, shed long beams over the land, touching the hilltops with a sudden glow of warmth, but shining cold upon the green waves and the steely peaks of distant ice islands. He watched the sea a while, noting the run and flow of the surf that had borne him ashore, and how it varied and shifted with this wind. Alive, Rock should have come ashore somewhere near. Dead, he still might. The place most likely was a beach some way down the cliff from the spit he had climbed, wider and less steep than the others he could see, and leading up to a shallow valley, a depression in the cliffs filled with bushes and birch that had grown straighter than was usual here in its shelter. And yet the wind seemed to be stirring them now. There was movement in those bushes, too much to be just one man, and yet among the dark foliage there was a brief but definite flash of red that could easily be the hue of Rock's hair. He leaned forward, eager to shout or wave, yet hesitant. Whatever moved, it would be out in the beach in a moment. Then he could see. If it was Rock... It was! He sprang up as the square, burly figure emerged from the bushes, cautiously, as if expecting trouble. Elof waved, hailed, and saw him start, look up, and wave back. No ordinary joyful wave, but a scything, flattening gesture, urgent, sinister. Danger! Come down! Or did he mean stay out of sight? Elof half-turned, hesitated, caught a glimpse of armor, copper skin, as a great weight ground down on him and forced his face into the earth. With sickening suddenness, as if not a moment had passed, he was back in the last day of his childhood, some 25 years ago, taken unawares by the raiders who had ravaged his village. But now, though he was weary, there was strength in his arms, Smith's strength, and as they were wrenched behind him, he struggled and snarled and fought. He jerked one arm the way it was being pushed, felt his attacker lose his balance, and thrust out once again. The hard hands tore free. The man was flung back, but there was no sound of him striking the ground, only a rattle of loose earth and stone, a terrified shriek, and a moment later a thudding splash from below. The other attacker hesitated. Elof swung around, seized the fingers that held him, and twisted them back. The man let go with a scream, and Elof was on top of him with fist swinging. He sprang up as another came running with spear levelled, seized the shaft, and snapped it with bruising strength across his knee, then fell on the spearman with the bladed truncheon. But as he raised it for the killing stroke, another blade passed across his throat, one more pricked his neck below the ear, and a narrower blade jabbed him painfully over the kidneys. He let fall the truncheon, and rose very slowly to his feet. The faces of the men running up, hard and brown and scarred, not only by wounds, but by ritual cicatrices, were all too familiar in their cast. With bow, spear, and sword, a ring of Equesh warriors hemmed him in. Equesh! Till then, confused in time, it had seemed only natural that he was fighting his lifelong foes. But now the implications pierced him like a catapult bolt. For a crazed moment he wondered if he might not have somehow sailed on around the world to the Equesh homeland. It was said to be a bleak place like this. But he knew better than that. What, then, were they doing here? His blood still boiled. He had half a mind to try and break through their ranks and run for it. He might make it. But then they would comb the area, and might capture Rock. Better to wait, bide his time. A broad man in a fur-trimmed cloak strode forward, cheeks hatched between cheekbone and jaw with a chieftain's scars in the shape of wings, and gestured at his pack and sword-belt. Elof did nothing. Two warriors dropped their weapons, seized him, and tore the pack from his shoulder. Elof thought of the hammer at his side. If he could keep it from their sight! One warrior tugged at the buckle of his sword-belt, and Elof made a furious lunge for the hilt, struggling with the men who held him. It availed him little, but it was not meant to. The scuffle lasted only a minute, and ended with Elof on the ground being kicked with iron-shod boots, but the hammer was tucked safe among his furs. The chieftain gestured him up, and Elof lurched to his feet more unsteadily than he needed to. Let them be off their guard only a moment. The chieftain caught his arms and spread them wide, then ran long fingers through his jacket and gave a grunt of satisfaction. He plucked out the hammer and hefted it before Elof's face. "You are soldier?" he demanded, in some barely comprehensible form of the southern tongue. "No," spat Elof, then reined in his temper, remembering the exaggerated prestige this Reaver people attached to warriors, and their contemptuous treatment of any who were not as fair game. "That is, I am when I have to be, but by choice I am a smith." The chieftain's face was blank. A shaper, a shaman of metals. It was the Equesh word he used, and the chieftain drew back as if he had trodden near a copperhead. He spat on the ground and gestured to the others, and they searched Elof from top to toe. He ground his teeth as the chieftain fingered through his precious pack, knowing what danger lay in the jewels he bore. The chieftain plucked out the anklets and the half-arm ring, admired them a moment, and to Elof's astonishment replaced them, handing him the pack. "You carry this for now," he said. "Answer with your head." He spoke with an atrocious guttural accent, but better than other Equesh Elof had heard. Also he used terms that had a strangely literary or archaic ring to Elof, and others he could only guess at. "So, you speak for self now, then before Iltasia." Elof knew some words of the Equesh common tongue, but that one he had never heard. "My ship sank out there," he said, pointing out among the floating ice. "I barely made it to shore." "We see the sail sinking," said the chieftain. "Guards search the shore. You come from west over sea, from Bracial?" He mangled the name. "Alone?" Elof was thinking rapidly. Of the two Equesh who had first crept out upon him, one was dead, one still unconscious. The others could not have seen Rock. Two were looking down the cliff, but that was evidently for signs of the man who had fallen. "My crew was drowned, I think. I called in case they had come ashore, but—" He shook his head resignedly. It was a long swim. It would have been for a man. The chieftain eyed him a moment. "Other guards will find them if living. We go." He turned to his men and clapped his hands. "Uwakiamar!" With no more than the one command, the patrol formed ranks around Elof, 2 of them carrying their unconscious comrade, and strode off down the promontory, winding in and out of the thorny bushes that had concealed them. They glanced about them as they went, stabbed a spear at likely-looking concealment, but made no serious attempt to search. Elof wondered about the other guards. At least they were not here yet. Rock would have time to take cover. But who were those others with him that he had not seen? It seemed that even if the Equesh were masters of this dour land, they might not be unchallenged. And Rock was free. There might not be much he could do unaided against 11 armed men, but with aid, that was something. Definitely something. All the rest of that afternoon they marched, more or less southward, along an unchanging coastline within sight of the ice-strewn sea, and into the long summer evening that followed, until no slightest trace of light remained to show their way. They halted then, and Elof, muscles weakened and gait unsteady after long weeks in the little cutter, fell groaning to the ground, clutching cramping muscles in calf and foot, but glad he had held out till the end, though it would have been little use, his asking these grim folk for any rest. And yet he had already noticed many things unusual about them. For one, their armor of stiffened black leather was much thicker and heavier than the usual Equesh pattern, and the chieftain wore a short shirt of scale mail beneath his cloak. The clan emblem on their gear was reduced to a stylized image, sketched in with a few flowing lines, and they wore fewer jangling ornaments of metal, precious or otherwise. Only the chief had gold rings in his long ears, and bronze and gold tips to the braids of his coarse black hair. He himself was unusual, like none of their chieftains Elof had met before now, neither a malevolent old man nor a steely young fanatic. This was a heavy man of late middle years, stone calm, granite hard, and grim of aspect. Yet neither he nor his men indulged themselves in the casual brutality of most Equesh towards their captives. They neither beat nor bound Elof as they marched, and that itself was unusual. Yet in some ways it made them more alarming. Their eyes were never far from him, and he guessed that if he had shown any tendency to slacken or sought to escape, he would have suffered both, but not necessarily as retribution, more as a coolly considered means to an end. They built a great fire of brushwood that night, too great for anyone with anything much to hide or fear, and cooked over griddles among the ashes. Elof, seated in the smoky lee between 2 brawny spearmen, was wondering how long the food in his pack would last, when one of them passed him a deep wooden bowl of some boiled grain, a slice of bread, and a chunk of smoked meat. Elof took the bowl and bread hungrily, but when he refused the meat it was thrust at him. "Eat," barked the soldier, in an accent worse than the chieftain's. "Is long road, at first sun." "Be damned if I will," exploded Elof, forgetting all restraint in his loathing. "What carrion is it? Flesh of some helpless thrall?" The blow spun him round and stretched him flat on his back, blood trickling from his mouth across his burning cheek. "That word you swallow, or I strike it in your teeth, shaman of filth." It was the chieftain who stood over him, almost slavering with rage. He had evidently sprung straight across the fire. "We are the proud ones. We eat no man's meat, us." Elof heaved himself up on one elbow and glared at him. He should not have been so rash, but having spoken, to show any weakening now might be dangerous. "So," he said, as sarcastically as his swelling lips would allow, "what do your shamans have to say about that, proud one, and the hidden clan?" As he expected, that rocked the chieftain back on his heels. The spearmen sprang up and back, weapons ready. "What might you know of Tlasuka, shaman of Westover Sea?" He spoke very softly, fingers flexing near the short sword at his belt. "You are of their pale masters, maybe?" Elof fought to keep up his arrogant front. "I am not. I have met them, though, men and non-men, and though they claim the ice runs in their veins and their guts, I know that for a lie. I have spilled enough of both." He was appalled at the howl his words raised, till he realized it was laughter. Even the chief was staggering around, clutching his sides. Evidently, he reflected a little queasily, he had achieved some degree of equesh wit. "How many?" gasped the chief when he could speak properly. 50? More laughter, and Elof understood. Wit, for them, lay in outrageous boasting. The more outrageous, the better. 51, he snapped, straight-faced, to new howls. "But that one I only pinked in the shoulder, and she fled me." Silence chopped down like a blade. He had said something too much, but his blood was up, and he would not now back down. "If it's proof you're after, then do you only give me back my sword." Abruptly the chief straightened up, wiping his eyes irritably. "Oh, no, word shaman," he said. "You are captive. You stay. Not free to chase Halayu." That word Elof understood only too well. It meant death-bringer, and also fame or honor. "But know this of us. No ice runs in our veins. Ancestor laws, ancestor duties we hold still, from days when clan first made compact with clan, to conquer." "And those duties, do they include playing thrall to the ice?" blazed Elof. The chief would not be baited into losing his temper and his face a second time. He met Elof's gaze with contemptuous stolidity. "No bonds bind us, save sworn word and honor. Our chiefs are no thralls to shamans, and we take no flesh of men. That is forbidden. We are the proud ones, the Kokue, the Raven clan." "Raven?" Elof stared at the chieftain, unable to credit what he heard, or its import. Surely it meant nothing. All the Equesh clans were named for the totem animals familiar to the peaceful hunter-gatherers they had once been. Yet long ago, when Morvannec had first told him who Raven truly was, he had added that many among the Equesh also revered him. In which case— "I too have heeded a raven's cry," he said softly. "He is the banner and sign of my land. Can it be the same?" Heads turned in surprise, but the chieftain only grunted. "That raven is totem to some among you, I had heard. Let us see who he favors." Elof smiled quietly. "He has favored me." As he expected, those words from a prisoner provoked a great wave of savage, scornful laughter. He let it subside, and when he spoke again, even he was startled by the ringing pride in his words. "He has favored me, I say, my land and my king. To my poor door in such a wasteland as this he came, ere I knew who he was, a tall rider in black mail upon a mighty war-horse." One or two warriors interrupted with crows of disbelief, but their voices faltered when they found themselves alone, and faded to silence when Elof's gaze fell on them. The chieftain and the others listened in silence, unstirring save for the firelight that leaped in their eyes. "He gave me aid I did not know I needed, aid that helped me to undo a great evil, that in the end raised me from the least of smiths to among the great of my land. More than once he has come, sometimes in other guise, always with aid and counsel." "What guise?" The chieftain's voice was soft, but his demand cracked like a whip. "An old man, bearded and mantled, leaning on a staff. An old wanderer." Elof sighed, and a black gloom overwhelmed him. reaction to his moment of pride. But last in his warrior guise. Wiser I had heeded him then, and never come here. Wiser, agreed the chieftain somberly, and gazed at him a while before he said more. Shaman, you burn from within, and the flame is clear. I do not think you lie. We too know Raven in these shapes, warrior and wise shaman, though no man living sees him so. We follow his path, straight path of the warrior, no matter the price. Though lies whispered, though trust denied, though they set us to rot on land, to guard outlands bare of blood or fame or booty, though they trust us with no honorable station at sea, yet we, proud ones, serve as sworn to by our ancestors. The chieftain's face was an implacable copper mask, his voice pitiless as winter wind. From word and duty we do not turn. To Italsia take all strangers, is said. To Italsia you must go. Does Raven come to you now? I think not. He rose and returned to his chieftain's place on the more comfortable side of the fire. Eat and sleep. You tread a long road, come dawn. It proved so indeed. The Ekwesh treated their captive with greater regard, and even something like awe, but they drove him as hard as ever through all the daylight hours. It was a lonely road, too, for few had language or inclination to talk to him, and what he understood of their speech told chiefly of strife and bloodshed. Only the chieftain came to quiz him now and again on why he had come and what he sought. Most often Elof also said nothing, or adamantly changed the subject, because he knew the Ekwesh took a direct rebuttal or denial as an insult, and to insult rather than challenge these fierce folk could be a deadly error. A straight path they might walk, but they were a warrior race none the less. Their orders to bring in soldiers alive would not stop them shedding his blood in some less than fatal fashion. He took his cue from the chieftain, matching his studied calm and his frank speech, and found it well received. It could not be said that any liking arose between them, so alien were they to each other, but a degree of understanding came, the more so as they sought to practice each other's tongue. Each spoke more freely to the other than they might to any who shared their concerns. The chieftain was a bitter man in his way, on behalf of his folk as well as himself. For generations now they had striven to serve both the expanding realms of the Ekwesh and their own notions of what was upright and fitting, and inevitably they had suffered for it. Their code was fierce and pitiless, but it had within it some concept of order greater than continual and bloody conquest, of duty to weaker peoples greater than mere enslavement and exploitation, of holding and building on gains. Such an attitude had made them influential in the uniting of the scattered, quarrelsome tribes, and the rise of something like a coherent realm. But beyond that realm it also made them poor agents of the ice, whose interest lay in bringing havoc and disorder, in scorning the very name of Raven, and teaching its initiates likewise. As its influence had grown among the Ekwesh, so the prestige of the Raven clan had fallen, their more purposeful ferocity branding them cowards, their careful consolidation of conquests earning them the name of faint-hearts and laggards. Elof understood now that his bid to overawe this little group, though it had won him better treatment, had had no real chance of success. The Ravens were determined to reinstate themselves with a show of zeal and loyalty, and he was a prime opportunity. Even had they wanted to let him go, they would not have dared. When that grueling day's march came to an end, Elof again fell down in agony. He guessed, as he lay curled on the ground, that they had covered some 10 leagues of rough going, over hill and heathland, roadless save for the occasional beast track. Only once, in a marshy place, had he thought he detected a fragment of an ancient roadbed buried far beneath the mud, But on the next day's march, begun as early and as swiftly, he began to see the small heaps and circles of rough-hewn stone that he knew were the remains of simple buildings, cot and sheepfold, perhaps. Beneath the grass and heather underfoot, he heard the rasp of laid stones. Once this had been inhabited land, and ere long he came upon clearer remains, many of those ruins with the weathered walls and gable ends bare of any roof that Norderney folk had come to call Eckwesh footprints, the marks they left upon a countryside. Yet these looked ancient, far older than the Eckwesh incursions into Norderney. How long had they held this land? Or who had held it before them? And how could they have reached it? Elof restrained his impatience. The chieftain might be persuaded to tell him something, but he was some distance away, striding ahead of the others as if he too were impatient. It would have to wait till they halted at nightfall. But there was no halt, for as the sun sank down towards the clouds in the distant west, setting the ice islands a-glitter on the sea, the chief, reaching the top of a low slope, cried out triumphantly to his men. Elof understood, and he felt a host of new fears. They had reached their destination, with all that it held for him. What new menace must he face? Yet such was the majesty of the sight awaiting him that it drove all lesser concerns from his mind. At first he hardly took it in. He saw only a wide bay of the sea, awash with floating ice, and behind it an encircling arm of 3 smallish mountains, low and craggy, joined by a thin-topped ridge. Its stark flanks sloped precipitously down to a strip of flat brown land at the water's edge. Then a long ray of the low sun escaped the clouds and rested a moment upon the lower central peak, tinging it with warm fire, and Elof saw that it was no work of nature. A high castle crowned the ridge, and he thought it the mightiest work that he had ever seen. In that he was right, for no mightier then existed in the world, save only the citadels of the ice itself. This was its fashion, as it became gradually clear to Elof while he and his captors traversed the remaining half-league from the hills. From the base of the ridge 2 vast square towers of the same sand-hued stone arose. Their flat-roofed capitals reached 3/4 of the way to its crest. Between them was a wide wall, bridged at its top by a great gallery between the towers, lined with many columns, graceful and fluted. Below this opened many lesser galleries, but the lower half of the wall was featureless, save for a single arch at its center. Vast this must have been, taller at its keystone than the masts of great ships, but against that height of wall it seemed small, no more than a gate. And seen above the height of that first immense wall reared another, after the same pattern, a gallery between 2 towers, but this was lower and narrower, and the overhanging pediments of the towers were level with the ridge. At each corner stood a statue, and between the statues a traceried rail of carven stone. But above these vastnesses loomed a third level still, round like the base of an unseen column that upheld the sky, like a crown fit for the brows of powers in their majesty. A high palace it was, in itself greater than the citadel of Kerbrahane or the palace of Morvannec that was his home. Windows and galleries latticed its walls, statues encircled its roof. Its every line spoke nobility and power, chiefly power. This was a place made to daunt, and daunt it did. With the sun's fire upon its walls, it seemed rich and noble, fit for the court of the living powers. But the sun was slipping behind the clouds, and as Elof was shepherded ever nearer, the air turned murky and cold, and the fire fled. A low mountain it seemed once more as the shadow wrapped itself around, and few lights showed upon those towering walls. It was at the foot of the ridge that lights shone out, the bleak land flickering under the flares of a myriad torches, warmed with the kindling of numberless fires, as if beneath the castle a sprawling town had sprung up, almost a city by its extent, huddled at its feet like hound to master. It was towards this lake of lights that Elof's captors led him. The sound of harsh voices reached him from afar, of flutes and drumming, and he guessed that this must be some huge encampment of the Equish. It proved to be that and more, however, for instead of tent and shelter, there were many boat-shaped longhouses of rough tarry planking set within sturdy compound fences, above whose gates hung sign and symbol of the clans. Curiosity overcame fear in him, for he had never before seen a full Equish community. Also a sense of regret and anger, for the houses with their flanks of pattern-painted clapboard were very like those of his own village, that the Equish themselves had devastated. It was their own cousins, their own flesh, they had been induced to scorn and betray. And the gap between even modest civilization and savagery was all too apparent. Livestock wandered free and untended between the houses, and there seemed to be little or no attempt at drainage. They walked on boards among filth, and the stench of the place was terrible. Life in all its aspects seemed to be carried on in the open air, amid howl, hubbub, and the beat of drums from the open spaces between the compounds. As they passed one of these, Elof saw a shaman dancing some rite with warriors. He was an eerie figure, clad only in a long skirt of leather strips, his scrawny body painted in many colors with the emblem of the Mosquito clan, and his white hair flying as he whirled about among the warriors, hurling a much shorter figure from one to another. It was a girl, wearing only some rags about her thighs. Ochre plastered her cropped hair flat, but her skin gleamed a much lighter brown than the rest. That would make her half-bred, and therefore by definition a thrall here. He wondered what her fate would be, and then remembered with a sudden jolt that an even more immediate question was his own. They wound away through the outskirts of the encampment, down ways of mire and slime, often having to leap aside to avoid horsemen who came cantering through, and once a column of thralls being driven like ponies at the run. The compound they finally entered was broad, but few fires burned there. The door before which the chieftain paused and called was wide, but the light within dim and smoky. Swift words were exchanged, and Elof was thrust forward into the gloom. His smarting eyes could barely pick out a double row of figures seated around a trench of fire, many white-haired and bent. Words flew again, and a burst of harsh laughter. Then he was seized by the arms and bundled outside once again, with the chieftain by his side, his face a grimace of satisfaction. "So," he said, savouring the words, "a great prize you are, and one awaited. You bring us fortune, West Shaman. Come, we go to Iltasia." He pointed up into the darkness where the heights of the castle were hidden. They passed out of the Equish town then, and up the slopes of the ridge to the side of the nearer tower. It was an easy enough climb, for there were steps sunk in the stone, ancient and dished with weather and wear, but well-formed and serviceable. The air blew strangely chill from below. Looking down, Elof saw beyond the town a harbour of many ships, large and small, behind a strong sea-wall. And that was needed, for the whole bay was speckled with ice islands in various stages of decay, as if some freak of the currents drew them in here, in their last melting. He shivered, and was glad when they passed through a narrow wicket into the blackness of the tower. Torches blossomed, flickering in the airflow, and their light fell upon a narrow flight of stone steps, steep and cramped between high walls. Elof swallowed, remembering how tall that tower had seemed from without, but hard hands at his back thrust him forward. In single file they climbed into an echoing vault of shadow, lit blue-gray only by faint spills of moonlight through the narrow window-slits. The right-hand wall dropped away into emptiness. They were mounting the inner wall of the tower, by stairs that ringed its hollow heart. As his eyes grew accustomed to the dimness, he saw that it was not wholly empty, that heart. A curious engine of cables and pulleys hung there, extending both above and below in the tall well. It seemed to him like some enormous lifting hoist, able to raise great weight of goods or men. That this place should have such a thing made sense, and it looked in reasonable repair. But in that case, why did the Eqesh not use it? However hardy they were, in time alone it offered advantages over this endless climb, this overpowering darkness. Because they couldn't? It was more than likely. This place was nothing of theirs. Here all voices were hushed in awe. The least word spoken went fluttering away into the cavernous dark above, and after a while no man spoke, but concentrated on the exhausting climb. The only sounds were those of rasping breath echoing around the enclosing walls, and the monotonous thud of heavy sandaled feet upon the steps. It seemed to merge, that constant rhythm, with the leaden passing of the hours, until he forgot that he was walking, that the distant ache was his weary limbs. Space and time were one, and he was floating upwards, ascending out of the past that lay below, into the future above. And all was as shadows, dim and indistinct, in that strange undersea light. Somewhere above many deep bells were tolling. Suddenly it was as if the world had turned on its side, the great space above opening out instead before him. Dreamily he looked up, and saw revealed through the blue dimness, vaulting so high and wide-swept it might have been the very roof of the sky. Gradually, as his exhausted trance faded, he realized he was climbing no longer, that he was stumbling along the smooth and level floor of a majestic hallway towards a high-arched door where points of fire burned, gleaming red on the metal of armed sentinels. Weapons were leveled. A harsh challenge raised the echoes, was answered as harshly. He caught no more than the name Iltasia once again. Other sentinels appeared from within the gate, and herded in the raven clansmen, much as they herded him, into an even darker corridor behind. The roof was hidden, but from the echoes it sounded less high. A screech and a crash made him start. An upheld torch shone fire upon a heavy door, thrown back to reveal a small chamber, its walls of dusty stone, windowless. The sentinels seized his arms and flung him down on the flagstones. Darkness slammed shut about him. He almost welcomed it in his exhaustion, so restful it seemed. It felt impossibly good simply to lie still and silent, no matter how hard his bed. He was half aware that he no longer had his pack, but he was too weary to feel any concern. His eyelids fluttered, his head sank down. He struggled to stave off sleep, to guess where he might be, and what might happen next. But what was the point? He could do nothing about it. As well be rested when it came. Thunder and light jerked him awake, his eyes sticky, his limbs stiff and aching as he was hauled bodily to his feet and shoved stumbling into the corridor. It was still gloomy, and he guessed he had slept at most for an hour. Eqesh guards with swords and spears surrounded him, and it disturbed him that none of them bore raven crests, and many only a meaningless pattern of white bars. He had seen too many like them in Morvannec, acknowledged members of the hidden clan. Yet though they prodded him along roughly enough, hustling him round corner after corner and up long echoing flights of stairs, they were never brutal. In fact, they seemed to be taking elaborate if cold-blooded care of him, as might one charged with carriage of some precious thing. Yet the brutality lurked there in their blank, dark eyes. Acknowledged or not, they were all of the hidden clan, if any were. In the shadows above the stairs a tall double door was seamed in yellow light. It opened, and the flood was dazzling. Into the midst of it he was thrust, blinded and squinting foolishly. He reached out to steady himself, and closed his hand on what was unmistakably worked velvet, heavy and costly. A heavy aromatic scent filled the air, and a welcome warmth crept up through his boots. One of the Eqesh pushed past him and spoke, his harsh tones sunk almost to a breathless, awed whisper. Elof heard no reply, but he was pushed forward at once, and his jacket was pulled from his back, his tattered clothes and boots stiffened with filth and salt, ripped off him. He started to struggle, but as his sight cleared of its swirling colors, he was astonished to find himself tottering on the glossed stone steps of a wide bath, filled almost to floor level with steaming water. He stared at it, unbelieving. A bath was what his whole frame ached for, and he could almost believe this some tantalizing torture. Before he could hesitate any longer, however, the grim-faced guards seized him and hurled him bodily into the water. The heat and the impact of it struck his breath away, and he rose gasping and spluttering, eyes smarting with pungent oils. But water-filled ears heard only the receding ring and slap of sandals on the stone. He turned and saw the doors close smoothly on their heels. All his guards had gone. That alone made a great difference, and though he was still confused and apprehensive, he felt himself succumbing to the water's grateful warmth. Whatever was to come, he reflected, he could face it better rested and relaxed. It could hardly put him in any worse case than he was already. With a deep groan he sagged back into the water, wincing as it bit at his scrapes and bruises, and blinked his eyes clear. He could hardly believe them. Only once before had he seen rooms so richly furnished, the old royal chambers of Morvannec, but they had been dusty and ill-lit, and Morvannec had had them cleared to suit his own more austere tastes. Here the floor was of polished stone, black as onyx, the walls smooth white, but overhung with velvet in rich blue hues of night, worked about with gold and silver. If there were any windows, they were hidden. At each corner the bath was lit by lamps on ornate stands, blazing with scented oil, and though he saw no fire, the stone at the bath rim was warm to the touch. Many ewers of lye oil and balms stood there, mingling their fragrance with the heavy air. In an idle humor he reached out to one, but as he touched it, it rattled and rocked on its base, so sharp and sudden was the tremor in his hands. The tall, fair woman who sat in the shadows of the hangings rose from her chair, stooped swiftly, and caught the ewer before it could overset. "Have a care, young smith. This is a rare and precious stuff you trifle with here. Lean forward. Bow your head." Elof, slack-jawed, could not bring himself to move, let alone obey, for he could conceive of nothing save his own immediate and helpless death. Had he been clad and afoot, he would have been casting about for some weapon, some way of escape. But now an absurd and paralyzing vulnerability held him in thrall. The tall woman snorted with impatience, pushed his head down on his chest, and poured a measured flow of the stuff in the ewer over his head and shoulders, and into the water beyond. It gave off a strange scent, dark and slightly bitter, and tingled on his skin. But where it flowed, the worst of his pains seemed to dissolve away, and he subsided into the water once again, utterly at a loss. "Louhi," he said, or meant to say. It emerged as a ghastly croak. The woman smiled in wry acknowledgment. "Even so. The ice lies all about the earth, south and north, west and east. Why should you not expect to find me here?" She set the ewer down and stepped hastily back to her former place. "Enjoy your bath, young smith. Make yourself as clean as you would wish to be. Doubtless you will be more at ease so, and I also. No offense, but you have come through great hardships of late that cannot but have left their marks upon you, and I suffer from too keen an awareness of such things, of senses other than smell also," she added with rueful grace, "not being born to them. I lack a lifetime's practice in ignoring their importunate messages, such as you mortals enjoy. To me they come new-minted, undulled, each time I take on form, and they are a continual torment." "I wonder you can endure the Eqwesh, then," Elof grunted, his head still a-whirl. Louhi shrugged her shapely shoulders in answer. "I cannot, save with difficulty. I deal with them through more civilized minions, or from a distance. You may have heard what they call me. Iltasia, the Old One Unseen. But they are apt to the hand, and they are brave, as are you, young smith. All across the seas of the sunrise you have sailed, to their eastern shore, and all in vain. Elof tensed, but remained lying where he was. Who says so, lady? Yourself? But you cannot be sure of my purpose, can you? Louhi, her face grave and impassive, almost sad, turned to a low table beside her, of black marble, white-veined, and took up from it something that caught and enhanced the gold of the lamplight, mellow and fair. Elof's heart gave a terrible leap. It was his half of the broken arm-ring. They had given her his pack. She came forward again, gathering up her white robe to kneel by the bath-side. To his astonishment, she held out the half-ring and put it into his hand. But then she reached up to her throat and drew up a thin golden chain that hung there, and from her breast lifted another such twist of gold upon its end. And that, too, she put into his limp fingers ere he could speak. He looked from it to her, feeling its warmth contrast with the coolness of his half, then seized the pieces and thrust them together, telling himself frantically that it was a trick, a copy, that such a thing might easily be confected in a few hours, were the jeweller skilled enough. But it was not. They fitted, and not only in physical form. Elof knew the unity of his own work, none better, and his fingers could sense the sudden reviving flow of forces within the metal as it touched. His eyes saw the tremulous gleams that shot this way and that, like small fish in a pond, independent of the lamplight. This was in truth his first gift to his love, and his last, the making of it and the breaking. He glared up at the pale-haired woman, silently daring her to gloat, or even smile, so that he could dash it from her face. "You took this from her," he grated. "Where have you caged her, you wolf's bitch? Where is she?" But Louhi's face remained calm. "She gave me it," was her quiet reply, "without benefit of cage, or any such barbarity." Gently she slipped the pieces from Elof's nerveless grasp, and, ignoring his belated grab, replaced them on the table. "You see," she said, without a trace of a gloat, "I have what I have long sought, and I fear you need not think to take it from me ever again." It came to Elof's mind then, what part of it could still think, that Louhi had ordered her ground for this encounter with great subtlety. None among his folk, save the upper orders, were especially squeamish about nakedness. No others could afford to be, and he was no high-born. Yet he found himself fettered by his situation, fettered and depressed. Before those cool blue eyes he was as uncertain as a child, unwilling to leave the sheltering water, yet within it vulnerable and at a loss, too easily dominated. He saw it clearly, yet he was powerless to change it. For those quiet, unforgivable words he might have sought to attack Louhi with his own 2 hands, to stifle the life of her body, or even try to hold her hostage before her followers. But thus naked and enmeshed, he could hardly summon up the spirit. He could not possibly hoist himself from this deep bath swiftly enough. He would look ridiculous. He would probably slip on that glassy floor and split his skull anyway. And what good would it do? What did it truly matter? It or anything. He had no trouble believing Louhi's words. In her very mildness he could read their truth. Kara, in her fury and her sorrow, had obeyed that nagging call, and fled back from the company of men to the security of her bonds, the shelter of her own kind. He could hardly blame her. A deep misery, deep as the roots of the world, came pressing in upon his mind, and depression, like a rolling wall of mist, distancing and darkening the very hues of life. It clung to him too closely for the release of fury or of sorrow. He had done with caring. He laid his head back wearily against the lowest step and closed his eyes. He jumped when Louhi spoke again, for it had seemed there was no more she need say. Also, she was again close by, kneeling and looking down at him with that same grave mien. "I find it in me to pity you, young smith." Elof flinched in angry disgust, but she held up a restraining hand. "No, I speak no hypocrisies, truly. What need have I to? What I said, I meant. Have I not felt as you feel now, and at your hands? Believe me, I would not mock it. I know. But do not despair too soon. I said that you need not hope to take her from me, and that I meant also. But it is possible that I might relinquish her. Relinquish her? Elof felt more adrift than ever. So. Oh, not wholly, not forever. Would you, had you the choice? For a time, a span, the span of a mortal life. Her full lips pressed tight till the color drained from them. That is not easily offered, or lightly. Even to think of it is, oh, pain, revulsion. Look into yourself and understand. Yet I have had to see her pass from me once already, and to me one life would be a short enough time to bear, though that life might be made very long indeed, young smith, if you were willing to join Kara in my service. "Consider," she said, almost pleading, before Elof could even gather his startled thoughts, let alone utter a word. "Why not? Consider what you have seen here. Has the dominion you call the ice not one far further southward than in your own land? Most of the world is thus, Elof. A great change is coming, and it totters in the balance. Only a little further, a small advance, and the balance will tip beyond recall." She rose on her knees, staring out into infinite distance, and shook back her smooth cascade of pale blonde hair. "I had hoped to make that advance in your land, young smith, thinking it easier than here. You taught me my mistake, you and yours. But here it shall still come about. The ice will advance. Not far, young smith, not far, but far enough to reflect some small portion more of the sun's heat, and so cool the climb of the world just a fraction further. And that will be enough. That, cast into the scales, will turn them. From that moment on, we need no longer strain to advance the ice. It will become a process of growth, clean growth without the taint of life. Its advance will chill the world further, and that chill will advance the ice. As a morsel of snow set tumbling down a mountain may grow, unstoppably, to a mighty avalanche, so the margins of the ice shall grow of their own moving force to encompass and cleanse this carrion world, and the peace that is cold will settle about it, and our day shall come again. Then we shall live free indeed, free from the strife that devours us, free from all the ills, demands, indignities, free from the burning tomb that you call flesh." Slowly she subsided, leaned sideways to rest on one hand, her hair hiding her face. Elof sank down in horror, the warmth of the bath lost to him in his shock, recalling all the Durgar lore he had learned of the ice. It was all too plausible, what she had said. It could come about. But when? How soon? How long remained? She looked down at him suddenly, high breasts heaving, but serene of face as ever. "But it would not all happen at once, young smith. Not in one lifetime of men, or even two. though it could not be stopped. You could live on happily enough. Even your friends would be left alone to live out their lives, if they wage no war against me, for I would no longer need to assail them." "And those you assail here?" demanded Elof sternly, though his words rang hollow within. She shook her head sadly. "Them? You need think nothing of them. In their unceasing folly they deserve disaster. Almost they court it. They will bring down the ice upon their own heads. I cool the water about these lands, mass the drift ice at its gates, freeze the rivers that feed the land. The Equesh serve only as the living spearhead of the ice, and the haft is half a world wide, and hurled by many hands. Fair young smith, I and mine are on the verge of victory, and yet that victory will only win back what was so unjustly wrested from us long ago. We have yearned for that, yes, but is it so terrible to yearn thus, exiled and dispossessed? Can you find no scrap of sympathy for us, no understanding? Have not you done the same in all your wanderings, and along the way, from haste or need or plain folly, we have done some terrible things, and have not you also? But we will have what we yearn for, and perhaps you shall also." "If you would give me what I yearn for," said Elof dully, "you would slay me here and now. It would be kindness, perhaps." She gazed back at him and shook her head. "Once I might have. But, Smith, I have warmed to you. You are brave, and you harbor a force of your own, mortal though you be, that is rare among the herd of common men in any age. And I have learned much about you, I from Kara. You have awoken a power to love, young man, and that is no small thing. Our kind knows love indeed, but of a different nature. It is not the same as this mortal huddling, this passion that spurs on the lowest laughable urges, the mingling of flesh in filth. It is no desperate snatching at happiness, made more precious by its own mortality, by its own inevitable end. It is no fire doomed both to blaze and burn out, no flake of snow to melt even as it is grasped. For the force of the lower love to touch the higher, that is rare, and not to be lightly thrown aside. I say again, Elof, I would have you at my side." She rose, tall and beautiful as a crest of sun-bright cloud, and turned back to the table, began sifting through the things that lay there. "You are a smith of surpassing craft, like none other I have encountered in this age. That helm, I have marveled at its power, but I do not see it here. Lost in your rack, a terrible loss, but you may live to shape another. And this gauntlet, from among the Durgar perhaps, but no other men. And the same for this hammer. And these are surely the fatal anklets. I find it hard to blame you, young smith, truly I do. You have my sympathy, even if I have none of yours. And this sword that you call Gorthor—" She drew it with a hiss and a flourish, but in her hands the black blade was silent. She gave a bitter laugh. "This at least I have felt from you." She balanced it in her hand a moment. Then suddenly she sprang forward in a fierce lunge, and sent it stabbing and cutting through the air in graceful exercises of formal sword-play that bent her lissom body like a bow, drawing her robe tight about her and loosening it at breast and flank. Elof watched her in fascination as she danced back and forth about the bath, cleaving the columns of steam into swirling panic, till at last she paused with a peal of silvery laughter and stood panting, her straight hair clinging in dishevelled wisps about her damp face, her cheeks and breast flushed bright with unaccustomed color. "This, at least," she repeated, her blue gaze bright and intense. "And small wonder. It is a magnificent blade, a noble weapon." She stooped beside him like a plunging bird. "Here you wounded me, in the shoulder. Do you think I would hate you for that? But I, at least, can forget wounds when they have healed." She reached out suddenly, and her long, strong fingers closed on his. Their warmth was startling. She lifted his hand unresisting to her shoulder, and with it drew down the loosened shoulder of her robe. "See, not a scar remains." It was true. Where Gorthor had struck, the skin was milky white, unmarked, unmarred, glossed with a faint sheen of perspiration. She drew his fingers over the spot, and down over the curve of her breast, the robe falling away before them. Color surged beneath the skin, and she breathed quickly through parted lips. Her blue eyes were half-hooded by their fluttering lids. Her breast jutted firm and damp into his cupped hand, and he traced the nipple with coursing fingers. Her other hand reached out, touched his neck and quivered there an instant, then moved on to caress his neck and ear, his throat and chest. She gasped slightly, throwing back her head, and caught his hand to her. Only then did he try to snatch it away, but she was as strong as he was. Then she relaxed, slid it down across her ribs, the taut plane of muscle at her waist, and down, pulling her sash away and parting her robe, down till it slid over soft curls and pressed in between her thighs. Abruptly she pulled away and rose, and stood a moment with parted robe clinging to her damp body, fixed in his gaze, gazing at him with an intensity that blazed like the north lights. Suddenly the air was heavy with a scent, whether it rose from the water or from her, that stirred his thoughts into a blurred confusion. "Hate if you will, Elof," she said softly, almost chanting her words. "Only hate fiercely. They are the great twins, Mastersmith, the great unities. Hate and love, ice and fire. And when the force of the stars themselves is spent, when rights and wrongs alike are forgotten, and darkness claims all things, they shall lie down together and become one." Loss and misery, drowning in the beauty of her, foundered in her gaze. Then she shrugged the robe from her shoulders and peeled it away, and stood naked and fair as the vision of her true self amid rivers of falling stars. Yet fairer still than that vision she seemed, for she was present and real, though her skin shone translucent as milky ice. When she padded to the steps and down, thigh-deep into the lapping water, Elof caught his breath, as if the heat might melt her away. But the hand that touched him, that coursed along his body and encircled him in its caress, was warmer even than the water, and the lips that pressed on his flared like fire, traced burning trails of it along him as he floated, catching flame in his turn. The arms he closed about her encircled glowing heat, his fierce caress unleashed its flows, and as she pressed closer to him, flung thigh across him and drew him close, he remembered what he had once been told, that deep within the ice the fires of the earth might still burn, a furnace contained that could burst out with searing force. They closed, and within the furnace she drew him, and as one they burned. After a time, when the seething water grew still, she led him by the hand from the bath and across the room to the alcove where she had sat, and drew back the heavy hangings there to reveal a carven door. It opened onto suffocating luxury, a wide galleried bedchamber hung all around in gold and saffron yellow, save where a tall, narrow window gleamed upon blackness. Against the far wall was set a great bed of silken cushions and counterpanes. Upon a side table stood a pitcher and goblets. She poured him a glass of thick yellow wine, honey-scented and strong, and slipped back into the bath-chamber a moment ere she came to join him. Together, sipping their wine, they walked hand in hand to the bed, and there, as she lay down, he poured a trickle of wine across her breasts and kissed it away. Among the cushions, as time passed, they twined and thrashed and sweated to their shuddering conclusions, each contesting the other's limits, till they fell at last to the dalliance of exhaustion, and from that sighed down and twined into sleep. After some time Elof shifted, as the heaviest sleepers may, but his hand fell idly free. Some time later, as he stretched comfortably, his legs slid gently from under the others, but he made no move, and his breathing soon grew still. It might have been half an hour before he moved again, and that slowly, flexing the hand she had trapped between her thighs, gently, insistently, till she herself shifted and flexed. Then, though he might have slipped away, he lay still beside her, listening intently to her breathing. Another quarter-hour or so he lay still, before beginning to inch his way over the cushions and onto the thick carpeting below. Once there, he did not get up, but moved on all fours, reflecting wryly that he would have distrusted his legs anyway, so tremulous they felt. The door opened as silently as he had hoped, but only when it was shut behind him did he pull himself to his unsteady feet by the frame and draw a deep, shuddering breath. Relief and revulsion surged through him with such force he almost vomited, and they were made all the worse by the inescapable memory of how he had responded to her. His clothes lay where they had been torn from him. He gathered them up and forced himself into them, binding them about him as best he could, shuddering. They were half soaked with slops from the agitated bath, and none the better for it. Then, gathering his wits, he padded swiftly over to the small table. She had extinguished all but one light, and it lay in deep shadow. He reached out gingerly and touched only bare marble. Panic shook him, but he forced it down. She had been gone only a moment, so unless some servant had removed them. He began to twitch the hangings aside, and behind the one directly opposite he encountered a plain blank door with the look of an aumbry about it. But it was locked, and he could find neither the key nor the means to make a pick. In desperation he plucked loose the heavy belt that had borne Gorthar, forced the strong buckle between door and frame, and began to pry them apart, leaning on the hangings to muffle the creaking and snapping of the wood, and forcing his fingers in between. In seconds he had a gap through which he could thrust his hand, and he managed to grasp the crumpled hide of his pack. Drawing it out through the narrow gap was less easy, but fear drove him. He did it, and when he had rummaged through his possessions, he clutched it to his heart in deep relief. As he had hoped, Louhi in her haste had simply scooped all the smaller items into it. Gauntlet, anklets, they were there, and even the two halves of the arm ring, one still on its chain. That left Gorthar and his hammer. By dint of much straining he had the sword, and with it he could just touch the haft. If he could only hook it towards him, if the gap were that fraction wider. He forced his broad arm into the gap, feeling the wood quiver, thrust further, and fell sprawling among the hangings as, with a crack like a blow in the face, the whole door snapped across and swayed from its hinges. He struggled free and, still on his knees, tore the sagging door aside. The hammer spilled from a dislodged shelf onto the floor, but even as he snatched at it, the inner door crashed back, and Louhi stood there before him. "So," she said, and the very sound of her voice, controlled and calm as it was, chilled him rigid. Still unclad, still fair, she was no less a sight of terror, her blue eyes glinting like the sunken ice, her lips drawn dead white and snarling. A beast returning to his vomit. A sacred trust is shattered for this. For this deathless Taun Tar abases herself. She opens the treasures of this body, her temple, to an animal, accepts the degradation, undergoes the pollution, the foulness. Loathing contorted her like a serpent. Her voice sank into hissing incoherence, and a ribbon of saliva ran unregarded from one corner of her working lips. Elof shrank back, afraid as he had seldom been of anything. For a moment she seemed wholly inhuman, a moving window onto a landscape bleaker even than the material ice, yet alive with a blazing wrath. She looked ready to spring at his throat. Before his eyes, his own hair bristling, he saw hers, palest silken blonde, rise straight up into the white mane of a fiend. Against that tide of inhuman fury, the blade in his hand seemed an irrelevance. Flight filled his mind to the exclusion of all else, a frantic, feral panic. But he could not forget the hammer, and made one wild grab. Louhi, though she was out of reach, stooped even more swiftly, and touched her fingers to the wet floor. It was as if a window were thrown open onto a winter storm. With a shock that hurt Elof's panting lungs, all the warmth was blasted from the air, and in the blink of an eye a white film raced like ground glass over hanging and tapestry around the alcove. Over the marble, the water from their bath and their bodies crackled to solid ice. The hammer did not move. It was frozen solid to the floor. Elof cried out at the agony in his knees as the ice enmeshed them, and barely in time tore free and fell aside against the wall. The floor was drier there, and the ice did not follow, but Louhi clenched the steam-sodden hangings, and they stiffened to stinging glass above him. On all fours he scrambled back, feeling the sodden clamminess of his clothes, knowing she had only to touch him, and he would suddenly be encased in a cast of burning ice, enough perhaps to freeze his blood or stop his heart by the shock alone. Now he saw that she had chosen her ground even more carefully than he had guessed, and how subtly she had put him at her mercy. That bath had made him vulnerable in body as well as mind. She paced forward now with the measured pad of a snow tiger, and he could not even rise properly, his feet slipping on black ice beneath him as he scrabbled towards the door. Suddenly she cried out, a piercing summons, and from outside came the rattle of feet and harsh cries in answer. The door quivered under a blow and flew open, and the gap filled with Equesh guards. Against them Elof could lift his sword, but knew it was no use. There were too many, and some had bows. He moved slowly back, scanning the room for some faint advantage, and they made no move, content to bar his way for their mistress. Now the wall was at his back, and all avenues of escape blocked. All? Something jutted against his hunched shoulder. That must be, had to be, the edge of a window arch. But a window to where? Opening upon what? It hardly mattered, when swift death was the alternative. He seized the chill hangings, bunching his fists in them, and with reckless strength he hurled himself against what lay behind. He had a brief glimpse of narrow leaded panes that gleamed with 100 jeweled hues, before his shoulders, shielded by the rime-stiff velvet, crashed against them and through. Over the frame he rolled and out, clinging to the hangings as he kicked about, feeling them begin to give under his weight. Edged stone scraped against his leg, and he looked down to find a foothold. Emptiness roared beneath him, the very shock of it like thunder in his ears. Like a blow it dashed his breath out of his breast, strangled a cry in his throat. A fly and webbed, he dangled and kicked upon the outermost walls of that fortress mountain, and beneath him the abyss gaped and growled, its depths a dizzying, smoky blur as he spun. The sudden sweat on his palms stung against the ice-caked cloth, and he slipped down a span, caught himself with a jerk, and felt the rending in the material. Swallowing hard, he kicked out to reach the ledge he had felt, and found it, barely wider than his boot. He braced his leg against it to stop him swinging, and reached up desperately with his sword hand for some hold above. All he found was a narrow lip of masonry, barely wide enough for his fingers to clutch, no more. With the care of desperation he caught at it and pulled himself up, gasping, against the cold stone. The hangings billowed suddenly and collapsed, falling past him into nothingness. He clung to the stone lest they pull him loose. Some hand above had severed them, only just too late. He could only have been dangling there the space of a heartbeat, though it had seemed like hours. He looked up and found himself below a lip of masonry. He could neither see the window nor be seen from it. It must be deep in a recess, as proof against weather, perhaps. But he could hear guttural shouts, and guessed that they knew he had not fallen. At any rate, they would hardly take it on trust. They had only to throw something down on him, water even. He struggled to repress the sweat that made his fingers slippery, and began to inch his way along the ledge and out from directly underneath the window, sliding foot and fingers along a careful turn. Gorthor seemed to weigh tons in his fingers, yet he dared not try to thrust it through his belt, lest it trip or dislodge him. After a few minutes he rested it by its hilt on the ledge and pulled it along in stages, little by little, as he moved. After a few minutes his breathing steadied, and he felt able to risk a look along the ledge to see where it might lead him. To his astonishment he found himself looking at the shadowy outlines of trees, leaden in the first grey light, upon a steep hillside no great distance away. With great care he turned his head, rolling it back so it would not force him from the wall, and saw the same. Then he understood. This was the far side of the fortress, rising not in imperious stages, but in a single sweeping wall, and much narrower. He yearned to turn and see what lay behind, but did not dare. Time enough when he was off this terrible perch. Then movement caught his eye, and he saw what must be a rope come snaking down from the window recess, and a moment later a lean figure scrambling down it, apparently barefoot, but with a sword slung across his shoulders. The Equesh reached the ledge and clung tight with fingers and toes. The sight of it almost unnerved Elof, so precarious did it look. It brought home to him his own plight. The moment the first man was free of the rope, another came slithering down, and after him a third. But the third, perhaps overconfident, or weaker in the fingers, lost his handhold, clawed frantically for balance, and then with a scream that sickened Elof's stomach, he toppled out into emptiness. His shriek seemed to go on forever, and Elof had to steel himself not to look down after him. Another warrior came sliding down the rope, as if quite unconcerned by his fellow's fate, and joined the others. Above his head one more appeared. Setting his teeth in his lower lip, Elof began to shuffle along as fast as he dared. There was more effort in this controlled, cramped movement than in a mad dash, and he felt his much-abused leg muscles beginning to tremble. But the sentinels were gaining, and the leader was already freeing a hand to draw the long sword from his back, the others readying their stabbing spears. Elof realized there was no way he could turn to bring his right hand to bear on them. Gorthor felt strange in his left hand, that usually bore the gauntlet, but he had no choice. He inched along with only his right hand for support. The leader came within reach, and as Elof had hoped, he swung out and cut at Elof with a great sweeping stroke. He brought Gorthor crashing down in parry, a blow that moved outward from the wall, so that as the blades clashed, he was pressed closer against it, but the Equesh was driven outward by the impact. His grip slid and faltered, and he too dropped shrieking into the deep. Even as he toppled, a spear stabbed past Elof's shoulder, close against the wall, but the black sword was closer, swung up from beneath and slashed open its wielder's arm. The spear flew wide, and its wielder after it. Now Elof took the offensive, 2 shuffling steps back, and a straight thrust that ducked under the next blade and took its wielder between the ribs. He cried out and dropped his spear, but clung there, gasping, blocking the way for his fellows. Elof was appalled to see the next one lift his spar and callously dash the wounded man loose. But in falling he caught the other's leg and drew them both from the wall. The warrior behind stared after them, then made the cleverest move, hurling his spear along the wall. But Gorthor struck it aside. Then, though he bore an axe at his belt, the thrower made no move to advance, nor did those behind press him. Elof, with a sudden surge of confidence, went shuffling along at what seemed like a great speed, and soon left them behind. As he had expected, other windows were flung open above, and all manner of things flung down the walls, water, rubbish, offal, and other filth, even rich furnishings. But the throwers could only guess at their target, and their aim was poor. Nets and chains, swung and swept from the crenellations above, came closest to unbalancing him, but once, when a carved water-spout gave him a firm handhold, he was able to reach up and seize such a net, and by wrenching it suddenly pull his unwary assailant right over the parapet. There were no more nets then, but also no more such spouts within reach, and he began to grow very weary. He dreaded arrows from among the trees, but none came. He guessed they grew too thickly for any clear shot. But up ahead, blocking his path, was a squat tower, evidently the guard tower for this end of the wall. He could see that the ledge he stood on ran out around it, past water-spouts at each corner, but equally clearly the lip that was his handhold did not. And when he came out along that ledge, he would be briefly in clear sight from the parapet above, and in clear shot. The far side was not so bad, for so steeply sloped the hill that the tree-tops almost reached it. If worst came to worst, he could cast himself down among them. But that bare wall, without a handhold— He fought down his shivering, lest it lose him the hold he had. He twisted his head back, and saw light in the hazy air behind him, the serrated tree-tops along the hillside growing clear against it. Sunrise was upon the heights, and it would be his friend. All too soon he had reached the tower, dodging only a few half-hearted missiles, but before he essayed it, he waited a few precious moments, resting as best he could. Let them wait, and be less aware. He held up Gorthor to his weary eyes, saw mirrored in its black sheen a tiny seam of pure fire open between hill and sky. A shaft of gold struck suddenly through the haze, and another, lighting on the tower, the tree-tops, the wall with dazzling warmth. It was then, when night-eyed watchers must be suddenly blinded, that he made his move, reaching out to straddle the gulf beneath and pull himself across onto the tower. It was worse than before, far worse. The weight of the sword clamped between his fingers, face and chest and knees pressed flat to the rough stonework. He shuffled as fast as he dared, but knew he was far too slow. Upon the very thought, a shaft sang over his head and struck dust from the stone. He glared up and saw two archers scrambling up onto the parapet, leaning out to draw, and others running to join them. And useless as it was, he lifted Gorthor in a dark flash of defiance. Suddenly it was dulled. A shadow blotted out the sunrise, wings widespread sweeping down its rays towards him, skimming the heads of the startled bowmen. One loosed wildly and fell back behind the parapet. The other leaned out to take new aim and fell shrieking from his perch to crash against the ledge and tumble down upon the tree-tops below. Elof, heart leaping in his breast, lifted his hand, then ducked as wings thrashed deafeningly above him, and half-webbed claws raked the air. He flung up a hand, and suddenly, as swift and sudden as its coming, the great swan was gone. Only then did he realize his hand still held the sword. It was Kara, beyond any shred of doubt. But what had she meant? To help him, or to slay him? She had come close to dislodging him also, might easily have done. And yet... Cursing, half-weeping, confused, he scrambled and staggered to the corner of the tower, only to find that the water-spout here was large enough to block his path. To free his hands, he had first to reach Gorthor over and scramble gingerly after it. He managed it safely, finding it a great relief to see the tree-tops so much closer. But when he reached down for his sword, it was not there. He looked up, straight into a pair of blazing blue eyes. A window opened above that narrow ledge, and upon it, 1 foot outstretched, stood Louhi, as steadily as she might upon any floor of stone, though the wind plucked wildly at her robe and hair. Her mouth was twisted, her lip bitten to bleeding. He was astonished to see the tracks of tears upon those cheeks, like milky ice, and she held the black sword in her outstretched hand. "So it ends, young smith," was all she said, ere she thrust. To few men can it have been given to feel that agony twice, but it was to him. It tore a gasping shriek from him, and he curled around it, as if to hold in what was spilled, clasping the sword to him, tearing it from her grasp. Ice was everywhere, and pouring into his entrails. His legs lagged beneath the weight of it, and he toppled from the ledge into open air. A sickening, suspended moment, and the world was full of whipping, crashing, the reek of pines and sickening, numbing impacts. Then something huge hammered into his back, and there was a new agony, as the sword was jolted free. Dimly he heard Louhi shouting from above, "Gather me all he bore, and then burn the carrion, but first set his head atop the gate." Chapter 5. To the Heart of the World. He lay among cold shadows, untouched by the sun, unmoving. He was shrouded in a deeper night, aware of nothing save the hot life pouring out of him from the roaring furnace below his heart. It flooded his throat. He had to cough, and stiffened in agony as its white fires racked him, blasting thought. But as they ebbed, his mind cleared a little. His body felt cold, numb, immovably heavy, as if it had turned to metal. Dimly he remembered the long sickness he had endured through lack of blood, though mysteriously healed of the wound that caused it. He knew, in a strangely detached fashion, that he must seek to staunch the flow somehow. But floating in darkness, lit and limned only by pain, he could not imagine how. Divorced from limbs, from senses, he forgot the use of them. Instinct, instead, led him inward, into the furnace glow and past it, to a flame that burned and glittered brighter still at his core, at the meeting of mind and heart. As into the works of his hands that secret fire was channeled, so now it spilled along his veins like solder of silver along some riven seam, to seal, to join, to set secure and weld. The white fire it overtook and quenched, damming its progress, ebbing the outflow of his life. Gradually he grew aware that his throat was clearing, felt his breath grow deeper and steadier, stinging needles of sensation return to his heavy limbs. His eyes fluttered open, saw the familiar floor of a pine wood, and sagged weakly closed again. He was too weary even to be amazed at what he had felt himself do. There was still pain, but better far than the deathly numbness that had passed. If he had turned to metal, he had tempered himself anew. But as his body healed itself, his thoughts grew more agitated. They fluttered like dry pine needles in the wind, shivering, scattering, withering. Only 2 visions stayed fixed and clear, the dark wings shining in the rising light, and the tears that gleamed upon a milk-pale cheek. Kara. He was sure of her now in any shape. She had come, but to save him or assail him, which? Either was possible, but he feared the worst, the more so if she knew what he had been about with Louhi. Though surely she must realize he had succumbed only to seek a chance of escape. Except that he had not. He had told himself that to justify it, and he had lied in his teeth. He wanted Louhi. He had ached for her even as he hated her, and the memory of it was a writhing torment. What had he done, lusting after an unhuman shadow? No, that at least was rubbish. That body was no false seeming. It was the expression in human terms of what she truly was, perilous and fair. and the peril had only added a sensual sting. Had that alone been enough? Surely not. Perhaps she had drugged him with those unguents. Equally possibly she had not needed to. He had gone too long without love, thinking only of Kara, hardly noticing other women. No wonder Louhi had made such an impression when she thrust herself at him. Yet still there had been something else. It could not have been, surely not, the thought of Kara and she. If they... He clamped down hard on the half-formed thought, and damned himself for it. But if he was honest, there had been something. Her vulnerability. Of all things, that was it. He had been drawn to her for all those reasons, even the worst, but it had been sympathy for her, sudden and instinctive, buried till now in the depths of his heart. He felt, as he had never once felt in all the fervor of their coupling, a sudden pang of compassion for that lost creature, half-formed shadow of a greater self, tormented by the urges of a body she both loathed and scorned to understand. She, too, was driven to love. Yet for all her boasting, she could not possess that love, save by force. Kara belonged to neither of them, whatever bonds they might impose, but was at heart only herself. Now, when it was too late, he had come to understand. But he doubted if Louhi ever would. Till then he had thought of her only as trying to ensnare him, but he wondered suddenly if Louhi might not have been drawn to him in just the same way. Weak and feverish, wrapped in his imaginings, he failed to hear the footsteps till it was too late. Those who made them were practiced hunters, and accustomed to moving quietly. Only the sudden crash of bushes up-slope alerted him, and the guttural bark of triumph. He wanted to spring up, but hesitated. Better they thought him unconscious still, and stayed off their guard, especially if they sought to carry him off. Instead, he was left lying. Puzzled, he let his eyelids fall open a hair's breadth, and saw them, all Equesh warriors, standing casually by, some 4 or 5 at least. One pointed with his spear to a long dark stain upon the steeply sloping forest floor, and they both laughed, a short, cruel laugh. Then he understood. That strange stain was his own blood, and they thought him dead already. As well he had lain still. If they left him, if they did not seek to plunder his body. Then one grounded his spear in the soft earth and plucked a short axe from his belt, and Louhi's words came back with sickening impact. They were about to execute her command, and he did not even know whether he could move. But the footsteps crunched among the needles a span from his head. He had no choice but to try. With an agonized groan of effort, he thrust himself up on his arms and lashed out desperately to ward off the blow he feared. None came. He managed to lift his head, and was astonished to see the axeman frozen in the act of raising the weapon, his eyes glaring wide, the clan scars standing out livid on his graying cheeks. From his fellows came only yells of sheer terror. A blood-boltered corpse, as it appeared, had come to life, and there were few things the Equesh feared more than the dead, for if their victims could arise, they had much to fear indeed. Spears clattered as they fell among the bushes, and the axe dropped from its wielder's hand. Had Elof been whole, he might then have ventured escape, but the effort even of rising was so great he could only stumble back against a tree, retching with the sickening reek of clotted blood that choked his mouth. Dimly he saw the moment pass, the flicker from fright to fierce resentment in those cold eyes, resentment at being fooled into showing fear. As one they snatched up their weapons to blot it out, and with faces twisted into sneering masks of anger, slowly, contemptuously, they closed in around him. The sound, then, might have been a bird cry, a whistling soft yet shrill, and they paid it no heed. But Elof had heard it before, and it woke wild memories in his muddled mind, told him the best thing he could do. He threw himself flat amid his own blood. A sudden soft susurration filled the air, and his enemies turned uncertainly. Then they yelled in earnest and threw up their arms to ward their heads, but the hail of stones that came whistling down upon them through the pines brooked no such slender shields, and shattered both together where they struck. Elof saw one warrior's brains dashed completely from his skull. Another danced grotesquely under a dozen impacts, a dead pulp before he fell. The axeman whirled about with 3 arrows through his leather cuirass, wrenched one out, sank down, and died with it in his hands. Elof, braving the stones to grab his axe, saw that it looked familiar somehow, graceful yet roughly worked. Eckwesh raced about the clearing, one with an arm drooping limp from the shoulder, but they found no way out. Arrows and slingstones felled one. The other made a mad dash at the bushes, stopped short with a horrible yell, and sagged down upon the spear that transfixed his stomach. The sight was too much for Elof in his weakened state. He was violently sick, and almost fainted with the pain it caused him. He lay helpless as feet rustled across the clearing, and he was seized and lifted in strong hands. A strong odor flooded his nostrils, familiar yet unpleasantly altered, a scent he knew grown rank and harsh. That spurred him enough to force open his eyes. But he thought he was wandering in fever then, for the first face he looked upon was Rock's. "Easy there," said Rock breathlessly, as Elof sagged with the shock in the arms that held him. "Gone to hell's own trouble to get you out of here. Don't go turning your toes up on me now. You see, damn it," he added swiftly to the shadowy shapes behind him. "He can't even talk, let alone walk. We'll have to carry him." "Not yet," said a harsh, deep voice from behind him, and he was shouldered aside. A burly shadow took his place, slightly shorter than he, but as broad or broader. A hard hand clutched Elof's hair and forced back his head so that a face could stare into his, a dark-bearded face that seemed twisted out of a mass of brown cordage, set with eyes of black opal that burned beneath heavy brows. A fine fillet of twisted gold crowned them, and the unkempt beard bristled over a thick golden collar. Those eyes glared deep into his own, and the sunken cheeks seemed to grow hollower still, as if eaten away by those fires within. There was no trace of mildness or mercy in that look. It was hard, proud, suspicious, and above all it was voracious. "Well," said a voice whose accents had the same half-familiar ring to them, but by the face, even by the odor, Elof had already recognized the race of the speaker. The words were heavily sarcastic. "What token can you show us, smith among men? What marvels to amaze us?" Elof spoke with difficulty. "None. None but this." And reaching inside his torn tunic, he pulled out the little oval of onyx that the great Durg Ansker had hung around his neck. Gnarled fingers plucked at it, rubbed it. The opalescent eyes peered closer and looked up in startled disbelief. "Whence stole you this? By what right bear you it?" Elof forced himself to stand upright, though the trees seemed to be swaying too violently around him. He looked the Dark One in the face and demanded, "I am the Mastersmith Elof Valantor. Will you not give me your name? Tishkazyik To?" Durgar voices rumbled their astonishment that a human should speak any tongue of theirs, and he relaxed a little. He had been afraid they would not understand him. The gold-crowned one glared at him a moment, then nodded curtly. "Yetiak uznye, Ildrianye, Karolye, Ilye." "Then hear my answer, Lord Ildrian. That stamp I was awarded by right as a journeyman, after 2 long years of service, and by the achievement of mastery was confirmed in that right." Again he heard astonished words, mingled with disbelieving sniggers, but he concentrated his gaze on Ildrian. "For myself and my helper I claim the shelter of that right. Is it granted, or do we tarry here till the man-eaters return?" Hajto Mietdielas. Out of the shadows around they crowded in around him, and there were fewer sniggers. Elof saw for the first time that the gold-crowned one seemed surprisingly ill-clad for any of the elder folk, let alone one of authority. He wore a shirt of the fine-meshed Durgar mail, ornamented in gold, but it looked to have been altered from one shaped to fit another's form, and the leather breeches beneath were worn and stained. But then the garments of the others were as rough, and even less clean. Bags of game, bunches of roots, even a brace of hares hung from their belts, and many of their mail shirts were ill-fitting. Only their weapons were well made and richly ornamented, even when they hung from rawhide baldricks. He felt his mind whirling with the puzzle of it, and suddenly that dark face was all he could see. It seemed to hang unsupported in space, and he forced himself to hold those unreadable eyes with his own, until at last they lowered in a quick, unwilling nod. "We waste time indeed," growled the voice. "The price is accepted. Talyajka na zyevar, naj skarianye." Elof let himself collapse with relief. Rock supported him and demanded what had been said. "He said we should go with them," croaked Elof, and added as quietly as he could, "or ordered it, rather, and told us to hurry up." The idea of that seemed suddenly hilarious to him. He could hardly put one foot in front of the other, and that stupid ringing in his ears was drowning whatever Rock was saying. Unease swelled in him. But what did he mean? The price? Suddenly the trees were whirling around him, and the ground surged up beneath his feet. For much of the time that followed, he hovered uneasily in the shadowland between consciousness and unconsciousness, dimly aware of being borne on some kind of litter, swaying on broad shoulders, of lines of tall trees looming over him, with moon and stars between them. At other times he was swirling once more in that awful tide-rush, or seeing Louhi's face contort with wrath, or feeling that sickening agony of the sword-thrust, or walking paths that were darker and more confused still. Then, very suddenly, his eyes were staring up at a circle of blue sky, and he was wholly awake. Rock was bending over him, water bottle in hand. As Elof stirred, he nodded as curtly as Ildrion and sat back against a tree, but gave no greater sign of relief. "Well," he said, "had a good sleep, have we?" Elof stirred and looked around him. All he could see were bushes, and above them, picked out between black outlines of limb and leaf, patches of deep blue sky strewn with the rose-hued clouds of sunset, and the high summit of some cliff or crag of greyish stone. It gave him a welcome sense of peace. Uneasy and short-lived, perhaps, but still peace. The air was full of a strong resinous scent, and as he moved he saw he was lying on a long heap of soft spruce tips, a comfortable woodland bed. There were trees in the background, but Rock sat at the base of the only one near, a substantial pine, with Gorthor and their packs by his side. "Yes," Elof said, and though dry, his voice rang already stronger in his ears. "Yes, I have. I feel strengthened." "And so you should," said Rock severely, "the rate you've healed. We guessed Louhi had muffed it, but she didn't, did she?" He saw the look that crossed Elof's face, and sat back. "Calm down, my lad. Take your ease. We're safe enough here for now. Ildrion and his lads say Louhi doesn't control this land. They're holed up in a nice shady place nearby, waiting for night. But I thought the sun might do you more good, and they seemed glad enough to be shot of us." Elof sat up gingerly, feeling his head clear. "Rock, how did you fall in with that crew? What happened to you after you lost hold of your shape? The powers know how you held it that long, but I'm bloody glad you did. Well, I was swept off, whirled down. Then I saw the Tarnhelm go by me." "You saw it? Did you get it? Rock, is it safe?" "Easy does it there. Aye, I found it. I saw it dashed away among the rocks, and dived for it as it sank. Got myself swept off in a current for my pains, but I brought it ashore all right. Much use I thought it without you. And I didn't know whether you were alive or dead. Then our friends found me." He snorted. "Friends, I call them. That's giving naked truth clothes. They're not fond of men, those ones. They'd have settled me on the spot if they hadn't come upon the helm and seen there was something about it. That made 'em more ready to listen. Afraid I sounded off a bit about it, and you, to bait them into helping me look for you. They wouldn't have cared a toss otherwise. But the Equesh got to you before we could. Tried to warn you, but, well, too late. And there you were, prisoner, and there we were." Elof smiled. "My own fault. At least you tried." Rock grimaced. "We saw you taken, but they wouldn't attack the patrol, not in that open land. Can't blame 'em. There were too many others about. But they tracked you neatly, every step, and when the man-eaters took you to the castle, we were near enough to see you then, and me close to tearing my hair out, or rushing into that tower after you. But they said we'd get closer round by the rear walls, and that I might scale them by the mountain's flank and slip in, that place being built to keep folk out to the front." "Slip in?" laughed Elof weakly. "Rock, my lad, what did you ever hope to do in there? You must have seen it's a crawling hive of the man-eaters." "Well," Rock grinned a little self-consciously, "I thought I might just nose around a bit. Make myself out to be a thrall, like." "Ass!" growled Elof, to cover his real feelings. "Even after weeks on short commons, you'd still look like the best-fed thrall I've seen." Rock chuckled quietly. "Ah, maybe they fatten them up now and again. But I'm glad you saved me the swink with that acrobatic act of yours." "You saw that?" "From a ways down slope. Couldn't miss it when it started raining Equesh. Then you. Hela's teeth, I thought you'd had it that time. Born to be hanged, you are. But it seemed as well to look a bit closer, just in case. And you saw the rest." He shrugged. "Mind you now, it's as well these tykes aren't friendly enough to be interested, or they might start thinking. From a scar front of your breastbone and another back of your spine. Quite a wound. And we all saw it made. Might even say a mortal wound. Yet here you are. It's happened again, hasn't it?" Elof swallowed and nodded, remembering the unhappy gulf that strange incident had opened between him and his friends. "Yes, it has. And I still don't know why." Rock reflected. "See now, you can be hurt, just like the rest of us, that's certain, right from your first day's prentice at the anvil, when you'd smite your thumb or burn your fingers. I've seen it. And you wouldn't so much as swear, not aloud, so bent you were on acting like our master." He chuckled at the memory, though it made Elof shrivel. "But you bled right enough, and took as long as any to heal. And as a grown man, too, except these 2 times. Now what was so special?" Then his eyes widened with wonder, and Elof began to see the drift of his thought. "Both wounds made with swords, and both swords from under your hand. You who so often make your own work more powerful than you mean, as if you'd poured so much of your craft into them that they'll not wound you properly, but heal the breach they've made, seal it with the fire that forged them." He whistled softly. "It sounds damned unlikely, but of you, aye, of you I could believe it." Elof shook his head. "Ah, Roch, I set no such virtue upon either blade. There's spells in your very blood. Then I've left the forest floor well enchanted. Listen, Roch, it may be as you suggest. Who am I to say? But this I know. It did not stop me shedding that blood. I'm kitten weak and starved. Is there any food to be had?" Rock chuckled. Very well, then, you're on the mend. He pulled over the packs, rummaged within them, and handed over leaf-wrapped lumps. Let's see. We've meat, bread, some kinds of root, strange but wholesome enough. At least they haven't stinted with food, our short friends. And no more they should, the damned price they... Elof, tearing ravenously at the tough grey bread, looked up sharply. Price? And now I remember. Ildrian said something about a price being accepted. What price, Rock? And for what exactly? Rock twined a dangling lock of red hair around his broad fingers. Well, that's the rough side to it. Hadn't meant to mention that till you were better. Rock, I'm better now. What price? Better? Grey as that bloody bread you were, and weak you still are. Ah, what's the use? The price... Well, it's that helm of yours. No, do you lie back there and let me explain. You've got it, and yet you're bartering it away? Elof, hear me out. It was the price of our lives. Elof exploded. Rock, you stupid bitches, get! That helm's the most powerful thing left me. It's mine, and to hell with your damn fool bargaining. I've got to have it, do you hear me? Got to. I can't hope to catch Kara without it. Rock's eyes screwed up till they almost vanished, and his cheeks flamed. Catch her, is it? Where's all your repentance fled to, then, eh, Sir Cock-a-hoop? Haven't you thought a sight too much of catching already? And would we be here in this stinking midden if you hadn't? Abruptly Elof bowed his head, and Rock blew out his breath impatiently. Ah, Mastersmith, I'm sorry. But what was I to do? I couldn't rescue you on my own. I can't work that thing. What profit in hanging on to it and losing you, then? They had it already, anyway. There was nothing to stop them just hanging on to it, taking it without another thought and leaving me high and dry, or slitting my throat. And so far, at least, they've been honorable. They've taken nothing else, nothing we had in our packs or anything. Elof nodded, though he was sick at heart still. He ate again, but without gusto, as the last sunlight faded above the bushes, and the first stars began to appear. The crag seemed to loom larger in the dark, a steep shadow against the luminescent twilight. He reflected that with the Durgar also appearances could be deceptive. Their character had many facets, not all to be judged by the standards of men. They could be a dark and suspicious folk, selfish even towards their own, though he had never known them half as sheerly brutal as the worst among men. Perhaps in cases like this they were only being less hypocritical. Ansgar and Ilse exerted themselves to respond to men on their own terms, and most younger Durgar copied them. But even Ilse, generous in heart as she was herself, might consider such a bargain only somewhat rigid, and in no wise dishonorable. And as you say, Rock, they might have taken the helm away with no risk, but much good may it do them. For though they have smithcraft enough to use it, they do not know the ways. Let them only try, he added grimly. Dark comes, said a harsh voice. He looked up sharply. There stood Ildrian and his gaggle of followers, and in the deepening shadow the lined faces seemed even less human, the black eyes stony and opaque. From Ildrian's fingers the precious helm dangled, and Elof's heart leaped and labored. He could see some damage, dents and links offset here and there. To his fury another had caught up Gorthor in its scabbard. The Durgar lord motioned to one of his men, who pushed through the thorny bushes to the root of the crag, parting them gently. The thorns seemed to make no impression upon the leathery hands. What more he did was hidden, or else it was another of the Durgar beyond their sight, but his intent became apparent. For as they watched, the shadows upon the rough face of the crag deepened and darkened, and seemed to flow into one another. A whole section of the stone, apparently unbroken a heartbeat since, was inching silently back, swinging aside upon some hidden hinge. Even as it opened, one of the Durgar stepped into the blackness, tinderbox in hand. Light kindled. A mote of red he touched to the wall, and suddenly it grew to a flower of mellow gold that sparked off another and another, a racing line of trembling flames, shining a dim, warm light upon a wide chamber of stone, long and deep also, its bare walls ornamented with dark-hued scenes of beasts and the chase. Old and faded they seemed, but at the rear a great grille-work of metal shone untarnished by time, and the lamps themselves glittered in their own light. "Silver, gold, and crystal," whispered Rock, "and yet they're clad like peasants." Elof felt the hair prickle on his neck. He was suddenly very near the answer to his puzzle, and he did not like the picture that was taking shape in his mind. "Come," said Ildrian gruffly. "Enter our ancient halls, be our guests, as you were of our kin over sea, and feel honored, for no man has been permitted sight of these gates for many a lifetime." Two Durgar bent to Elof's spruce-lined litter, but he half rose suddenly, forestalling them. Ildrian's brow knitted. "Why linger?" he barked. "Where else can you go? Here there are no Jaliki near, but in the lands around the Eaters of Men will be combing the woods in wrath for you. Fools, shall we leave you to them?" Elof hesitated. Warmth and light allured him, and a thirst for the security of old memories. He strained his eyes, and it seemed to him that beyond the inner gate he saw a tunnel sloping down to a dark mirror of still water, a sunless lake on which the dancing flames gleamed like gems in coronet. By that tranquil shore he yearned to lie and rest from need, from thought, from love. He had endured too much of all. They were bound up in his agony, and he pined only for surcease now, and recovery. But that other picture was becoming all too clear. He remembered another king under stone, and how loath he had been to let strangers depart once they had passed such mountain gates as these. If anything, he trusted this one less, with his hungry face and burning, devouring eyes. Behind such defenses, in apparent shelter from the turmoils of the outside world, it would be all too easy to forget that not only one's own folk might be entitled to justice, or that there might be some good, some right greater than their immediate gain. "What is it you want of us, Lord Ildrian?" he asked quietly. "That we shall show you how to wield that helm? But that was never in our bond. Was it, Rock? Well, then, since you forced us to it, we shall hold you to the letter of it. I will not teach you the use of that helm, here or below. I will bind myself to shape you as worthy a price in its stead, if you so wish, but I will make you nothing till I hold the helm in my own hands. Nor will I enter your gates till I have it. Hold the helm if you will, and much good may it do you. But if you are sensible, you will let me ransom it from you with other works." "The helm you shall not have," spat Ildrian. "You who dwell above, creatures of fierce light and wayward airs, think you we are blind, or fools? Will you seek to wrest our price from us, and fob us off with some trash of your tinkering? The elders of your own land you may cozen, but we shall guard what is ours. No helm, nor anything more from us, save blade and blow. Get you within, or die." Dull iron gleamed as arrow sprang to bow, stones into sling, and the Durgar sprang forward, their eyes chiefly on Rock, not the sick creature they had been carrying. But he sprang up with ease, straight at the one who held Gorthor, felled him with a single blow, and snatched scabbard and belt even as they dropped. The black blade sang into his hand, and he stood there defiantly, swaying slightly. Rock stepped quickly to his side, and he rested a hand on his shoulder. "So the Durgar race forgets its honor indeed," rasped Elof, in so fell a voice that Rock jumped. "Along with all else!" Ildrian's glare smoldered, but he raised a curt hand, and no shot was loosed. "We do not forget," he said contemptuously, "even to human filth. Get you from here now, whither you will, to the cliffs or the ice for all I care. Linger here but a moment, and we may justly slay you as intruder and spy." "And the helm?" demanded Elof. "Adjitse!" At Ildrion's curt command, the Durgar turned and strode by him within the gate. Teeth gleamed behind the tangled beard in what was no smile, and he hawked and spat on the grass beyond the door. Against the flickering light, his hunched figure seemed to swell with the very intensity of his malevolence. "Bargain is bargain. What we have, we hold. Dalbudye!" Even as the Durg spat his last dismissive contempt at them, the huge slab of stone was swinging out across the soft light, and severed it with the smoothness of a sigh. For an instant the crag face was seamed with glowing gold, then it faded and vanished. Sheer fury overcame Elof's weakness. He staggered forward and hammered the stone with his sword's pommel, but it rang as firm in one part as another, nor could his skilled eye and finger detect even the faintest breach. "Come away," growled Rock, dragging him back. "You heard what they said. Another minute's about the extent of their honor. Then they'll shoot." He jerked his thumb expressively at the heights above, that might conceal 100 arrow slots or 1,000, and draping Elof's arm about his shoulders, he bore him almost bodily down the slope. At the foot he paused, gasping, and they sank down amid some clumps of yellow-flowered broom. The first thing Elof said was, "I could break that door." His eyes wandered upslope. "Oh, more than mere skill shields it so, true. There is some great persisting virtue, something deep-set, very ancient and strong. But, yes, give me the time, and I could break it." "Aye," said Rock dryly. "And to what end? To give their archers a clearer shot? You couldn't storm that place with an army, my lad. Anyway, they'd only repair the door soon enough." Elof coughed and pressed his hands to his breastbone, wincing. "Would they? I wonder." Rock looked at him. "Anyhow, if you were so eager to get within, why'd you balk so at entering? I was suspicious, aye, but it looked as if you'd seen some good reason not to trust 'em, the blades behind their backs or whatever." "I did see something, yes. Not blades. It was the contradictions, Rock. The gold and the crude clothes. Ilse has told us often enough that the first coming of men to these lands, many thousands of years ago, drove almost all her folk to flee oversea. So these Durgar must be the descendants of those who remained. And of so close-knit a race, who would remain? Chiefly the outsiders, outlivers, solitaries, eccentrics, the cloven-minded. No great number among the Durgar. Those least likely to come together in any kind of community. And the Durgar need to live together to support their great arts and skills, more even than we do ourselves. What then? Separated, weakened, without the solid core of their folk, those remnants must have grown weaker still, their skills and knowledge dwindling. Some united at last, or more likely their descendants, but by then it was too late. Too much was lost, and they were too few to recreate it. Poor, sorry remnants. All their ancestors' realm to wander in, all the riches they had had to leave behind them, yet aware that they could not shape anything half as fine. So, though they walk among lamps and gates of gold, Ildrion and his folk, their descendants, must live as hunters and gatherers, being too few and too unskilled to farm their mountain slopes properly. And so also they grow greedy and avaricious, even more than the worst of their kin in our land. They are hoarders more than makers, fiercely inward-looking and jealous. I did not dare put our lives in such hands." "Should have thought they'd jump at your offer of another price, then." "Admit me to their forges, and betray the decay of their own craft? I, a human, and a pupil of a true master of their kind?" "They could have learned from you." "They are too proud, and too afraid of being betrayed. If once we had entered those gates, they would have found reason to keep us there, honor or no honor." Rock frowned. "I'll give you that. I doubt they'd suffer it even from Ilse, or any other of their race, the black pride of them." He sighed, and his red hair flopped listlessly over his face as he bowed his head dejectedly. "Well, then, here we are, leagues from nowhere, adrift and helpless as ever we were, and without the helm. So ends my bargain, and a piss-poor one it was, it seems." Elof laughed, though it stabbed his ill-used stomach muscles, and clapped him on the shoulder. "Never say that. From under that axe it looked fair and good to me, and I've my pack entire, and Gorthor. So if we've lost the helm, yet we have the gauntlet and all else. If my poor hammer's left to Louhi, I've the other half of the arm-ring in exchange, and count it cheap at the price. Most of all, we've our lives. That and a few bites of food. And we've seen times enough when we'd have sold the one for the other, eh?" Rock chuckled with reviving humor. "Truth enough, and no haggling. But it's the poor trade that galls me still. Those chiseling bastards hadn't even the grace to set us on a good road." "Perhaps there is none, or none as they see it. But they did tell us something, without meaning to. They told us that Louhi does not control this land, and later said that no man had been permitted sight of their gates for many lifetimes." "So?" Elof grinned. "So that implies that once men had such sights, which tells us that men and Durgar once had dealings, however slight, that once there were men in these lands, and since these ragged Durgar alone would not keep the Equesh out of this land, almost certainly there still are. Strong men at that." Rock whistled softly and looked around him. The sun was all but gone now, save for a few pale streaks upon the dark overcast, and a last slash of fiery orange at the horizon, barbed with the silhouettes of the trees. "Maybe. May well be. And enemies to the Equesh could be good friends to us. But where? Which way do we turn in this wild country?" Elof gathered his strength and hauled himself shakily to his feet. "We are still high up among the hills here. We should be able to find some vantage point without much effort." "Aye, but can you—" "I told you I'm better. Come." Rock's doubts were evident, but he did as Elof bade, and sought only to support him when he tripped over tangled roots or loose stones in the soft earth slopes. They forded a small stony stream that chuckled as its cold fingers tugged at their ankles. Elof drank deep of its waters, and seemed much refreshed. Slowly but steadily they climbed again, and very soon espied a pale notch of sky between the shadows of the crags. Towards this they climbed for their vantage. The slope was very steep, but it was carpeted with tough grasses, whose tussocks gave hands and feet good purchase, and they soon neared the top. On the ridge they paused to catch their breath and await the moonrise, for there was little light to see by through the overcast cloud. But Elof, looking down, could make out that the grass on the northward face of the slopes was far less lush, low stuff unfit for grazing. Bare rock showed through the soil in places. It made him uneasy, and he strained his eyes northward. So it was that when the moon arose he saw its first glimmer alight upon a rough terrain of dark hill and mountain, the same as that through which the Equesh had borne him, broken only by the winding silver threads of broad rivers and the sparkle of the mountain snow-caps. But above them another light leaped up, like a mist of silver spray from a breaking wave, and it hung there pale and clear, gleaming upon the clouds till they too seemed turned to rivers of ice, walls of winter looming above the world. And Elof, in his wounded heart, cursed the day that first he saw it. "The bloody ice glow," said Rock. "This close?" Silently Elof pointed. Between two of the most distant snow-caps shone a speck of something whose light put them to shame, a glittering frost jewel in the brittle air. "Its herald," he said softly, "or its child. It is there, and it advances. It is causing the snow-caps to spawn new glaciers of their own." "So much for the north," said Rock after a moment. "Westward lies the castle and the seas and the man-eaters. Our best hope there'd be to pass their cordons somehow and steal a smallish boat. Don't much reckon on that, do you?" "Thought not." "Which leaves east and south." They turned and looked out over a dimmer, softer landscape, where crag gave way to high hill, and the dark tangle of lush forest softened the contours of the land. There was no trace of snow. A light mist, or perhaps a passing rain-shower, made the distance hazy. Yet they could just make out there the mellow gleam that might be some wide river or lake. From south to east, as far as they could see, the view was the same, a generally lower and well-grown range of hills, and beyond it, haze and uncertainty. "Looks all right," said Rock. "Got to be better than the north, anyhow." "And if there's anywhere better yet, inhabited lands even, southwards where they will be," agreed Elof. "There lies our road, to the south." Yet even as he said it, he cast a last glance up at the crags. He could not quell his heart's ache to recover that miraculous work which had given him a brief glimpse, at least, of the keen heights and dizzying freedom of a power. He doubted that he could ever shape such another, without the unparalleled library of the Mastersmith Mylio to hand, or the ancient lore of the Durgar. Worse, without its aid, he could hardly believe he would find Kara again, or keep her if he did. To memories of bright light and rushing air and fair laughter he bade farewell, and to the free sharing of strange shapes and sensations, a world untrammeled by mere human limitation. Sorely as that life had taxed him, he yearned for it, as for a fair dream too suddenly shattered. But hard upon that yearning came a gust of bitter self-mockery and disgust, and it drove him so fast down the slope that Rock was hard put to keep up. So it is that the Tarnhelm fades from the chronicles. Yet though it has left this tale, it has not left all tales, nor the legends that grow out of them. In the end, after many years, perhaps many lifetimes, it seems that the Durgar learned to unleash at least some of its powers, and though many claimed it as the wisest of their work, its true maker was never wholly forgotten. For it was to become a great treasure among the fading elder folk of the north, and at last pass on to those fated few who inherited their hoard, and the shadowy name they earned, and were to bring its tragic history at last to an end. Of the three great works of Elof's corrupted youth, a second had now vanished from the world. Fit prentice-pieces as they were to herald the mightiest of mage-smiths, yet each in its own way could not escape the taint that was then upon him, and each in that way worked great evils. Even as the greatest of them, the sword of the mind, drove whole hosts of men to needless suffering and death untimely, so the helm, worker of secret change, became an instrument of treason and deceit, and the arm-ring, binder of love and tainted the least, came none the less to bind love in coils that stifled and tangles that cut. Broken as it was, the tale of its ill-doings is not yet done. No account remains of the passage of Elof and Rock southward through the hills and the forests. It must have taken some few days at least, since so many heights and valleys lay in their way, but it seems to have been uneventful. The land was empty, is all that is said, and game was scarce. What this meant to them can be guessed, for they had only the little food the Durgar gave them, and no easy means of hunting save Rock's bow and few remaining arrows, and the effort of healing was draining Elof's body. On the other hand, they walked free and alive, when all too often they had stood in deadly peril, and they had both strong spirits to sustain their flagging frames. It must have been warm summer in those forests, the air tangy with resin, and flowers glowing among the pine needles on their floor. They were still afoot and in no bad heart when they reached the wood's edge, and came out among a few scattered trees onto a bare and stony upland slope leading to what seemed a hill crest. It was a warm midday, and beyond the crest only clouds glided by. There were no more tree-tops, and as they looked to either side, it seemed that there also the wood was thinning and diminishing. With growing excitement to steady their shaky limbs, they clambered up the slope. "Let's hope the down slope's easier," wheezed Rock, face purple and glistening as a berry. But as they drew nearer the top, they realized that there was no downslope. They were at the top of a cliff, and it was no mere hillside crag, such as they had come upon out of the Meneth Athen, but part of a long irregular wall of golden stone. As far as they could see from east to west, the forest grew down almost to its edge. Then they came cautiously to the cliff edge, keeping low lest some unfriendly eye catch them against the skyline. But when they reached it and looked out, they forgot all that in wonder at what they saw. For to their right, westward, they first made out another such line of cliffs, and thought themselves overlooking some deep valley. But as they rose higher and looked out east, they saw that line of cliffs turn away from them and plunge deep into cloud-shadowed distance, till they became no more than a dark streak upon the horizon and merged with it. And below them all the broad lands between lay spread out clear as on some vast map, some boundless living tapestry. For if this was indeed a vale, then it was the greatest in the world. About the feet of the distant cliffs were green woods, glowing with the lighter hues of seasonal trees, but these soon gave way to low hills, plains, and grasslands, wider than any Elof had seen since he crossed the desolate country off ancient Morvannec. Through them a river flowed out of what seemed to be a chain of small lakes, widening swiftly as tributaries, like branching veins, led into it from the cliffs. As the cliffs turned away into the distance, so it snaked after them, growing ever wider and wider, till it seemed to become a great lake again. And if distance did not deceive him, it broadened still further, becoming like a sea lapping at the horizon's lip, as if eager to spill out across the sky itself. Many long islands were set in it. Yet it was not this sight alone that set Elof's pulses racing, but what he saw thus far off on the edge of sight, extending between grassland and river, a rolling country mottled with a regular mosaic of many shades, chiefly green and brown. Upon this side of the river the same pattern repeated itself in the lands eastward, woodland, grassland, mosaic, till they blurred together. So fine was that mosaic, and so great the area it covered, he still found it hard to accept it could all be fields. Around great cities he had seen such checkered patterns of fields, but from here they seemed like flecks as fine and as numerous as the lichen upon the rocks beneath his clutching hand. So small they looked that he might almost reach out and scrape them away as easily. Yet he looked upon the works of men. "It's a rich land," said Rock, his voice unwontedly soft. "Rich and spacious. Makes home look pretty damned small, doesn't it?" "So it should," Elof retorted, equally softly. "And so it should, Rock. Or have you not guessed where we are? To what place we have come, and by what paths? I know it, Rock. I know this place. I know the stone of those cliffs, layered and tortuous like that. I know the colors of those fields, the span of the river beyond them, the contours of that hilly island there, even how the winds play about the cliffs as they converge. See, you can see it in the swirling of the clouds there." Rock stared at him, astonished. "When you've lived all your life half a world away? Or," very darkly, "is it that you can look back along the river to some life you have lived before? How in hell's name else could you have set eyes on anything here?" "Through page and paper, scroll and book, words inscribed. They showed me this whole scene, little by little, a word here, 2 words there. But I never realized it. I saw only the parts, never the whole picture. But now, here, I see it. It springs out at me from every corner of my reading. So strongly it shaped the minds of those who wrote. I pieced it together from 100 casual examples, 1,000 chance comparisons. The cliffs, the colored fields, they came from manuals of mining I pored over as prentice. That island there, from some old treatise on mapping. The river and its currents, from clauses in some leaden-heavy charter of commerce. The winds blew about the pages of ancient almanacs. Rock, from a fraudster's scrawls on divination, I could tell you the very stars that will rise. He gazed out solemnly over the expanse before him. This is a cradle, Rock, a mighty cradle, for it bore within it high beginnings. It is our cradle, Rock, the birth and nursing of all that makes us what we are, our folk, our histories, our wisdoms, our follies. All that has driven us since our first youth began here. All that we achieve now is measured against the best of this place. This below us is the Vale of Keris, greatest of all vales, and greatest of all rivers is this which flows through it, the salt flood, is Kyanus, the river at the world's heart. In this vale, by this vast stream, for centuries beyond count was encompassed the high and ancient realm of Keris, the city of the lowlands, the very heart of the world itself. Rock paled as he contemplated that awesome prospect, and his voice grew choked. Is that so? Then I'm given a gift I've longed for since I first heard those names, in old tales my poor mother told me. To see them as you name 'em, that shakes me to my core. How my Lord Kermorvan'd envy us. Worn and wan as we are, he'd change his chair of state to be with us. But then, what lies there now? Elof shook his head, and his voice sank to a whisper. Ah, there the words have no answer. 5,000 years have passed since the fleets left this land to found our own. Yet longer than that it had endured already, more than twice as long, some say, more than 10,000 years. Therefore it may endure still. Yet if so— What is it? Demanded Rock. Your face just went like a wet midsummer, clouded over. If so— Elof swallowed. If so, then the ice comes hard upon it to be so close, and its strength must have waned terribly. Do you not know now that fortress to which they took me? Yet you've sworn by it often enough. That must have been, the high gate of Keris, legendary strength of strengths, built to deny any enemy access to the valley mouth. And who holds it now? Rock's hands clenched on the stone as if to clasp it to him, to deny it furiously to others. Elof saw the horrified anger seething in him, and understood it well. To the Southrons, far more than to the Northerners among whom he had grown up, the ancestral land and all things about it were sacred, imbued with reverence, enshrined in memory. They had made it the measure of all their aspirations, and the warranty of their oaths, the more so as they thought it lost to them among the impenetrable shadows of time. And no part of Keris was more sacred to them than the High Gate. That's the bloody worst of all, in her damned cold clutches. And if that's fallen, what else stands? Will we just find a nest of her thralls here, too? He stopped and blew out his cheeks with sudden relief. No, surely not, or else this land'd be lousy with them too. No, it's got to be as you reasoned it. There's men in the old country still, true man and enemies of the ice. Might be glad to know they've kin fighting the same fight, eh? It's possible, agreed Elof, straining his eyes for any trace of life across all that wide vista. We should seek a way down these cliffs, I think, in any event. Where else is there to go? Rock shrugged. Where indeed, short of trying conclusions at the High Gate. He peered over the brink and shuddered. Damned if I'm beetling down that. But it's lower to the east here, more of a slope than a cliff, and the sooner we get you some food and rest, the better. Feel up to another stroll?" They grew weary indeed as the day wore on, and they clambered and scrambled along the overgrown margins of the cliffs. Hunger shook their limbs, and though root and berry grew more plentifully than above, still there was little to lessen it. It remained a wild land, with no sign of man's hand upon it. But Rock in particular refused to be downcast, and kept searching the landscape all around with squinting intensity that earned him many a stumble over obstacles nearer to hand, and once or twice great danger at the cliff edge. His persistence, though, was rewarded while the sun was still well up the sky, for as they came down a steep bushy slope towards a deep gully in the golden cliffs, he let out an abrupt whoop of triumph, and pointed to tiny flickers of light in the distance. "That's Mail, or I'm an ape of Hela," he swore. "Yes, see there, soldiers, and clad in no Equish fashion either." Elof shaded his eyes and let them focus. "Yes, they are pale-skinned." "I'll take your word for it," said Rock good-humoredly. He stepped forward, waved his hand, and let out a hail that went echoing away down the gully's water-eaten walls. Elof's keen eyes saw pale specks of faces look up, hands point, and a great scurry break out. One went running back down the steep slope. A messenger, perhaps. "Ah, Rock," he said, shaking his head. "I wonder, was that wise? You're not normally so trusting. I would sooner have watched them a while from hiding first, weighed them up." Rock shrugged, a little shamefacedly. "Well, maybe you're right. Though I'm sure there'll be no friends to the Equish, at least. Do you go hide, then, and watch over me." "Too late, I fear. They've seen two, and finding only one would breed suspicion in the mildest breast. I'll come down with you. No, don't bother yourself. The slope looks easy enough, and I'm feeling much better." He knew well that it was as much concern for him as eagerness to gaze upon Karis that had made Rock impetuous. But he had spoken only the truth. The sun was shining, the air was mild and filled with strange fragrances from the sun-warmed bushes, bay and thyme and myrtle. And whatever his doubts, whatever the weakness of his limbs, it was no effort to relax. As they reached the gully's head, Elof heard a distant jingle of metal rise on the light breeze, the crazy carillon of mail and harness, and the rolling clatter of hooves among the loose stones. A cloud of dust rolled up over the edge of the slope, and out of it, with a roar like a breaking flood, a squadron of horsemen in light mail came charging up the gully, long rows of pennons fluttering from the lances upright in saddle-racks behind each rider. Behind them, on foot, ran a file of mailed soldiers with halberds leveled. Across the gully the horse spread out, lances poised to sweep its length, while their leader, with the foremost of the footmen at his stirrup, came trotting forward to loom over Rock and Elof. "Well, what marvels have we here?" He did not deign to lift his visor, but it was a young man's voice, clipped and scornful. He eyed their tattered and blood-stained garb. "Whose men are these, that he lets them stray about the borderland? Or could it be that they're masterless men, good-for-naught outlaw vermin? Out for pickings?" That was evidently what he believed. "Those men there, let them declare themselves, person and purpose, in the name of the king." Curt and ominous as the words were, the travelers exchanged wild glances, hearts pounding. For though the speaker's accents fell strangely on their ears, they had understood his words, and all that they implied. Peculiar though it had become, it was recognizably some form of the Southron tongue he spoke. "With no hesitation, friend," exclaimed Elof, and saw the men start, listen, and then understand. "We sought you with that in mind, for we are charged with an errand to him, but we are fleeing the Equish." "Oh-ho!" exclaimed the leading foot soldier, less harshly, for all that his voice was rough, and with a glance up at the rider he advanced upon them. The other footman looked scarlet-faced and panting, but he seemed to breathe easily enough. The face below the helmet was lantern-jawed, of late middle years, and weathered the hue of brick. His nose and cheekbones were a mess of scarlet veins, and wispy, colorless eyebrows shadowed very cold blue eyes. His expression was still suspicious, though he was evidently taking in the marks of their exhaustion and Elof's blood-stained clothes. "Been mixing it with the man-eaters, have you? Well, what'd you expect if you go straying off into the Highlands, then? As soon clamber up Hela's quim. What sort of a way is that to be getting to my Lord King?" He stiffened suddenly. "Don't tell me the bastards bore you off from the lowlands." "They took us some way northward," said Elof. "A week's march, maybe. For that is where we came ashore, when our ship foundered. We are not of your land, soldier, but from its sundered kin across the oceans. We come as emissaries and as friends." The mounted man straightened up in the saddle so sharply his armor rattled, and the other soldiers exclaimed in a blend of excitement and disbelief, cut off at once by a peremptory wave of his glove. "A marvel indeed, it seems," he remarked to the footman. "An emissary from all the way over the seas, he claims." "I do," answered Elof calmly, but with weight. He seldom minded how he was addressed, but he was not going to defer to this young puppy who would not address him directly. "Well, now," remarked the footman with an elaborate show of courtesy, "that's fine, very fine, because, by verya, an emissary's got no cause to conceal his name and quality from lawful authority, has he now? From a captain of the first line like his lordship here?" "No, indeed," said Elof, increasingly nettled, though he knew well he could not reasonably expect to be believed at once. "I make you free of them. I am Elof, called Valantor, Mastersmith of my land's guild, and this is Master Rock, my friend and helper." He raised a hand to his neck, striving to stop its trembling, while the captain swung himself dubiously out of his saddle. "As earnest, my stamp of rank." Captain and sergeant took one look at the carved jewel Elof held out to them, then looked hard at each other. "Ah," began the captain uncertainly, but the sergeant seemed in no doubt. He rapped out an order, and behind him the ranks rippled like mown grass, the horsemen bowing low to their saddle-bows, the footman hastily kneeling. So did the sergeant, but upon one knee only. The captain, after dithering a moment, bowed low from the waist. Rock cocked a sardonic eye at Elof. "Know any more tricks like that?" "I'm not quite sure what I've done," admitted Elof. He had murmured, and in northern dialect at that, but the soldiers were on their feet so fast he feared they had overheard. Then he understood. The salutation had been impressive but perfunctory, a purely formal honor to someone they were giving the benefit of a considerable doubt. These folk evidently valued appearances. "Still shows they've a sound respect for smithcraft, anyhow," remarked Rock. "You ought to like that." "And something about the land itself, perhaps," answered Elof quietly. "If so, I like that less." Captain and sergeant were conferring, while the horses began to stamp and chafe in the lines. Now the captain turned back to them and doffed his helm, revealing a square, slightly boyish face below blond curls, with a nervous flutter at the corner of one eye. "Well, noble sirs," he began, a fraction more politely, "I regret, though it is hardly surprising, that I have no orders concerning such unexpected guests. This is too deep for me, or any, I think, save my lord the king himself, and his court smith." His eyes, lighter blue than the sergeant's, were studying Elof's face for any sign of dismay at that, and themselves grew uneasy at what they read there. "I am taking steps to send you to him at once, and speedily. The transport that landed us awaits still at the riverhead. Orgus here will command your escort. For your own safety, please be guided by him in all things, however restrictive this may seem. As you have had occasion to find out, these are troubled times. We will provide horses for you, or if the Mastersmith cannot ride," he added, considering Elof's blood-stained clothing and forestalling an angry outburst from Rock, "we will happily draw him down in a litter." However polite, it was a command. Elof shrugged, unwilling to be hoisted about like a sack of potatoes. "Of course, if it is not too far, I will try to ride. But ere we depart, we have endured days with little food, and stand in some need." The captain nodded curtly, gestured to the sergeant, who snapped his fingers at his men. They fumbled around belt and harness, and produced the usual scraps and morsels that patrolling soldiers will carry with them. They were mostly young men, some very young, their faces much like any of their contemporaries in Morvannec, but without the open quality he might have expected there. When he thanked them, they neither grinned nor saluted, and some bowed their heads in an instinctive way that irritated him. Then, at a word from the captain, two dismounted and held their stirrups for Elof and Rock. Evidently they were meant to do their eating on the move. Elof wavered as they helped him up. The saddle was not the kind he was used to, high-bowed and stiff. The captain rode past, and the troop wheeled into formation around them, Rock urging his mount clumsily up to Elof's side. "All right," he growled. "I know you rode a bull bareback and all that as a lad, but—" "I'm fine," said Elof impatiently. "Just let me get some food in me." But the captain barked an impatient order, and the troop wheeled about as one, fell into file, and went thundering away downhill. The travelers' mounts responded with the rest, so swiftly they almost toppled their riders from the saddle. There would be no sudden escapes on these well-trained beasts. Over the slope they clattered, stones scattering and rattling away in little avalanches beneath their hooves, and a cloud of yellow-white dust boiled up around them, sparkling with mica. Not even that, though, could keep Elof from the food he had been given. It was rough, some kind of tough dark bread, and even tougher morsels of dry meat and cheese, but it heartened him so much he had to take care not to overeat, and be sure Rock had his share. He needed it, for the ride that began thus soon gave him cause to regret his pride, and ere it ended left him slumping in his saddle, borne up by Rock at his side. At first he could still take notice of the view from the path, looking down upon low and tangled scrubland, and then the tops of dense pine woods, cool in the evening haze. But by the time the troop went thundering among them, the light was failing, and his sight blurred. They looked strange, stunted, so much lower and thinner they were than the pines of his own land. And though their familiar scent drifted around him, it was oddly mingled with others he did not know. Even the soft bird calls among the branches sounded strange. To his exhausted mind he rode through the distortions of a feverish dream, subtle and sinister. He doubted even the flecks of light that flickered in the distance, flitting this way and that about a great bulk of shadow beyond the trees. He half feared that even the solid shadow of Rock at his elbow might suddenly distort and melt into some nightmarish shape. Only when he heard the sharp challenge of a sentry, in much the same words as in his own land, did he realize the shadow was a wall, and that they had come to some kind of strong place. He heard sounds he knew well from campaigns with Morvannec, the familiar firelit bustle of a busy military post. "Stand! Who goes? Under which king?" "Under Lord Nythade," answered the captain coldly, "and about his business. Einahan, captain of horse, with—" The hesitation was slight, but it rang in Elof's hearing. "Arrivals to take ship for the city at dawn. So pass us to the landing stage, and look lively about it." They clattered on through a narrow arch. The wall was high and had a strange look about it, but in the torchlight Elof could not be sure why. They passed between a cluster of buildings, low and austere, and into the looming shadow of a tower. It was of no great height, not more than 4 or 5 stories, but very strong in the building, and fortified all around its peaked roof. It reminded him unpleasantly of the Mastersmith's lair, and that added the final touches to the nightmare. The riders passed through another gate, and beyond the lights. Darkness fell deep again. He could not think why the hoofs sounded so hollow all of a sudden, and when they helped him from his saddle, heavy-limbed and shaking, he stepped down into that darkness as if it were deep water. He awoke, shivering, beneath a pile of coarse blankets that reeked of horse. Looking up, he saw only the canopy of a leathern tent, silvered with dew. Beyond its open end, the air was gray with heavy streamers of mist. A chill droplet struck his bare neck, and he reached about in sleepy haste for his clothes. They lay beside him, foul enough to make him shudder as he pulled them on, but he was heartened to find his pack and sword with them, all intact. Whatever the captain had meant, they were not prisoners to be disarmed yet. There were voices not far off, indistinct yet tantalizingly familiar. He swung onto his feet, then staggered and fought wildly for balance. A moment he thought himself still sick, then realized that he stood upon caulked planking that truly was heaving gently underfoot to the tune of 100 muted creaks and groans. Gingerly, still striving for his balance, he peered through the opening and stepped out. He found himself on the deck of a beamy barrel of a boat, of the old-fashioned kind called a cog, with high bows and stern, which might have looked comical had they not been topped with catapult platforms. Beyond the stern, and the sail that hung limp and slick with damp, the top of that ominous tower glimmered through the mist. They must still be at mooring. From the bows, where the smoke of a brazier entwined with the mist, Rock's voice hailed him to break his fast. Orgus the sergeant was there also, seated crag-like by himself, and some 8 troopers lounged around the decks, wrapped in cloak and blanket. 3 or 4 dark-haired sailors, busy with line and tackle, were cursing them roundly in a rolling speech. The soldiers seemed not to know it, or they might not have lain so docile under its lash, but Elof understood. It might have been the Nordeny speech of his boyhood, for all the strange turns and twists it sometimes took. Rock made him known to the shipmaster, Trigcar by name, a smooth-faced old man so expressionless and bland that Elof guessed he was enjoying his crew's barbed humor. "It is only the wee breeze of dawn we are after," he remarked, "to shift this murk, and then away down river to the capital." "What river?" "Why, Hyrionus, to be sure, that we northerners call Urin. You have come down into the vale of Hyrionus. Tell Urin. Down Hyrionus to Ischionus lies our road, and down Ischionus to great Caris, the city herself." A cool breath touched Elof's neck as he named that august name, as if it had some summoning craft of its own. Suddenly the mist-serpents were writhing weirdly in a freshening wind. "By your leave, gentles," said the shipmaster hastily, and strode past them to bellow orders at his crew. Elof turned to watch, and found the sergeant at his back. He must have moved noiselessly as a cat to listen in on their conversation. Pointedly he turned his back on the man. "So, not a foot further to ride," grunted Rock, as the square sail flapped and fluttered above them. "Which will at least give you a chance to recover a little." "Thanks, Rock, but I'm well enough now." "To gather your strength, then. You may have need of that. We both may." Elof made no answer to that. They leaned on the rail and watched the cog pull away from the fort at the riverhead, that seemed to materialize now out of the thinning mist. Suddenly Elof leaned over and peered, and swore under his breath. "You see that?" "What?" Elof glanced at the sergeant out of the corner of his eye. "I don't want to point. Just look at that wall." "Caris, yes. You can see it against the tower, the buildings. They're ancient, of weathered stone, but that wall's spit new." He watched the emerging sunlight play on the raw face of the stone for a moment, sucking his teeth as if at some ill taste. "So even well within its bounds, Caris needs strong walls now. Those reavers have a long reach." The cog glided out peacefully into the center of the stream, riding easily on the freshening wind, and the mooring soon vanished behind a slight bend in the river, hidden by the vale's steep flank. But for some time the tower could still be seen above the pines, and it loomed longer in their thoughts. Before that first day's end, the pines themselves had fallen away behind. Tired of having his every word marked, Elof was wearily content to sit quietly and watch the changing banks of the vale. By day and at ease, he no longer found its blend of familiarity and strangeness so unsettling. He soon began to notice other trees among the pines, of the broad-leaved seasonal kind, and as the hours passed he saw their dominance established. Straight birches, some of kinds he did not know, were joined by ash and elm, and what he learned were chestnuts, but few of them approaching the heights he was used to. The same was true of the beeches, and Elof was beginning to think that this was a poor land for trees, when the cog had to steer hard to avoid the course of a great willow, uprooted and toppled of its own weight into the river, almost blocking it. Its pale hair still lay outspread and waving upon the water, like the locks of Savannah, daughter of Velamo, and branch and twig raked the cog's hull as it passed. There were more willows then, massive brooding trees trailing their grey crowns in the water like aged and brooding powers of the forest, casting their shadows cool and dank along the banks. And as the land grew less hilly, they passed the first of the great oaks, gnarled and ancient and regal as kings of old, their broad branches overspreading the stream and diminishing it in their shadow. Not even in Tapiaula, the forest, had he seen any greater or more aged, and his awe grew when he saw that an immense avenue of them stretched out before him, flanking the river as if it were a road. When Rock pointed out the weathered remains of a high marker stone, with a carved figure of distance half hidden by thorny undergrowth, his suspicions were confirmed. The oaks had not simply grown thus. They had been planted beside that stream, surely at a time when it was a much-used thoroughfare. They asked Trigcar. Though taciturn by nature, he had taken some fancy to them when he found they both spoke the northern tongue and were experienced mariners. He agreed. But how many 100 years since, who can say? Not me, gentles, not me. And there's few know the old Urin any better. These were wild lands in my grandsire's day. So they passed down river, sped along by the swift wind behind them and the current beneath, and saw the wide lands of a great realm open out upon either hand. Yet the works of man in it were few. By the next morning the only trees in sight were the tall willows, set at clear intervals along the bank. Beyond them the steep forested vale had opened out into the green hills they had seen from the cliffs, low and rolling. In the course of that day these in turn flattened out into a wide grassland country, so dismally flat and featureless, and so thickly carpeted with green, that even the Urin was almost invisible beyond the next bend. Yet though the grasses bent and nodded in waves under passing windrows, so that the cog seemed to ride not the river but an ocean of green, still they lacked the ocean's boisterous thunder, yielding only a soft rattling hiss, the dry play of stem against stem, husk upon husk. It soon grew monotonous, even with the bird-song. Never before had he heard the trilling songs of larks arising, but they were poor substitutes for the wild gull cries of his homeland. Nor could he warm to the harsh merriment of raven and carrion daw, and the scream of raptors stooping for the kill. Of other creatures, or of men, they saw none. The land, though rich, seemed unpeopled, and though once or twice towers had lifted from hilltop or river promontory, their windows gaped empty as skulls. They did not look that old, but to most of those on board they might have been made with the stones of the cliffs, things too impossibly ancient for any man to know their history. Only when they passed one such tower, and saw that still visible among the grass at its foot were the blackened remains of a village, did the travellers begin to understand. "Don't tell me that Eqesh have struck this deep into the land," exclaimed Elof grimly. "And so long ago? That's been ruined many a year." "Never believe it," said Trigcar behind them, in the northern tongue. "That's not Reaver's work, more's the shame of it. That now, gentles, that was put down in the times of the last Ismerian kings, maybe even when my grandsire was young. A bloody business, they say it was. But then the line of the bull would never spare chick nor child in such a matter. Called it breeding rebels, if somebody did. Never recovered properly from those times, did this region." "The last Ismerian?" Elof pricked up his ears. "Then what line rules here now?" Trigcar blinked casually around before replying, but the sergeant was for once not on deck. "Did you not hear? Lonuan, the line of the bull, and well named." "We've none of that name in our land," said Rock. "Still, at least it's not the Briarans, or Hurons as they were." Trigcar whistled. "Have a care, my lads. There's a connection. The Lonuan are a bastard offshoot of the Ismerian, but they've Huron blood. Why, the king's own mother was almost the last of them. Their line's gone now, too." "And good riddance, I don't doubt," muttered Rock. "They had some bad lots, aye. On your side of the ocean also? Though they stood up to the bulls, as they had to the Ismerian, and that was something. But the bulls broke them." He stopped. Orgus had surfaced again, and though he was too far off to hear, the old shipmaster fell silent and would say no more. All through that long summer day they glided across the grassy plain under a sky in which sunlight and cloud contended, and saw never another work of man. As night came, the clouds thickened, and the air became cooler. After the evening meat, Elof and Rock sat by the brazier only a short while before returning to their deck tent, which was considered better quarters than the noisome lower troop decks of the cog. So the next morning they were already awake and shivering before dawn, eagerly gathering by the brazier again, to claim fried hunks of some kind of peppery blood sausage and bowls of small ale, mulled and spiced. In the gloom the clouds hung in grey overcast, shot with streaks of darker grey, as if to mirror the grassland beneath. The sunrise took them unawares. A rift had opened in the clouds, and the sun came pouring through it in radiant glory, turning the air to hazy gold. And looking out across the yellow-green waves of the grassland, it seemed as if they now mirrored the clouds. For among them also a golden seam opened, threading away in rippling fire along the eastern horizon. "Ischianus," said Trigcar quietly, "but 'twill be even ere we reach it, gentles. Harder sailing from thence, not like on this mild wee stream." Elof smiled. "I think we may endure that, shipmaster, having survived the open seas." Trigcar shrugged, and said no more for that time. Only long after did Elof wonder what deeper meaning might have lain behind his words. Near the mouth of the Hieryanus they at last began to see the distant wisps of smoke that marked human habitation, and here and there the grassland flecked with herds of horses or cattle. At length they passed by their first village, a straggle of houses in a shallow dell that was evidently home to drovers or herdsmen, by the great spread of animal pens that surrounded it. Beyond that a plume of smoke arose, but as they came closer it became evidently too big to be a town, or anything of human origin. "Why, it's a fire mountain!" exclaimed Elof. "Just like in the Nordenbergen of my old home, but not so fierce, I hope." For once the sergeant joined in the conversation he was listening to. "Wouldn't be so sure of that, gentles," he said grimly. "My home village was in the shadow of another such, for there's many in the land. We'll be passing a good few. Well, that village is under a man's height of ash now, and it seems there's vines being planted on top already. Fierce enough for you, sirs?" "It'll serve," said Rock dryly. "Why'd your people build so close to it, in this wide land?" The sergeant scratched his head. "Now that's a thing I used to ask as a lad. Seems that an awful time back, 300 years even, that mountain wasn't near half that size, and I can believe it by Verya, for I've seen others spread too. But that's the way of 'em, isn't it?" Not long after that they sighted the first town, or rather the grim castle that dominated it. The scatter of streets was hardly visible behind its walls, until they drew much closer and could make out the roof peaks. And these walls were manifestly not new. They looked as old as anything over the oceans. The whole community was first a fortress and a place of strength, clearly placed to dominate the river mouth, around which white sails flocked like so many wings. As they drew nearer, 2 longboats with 5 oars a side, flying a flag of purple and white, and heavy laden with men, detached themselves from the flock and steered towards them. But at Trigcar's order a dark bundle was sent soaring to the masthead, and there broke out into a long pennant striped in black and gold. At once the longboats went about and vanished among the other ships. "No tolls to levy on a king's ship," grinned Elof. "Do you note our colors? The same as Kermorvan's." "I noted more than numbers of men under theirs," said Rock sourly. "That's the holder of Berharion," said Trigcar, tilting his white head at the castle. "A hard hand he lays on such trade from the uplands as goes not through his town and his tolls." "And the king permits that?" asked Elof in surprise, knowing how Kermorvan would react if any noble of his sought such advantage. Trigcar glared around, but the sergeant was watching them with a benign, bloodshot eye. "The king needs peace and loyalty from the lords of outlying burgs," he said, and turned pointedly to his helm once again. Elof and Rock exchanged glances, but they too chose to guard their tongues. For that time, though, hard thoughts were forgotten. They were beyond Berharion town now, and Ischianus the Great opened up before them. It was more like the approaches to the sea itself, thought Elof. Gulls flocked screaming about the banks, and the freshening wind carried an unmistakable tang of salt coasts in the clear air. More like wide estuary or sea lake than river the waters looked, already some 2,000 paces between banks, and still widening, save that the current ran so clear, even near the banks where it was slowest. It seized the cog as it cleared the inflow and swept it onward, swaying and wallowing till Trigcar's crewmen trimmed the sails. The spray that reached Elof's lips tasted salt. With the wind at their beam now, even the unwieldy cog could race the clouds above, and the banks swept by them at a great rate. Ere the light left them, the lie of the land was changing, and when they rose at dawn, it might have been another country altogether they sailed through. The grasslands had gone, and in their place the river shone between steep hillsides, riven by deep valleys, through many of which other tributaries flowed. It was often at such confluences that they came upon more towns. "Or more castles," muttered Elof, as the channel carried them close beneath age-blackened fortifications. "It seems they're the same thing here, never one without the other." They had been 2 days now upon the great river, and he was growing sick of the sight of them, from the smallest tower perched high on a promontory above the water, the nest of a marauding osprey, to the vast and sprawling fastness that filled whole hilltops, or hunched over the lower lands like some beast snarling over its kill. "Well, so it is with us," Rock pointed out. "Everywhere larger than a village has its own walls, its own strong place or citadel." "Yes, but as a refuge, a defense chiefly, never to dominate the place as do these. Every one built as both palace and garrison, as was Morvannec at the first, a home for a lord and the stony kernel of his power. Even the larger towns herd like sheep around the feet of the fortresses, and they cast a long shadow over the countryside. Nobody, villager, cottager, or outdweller, could hope to live free of it." He nodded his head at the blanketing of fields beyond the walls, and the rows of minute figures who toiled in them. "Do you look there? Never an orderly checker of single fields and farm holdings, such as you'll see around any town of ours. Just a great sprawl of huge fields, and a few small strips at their edges. The same with the vineyards on the hillsides, always the same. A lord's holding, a master's portion." "Aye, and who works it for him, I wonder?" Rock gazed at the toilers under the hot sun. "I wonder. But I'll be damned careful how I ask." They passed by many more towns in the days that followed, and large or small, all wore the same aspect. Strong fortresses of yellow stone, or a curious patchwork of yellow and brown, their peaked roofs usually red-tiled or of black slate, gathered their flock of lime-washed houses tight within high yellow walls. Beyond those walls the larger towns might have a quarter of ramshackle huts, but never more, save where here and there some ancient and august ruin arose. In those towns many of the houses rose several stories high, as if they were plants constrained to shoot upward. They had few windows on their outside walls, and looked somewhat fortress-like themselves. The great river was widening swiftly now, and the towns of the southward shore had long been no more than blurs, even to Elof's keen sight. However, the cog kept close to the northward bank, and so brought him closer sight of those there, the more so as by many of them Trigcar would slacken sail, or even heave to altogether, till flag or trumpet gave him the signal to proceed. But by some, notably those on the offshore islands, he would clap on all sail and steer swiftly out into the choppier open waters. Evidently there were places the king's pennon was no passport. At one point, where a pair of squat square forts sat flanking the channel between a town on a promontory and an offshore island, he called the soldiers on deck and raised strong mantlets along the side. The travellers were ignored, but Elof loosened Gorthor in its sheath. Rock fetched his heavy bow from the deck tent, and together they joined the watchful sergeant on the stern castle. His coarse face seamed with surprise when he saw them, and he unbent slightly. "You do well to help us, sirs," he said, his pale bloodshot eyes weighing them up. "For this one, I doubt not, would slit the throats of emissaries as freely as common soldiers." "Fitting we share in the defence, then," answered Elof crisply, as the towers glided by above the slatted screens, staring down with blank slit eyes. "For I doubt not we'd bleed the same colour." The sergeant eyed them with even sharper surprise. "True enough, sirs, but there's many that might not have said that," he added, and strode stiffly off to order some mantlets shifted astern. The old shipmaster nodded approvingly. "Bleed the same colour. Aye, that's the right line to take with that one, or myself, for that matter. Told him you were worth twice the popinjays we're used to deal with. The same colour." He laughed quietly. "Well, let's hope it won't come to that. Shouldn't, if we seem hard enough. He's no fool, this lordling here. Pays his dues, sends his levies to the king, not a word out of place. But still, from time to time, boats vanish along this stretch, and he fares better than that starveling townlet of his can afford him. Most often such boats as are too weak or too unwary to defend themselves. Easy enough to make such a one vanish utterly, if you've a swift shipyard to strip the timbers, and no scruples about the souls on board. He's not the only one doing it, by all accounts. No wreckwood to float ashore, and no corpses neither." The shipmaster leaned out beyond the mantlet to check the progress of the channel. "Ah, but he'll not try anything now. We're well by him already, and the next town's not so far ahead. Still, no harm in keeping the mantlets up for now." Elof looked back at the suspect town. It seemed quite large. "An evil thing, if it's true. Unlikely it could happen in our land. There we tend to gather in one great city, and the outlying towns and holdings are small and weak by comparison." "Why, so we do here also," chuckled Trigcar. "Do you think those towns you've seen are of any size? Then it's clear you've never looked upon Caris. Caris itself, Caris the city, Caris the golden. Not the largest of the towns we've passed. Not Caruelan of the 5 castles in the south can stand compare with Caris itself. What do you call cities oversea, then? 10 cottages and a byre?" Though the raillery was kindly enough, Elof could not help bridling. "There's no denying the breadth and richness of this land, shipmaster. It's a legend among us. But so is Morvan the Great, that the ice laid waste, and Rock here and I have walked among its ruins. It took us a day to cross its southern quarter alone." Trigcar raised his brows. "A right noble place, then. A fit match for Caruelan, or better, perhaps. But Caris, now, just its port quarter. But why do I waste my spittle, eh? Only another sennight, and you shall see for yourselves." "A week!" exclaimed Rock when he had digested the unfamiliar expression. "But we've been 6 days in this damned boat already." Trigcar shrugged. "Such is Caris, my lad, and I can nor widen nor shrink it to suit you, nor speed my ship. She makes some 9 knots already, by the mean, and that's as fast as you'll find of her build." "No offence to her or you, shipmaster," said Rock, abashed. "I was startled, that's all. The more so because I knew we were sailing swift. 9 knots. But that makes the distance some 400 leagues and 50, confirmed Tridcar soberly. Rock whistled. As long as the old Southlands and Northlands together. And that is only to Caris the city. The lands extend beyond that, perhaps half as much again, perhaps more. Boundaries are uncertain, out in the furthest east, where prowl the eaters of men. The east? Elof caught the old shipmaster by the arm. The Equesh, you mean? Aye, who else? That's where the devils first appeared, and then all along the Northlands that were my kinsfolks once, skulking along the margins of the ice. A few at first, then small raids and sharp assaults, larger raids that were harder to beat back. 100 years of harassing us and dividing us, till a great force worked their way westward and fell upon the gate that we never dreamed they'd dare. But east's where they came from. Some say their homeland's out that way, far upon far. I wouldn't know. I've no desire to go visiting there, I'll tell you. But in our land they came from the west, blazed Elof, not caring how he overrode the old shipmaster. He was boiling like a lidded cauldron. Over the sea, across the ice, but always from the west, where their homeland was said to be. He swallowed. You do see, don't you, how they came to be on the seas of the sunrise without first passing through our land? East one way, west the other. Oh, no, exclaimed Rock hollowly. In hell's name, do they hold so much of the world already, those savages, that they can spread 2 ways around it? They do not, said Elof quietly. But the ice, yes, it does. And whither it can send them, they will go. A great change is coming, she said, and it totters in the balance. Powers. Powers indeed, said Rock darkly. This is their fight, not ours. What's there for such as we to do against the likes of that force? Might as well fight one of these fire mountains, halfway around the world. The more I learn of it, the lesser I feel. Elof shook his head. In yourself, perhaps, who wouldn't? But as a folk, as a kindred, no, Rock, we're not small. Remember this, where there's been unity and order, free men with free minds, there the ice has made little headway. It fears the strengths that makes us human. And if Morvannec can resist it, if this vast realm of Caris can only stay both ordered and free— Aye, said Tridcar quietly, if indeed. They looked around at him, but his taciturn mask had dropped like a gate of blank iron. The only answer he would give to their question was, You'll see, lads. It's not for the likes of me to say. You'll see it soon enough. The week that followed was all days of hot sun and cool wind, brisk but easy sailing that sent the cog skipping ponderously along the riverine coast, like an old horse released into green fields and acting the colt once again. Green fields indeed carpeted the banks, pasture land whose well-tended richness contrasted with the empty lands westward. Towns, however, were few. It seemed rather to be divided up, as were the lands around Kerbrahane, into a few great farming estates, whose manor houses dominated the landscape. One such they approached quite closely, an ancient-looking and nobly proportioned building of age-darkened stone, perched atop a hill spur overlooking the river. Below it, at the bank, a fortified tower, squat and brutally ugly, huddled over a well-sheltered landing stage. But as the cog drew nearer, the house took on a very strange aspect, and they soon saw why. It was no more than a facade, a ruin gutted and stripped from the back, hardly higher than the ground. Aye, it's a crying shame, agreed Rock. A grand-looking place, yet it's that toad of a tower they've chosen to rebuild first. Even as he spoke, the cog had drawn close enough to the tower to make out the high scaffolding lashed together out of stripped wooden poles, writhing with the shapes of men like ants in a tree. But Elof peered at the construction for a moment and shook his head grimly. Rebuild be damned. He pointed at the wall as they glided past. Build? Look at that wall. See now where the checkerboard pattern comes from. Those stones, they've been well weathered, but not where they lie now. You mean... Rock brushed back his red hair with both hands. Hellah's tits. Do you mean they're tearing down a good sound hall to build that overgrown jakes? They must be running daft. Or fearful. Daft, I still say. If they're so afraid, why don't they get together with a neighbor or two and build a proper-sized castle, one they might just be able to defend properly? Elof grimaced. Well, even in our lands, not everyone cares overmuch for neighbors, and here it seems they don't trust them. Wait you, though, said Rock sharply. We've seen that pattern on half the walls along the river. Can't all... Not all, mused Elof, but many, I think. Casualties of a time when men need strength more than comfort or fair craft, and too long a time to blame on the Eckwish, I fear. Aye, there's trouble in this land right enough. Look where the despoilers come now. A long dray, drawn by a team of many horses, was laboring down a road that wound from hill to shore. It flexed strangely as it rode, for it was made of many sections, each with its own wheels. Even at this distance there was no mistaking the stone it bore. As it arrived at the foot of the tower, a gaggle of men slouched out and scrambled up to begin unloading. Elof could not see what happened next, but there was a sudden confused swirl at the side of the dray, and a rumbling crash drifted out over the water. Its load was indeed stone, but a good half of it lay in a heap to one side, amid a rising fountain of dust. Evidently its unloaders had been careless. Men were sprawled among the mess, or groggily picking themselves up. Others strove to calm the startled horses. More men came running, but not to help. Rock leaned over the rail and cursed aloud at the sight. Elof was too shocked. The fallen were being kicked and pummeled to their feet, cowering under a rain of blows to head or body, from what might have been cudgels or short whips. Even some of the horse-holders were being dragged away and thrashed till they sprawled upon the ground. Then the cog passed beyond the curve of the tower, and the scene was hidden from them. Rock glared at Elof, his face turned so white with anger that the freckles blazed beneath his tan. "Well," he said with dangerous evenness, "what do you make of that, then?" Elof felt the muscles of his own face tighten. "Much as you, I guess." "Do you say it?" Rock growled. "Those farm workers, and now these. Maybe they're free folk swinking for pence, ready to swallow a blow. But I wonder. Hell's gate, but I wonder. You never had a chance to know Kerbrahane, ere the Eckwesh changed all, and then Kermorvan. But there were many reckoned it was heading down a bad road, with no strong lord to rein in all the little lordlings on their own land. Hireman and tenant being bound to the land, to their masters, ever more closely, till they were free men no more." Elof whistled softly between his teeth. "And of all our lands, Kerbrahane was ever said to be the most like Caris." "Aye. So perhaps what was happening there had already happened here, grown from the same roots, maybe." He snorted. "Villanage, serfdom, whatever they chose to call it. Common thraldom's my name for it, and this place stinks of it." Elof glanced around and nudged Rock. He had almost felt the eyes on the back of his neck. There in the stern castle stood the sergeant, apparently exchanging a few words with Trigcar, but his gaze was unwavering in their direction. Maybe. But best we say no more of this for the moment. Mouth shut. "And eyes open," grunted Rock. "As you say, Mastersmith. I'm not sure I can find fit words anyway." But thenceforth there were no more alarms, few excitements of any kind. The mantlets were never again raised, and no more towns avoided. The sailing was calm, and save for the fire mountains the sergeant had promised, they saw no more such disturbing sights upon the shore. In fact, there were few excitements of any kind. They saw little that was new, and what there was, such as a lava stream that flowed right down into the waters and turned them to steam, they could not stop to explore. Rock sought to make the best of his enforced idleness, but Elof paced like a wild beast caged. However much rest the delay gave his body, he could find none in his heart. The appearance of any town, however small, was a welcome distraction. They would lean over the rail and strain their eyes to make out more of this enigmatic land. But they learned little, till the first time they passed a town by night. It struck Elof then how few lights showed, given its extent. "Just like Morvannec, when the Equesh held it," he remarked to Rock. "You're not very well suggesting. No, not this deep within the land. But Morvannec had already been struck by plague, and lost 2/3 parts of its folk. Here also, it seems, there are fewer folk than there should be. Than there were, for they would hardly build whole streets of houses they do not need. Empty land at the borders, empty towns in the heartland." Rock grew thoughtful. "Not nice. But there's other things than plague could cut down a folk thus. War, for example. Not necessarily with outsiders. Remember that burned-out village?" Elof nodded. "Though we've seen no more. It could simply be that Karas the city has drawn too many folk, leaving the rest bereft and dwindling, as Morvan did to Morvannec." Which'd go some way to explaining border banditry. Nobody who counts cares much about it, 'cause they all live weeks away. Could be. But we'll just have to wait and see, won't we? Not long now." "No," said Elof explosively. "Not long. And then—" "What then? You've something in mind?" Elof tapped the rail with his clenched fist, gently, but it was the gentleness of iron restraint. "I don't know. I can't be sure. So much depends on what they're prepared to do, and why they haven't already done it. If I only knew more about this land." He gazed in anguish into the night, as if seeking upon the horizon some distant glimmer of the lights of Karas itself. But he was given no such forewarning. 6 nights later they took to their tent, expecting they might see the city in the distance the next day. But around dawn they were both sharply awakened by a clamor of voices and the creak and rumble of tackle, unusually loud. When they scrambled out into the cool air, they found the cog hove to in the midst of a flock of other sails. These were of many types and colors, but they spared them scarcely a glance, for above them towered a vast square sail, golden in the grey dimness, bellied out by the wind. Yet no such wind blew, then or ever, for the sail was of stone, and rode not upon a mast, but 2 slanted pillars of like stone that flanked a vast portcullis gate of dark metal, meshed very close. The waves of the Ischianus slapped about its bars and boomed hollowly in the arch behind. A great sea-gate it was, in a wall of the same golden stone, higher than the highest of the masts now gathered before it. The breeze drew cold fingers across their skin, but they stayed, for even as they watched, a light golden as the stone climbed up the cloudy sky, and golden also came the cry of distant trumpets, and a call in answer from the wall. Trigcar bellowed to his crew, and other shouts echoed him from neighboring ships, as the ponderous clank of a ratchet winch echoed out of the arch, and the gate began to lift. Water poured from clumps of weed draped over the bars, but the full sheen of the metal beneath was untarnished. Elof nodded quietly to himself. There was fine smithcraft in that gate, such as all the tales said flourished in this land. A sudden excitement arose in him beneath all his other concerns, taking fire at the thought of all the rich smith lore he might find here, and some of the discoveries he might himself unfold. He felt a sudden surge in the deck underfoot, heard the rigging creak overhead as the sails were angled to catch the wind once again, and forgot even that in his eagerness to see beyond the gate. All the other ships were making ready, beamy merchantmen of all shapes and sizes, laden with merchandise, other cogs crowded with armed men and what seemed to be military stores, and a host of barges and lighters of all sizes. In between them slid long, lean war galleys, some ornate and blazing with color, even with ornate canopies on their decks. But the cog, flying the royal pennon, was suffering no dispute over first entrance to the gate. The prow dipped and rose gently as it got under way. Elof and Rock grinned at each other like excited boys, and as one they made a run for the mast shrouds and went swarming up the laddered rigging to the masthead. Most ships had only a spar there to sit on, and possibly a loop for a rope or one's belt. But being a ship of war, the cog had shielded platforms for archers, and the travelers could stand in relative ease to take their first sight of the city at the heart of the world. But for that first moment, Elof felt a keen pang of disappointment. It was a vast expanse he saw stretch out before him through the narrow aperture of the gate, large enough, he guessed, to swallow the two greatest living cities of his land. But it seemed to have not a half of their grandeur. The sun was not yet over the curve of the world, and the distance was no more than a shadowy frieze against the luminous sky, broken only by the looming silhouette of a jagged hill. Over the nearer part of the city the morning mists rolled like slow waves down towards the great river, for the land was well nigh flat. He could see that it had a network of ancient walls, many times greater than those of which Kerbrahane was so proud, but the level ground made them so much less impressive than Kerbrahane, rising on a steep and ancient volcanic rock, or Morvannec on its high promontory above the sea. The stolid bulk of the distant hill served only to diminish them further, nor could he see any likeness of the noble masonry which made Morvannec so fair, towering on its rust-red terraces above steep streets. If there was any, it was lost among the welter of lesser roofs. Worse, he could make out no axis, no heart to the city, no equal to the citadel of Kerbrahane, ivory-hued under towers roofed in bronze and gold, nor the darkly graceful palace of Morvannec, its carved columns and galleries weathered to the shade of long-shed blood, with its lesser palaces on the terraces below. This has overgrown itself, he thought contemptuously, become bloated with its own vigor, and now simply shapeless, a mere tangle of walls and streets. But then the sun arose, and laid its first honors of scarlet and gold across the true regality of Karis. What till now had been lost in black silhouette blazed into life, and left Elof staring, unable to believe what he was seeing. He turned to Rock and found him wild-eyed, agape, one hand clutching at his fiery tangle of hair. The sheer expanse of Karis the city was greater than they had guessed, but that alone could not have daunted them so. It was the sun's slow progress across the jagged slopes above that held their gaze, as by rivets, for hill there was none. Over wall upon wall of sand-hued stone that rich light played, through high arch and carven buttress, over terrace, court, and gallery and colonnade, behind turrets of every size and shape, and across the two high towers joined by a wall that were its crown, towers curved and shaped into a stylized shape that suggested the horns of some vast bull. The height alone of that vast edifice was astonishing. It reared above the mists like some lonely island in the ocean, and looked as ancient, as immovable. And all of this the sunlight turned to gold. That first sight of it sent a cool shiver of awe through mind and body. Higher rose the red rim, hanging behind those crags of masonry like a mantle of fires, and higher yet, till to the astonished eyes of the watchers it seemed to settle between those graceful twin towers, rest upon that wall like a brilliant gem set in the crown of the world itself. for so it had been contrived with vast care by those who built the castle and the shore walls long ago, that around dawn each day the sun should be seen so from the first gate to open, appearing to hang there for a time, and from the last gate to close at evening. As the sun's road shifted with the seasons, so also the choice of gates, for there were many. Not the sight alone held Elof rapt, but the concept behind it, and the cunning. It was contrived, that effect, with an equal insight into the paths of the heavens and the ways of the minds of men. Those who lacked wisdom would be astounded, and those who had it would still be daunted by appreciation of the skill involved. Yet about that majestic citadel itself there was nothing monstrous, as there might have been. Some stark tower or castle of that scale might have spoken more of folly than of grandeur, of brutal domination rather than airy strength. It might have loomed like a threat above that great sprawl of humanity beneath. Instead, it seemed to grow out of it. This was no single heap of stone, no one palace or fortress. This was a palace many-fold, a city in itself of 100 levels, as if an astonishing host of halls and towers, tall and fair, had somehow been caught up in a web of woven stone, or in the tangles of some petrified tree. It was as if the city itself reached upward towards the sun, and offered it a throne, as if its moving spirit sought to embrace the radiant source of life itself. That noble vision held the travellers hard in thrall as the cog glided smoothly towards the gate. Then, all too abruptly, and with no more than a shout of warning, the spell was shattered. The cog heeled violently as the helm was thrust hard down, lurching dangerously for such a top-heavy craft. Rock and Elof clung frantically to the mast as it swung, their feet scrabbling uselessly against the sudden steepness of the floor-planks. A soldier on the deck below was less lucky, and slid down it to crash painfully against the starboard rail. The cog swung upright with a force that threatened to hurl the watchers from the masthead, and he lay groaning in the scuppers. Across the river from the southward, on a huge square sail even less wieldy than the cog's, came the largest ship Elof had ever seen, a monstrous broad-beamed barge, half as large again as the longest dromond of his homeland. Low in the water with a heavy load, it wallowed sullenly even in the calm waters of Ischianus, and the 2 galleys escorting it seemed torn between keeping close to lend support and darting away lest it might roll over on them. Lesser traffic scattered before it, and Trigcar and his sailors let out a fearful volley of oaths as the vast thing cut unheeding across the cog's bow. "Grain from the south," he spat, as if it were a foulness in itself. "Takes precedence over all else afloat, by my lord king's edict, does that bloated bastard breeder, and acts as if there's naught else on the bloody river." The great craft glided on regardless, and he swung the helm around again, scarcely more gently, to fall in behind it. "And yet," said Elof breathlessly, still clinging to the masthead, "I can see why, after a fashion. That monster was so overloaded that any sudden check in its course would risk swamping it completely." "Then why in hell's name must they load it so?" Rock snarled, as the cog glided into the archway, and the boom of the water echoed deeply about them. "Because they need so much, I guess. Look at the size of this place, and with craft as crude as that, they must need to wait for the fairest winds. Rock, I don't think these folk are very good sailors. Their ships are of kinds we've long since laid by." "Hardly surprisingly, with naught but an overgrown river to play on. By this last Veria they all swear by. Our ancestors were braver than we thought, if they made that crossing in tubs like these, or just plain daft." "Well, then, we may have some things of value to teach them." The cog cleared the archway, and came out into a wide basin lined with stone quays. All were worn with age, and 1 or 2 were crumbling, collapsing into the waters of the dock. But whatever their view of repairs, evidently those in charge here believed in wasting no time on vital cargoes. The huge grain barge was already moored, and a chain of hunched figures were filing down onto its deck. The first were scrambling back up to the quay, bowed double under huge sacks. Nothing visible drove them. Perhaps they were only eager for some extra payment for speed. Yet he had seldom sensed so tangible an air of frantic haste and unhappiness. He could not hear one of them shout or laugh, let alone sing, as did the dock workers of his own land. Free men or serfs, they were driven indeed. That sight, and the image of the fallen stone, brought back what that glorious vista had driven from their minds. They were silent for a moment, for it seemed almost impossible to reconcile the two visions. But Rock echoed Elof's own thought when he added, "Maybe, if we can trust them." If. Chapter 6. King and Mastersmith. The cog showed no sign of heading towards any of the berths, but rather moved out into the center of the channel, where the wind was clearest. Looking ahead, Elof was surprised to see that the channel led on into the bounds of the city, between hard walls of grey stone, faceless and windowless, much like the dockside storehouses of their own cities. He was even more surprised that it was only one of many such that wound about between the buildings, till distance dwindled them to threads glistening in the shadow of the citadel. Here and there he could even make out a mast against the rooftops. Yet the ground does rise, however slightly. Can it be they've some kind of lock system here, as the Durgar do? This proved to be so, for when the cog rounded a bend in the channel, it slackened sail, and two heavy water gates closed behind it. Rock, who had never seen the Durgar's dark rivers under stone, was fascinated as the waters came churning through the sluices. He had a great love for all cunning devices that needed no smithcraft in their operation. The cog rose swiftly, and as the further gates swung open, it went gliding off down the new channel. This brought a further surprise. After the blank dockside buildings, they were now passing between unmistakable rows of houses, though there was little life about them as yet. Only a chimney smoked here and there, and a baby cried in the distance. The streets were empty, and the water of the channel glass-calm, mirroring buildings and blue skies. The cog glided cloud-like over the reflected rooftops, and strewed flecks of golden light in its wake. The houses themselves, built against one another in blocks large and small, were pleasing in proportion, many-storied and high-gabled. Some had lime-washed walls, others were even plastered smooth and painted in pastel colors, pink and apple green and soft blue. But most looked old and faded, and in some the plaster had faded to a flecked brown and begun to crack and peel away. A few had bands of decoration across the frontage between floors, so tangled and florid that even Elof, used to archaic scripts, was slow to recognize them as old saws and mottos, fragments of simple verse and the like. The town was beginning to come to life. A pump creaked noisily in a courtyard. Chimneys smoked. One or two figures could be seen going about the narrow lanes. A breeze wafted them the odor of baking, and though different from the cornbread they knew, it was no less irresistible. When the odor of frying meat drifted up to them from the deck braziers, not even the excitements of the view could match it, and they went sliding like madmen down the shrouds. At first Rock bolted his breakfast, afraid they might arrive at the citadel soon, till Elof pointed out that its towers, still visible over the rooftops even from the deck, looked only a little nearer. At this gentle pace they had a good half-day's sailing ahead at the least. This turned out to be too slight a guess, for to the scale of that great sprawling burg their minds were not yet attuned. Now and then, too, the cog must slow its pace, as the wind grew less or some other ship slid by it, fresh sails glistening in the bright sun, barring the breeze from the cog's stained square of strengthened linen. Then Elof almost had to restrain Rock from springing ashore, so eager was he to tread these ancestral streets. By this one and that the channels led them, from lock to lock, ever rising. Quarter after quarter rolled smoothly by them, like illuminations on some vast unending scroll, divided by the channels and the grim encircling walls, now breached in many places and even plundered for house stone. As they went deeper, the fine dwellings grew gradually more dilapidated, and gave way to older streets of sullen tenements, upper stories overhanging their muddy alleys, till at the top they all but met. Often crude gangways, rattling like dry bones in the breeze, ran between them in rough parody of the flying buttresses in the citadel above. But this poor quarter, large as it was, ended sharply at a broad channel. On the far side were blank walls of brick, more faceless storehouses. Here and there among them narrow sluices spilled fast streams into the channels, and when Elof climbed to the masthead again, he saw huge water wheels turning under artificial falls. Behind them a few tall chimneys smoked, spewing smuts and cinders at him along the breeze. Here evidently was a gathering of manufactories, with kilns for pottery or baked brick. Huddled in their smoky lee was a patch of decent houses and a bustling little market, and beyond them more of the faceless storehouses, ending in another canal. Past these were more houses, more canals, and then a long and august roof-tree of some 5 stories that was unmistakably a guild hall, built much as they were in Morvannec. Other guild halls followed, and beyond them the tall, narrow counting-houses of a merchant's quarter, very like that of Kara. It set them thinking of their old friend Cathal the merchant, and how he was faring far off in the embattled west. But it was another quarter that brought home most sharply the kinship of this land with theirs. They came first upon a wall of dense woodland, a slice of hunting park isolated like a veritable island between 2 curving channels that might once have been natural streams. Into the furthest of these the cog turned, and they saw that beyond it reared a row of walls so blind and windowless, so weather-stained and streaked to such a dismal shade of grey, that they might have been more storehouses, save only that they were too tall and too noble in proportion. And as the cog sailed gracefully by, with 2 white swans as heralds, Elof could make out that their wide roofs were not solid, but hollow at the centre, and also that the few outer windows they displayed, all in the uppermost stories, were many of them glazed with jewelled colours, and flanked by richly carven shutters. "Remind you of anywhere?" Rock inquired. Elof gestured at one doorway, surmounted by a carven shield whose blazon was blurred and unreadable with weathering, a mere mass of hollows and pits upon the stone. "Need you ask? Morvannec's ancestral house, any other noble house in Kara. Courts, 4 walls of rooms, almost all the windows facing inwards, well hidden from the world outside, from their noble rivals and the assessors of levies." "And from the commons," growled Rock. "That's what it really means, I guess. Wall out even the sight of the poor, that you can wallow in your wealth in peace. Look at the way the woodland screens off the whole fine quarter." "It may not be wholly their fault," said Elof. "Under some kings, even quite good kings, it might be bad for your purse or your standing to appear too openly rich. And under the not-so-good, for your health also." "Well, maybe," grunted Rock, unconvinced. "But hear this. I asked Morvannec about the fashion once, seeing it wasn't the way in Morvannec, with all our palaces clear and open. Rich or poor, folk have always trusted each other there. He told me it dated only from the declining years of Morvan, taken thence, like much else rotten, by the rebels who became the first syndics, that it was never the way in Morvannec, nor in Caris. And you'll allow my Lord Morvannec's a bright lad. When he says the lore is so-and-so, thus it is." "Then it must have come about at some time since the lands were sundered. Powers, there's been time enough." "Aye, but in both countries, following the same path, the same ill path, again?" Elof frowned. "Well, they spring from the same root. They might well grow the same way. But no, you're right. I cannot believe it either, not when Norderney and Morvannec have managed to be so different. It is more as if as if the others display the symptoms of the same disease." "Ah," breathed Rock. "Like it might be a cold, you mean?" Elof smiled grimly. "Caught in a chill wind off the ice. Yes, it might well be. Its hand can be subtle at times, and no less cruel, and it has many generations to study the flows and currents within the hearts of a people, and seek to channel them. Remember that as well as yours and Kermorvan's, this is also the ancestral homeland of Brian Bryhuran." Rock shuddered. "But if even Karis is infected, what's the chances for the rest of us?" "Every chance. Remember Tapiao, who despised men too much to be able to understand us. The ice is 10 times worse off, Rock. It hates us. It makes the worst assumptions about us. If we do not live up to them, we stand a better chance of escaping its snares." "Ah," said Rock moodily, eyeing those walls, whose forbidding drabness seemed almost a reversed mold of the richness within. "But what's the likelihood of that here, do you think, eh? After all we've seen?" "Still a good chance," Elof answered him calmly, "so long as the infection has not yet reached the heart. And that, I guess, we are about to find out." The cog was gliding out from between the tall and insular houses of nobility, and between another belt of woodland, growing against and over the most ancient walls they had yet seen, long since abandoned to the ravages of weather and wood. The channel lost its straightness and began to wind mazily about the buildings ahead. Clearly it had once been a river here, before stone built up its banks and its channel was dredged. The buildings themselves took on a less even and upright look. There was no prevailing shape or size or fashion as in the outer quarters, save that they were all many stories high and built against one another, with few wide ways between. But here and there archways opened onto stairs and alleys that ran through the buildings themselves like wormholes, as if space had been too precious to leave them open to the sky. Some buildings seemed more ancient even than the walls. Others were brash and brightly new. Some, and not always the old ones, gaped empty like skulls, while their neighbors stood in fine repair. And in many of their windows lights shone, although it was still only the middle of the afternoon. For in the shadow of the citadel they huddled, and behind its towers. For them the sun had already set. Some half-hour later, around a shallow bend in the river, appeared a row of wharves, with tall buildings behind them. Walkways and galleries ran across their faces, overhanging the river, and between them many a complex hoist and crane for unloading. Elof and Rock stood beside Trigcar at the helm, as with a heady blend of cursing and great dexterity he swung the cog alongside the furthest of the wharves, a vast grim affair of tapered stone blocks. Under the eyes of 2 bored-looking sentries, men in dark liveries ran to take up the lines thrown ashore, hauled in the cog bow and stern, till the long fenders of straw-stuffed canvas grated and squeaked against the stone, and made it fast. The crewmen were already beginning to strike the sail, and as it slid rustling and flapping from the mast, it unveiled, like a curtain before a picture, the most startling prospect Elof had ever seen. "The strength of Karis, masters," said Trigcar, "within the old town by the royal wharves. Great artery of the city, heart of the heart's heart, the pivot about which the wide world spins. And for your worthy selves, voyage's end. May it be a fair omen to you. Pray don't forget the poor skipper." But he chuckled quietly as he spoke, as if he knew he would get no answer. Evidently he was well aware of how this sight struck a newcomer. As a distant hill or a bulk looming like a low cloud mass behind rooftops, it had been an easier thing to accept, or if need be, to ignore. But it could not be ignored here, for they stood at its very foot, and behind it the sky was fading to layers of blue-gray cloud, interleaved with hues of peach and gold, a royal mantle draped about a crown. Like a crown indeed rose the strength of Karis, a crown of many tiers and ornaments, and faced about with jewels, and these jewels were edifices tall and fair in their own right. Of every kind and form they were, low and long and robust, square and strong, squat and fortified, tall and graceful and spire-crowned. Palace and castle, hall and hallow, all were here, set high about those slopes like fruit in a tree, with 100 smaller shapes scattered in their shadow. Seeing them from afar, Elof had not guessed how great they were in their own right, nor how fair in their several ways. Not one but would have graced the heart of any city among men. The high gate might be greater than any of them, but it was far less fair. His eyes followed a long stair, picked out in the long sunlight, like the many-branched limb of a vast tree, from one of the tall, tapering gatehouses set in the walls encircling the slope's foot, up to the level of a bulwarked fortification, out-thrust in the arc of a half-moon, to dominate the slope with dignity and strength. Around this and above the staircase wound, between smaller halls and up to a great frontage, bearing 2 sweeping spires that echoed the towers above. The stairway parted before it, swept up around and behind its steep-pitched roof-tree to the 2 ends of a wide terrace. Upon this stood a palace built like embracing arms, a wide windowed residence with nothing of the fortress about it. Up the slope it rose in curving steps, the stairways weaving about it, till it ended in a single high conical turret. From there, over a bridge that curved like the rainbow, the stair crossed to the first of a stepped pyramid of terraces. From the highest of these the towers arose. So much he saw along one stair, from one gate. But in that side of the wall alone there were 12 such gates, and as many stairs, and around many of those the buildings clustered more thickly. Elof could not take in a half of what he saw there. Time was not given him. He jumped at the crash of the gangway upon the quay, and the roar of the sergeant's voice mustering the guard. The soldiers came clattering along to form up on the deck, and suddenly, after 2 weeks of lazy informality, they had the look of guards once again. The sergeant clumped up the gangplank to exchange words with the sentries on the quay. Elof, without turning, spoke to Tregcar. "Shipmaster." "Aye, Mastersmith." "You're of northern stock, and the seas are the northerner's birthright. Are you happy, sailing all your life upon river and channel?" "Happy enough, lad," said Tregcar guardedly. "We never reckoned much on the sea, not knowing who or what lay beyond it. Anyhow, birthright or no, the man-eaters stand in the way of it now, as of so much else, and not only them." The sentries, looking agitated, were summoning somebody from the building at the rear. Elof bit his lip. Over the last few days they had told the old shipman much of their voyages, and he had seemed enthralled and envious. But there had never till now been a free moment when they might safely sound him out, and there was little time for persuasions. "Search your heart, shipmaster. Is there not, deep down, the least longing to make one great voyage, unbarred by bank or boundary, to sail like the sky-wanderers, free upon the winds of the world, to find a fair land and a free kindred, and help against our common foe?" "Not in this here cog, master." Tregcar grinned as he might at an over-enthusiastic boy, but Elof had seen his light green eyes shift suddenly, seemed to gaze at a far grey horizon. "And if I found you a fit craft?" hissed Elof. "A seaworthy craft? Couldn't get one past the gate, and there's no sea-coast free to build on. Where'd you ever get such a craft?" "From the Ekwesh, of course," said Elof impatiently. "If you could find a crew." "From the—" repeated Tregcar, and began to laugh softly. "By Savannah's belly." He shook his head in happy disbelief. "Then you'll come." The sergeant was saluting 2 plump men who came striding up from the rear, evidently officials of some kind. They were quizzing him rapidly and darting surprised glances at the travelers. Trigcar fell silent suddenly, pressing his lips till his small moustaches bristled. "By the horns of the bull, with such lads as you twain, I just might. There'd be no problem about a crew, not among us old northerners. I might. But when? Who can tell? So much depends on what we may do here, upon your lord's word, among other things. A day, a year. So that it take not 10 years. Past that I might be too old. Get you word to me when you know, whatever my lord may say. Then we'll see." There was sudden fire in his soft tones. "Lads, if it's at all possible, I'm your man. Daft I may be, but I'd not miss this last endeavour if I did have to wait 10 years. "Maybe it will not take so long," said Elof quietly. "But however long, I shall still call upon you, shipmaster." "Do you so? Fare you well, Mastersmith. And my thanks." The officials were nodding vigorously now, and abruptly one turned on his heel and stalked away. The sergeant turned back down the gangway as swiftly, and tossed Elof and Rock a crisp salute that was as good as a command. "By your leave, gentles." One of the sailors sought to take up the bag that was all their gear, but Elof forestalled him, graciously enough, and let the sergeant usher them over the gangway, with the escort clumping behind. He heard a sharp intake of breath from Rock as he set foot upon the deep-worn stone of the wharf. At long last his feet rested upon his ancestral land. But they were not to remain there long. The sergeant led them towards a great gibbet crane at the rear of the wharf, and ushered them up short steps onto the dais beneath a broad square of stone wall supporting a raised floor of wood with a low railing around it. It looked so like a hanging gibbet that Elof found himself uneasily scanning the boards for signs of a trap. He told himself angrily that he was growing foolish, and turned to the doors at the back. Then he recoiled in alarm, suspecting he knew not what snare, as he felt something snap taut underfoot, and the dais judder. "Do you take hold, sirs," warned the sergeant, himself seizing one of the rails. Rock swore in horror, as with an alarming squeal the whole contraption, themselves, their escort, and all, was plucked bodily from the ground. The doors swung open before it, and Rock swore again. A long ramp of smooth stone stretched out before them, rising straight and high among the buildings above, and running the length of it 2 deep parallel slots. Through them ran 2 heavy cables, singing with tension. Looking back, he saw the same 2 running down into the empty space beneath the dais, and into a mass of pulleys and wheels. They were standing upon some kind of winched platform, set on an angled carriage to keep it level as it was hauled up the ramp. He peered over the edge to see the small iron wheels running in the slots, and was all but tipped over the side by a sudden jerk. "Have a care, sirs," the sergeant warned. "Faster and easier than the 1,000 stairs is this, but no smooth ride. Stretchin' in the cable, they always say. The like as not it's their own idle hands shirking the task." "Hands? You mean it's men hauling this weight up?" "By a capstan, to be sure," shrugged the sergeant. "Expensive by paid labour, but there's never a shortage of sturdy rogues from the jails, even if they need their backs tickled now and again." Elof hoped he had not noticed Rock's tactless grimace. Evidently they were thinking the same thing. Water power would manage the job better and cheaper, even if the cost of building was higher. Either Karas had lost its once famed skills in that art, or it no longer cared. He did not like to think which. At any rate, they had not learned the art of drawing and plaiting wires of steel into strong and unstretching cables, that was clear. They were rising high now, cresting the rooftops. The platform was catching the breeze and beginning to sway. After the first shock, Elof and Rock, not long from the mastheads, hardly minded the sensation, but the soldiers clung grimly to the stanchions, and even the sergeant was a shade paler beneath his bricky colour. Already they were over the outer walls of the strength, and passing among its host of roofs. It startled Elof to see so great a mass of stone reaching such a height. It seemed to war with all he knew of the mason's art, this tower thrust at the heavens. But as they passed the terrace and gallery, square and street shelved out from the slopes, he began to appreciate the vast skill of its shaping. Grand and imposing as was the strength from a distance, at closer sight it seemed far less substantial, a thing of lightness and air and outlines rather than of bulk, of arches that soared like an arrow's flight made stone, heavy buttresses that surged like carven waves, lighter flying buttresses that fountained up in sprays or rose in fluttering excitement like a flock of birds startled from a cornfield. They tapered into a surprising thinness, those buttresses, both for lightness and exaggerated perspective, till with the carven foliage that adorned them they stood out against the sky like bent saplings. Roofs of vast height were narrowed, built in against the slope on their hidden side. Many of the spires and towers that seemed so solid proved to be chiefly open works of pillars and carving, intricate and delicate. But as the platform neared the top of its run, and he came among the buildings, he saw that all this, too, was a work of skill, and not just a vainglorious facade. Had the strength actually been as it was made to seem from afar, it would have been ugly and intolerable close to. The streets through which their escort hurried them would have been overshadowed valleys, deep and dank, the noble arches and doorways around dark cavern mouths, a gloom-ridden place, horribly airless and oppressive. Instead, their impressions were of brightness and space captured within the lightest possible cage of stone. Enormous windows in walls reduced their weight, and left pillars within to uphold the roof. But fair works of colored glass filled them, and the rays of the sinking sun shining through them and playing over street and wall turned the strength into a shimmering hoard of jewels. From any reasonable angle or distance, the whole vast edifice had been contrived to seem fair and consistent in itself, both its several buildings and the greater whole they made up. Some strength, perhaps, had been sacrificed. It might not have withstood the rigors of endless northern winters, so much closer to the winds and the snows off the ice. But then it was built for the south, and it was yet a place that great armies would break against, and lesser ones flee at the very sight of, and none the less a dwelling fit for all the arts of peace. Winding their way along the walls, they came at last to yet another such platform and ramp. As it lifted under them, Rock shaded his eyes against the dust glare, and looking out over the hazy magnificence of the view, he sighed in deep content. Well, whatever else there may be, this is all the legends tell of this realm, and more. Can't you see here all the roots of Kerbrahane, of Morvan and Morvanhall that now is? Aye, even of your own little towns in Norderney with their painted slats. See, in yonder patterned window, the same style. It's well named. The strength of our folk it is, sure enough. Elof nodded slowly. It is, for it embodies so much wisdom and skill and sheer cunning of mind and hand. This must have been a fair size of hill once, but what can you see of that? Nothing. As if they'd melted it down and moulded it anew from the hot blood of the earth. But there is something strange about some of these buildings. Sergeant! By your leave, gentles. Those buildings down below there. Yes, that one, and that. Look down through those huge windows, and what do you see? Exactly, nothing. They're spick and span. They've some of them painted walls or hangings, but scarce a stick of furnishing in them all. Small wonder there, sir. Them as dwells there are well content with little. They're tombs, those are. What? Every one? More'n a few, sir, aye. For in what better hallow should the kings who built the strength wish to lie? In halls befitting their glory and power. All their lives they'd be working on them, as splendid as they could make 'em. 'Twas always intended thus, as I've heard, sirs. Hallow and palace and place of strength together, a living show of their power. As the old saying goes, the strength of Caris is its mighty tombs. So long as it lies not buried with them, said Rock quietly, as the sergeant turned away once more. What a pile of wealth to heap upon your own dry bones." Elof nodded. "What needs the greatest of men more than 2 strides of ground, if only he leaves a worthy name? And all the show in the world cannot enhance that. Remember Dorgael Arlanen, how simple it was, and yet the feeling there." "Aye, that I do. These gilded boneyards fare ill by comparison. Whoop, here's the end of our ride." There came more streets, more looming buildings, and another ramp. This one was shorter, and ended before tall gates in an encircling wall. Upon their dark wood the image of the bull's head with gilt sun between its horns stood out in weathered relief. The platform creaked and juddered to a halt, and Elof thought he heard, echoing up from the slots below the winding gear, the distant groans and gasps of exhausted men. Then the sergeant bellowed at his shaken men, and they formed up around Elof and Rock more closely than before. As the gates ground open, the travellers saw they had at last reached the brow of that carven hill, for against the sky of evening, taller even than Elof had guessed, arose its mighty crown, the horns of the bull that held the sun. Cobbles rang beneath their feet as they were marched briskly off the platform and across a wide square. Elof slipped and stumbled, for he was gazing at the towers. They looked subtly newer than the others at their feet, and their resemblance to horns was no accident. Their outermost faces were flat and hard-edged, but the inner faces were shaped carefully into a graceful continuous curve, as across the brows of a gigantic bull. Below them, at the level where eyes would be, stood 2 round drum turrets, many stories high, and faced with graceful colonnades that flanked the front wall of a palace, a greater than any on the hill below, and a fairer. Midway in that wall a tall arched doorway opened, and above it a wide balcony whose canopy was in the form of a high helm crowned with a circlet. The helm shone silver, the circlet with the lustre of fine gold, and the sunlit fire of encrusted gems. To Elof that crown, like the overwhelming towers, seemed more vulgar than splendid. It hardly seemed to belong against the calm strength of the palace, almost as if it had been added later, recently even. Then he frowned with sudden understanding. That balcony fell midway between the towers. When they captured the sun, it must seem to stand above that balcony, that helm like a crest. And how would a man seem who chose to appear beneath it then? There were sentries waiting within that arch, a great many sentries, their mail brightly gilded, the shafts of their long spears a gaudy scarlet, as were the bobbing horsetail crests on their helms. One among them bore a surcoat of black worked with the crest of the sun between horns in heavy gold thread. He stepped forward unhurriedly, without surprise, a slender man with graying blond hair, and the sergeant saluted with great deference. Somehow, swift as the ascent had been, some message had passed more swiftly, and they were awaited. The man in the surcoat inclined his head politely to Elof. "I am Iruak, officer of the king. He will hear you at once, gentle sir, if you will come this way. But your sword, I fear. Not in his presence. No one may, save his guard alone. I myself will bear it beside you, and I must search your burden also." Elof's teeth clenched, and his fist closed unbidden on Gorthor's silvered hilt, but he knew he would achieve nothing by resisting. With the best grace he could summon, he unslung the bag from his shoulder and passed it to Iruak, then slowly drew the sword from his belt. The officer's eyes widened as he touched its edge, and he held it gingerly by its quillions. "A noble weapon, this. I understand you are a smith. Of your own forging?" "Of my reforging. It was forged in the deeps of time by a hand unknown to me. It came to me as an inheritance." "A rich one, then. It is fit to be a legendary blade of old, such as Balan that was Glaiscav's, or Talathar, that would fit its color." Elof smiled. His lore was being gently tested. "It would indeed, Talath being a word in the Old Northern for the dark, the coming dark. But whose blade might that have been? Iroquois waved the men before him. The red-crested sentries closed in behind him, leaving their escort unceremoniously out on the steps. "This way, good sirs. The king will receive you in the main hall, only within these doors ahead. Open there! Whose sword, sir? Why, I hoped rather that you might know that. For the last that is told of that hero was of his setting out over sea to seek the land you come from. Talithar was Lord Vader's sword, Vader the Great. Was he simply lost at sea, then? Did he never come among you, and find the hero's death foredoomed to him after all? Well, well. And has this blade a name?" Elof swallowed in a dry throat. He was aware of Rock beside him, staring, speechless. "Vader did come among us, sir," he answered with an effort. "I am thought by many, though by what ways I know not, to be distantly of his kind. And the blade has a name, sir, of my bestowing. It is Gorthor. Know you what that means?" "Why, yes," said Iroquois. "It means—" Then he hesitated, licked his lips, almost let fall the blade he held. "It means nightfall." The officer hurried on. Elof followed after him, but he hardly noticed the tall arches of the outer hallway, windowless and gloomy, nor its rich murals, dimmed now in shadow save where the declining sun shone down through the windows of the gallery above and shed a splash of sudden color on the walls. He was elsewhere, wandering lonely over infinite gray marshes. Under cool, heavy skies, with the smell of salt in his nostrils and the sharp black rushes rattling like an enemy's spears, the grass flowers sprinkled like a spray of fresh blood. He was seeing the mass of bodies the bog had brought up in the spring thaw, cloven corpses from 1,000 years past, some 30 or more, and one huge frame whole, still grasping a black-bladed sword. A sudden pang, and he was back at Morvannec, as it then was, on that terrible, glorious night, when a free people had bought their freedom anew in blood, when the light had first shone on that great statue of the Watcher, and shown him a face so like and so unlike his own. Vader's face, Vader's blade, and Corentin, who had known Vader, had seemed to recognize his very voice. Yet he was not Vader. Whatever twists and turns the river had taken, whatever the unknown parentage he cared for so little, he had never been more sure of that. Vader was reputed a giant in stature, and so the Watcher's image showed him. Vader, by such chronicles as Elof had bothered to consult, was a warlord, a schemer, a man of unpredictable and frightening temperament, as his wrath-stamped countenance suggested, wielder of a cold and deadly justice. Worse, he was certainly a necromancer who trafficked with strange forces in his strange tower, who had prolonged his life to twice that of ordinary men, and only incidentally a skilled smith. He had served good kings and good causes with ruthless loyalty, and sometimes by fell deeds they would never have countenanced themselves. What could Elof find of himself in all that? Little or nothing. If he was honest with himself, a certain ruthlessness, but not half so much. No word of love, and what had driven Elof most of his life, save the quest for love? If Vader had ever loved, no chronicler had thought to mention it. Uncertain tales were told of his eventual end, but all agreed it had come about in the turmoil when Kerbrahane drove out the refugees from Morvan, whom he favored. It could well have been in the marshlands then. He came back to himself with a start. Rock had jogged his elbow. Glancing quickly around, he saw that they stood now on the threshold of a long hall, stone-flagged and shadowy, save for a window at the far end, through which the sky of evening showed ruddy and fierce. The buzz of voices hung heavy on the darkening air. Torches and lanterns were being lit along the walls. and by their flicker they revealed a considerable company there, seated around long tables, strolling about, or simply lounging, kicking their heels against the rush matting that covered most of the flags. "Not here yet," breathed Eroac thankfully. "Come along, come, not to be kept waiting." He led them swiftly down the middle of the hall, where lines of pillars marked out a central aisle, lit very brightly by lamps before curved mirrors of metal cunningly worked into the pillars. They revealed the flagstones worn almost into grooves beneath the mats. Eroac halted them some 20 paces from a wide dais of white, not very high, but surmounted with an immense carven chair of oak and some kind of yellowed ivory, clearly ancient work. Its back reached twice the height of a man, with a heavy canopy of ivory above it shaped to seem like cloth blowing in a wind, cloth intricately inlaid with gold, and each arm was a small table of ivory, their carven edges worn almost smooth by the rubbing of robed sleeves. There were images in the carvings that looked like scenes from a tale, and he was just striving to make them out, when the crowds at the side rustled into sudden life. There was a single clear note upon a trumpet, and a voice called out, "Clear the way! Stand aside, all men! He comes! The Lord Nidhaid of the Lonuan and of the Ismerian comes, High King of the land of Keris and all its folk! The King comes!" There was a frantic stir and rustle in the background, chairs scraping against the floor and feet shuffling, and a growing hubbub. Forgetting his other concerns, Elof waited eagerly to see this king of an ancient line, this remote kinsman of his friend Kermorvan. "Think he'll be like him, like as was Prince Corentin," Rock whispered. "In body, who can tell?" Elof whispered back. "In mind and spirit, let us hope so. There is a bond of blood." "Aye, but that's no guarantee. Some of Kermorvan's kin were right sons—" He said no more, for the crowd to their right scurried apart. Many threw themselves upon their faces and beat their brows upon the matting. Everyone else fell to their knees, and all but a few, Eroac among them, bowed to the floor. He tugged furiously at Rock's sleeve. Rock glanced anxiously to Elof, who rebelled at the thought of groveling as no man did before his own revered king. But not wishing to offend, he compromised by sinking slowly to one knee, Rock copying him, and with head erect sought his first sight of the monarch of this enormous land. But strangely enough, it was not he who appeared first. A little girl in a bright red gown, a child of no more than 10 summers, with a gold fillet around her chestnut hair, came skipping unconcernedly along the cleared way, stopping to look back and giggle. Behind her stalked older boys, tall and sturdy in cloth of gaudy green and gold, with gold bands twined about their brows. At 15 or 16 they were almost men, but their faces, though well enough, were set as arrogantly as only rawest youth can be. Elof could see that they were chafing under the weight of the huge hands laid on their shoulders, at least in public. Well, so might he have. Perhaps he himself, at the height of his own blind self-regard, had managed to look that unpleasant. And such a father as this might lay a formidable burden on his sons. Nidhaid, High King of Keris, looked at first sight not the slightest bit like his kinsman oversea, past or present. Elof stared in surprise as a man of middle height, no taller than himself, and even broader, a thick-set wall of a man with a round ton of a belly, bustled his children aside, then came stumping and wheezing at a great pace up onto the dais, and settled into that noble old seat with an alarming crash. The robes that streamed and billowed about him were of dark velvet, gaudily worked with a wealth of gold and silver, but neither new nor especially clean, nor closely tailored, hanging comfortably loose about his immense shoulders. He was bareheaded, revealing a mane as thick and waving as Kermorvan's, but black instead of bronze, and shot with streaks of grey. His beard was the same, but even thicker, spreading down to his heaving chest. Kermorvan, by contrast, preferred to go clean-shaven, like most folk of consequence in his land, Elof and Rock included. In fact, he carried it to extremes, shaving with his sword's edge, if he had nothing better. But then Kermorvan's face was lean and handsome in a hawk-like fashion, whereas Naiaid, without the hair, would have been coarse as a puddock, as Rock was later to put it. His skin was white, his jowls heavy and fat, and his mouth a wide, thin-lipped gash. His nose was narrow and straight, but slightly bulbous at the tip, and his brow, though high, was furrowed into a permanent frown. His eyes were oddly slanted, under heavy brows, but in them some likeness to Kermorvan did lurk, the same shade of mist-grey blue, and a fierce raptor's alertness that spoke of great energy of mind. Sweeping the prostrate throng before him, they fastened upon Elof and Rock, and widened as if in surprise, but any other feelings they held back like a stone wall. He grinned suddenly, his teeth gleaming very white against his beard. It was a merry grin, with the impish innocence of a child delighting in his own vast cunning, but above it the eyes were intent, considering, more like Kermorvan's than ever. The children also were looking at them, the little girl with wide-eyed fascination, the boys with a mixture of alarm and disdain. Elof guessed suddenly that word must have been sent well ahead, that this whole court must have been buzzing with news of their arrival, so that even the children had heard. Suddenly Naiaid vented a wordless bark, like a laugh cut suddenly short, and his huge ham of a hand slapped the throne-arm. Elof felt the whole court twitch in fright. Then warily they looked up and began to rise. "Well?" His voice, though tinged with an accent that sounded rustic, at least compared to Iroquois, was neither as deep nor as coarse as his looks suggested. In fact, it was clear and mellow, with the suave music of the trained orator. He spoke words as if he relished the taste of them, his tones slightly drawling and sibilant, constantly on the brink of a chuckle. "So these are our emissaries, are they? The Mastersmith Elof Valent, and his companion Rock, The slight accent cut the ending from Elof's second name. "Welcome at last to your homeland, Sir Emissaries, though from all I hear the savages gave you a harsher greeting first. That's one more insult we'll be repaying in due course." He eyed Elof's blood-stained clothes uneasily. "Before anything else, do you need a surgeon?" Elof bowed courteously. "No, my lord Naiaid, though I thank you. I'm well enough now." Naiaid gestured at the roughly mended tear in his tunic. "That the wound? Horns of the bull, it's a marvel you're still alive." Elof smiled ruefully. "Sometimes it happens that way with me, my lord. I heal fast. I'm not sure how or why." "Ah, well, you're a smith, of course," grunted Naiaid, "and smiths is strange cattle, as our country folks say. Now do you tell me, how come you to be here, and to what purpose?" Elof gathered his wits. This fierce character would not be easily impressed. He had not missed the awe in which his court held him. "My lord, I will. We also, in the several lands west over sea, have been beset by the ice and its minions. My lord Kermorvan sent me on this quest to reach our ancestral lands and there find, and if possible recover, a thing of value which was lost to the ice, and we guessed was brought here." "A thing you'll not name, then? Not in open court, anyway." "Very well. But do you tell me, are master-smiths so common in your land that they are sent on missions of great danger?" "No, my lord, but what was taken I regarded as mine." "Some powerful work, then? Ah, well, let it pass for now. A heavy trust and a perilous one. You must have had adventures. Tell us some." Elof had not expected that, and flushed like a child. He looked hastily at Rock, who shook his head. But under Naiaid's goading, Elof told a few of their experiences, and was surprised to see how the courtiers hung on his words, how the king's beard bristled and his cheeks flared. When the Equesh ship was lured under the ice island, he literally roared with laughter, throwing his head back and guffawing. Even the princes lost their arrogance and listened all agog, while the little girl simply gazed at Elof with immense eyes. "And I not there," sobbed Nithade, thumping on his throne-arm. "Do you go on, man, go on." "And so we made our way south," Elof eventually concluded, "until your patrols found us. That is all, my lord. We are now as you see us, and that is a poor state in which to continue our mission. We sought the lord of this land in the hope that either he would assist us against the forces of the ice, or at least aid us in returning to our own land, where we may seek help of our own." He paused slightly, but Nithade only sat back in his chair and stroked the corners of his mustache with his thick fingers. His keen eyes fixed them both, but he said nothing. "In any event, my lord," Elof resumed, assuming his most ceremonial manner to underline the formality of his request, "we are, apart from our main quest, also ambassadors from our own lord, bearing assurances of goodwill to any realm afflicted by the ice, and of particular friendship to our ancient kin of Karis, whose name is still revered among us. To them he offers the renewing of ancient ties, no matter the span of leagues or centuries that has hitherto parted us, and where alliance or aid is wished for, any he can supply. He requests also, in the name of goodwill between rulers and lords of the Ismerian line, free passage without hindrance for his ambassadors, and any help you may be able to give them. This through Elof Valentor, his counselor and court-smith, and Rock, his trusted and confidential courier, from Karen Kermorvan, lord of the Ismerian, last king of the line of Morvan, first king of Morvan arisen, and the folk of Nordney, Kerbrahane, and Morvenhall together." He stopped. He had said something, some word too many. There was no doubt of that. Nothing had changed. Nobody had stirred. Nithade still sat stroking his beard, but the atmosphere had changed dramatically. The very stillness was electric, like the first hush before the storm. Suddenly he found the air of the hall stinking, stifling with the smutch of torch and lamp, the smell of human sweat, and beneath that the almost tangible reek of fear. "What did I hear you say?" inquired Nithade softly, his voice so suave it was almost creamy. "King, was that it? Last king of somewhere, first king of somewhere else, and of some people nobody has ever heard of. King." He leaned forward suddenly, grinning still with an immense satisfaction. "Well, my learned mastersmith, do you learn one thing more, and that is that there is only one rightful king of all the people of Karis, wherever they may have spread to, and in whatever land they have settled, whatever barrier lies between, be it ocean or ice or the very fires of Hela herself, and that is me! Me!" His voice had risen to a roar of startling volume, from that almost to a scream of wrath, a storm cry that bent and uprooted his courtiers, quailing like saplings before a blast. "Nithade of the ancient line of the Ismerian, by birth, by acclaim of the nobles, and by main strength, not some upstart, not some spawn of a rebel and runaway, not some tag-end of the blood, reared and raised ruler of a scrape or two of soil. Learn you that, and learn it well ere the mood takes me to have it branded onto your hide." He subsided, panting, still grinning with ferocious enjoyment of his own temper. "And by hell's black belly, when I've whipped the Ice Witch and her man-eaters from the gate, I'll sail a fleet of Karis across this ocean and show your princeling what it means to be a king." Elof, standing shocked and silent, saw Rock's face turned red as his hair with fury. But this was a dangerous animal, and anger was no safe way to deal with it. He caught Rock's arm, felt it tense and subside. Nithade noted the gesture. After a moment he muttered, more thoughtfully, "Needn't sack the place, of course. Knock it into order, that's all. Take proper account of your land holdings, lick your peasants into line and set them swinking as they should. Tax and toll a bit, Need a few nobles to take it in hand. or even a good viceroy, it being so far away. If this Kermorvan's done a good job till now, might even leave him to look after it, so long as he makes me the proper submission and tribute. Could use a new source of thralls, and timber. Is there good timber in your land, lad? More than Caris and Morvannec together could use, said Elof evenly, and great store of all else that your folk may need, if it is sought in friendship. But you will find us very short of thralls, I fear. The intent eyes fixed on Elof, unblinking, but nothing was said. Instead, he turned and beckoned peremptorily to Iroquois, who had been careful to stand well clear of the others. The officer scurried forward and laid sword and pack upon the throne-arm. Nithade reached for the pack and rummaged inside it, then tipped the contents out into his lap. Elof took a step forward, opened his mouth to protest, and found scarlet spear shafts hard across his throat. Behind him, Rock cursed. Nithade looked him in the face a moment, then called out, "Amelhese!" A figure detached itself from the shadowed mass of courtiers and stepped forward. He wore a livery in the black of the Smiths' Guild, much like Elof's own as court-smith, only far gaudier, broidered over breast and sleeve with gold and silver and gems in garish signs and symbols. To Elof they looked remarkably meaningless, and he guessed they were meant to impress the credulous. Otherwise the newcomer cut an unimpressive figure, middle-sized, scrawny, and none too clean. His thinning white hair brushed sleekly back from a narrow face whose stained teeth seemed too large for it, giving him a fixed and mirthless smirk. He bobbed his head to Nithade with cool deference. "At your command, my lord." Nithade's great hand spread out the jumble of jewels and tools in his lap. Elof could not suppress an agonized breath as he saw the few things he truly treasured so roughly treated. Amelhese evidently heard him. "What do you make of this, then?" the king demanded. "Is he any kind of a smith?" The court-smith plucked each piece up one by one and held it close to his eyes, squinting and peering as he turned it round and round in his fingers, grimacing with concentration and sucking his teeth. He clucked with surprise when he came upon Gorthor, and as he looked up from it his watery blue eyes fastened on Elof with a malice so immediate and obvious it startled him. He shrugged, and his horse's teeth bared in a smile. "Oh, aye, it's pretty stuff enough, but bare and barbarian. Not enough ornament, no style. Old-fashioned, rough. What's this supposed to be?" He bent down and rummaged in the tool-bag, and to Elof's alarm he drew out the gauntlet with its crystal in the palm. "It protects my hand when I must handle hot things," said Elof, perfectly truthfully. The smith tossed it back and straightened up with a high, braying laugh. "We don't coddle ourselves thus in this land, sonny. I was taught to take my burns and like it when I was an apprentice half your age, and you claim you're a master-smith." "I bear the stamp," said Elof evenly, though the spears still crossed at his throat. "Come paw at that if you will. But I am not the master-smith, only one of many, and I serve as court-smith, I allow." Amelhese shrugged. "Not here you wouldn't, my lad. Not at your age. Got to sweat for your mastery here." Nithade, whose brows had drawn together at mention of a court, cut him short. "One of many, eh? Well, well. Can you make anything of him, Amelhese? That's what I want to know." Amelhese wrinkled his nose as if some bad odor lay beneath. "Well, since I never have enough help, I might, given time. He's got good thews on him, and at least I'd not have to teach him to tell gold from brass." Nithade waved his hand. "He's yours, then. And the other, he looks strong enough, too." Elof stood speechless, aghast. Amelhese's heavy-lidded eyes drooped, and he thrust out his head like a turtle's. "Many thanks, my lord. But since he's shown himself so forward and unruly, he might prove recalcitrant, eager perhaps to seek his native land." "I'd thought of that for myself," said the burly man shortly. "Well, I'm not having him tattling tales back to his dunghill cock of a princeling. I've troubles enough for now without one more fly to squash. Make sure you keep him well fettered, that one." "My lord, fetters of iron and steel will hardly hold even a half-educated smith. Might it not be better to—" Nithade grimaced. "Oh, very well, then, if you must." The smith gestured, and suddenly Elof found himself seized and flung forward on the ground. He gathered his strength and flung off one of his captors, but many more piled in upon him, and when he still threshed, something solid rapped the back of his skull, not hard, but enough to jar and confuse him. Moments passed as his mind whirled. A wooden gag was thrust between his teeth, and his worn breeches ripped up from calf to knee. Still he did not understand, not till his sight cleared and he saw Amalhis bending over him, with the black blade in his hand. He heard Rock swear hoarsely, and a sound of furious struggle. Then into his leg, just behind the knee, a dart of searing agony drove. All his muscles knotted with the pain of it. Fire roared in his head. His heart hammered against his ribs till he thought he must die, wished he would, then knew, in a flood of dull, panting agony, that he would not. The hands that held him did not relax. He caught his breath, and in that instant it happened again. Somewhere in the roaring furnace he was aware of the gag splintering between his teeth, and then the bellowing redness surged up and overwhelmed him. He blinked, aware of a sudden blessed chill, of flooding wetness. He still lay face down upon the same flags, but they were soaking. Somebody had thrown water over him. He raised his head a little, saw a guard tipping more water from a leathern bucket onto Rock, stretched senseless on the matting with a trickle of blood running from his nose. He stirred and groaned. Somewhere a young girl was sobbing. Elof, confused, looked around and saw it was the child, kneeling beside the throne and gaping at him wide-eyed with horror, hardly hearing Nithade's bluff attempts to comfort her. "Happen all the time. See, go to, he's not sore hurt. He's looking at you now. No need to take on so. He'll be right as rain in a few minutes. It was just to stop him running away, that's all, when he might be valuable. You'll have to learn to look after your own thralls one day, if it's a proper princess you want to be. Come now, here's a pretty present for you." And with no more ado he picked up the two halves of the arm ring and slipped them over the little girl's shivering forearms. It seemed to Elof that something actually snapped inside his head. He struggled furiously to spring up, to cry out, to howl in horror and outrage, but the splintered gag filled his mouth, and such a bolt of agony lanced through him when he tried to move his legs that he almost vomited against the gag. He forced himself to be still. His legs had refused to obey him, had scrabbled and scraped limply against the stone, as he had seen in dying things, beasts and men. The pain faded, and he lay there gasping, breaking out in a cold sweat. But as the agony faded, there was a sudden sickening sense of release in his lower legs that was almost worse. Fear caught at his throat. As through a fog he heard Nithade crooning, "There, that's better, isn't it? And you can wear them as two for now, and then when you're older— No, don't go bothering Master Amalhis. He'll be too busy. Run along now and show them to your nurse." Elof was fighting a frantic battle with the jagged panic in his mind. He could not face what had been done to him. Slowly, choking down his rising gorge, he forced himself to rise a little on one elbow and look at one outflung leg. One glimpse was enough. He slumped down so limply that his head rang dizzyingly on the flagstones. It had not been hewn off, as something in him had whispered, but behind his knee there were deep wounds, still bleeding, and he knew they meant something almost as terrible. Amalhis had simply severed the great tendon behind each knee, and so destroyed the leverage of the limbs. They had hamstrung him beyond healing, and made a lifelong cripple of him. He would never be able to walk again. Nithade and the court smith were looking at him. There was open gloating in the older man's eye, but not in Naidade's. He bore the satisfied look of one who has seen a disagreeable matter of business done with. Fury went shuddering through Elof like the winds through a forest, and sent his fears whirling away on the blast. To the forest he thought back, to the pine floor. What had he achieved there? What had he unleashed to heal himself? With that fury for a spur, he delved deep into his mind, searched for the same source he had tapped, the same inner strength he poured into his work. He imagined it like some precious pure metal spilling white-hot from the furnace, flooding through his veins till they shone hotly bright, spreading, searching, seeking the flaw in his flesh that it might flow into, heal, and restore. Almost at once, though he had scarcely managed to believe it, the pain grew less. That sickening limpness began to fade. If he could keep this up— Then from behind him came a gruffly alarmed shout. "My lords, he has stopped bleeding!" "What?" he heard Amelhis exclaim. "Impossible! Let me see. Unless he's dying—" "No, noble lord. Even as I watched, the bleeding slowed suddenly and stopped. Just stopped. Formed no clot, nothing. And the wound, the sides of it. See!" "What is this creature?" he heard Nidade mutter, and his wrist was seized. "He said he healed fast, and by the powers it was no lie. Would it had been. Is it safe to hold him, Amelhis? Had we better not simply slay him out of hand and scatter his ashes?" Amelhis snorted furiously. "I've a better remedy than that, and he himself has supplied the means." Quick footsteps sounded, and from across the floor he heard Rock's warning shout. Looking up, he saw the Mastersmith Amelhis bearing down on him, but it was what he held in his hands that chilled Elof's heart. "No!" screamed Elof through the gag, and forgetting the agony, he struggled somehow to rise, fought like a madman, to find something he could spring himself up on, to roll away. But at the smith's curt order more hands seized him. He snarled like a wolf and bit, but a spear shaft pinned him to the floor. Then, for the second time, 2 brands of pain unimaginable thrust into his legs. Terrible as the first pains were, he had not yet screamed. But now he did, and shattered the gag with the force of it. The pains were no worse, but the torment of heart and spirit was a horror he could not endure. He clutched at death even as he had clutched at life, willing his heart to shatter, his mind to blow out like a candle in a cold wind, and the shadows around him to rush in. Horrifying as what they had done to him already was, this was worse. He howled his sorrow like a beast, for indeed it defied words. Yet somewhere, some part of him in a strange, mad isolation, he could think with frightening clarity. Had Kara felt that last agony even as he had, wherever she was, far or near? Had she too felt bars of metal shut about her soaring spirit, the measure of her days caught in? Did she curse him then, knowing it was his doing? For Amelhis had spoken truer than he guessed. He himself had forged the fetters that henceforth must bind him to the end of his days, that he would never dare force open. He had sought to bind Kara. Far more terribly, he had bound himself, for he had shaped those silver anklets which Amelhis had thrust through the wounds in his legs, between the very bones, and snapped firmly shut. The clasps were cunning. Who knew that better than he? Since they were meant to bind Kara, he had shaped them never to be opened again, once shut. As Amelhis must have seen, he had also made the anklets strong, almost impossible to break. Kara might have done it, in her power, but caught up in them, she would not wish to. Elof might manage it, but he would not, for with them he would break Kara. As they closed, a circle closed that should never have taken shape anywhere save where it was intended, around Kara's own flesh. For into the anklets, with a hair, a feather, no more, he had woven a part of the fate of that flesh. Closed around her, That would not have mattered. If they were somehow broken there, what was taken could return to her. Only the virtue would be dispelled. But if they broke now, that vital shred of her existence would dissipate. The effect upon her could only be guessed. She might not die, as a mortal might, but that change she had foreseen would surely come, in ways he could not imagine, and surely she would be lost to him. That was the risk he had chosen to run. That was what Kara had hurled in his face, and never more clearly than now was his own confident and ruthless folly brought home to him. Unless those bonds were broken, he could never, ever be healed. He screamed, or he wept like a child. He did not know. He hardly noticed that hands were smearing numbing salves upon him, tying rough bandages about the wounds. Not until the face of Amelhis swam into the emptiness of the world before him did he take notice. Then all in an instant the fit passed, and he raised himself upon one elbow. He saw the king's sons, staring at him with amused, gloating looks on their faces. Evidently they had enjoyed what they saw. He saw Rock sitting up beside him, clutching his head and staring in wordless horror at what had been done to Elof. To neither did he pay any heed, any more than to the fire between his bones. For a moment another face seemed to swim before his eyes, seamed and grim. A clear, cool wind of hatred and wrath blew through him, and brought him sudden strength. On one arm he raised himself and looked clear-eyed at the court-smith. Then he spoke, and the man took an involuntary step back. "Amelhis!" The name grated from his throat. "Liar and fool I name you, and false to your lord. You knew me for what I am from the first moment you saw me, a smith of craft and skill far greater than you could ever command. You feared me, lest I show the world how feeble you truly are, and you hated me because I could not help showing it to you. So you lied to your lord, and you sought me as a thrall, to pass off my work as your own, or at least keep me from others, and in time be quietly rid of me. All this to stop me supplanting you." He felt light-headed. He seemed to have no body, as if the fire had burnt it to ashes, and the wind dispersed them. He existed only as feelings, and the words they spawned. "Yet you had nothing to fear from me, Amelhis. Not then. But you do now. For your mean ends you crippled me. Yet that is not a 10th part of the greater wrong you have done. You are a flawed casting, Amelhis, and I shall shatter you." The voice he spoke in had stilled the babble of the court. His words echoed with somber certainty between the stone walls. The court-smith flushed red, then white, so choked with his wrath that he could not get out his answer. But it was the king that Elof looked to, Nithade, to whom his words had truly been addressed, slumped reflectively in the great chair. And it was Nithade who answered him, with not a trace of the anger that had gripped him a shorter time since. "It fits a thrall to guard his tongue better, Master Valent," he said soberly. He gestured out into the shadows of the hall, towards a pillar upon which something hung, gleaming red in the deceptive flicker of the light. It looked horribly like a dismembered body for a moment, till Elof realized it was a suit of armor, with a bronze-hued breastplate. "Amelhis is no mean smith. He's made for me some fine things, the latest that armor, better than any king of Karas has had since the old days, and the lost arts of our ancestors." "Are they lost?" asked Elof softly, though a sudden shiver of weakness gripped him. "That sword of mine that this Nithing turned against me. Take it from him and look. Be wary. Aye, it cuts, does it not? And is it not fair? 1,000 years could not blunt that edge. I know, because it is older than that. but when it was ruined and bent, I was able to reforge it. Could he? Craft and skills I have that have never been lost, king, and others that I have found anew for myself. But do not think me an idle boaster, king. Put us to the proof. Set my sword against his armor." The court erupted. Nithade looked at him wide-eyed a moment, then let out his barking laugh. "By Varia's sweet apples, at least you promise good sport. What say you to that, courtsmith?" Amalhis elaborately did not look at Elof. "My lord, even a broken-backed serpent may be dangerous. By my counsel, you will not risk yourself even slightly." "Risk?" inquired Nithade quietly, but with a flash of his frightening eyes. "What's this of a sudden about risk? After all you've told me of that armor—" "My lord," said Amalhis, treading confidently but delicately, as does a man used to avoiding traps, "you yourself called my armor the best and strongest since the elder days. Yet kings were slain even then, clad in their mightiest armor, not least by the sly hands of traitors. I would not have you expose yourself to such perils lightly. Test it at need, my lord, in battle, but not for so petty a matter." "In battle," repeated Nithade, and suddenly his blue eyes were very like Kermorvan's. "In battle? Aye, that would be more appropriate, would it not? In battle, where if it fails, I fail, and am in no case to take the matter further. Interesting." His voice had a mildness in it that made Elof squirm. "However, as usual, you are right. I cannot risk it. Not out of fear, lest it should have crossed anyone's mind, but because I will not put my land in jeopardy lightly, not with my sons still young, the ice witch sniffing about our doors, and now this outlander princeling." He shook his head over the many iniquities of life, then looked up. "Therefore, Mastersmith Amalhis, I think that you shall don the armor, and meet the challenge in my stead." Someone at the back of the court gave a snort that sounded like sudden laughter, instantly stifled. Amalhis' hooded eyes were unreadable, but he bowed. "A worthy idea, lord, but I crafted it most painstakingly to fit only your frame." "Oh, come, Amalhis," Nithade rumbled. "No need for such tact. We're much of a height, and you can pad yourself out all you like to match my belly and the rest. You'll have a few days to prepare, till this one's fit to face you. So, that's settled, eh? Good. Very good. Guards, take 'em off, these two. See they have healing and all else they require, but keep 'em secure. Your heads answer for theirs. And while you're about it, see their food is tasted. A shame if they met some ill fortune before the appointed day, eh? Off with you, then." The appointed day dawned earlier than any of them had expected. "Nithade seems to be impatient for his sport," remarked Elof. "Sport?" growled Rook, as he helped Elof step by painful dragging step to a bench. "This is plain murder. Tell him you're not healed yet. Refuse. You can hardly stay upright on your crutches, let alone put any weight on those legs of yours, splints or no. Rock, I'm aware of that, and so is he. Do you think he'd care? Was I strong enough to strike a blow? That was all he wanted to know." They turned to look at Nithade, sprawled across his chair. He waved a jovial hand at them, and turned to bandy some remarks with his sons, who stood beside him. Elof was glad that the little girl, at least, had been spared this. Courtiers came out as they neared the bench, and helped them in. They seemed cruelly amused, some of them, but not unkindly. Elof guessed that the court smith had made himself no great favorite, and they would be glad to see him fail. But from the wagers he could hear bandied about, few favored Elof's chances. A murmur parted the crowd, and from out of the shadows strode a figure it was hard to recognize as Amalhis. From head to toe he was carapaced in metal of a shimmering bronze hue, shaped to Nithade's bulky frame. Upon the breastplate, from midriff to throat, it bore in traceries of gold the sign of the bull's horns holding the sun, in a coiling, cluttered, florid style. The same gaudy decoration wound across every surface, spreading out along the limbs, for instead of mail they were encased in metal shells, with discs bearing the sun design to shield the joints and hinges, and at the brow and sides of the visored helm. In one hand he bore a heavy mace of matching hue, with many narrow ribs, and a sun disk at its head. "Plate armor," hissed Rock. "A whole suit of plate, and solid by the ring of it." Elof glared and said nothing, but there was a sickness in him greater than any pain. He had bargained on some plate armor, but this was a whole suit of it. It was far easier to fashion, but crude compared to the subtle shapings of mail that the best smiths could accomplish. Few active men sought to encase themselves in so heavy and cumbersome a guard, preferring ring mail with added body plates. Knights of the warrior order of ancient Morvan, with their fast, fluid craft of fighting, preferred less plate. Kermorvan used only light plates at shoulder, elbow, and knee, and sometimes the breastplate that bore the crest of his line. Plate might shield the wearer from some blows, but hindered him in avoiding others. Here avoidance was not at issue. If Elof could not make good his boast at one stroke, he could not move to avoid its counter. That mace would dash out his smithcraft forever, and all the hopes and fears and follies that went with it. "Let me do it," hissed Rock fiercely. "I've the strength. I'll have the bastard's head off before a man can move." And yours would follow. No, Rock, you've got yourself a bad rap on the head already by trying to help me. Look to yourself, rather. Don't worsen my fall by sharing it. 'Twasn't much. I gambled a dunt on the head against the chance of wringing that scrawny neck. Had the same idea as you now, I guess. Only I might have saved your legs, and worse. Those anklets." He groaned under his breath. "Oh, powers, what's the point? What can we ever hope to do now?" Elof's heart sank like an ember. If even Rock was despairing. But Nithade was speaking. "You there, give the man his sword. And you, his friend, get him to his feet. Be you his prop for now." He left unsaid what was obvious, that if Elof failed, Amalhis would soon see he needed no support ever again. "Listen, Rock," said Elof suddenly, as they shuffled into a circle lit by many lamps, summer eve though it was outside. "When I give the word, let me go. Yes, let go, only for a moment. You'll see why." But then Nithade raised a peremptory hand, and Amalhis clanked forward to face him, only 2 strides away. Iroak put the cool hilt of Gorthor into his hands, and with it the memories of that last shattering stroke against another and greater evil, of the lightning that had bathed it and driven it deep into solid iron. Elof drew a deep, shuddering breath, and Nithade let fall his hand. Amalhis stepped forward with a clatter of metal and raised the mace high. "Now!" cried Elof, and swinging up Gorthor, he flung his arm free from Rock. Both hands met on the hilt, and with that singing snarl the black blade flew high above his head. Amalhis looked up. He could not help it, and for all his own wiry strength the weight of mace and armor told on his arm. He lost the moment of his swing, and in that instant, swaying on legs that were already collapsing under him, Elof brought Gorthor hissing down. Weakened as he was, his arms still held a strength few even among smiths could equal. The black blade struck like the lightning that had forged it anew. It met the mace, reaped the head from it like a cornstalk, and fell upon the helm beneath, smashing away the visor. The breastplate rang like a bell as it passed and leaped up in baffled fury against the flagstones. The rebound tore it from Elof's fingers, and he toppled. Rock caught at him, but he crashed down onto the stones, and agony convulsed his half-healed legs. The black sword skittered away across the floor to Nithade's feet. Amalheith's face, revealed in the broken visor, wore a look of startled relief. But only for a moment. A flicker of vast surprise crossed it. He opened his mouth to speak or cry out, choked, coughed, and staggered in a jangle of metal, fighting with the collar of the suit. Blood gushed out of his mouth, and blood-stained toe erupted from the riven breastplate, slashed like soft tin from breast to waist. He hit the flagstones with a jingling crash. Plate squealed and scraped as his legs kicked along the flagstones a moment, and fell gradually still. In the hushed silence that followed, Naidaid rose ponderously from his throne, bent down with a breathy grunt to pick up Gorthor, and gingerly thumbed the edge that had struck. "Not in the least blunted," he announced, as if not in the least surprised. Elof, fighting to breathe against the shock of pain, could not answer. Naidaid prodded the corpse with the toe of his boot. "So there you lie, Amalheith," he said dryly, "for all your craft and cunning. Fool! Did you think me so blind I could not tell for myself the better man? But you were ever a schemer, and want to force matters. Guards, take this trash away, armor and all." Elof found his voice, though his head was swimming. "You knew?" "You knew? Then why did you force me to this?" Naidaid shrugged. "As I said, good sport. Though as it turns out I am rid of a mediocre smith and accomplished intriguer, in a way that his powerful kindred cannot lay at my door. I could not be absolutely sure, after all, could I?" He hefted Gorthor and clucked at it delightedly. "And I have a new court-smith who is related to nobody and ill-placed to interfere, or even go where I do not want him. Your first task, by the way, will be to make me a new armor, and I have a most remarkable sword." "That sword is mine," grated Elof. "And you are mine, Valent," replied Naidaid levelly, "and so also all that belongs to you." "I am nothing of yours. You may have tricked me into becoming your murderer, Naidaid, but you cannot compel me to work for you." Naidaid motioned to the guards, and they dragged Elof swiftly to the dais foot. The jolting pain sickened him to silence. He could feel blood oozing from an opened scar. "Let us understand one another, you and I," said the king. "You are mine, either as an outlander thrall, or as a subject of the rightful king of Karis and all its domains. It makes no difference, but it could. Do well by me, and you both will prosper. But if not, well, I would not coerce a mastersmith such as you with common threats. I would only apply to you the law which governs any man, left to himself, that if you do not work, you do not eat." He shifted his glance to Rock. "But this sturdy fellow here—" Rock growled deep in his throat. "Do your worst." "This sturdy fellow, as I was about to say, I would not waste so. You also would have to work, but in some heavy labor, fettered among felons, or if need be, blinded, as I guess you are also some kind of a smith. I think we would have years of work from you, after hunger and thirst first began to bite. But I would rather leave you to look after your friend. He may need you, and he cannot flee. You alone would not get far if you tried, for from his account of your voyage I learned you are scarcely a sailor. The one cannot escape, the other cannot use any freedom he might gain. What do your own efforts tell you?" He leaned forward earnestly, fixing them with a gaze grown suddenly keen. "But do not mistake me. The ice is your enemy. So also it is mine. And does it not threaten us more closely here than in your homeland? Well, then, do we not need you more urgently here? I would far rather count you as free servants, helping me with the same skill and valor you have displayed. You came asking me for aid, and I never gainsayed you. I mean to drive back these reavers, storm the gate, and make it ours again, hang the ice witch from it by her own ensnaring hair, But to do that I need to unite this land, build up my power. Help me in that, and you'll flourish. When I trust you, I might even have those fetters struck off." Elof shook his head violently, too violently. The palace chamber shook around him. "No, king, never. That, never. These are deep waters of smithcraft you cannot understand. Let the fetters be. I am resigned to them. But that broken arm-ring, I can forge another as fair for the little princess. Let me at least have that back, king, for it is a dear and bitter memory to me." Nithade tapped his teeth with a ridged thumbnail. "As Beathile is to me, all that is left me of her mother. I will not take from her what I have bestowed, and I know she will not give it up for any reward. Not now, anyway. In a few years, when she is suitably wedded, perhaps she may put it aside. I can only counsel you to wait. But what's that, man, however dear, to what you could gain? A man like you could earn a title, even, and estates. You'd hold them 100 times better than many born to them." Weakness and bleak despair welled up around Elof. His breath came fast, and fearing he would faint, he threw up his hand to stop Nithade in his flow. "No, king. The ice is our enemy, but we have little common cause. I have seen your land, and how you rule it, and beside the king I serve, you are a brigand chieftain, Nithade. No more." A horrified buzz of voices arose in the court, and many shrank back. But though Nithade's eyes narrowed, he did not interrupt. "To suit yourself you have maimed me, made me your tame murderer, and taken from me things greater than you can guess. I will serve you because I must, under duress, as a thrall only. Never freely, never loyally. You lack the coin that could buy that of me. I will set great craft in your hand, but only as long as it is turned against the ice. Cease that struggle, turn aside from the fight, and I will serve you as you deserve. I will crush you, Nithade." The silence when he finished could not have been more shattering than while he spoke. Nithade's hands had closed hard on the leading edges of the throne arms, white-knuckled, quivering, as if to tear the ivory asunder. His face was bloodless, his eyes staring, his lips working with words half-formed. A great lock of hair had fallen across his eyes unheeded, and they were screwed up to inhuman slits. Then suddenly he threw his head back and bayed like a wolf, a great whooping crow of laughter. "You'll crush me, will you? How, lad, how? Under your crutches? By hopping on me? Oh, it'd be worth it just to see you try." He doubled up with the force of his mirth, hugging himself till tears shone on his cheeks and his nose ran into his beard, and his courtiers, as soon as they were sure of his mood, joined in, whooping with laughter and even mimicking a cripple's gait. "Enough!" barked Nithade suddenly, slapping his hand down on the arm of the throne. "Learn this one's courage, some of you. Then you may mock him. But you, Valent, hear me. Serve me as anything you like, so long as you serve me well. And as for slaying me, why, when you feel ready, I give you leave to try." Elof had raised himself on his arms at that, though they trembled under him and the blood roared in his ears. He thrust out a hand, and he could not see it tremble. "I hear you, king. So be it. So be it." The walls spun about him, faster and faster. The torches flared up and danced like marshlights. And like the marshes, weighing down his limbs, pressing suffocatingly upon his chest, the darkness behind them reached up to enfold him, envelop him, and suck him down. Chapter 7. Sorcerers' Isle. So began, in shed blood and desperate pain, the time of Elof's thraldom. and in blood and pain also it was to end. But that end was to be long in coming, and destined to be the ending of many other things besides. Neither Elof nor Rock could foresee it, and for them those first days were black days, as black as any since their youth. They knew they could count on no aid from Kermorvan and Ilse. To their friends they would simply have vanished into the ocean's trackless wastes, and grieve as they might, with the weight of kingdoms upon their shoulders, they would be unlikely to risk themselves or others on the same voyage. "And here's hoping they don't," said Rock glumly, "for they'd simply sail all unwitting into the arms of the Equesh, and without your ways of winning help." He swore and sank his head in his hands. "How about his weirdness, Master Raven? Now I'd even be glad of his brand of aid, though the thought of it puts years on me. Can you not get word to him?" Elof, curled up on a pallet with his maimed legs tucked under him, stared into the darkness and sighed. "Since I began this voyage, all has gone amiss as never before. So he warned me, and I defied him. He will not aid me now. Perhaps he cannot." He listened a moment to the sound of the river waters lapping against the shore far below, and leaned his weary head back against the timbered wall. "No, my old friend, this is something I must accept." "Well, you may, but I bloody well don't have to." Elof shook his head at Rock's sharp outburst. "I spoke only of myself, Rock. This is no affairs of yours, any more than it was in the marshes. You are not crippled. You have nothing to hinder you escaping." Rock snorted like an ox. "Oh, yes, I do. That get of a mongrel bitch Nithade landed his darts right in the gold, neat as pie. For one, I haven't got you this far to leave you now. Or why the hell'd I spill all that sweat in the first place? For another, where can I escape to? The Durgar, the Equesh, or the depths of the bonny blue sea? I can't sail a ship worth a damn, still less can I plot a course. No, my lad, I'm taken in the same snare. Here I am, and here I stay, till we've some way of prying you loose." "But do you not see?" Elof groaned. "You're his chiefest hold over me. If you weren't in his hands too, I could refuse to labor for him, even if he had me tortured half to death. Which he would, and then the whole way if you still resisted. He'll balk at nothing, that one, as we've cause to know. Think I could suffer escaping, knowing it meant that? Could you, in my place?" Elof grimaced. "I like to think not." "Very well, Rock. You have the advantage of me there." "Not I. Circumstances. And it's surely not worth having your gullet slit just to keep your smithcraft from his paws. It's a king of our kinsfolk he is, after all, and foe of our foe." Elof laughed bitterly. "So I told myself, and so sought his aid, should I have not been warned by the manner of land he ruled. A chieftain of brigands I named him, and brigand he is, ruling by main strength and by fear, by no law save the absolute whim of his will. He hates the ice, I guess, as he would hate anything which threatened aught that was his. For the evil behind it, for its threat to all men, he cares nothing. Let it do its worst, so long as it leaves him alone. And it might, Rock. One day it might. If he gives Luhi a hard enough fight, as he is strong enough to do, can he but hold his realm together, she may decide our land is the easier target after all." Rock's alarm was evident in his voice. "You'll never get him to go after her, then? And a sudden assault, after years of peace. Powers, Elof! What do we do?" "What we can." Elof felt a change within himself, deeper than any mere mood. His voice grew suddenly harsh in Rock's ears, as grim and dark as time-eaten iron. "He is a fool who incurs without need the wrath of a mastersmith. For had Nithade used us with any honor, we would have worked strong smithcraft enough for him, It fitted our purpose. Even so fell a hand as his I might have strengthened, seeing no other way to unite the land. But now we will bide our time, you and I, and use that time to seek the means of freedom for us both. And shall we not find it, who in our youth defied the will of powers? On that day all pacts shall fail, all reckoning fall due. Then let him beware. His reckoning is heavy enough now. If he lets fall the struggle against the ice, the weight may crush him." "Great words," said Rock, the more acidly because he himself was daunted by the voice in the darkness, so unlike the friend he knew. "But breath alone won't bring 'em to pass." The voice grew softer, slower, and yet more sure. "Yet for all that we shall make them be, you and I. We shall quarry our misfortune, we shall smelt it, you and I. Out of suffering render vengeance, molten in the forge of pain. We shall strike it on our anvils ere the fires within shall die, and from vengeance temper freedom that shall shatter every chain. The more firmly I am fettered, all the freer I shall stride. The more cruelly I am pinioned, all the further I shall fly. The more harshly I am crippled, all the more I shall be free." It was sinking now, like the last embers of a dying fire, almost to a whisper on the edge of sleep, mingling with the circling wind in the trees. And he shall see it. The more clearly he shall see it. And in seeing shall he. King Nithade had been generous after his lights to his valuable thrall. Also, perhaps, he had not been unmindful of his own safety. When Elof collapsed, he had had him taken and cared for in rooms of the palace, rather than any of his dungeons. But every door and window had been well guarded. In a day or so, when Elof was recovering his strength, their old acquaintance Orgus, the sergeant, had come with a detachment of the royal guards, to which he had been promoted, and conveyed them unobtrusively down to a light longboat, and out to one of the islands that lay in the Ischianus, around a half-league offshore from the city. Its southern face was unwelcoming, yellow cliffs rising to a roughly fertile country of scrubland and small woodlands, with many oaks, chestnuts, and pines on the upper slopes. Its northern side, though, rose more gently, and over a wide part of it a single sweeping slope, smooth and grassy, led to a hilltop crowned with a great stand of oaks, ancient and gnarled, contorted like grotesque dancers as they swayed in the river breezes. There he had settled them in the shell of an old building, built half of wood, half stone, in a pleasant nook high on the island's upper slopes, by the side of a swift stair of waterfalls and well sheltered by the oaks. Once, he told them, it had been a comfortable hunting lodge, used by those who came to hunt the island's game, which was rich and diverse. It included small herds of rare creatures, perfect cousins of the enormous mammoths found in both Elof's land and this, yet no larger than a dog. In later times the lodge had sometimes housed noblemen sentenced to mild terms of exile. That, he said, might account for the slightly unhappy reputation the island had among the more ignorant peasants, and certainly nobody cared to come there now. So, since neither Nithade nor his father and grandfather before him indulged in such lenient punishments, it had fallen into neglect and near decay, leaving barely one room sound, abutting the rock face behind. But that very decay had stripped away enough of the wood to reveal, unmistakable to Elof and Rock, the unshaken foundations of a magnificent smithy in the stone. Here, beneath the lodge's fireplace, was a hearth, wide but well-shaped, with the remnants of what must have been a tall chimney, cunningly flewed. Other lesser hearths were ranged around. Here were solid bases for huge anvils, such as they had not seen outside the tower of the Mastersmith Milio. And, as in that eerie place, there were recognizable mounts for tall water wheels, and channels from the many falls above. "He was a master indeed who built this," said Elof admiringly. How came it into disuse?" "Can't say anything of that," said the sergeant, rather uneasily. His manner, though not unkindly, had become noticeably more curt and domineering, as if to underline that he had to do with thralls now, and not emissaries. "Must have been 300 years past, or more even. The Lord Nithade commands you build it anew for yourself." "All by myself?" inquired Elof sardonically, tapping the stones with the crutches of green birch the guards had cut for him. With his legs splinted straight, he could already move surprisingly well for short distances, aided by the great strength in his arms. The sergeant sniffed humorlessly and handed him a sheaf of waxen tablets. "Tomorrow we return with the first load of stone and all else necessary. If there's anything special you'll need in the building, do you write it here. Lord Nithade grants you such tools as you bore, and all else in Amelheath's smithy. It will be packed and sent when the smithy is ready." "Before," snapped Elof, scribbling furiously, "I'll need to forge ironwork for the building, and it must be packed by a smith. If he had a library, I'll want that also, and safe housing for it here, and any other books Nithade can spare, of smithcraft or otherwise." The sergeant sniffed again. "I doubt there'll be many. What'd a king be wanting with books now?" He glanced down the long list Elof had scrawled, and his wispy eyebrows shot up. "By the gate, I'd as soon not be the one gives him this. Him in a rage, he'd do nigh anything to anybody." "So I have observed," said Elof flatly. "But this is the smithy I must have, to work of my best. If he wishes less, he has only to choose. Tell Nithade." Shaking his head, the sergeant shambled away down the slope to the boat, and left Rock and Elof to spread their bedding in the last remaining room. It was there, alone and free at last to speak openly as the long summer twilight faded into night, that they held that desperate conclave. It proved the first of many they were to have during the weeks, the months that followed after, which at last grew into long years. At the next day's dawning, the guards returned. To the sergeant's astonishment, when shown the list, the king had simply grunted, and told him to see to it all, adding that there was no measure more wasteful than a half-measure. All that Elof had asked for had been sent, including, to his delight, his precious pack of tools. He tore it open, and sighed with relief at finding it untouched. The gauntlet was there also, his explanation evidently believed. But to the dismay of the smiths, all else necessary turned out to include not only building stuffs, but also a pack of thralls to do the actual labor. Peasants passive and stolid, stooped by continual labor and poor feeding, burned to a brick red by the strong sun of these southern lands. Though the guards were not especially brutal, they drove and harried these hapless, ragged creatures to their labors like mere livestock, till Rock felt his blood boil, and Elof no less. But at the same time he would seize upon some detail and goad all within reach to amend it, guards and thralls alike, till it was to his satisfaction. Impatient at his own weakness, he drove them so furiously that even the cowed thralls called down curses upon his head. At last, maddened with frustration, he plunged in among them, and, crutches and all, began trying to heave about blocks of stone with his own strong arms. Rock had practically to haul him away, lest he injured himself any further, and he sat aside with his hood drawn over his face. They might have thought him angry, but in truth he wept, and despised himself for weeping. What had been done to his body any man might have found hard to accept, but for Elof, who from his youth had always been impatient of the weaknesses of flesh, it was a terrible torment, and it almost broke him. It was a torment that he could not forget, even for a second, even in sleep. Each night he dreamed of running, free and strong and tireless. Then his maimed legs would jerk and thrash, and the pain of his scars would awaken him. Already despising himself for the follies that had led to all this, he could hardly have felt less of a man now had they truly unmanned him. He had learned to walk on crutches quickly, not because he had adjusted to his present fortunes, but because he could not. It was this same impatience that made him drive himself, and led him to bully the thralls. But when it came time to eat, he fed them well from the store of decent provisions Naidaid had sent him, though the guards protested it was better than their own. "Why not?" he inquired coldly. "If I am to share their fetters, they are my brethren, and shall share what I have. You who deem yourselves free servants, be content with what your master provides, or try a thrall's life for yourself. I am sure he will oblige you." The soldiers grumbled still, but made few attempts to hinder him thereafter. They feared him for his influence with Naidaid, but still more as a mastersmith of proven power, which to them was a unique and fearsome thing. Had he not been a thrall, they would still have had to salute him as they had Amalhis, falling to their knees before him. From talking to them, he had come to expect this, and from his reading in Amalhis' library, when it arrived, he understood why. Smithcraft in this land had long been caught up in the struggle for power, the secrets of its mastership ever more jealously guarded. They had become something to be handed on only to a chosen few, and in great secret. The fewer mastersmiths there were, and the less widespread their knowledge, the greater became the power of the remaining few. Over many generations that process had taken its logical course, their number being constantly whittled down until in the end there was only one true mastersmith in the land at a time, a powerful servant of the king. But with the dwindling of the mastersmiths, the breadth of their experience also fell away, and hence their knowledge. Much was lost, and little added. Thus the craft of journeyman and apprentice was impoverished, as was that of the masters who rose from among them. It was a slow process, but it had been going on, he guessed, since before his own land of Norderney was founded, 1,000 years past. He found now he could understand Amalhis better, pity him almost. Any man who had risen to where he had would inevitably have had to be more the scheming courtier than the smith. And for such a man to be confronted with another he could see at a glance was infinitely more powerful, more capable, and half his age, how could he help viewing him as a rival? "But Naidaid saw through him," objected Rock. "Seems he always did, and yet he didn't stop the old bastard crippling you." "Why should he?" inquired Elof bitterly. "Did it not suit him well to lose a bad smith for a better, a free man for a thrall, a whole man for a dependent cripple, all without having to lift a finger?" Rock grimaced. "So that was what you meant. He expected it. He was letting you do his dirty work for him all the time." "He was," Elof replied coolly, running his fingertips over the wall-stones of the forge with an absent-minded caress. "He is clever, Naidaid. Too clever for Amalhis, too clever for me, who saw through him only when the deed was done. In every way he has ruined me, that wise brigand. He has stolen from me all the things I still treasured most. He has made me both his victim and his tame murderer. For that I told him I would crush him. And so I shall, Rock. So I shall." "But not today," said Rock quickly, his eyes darting to the approaching boats. Elof smiled thinly. "No, my friend, not today. My wits may be crazed across, but they are not wholly shattered. Today he comes to see what is costing him so dear. See he shall, and may his cleverness teach him due respect for true smithcraft." "It might at that," said Rock, relieved. "It's impressive enough, that forge, almost as fine as old Mylio's lair, or your own in the Guildhall. And may I live to set foot in there again one day. Who'd have thought this old ruin would shape up so neat?" "Well, I did," smiled Elof. "Right from the first moment I set eyes on it. There it seemed to be, just as you see it now, exactly the way it was." "Oh, aye?" cut in Rock sharply. But Elof had already stopped short. "How are you so sure of that, then?" They looked at each other a moment, questioningly. "I don't really know," Elof admitted. "I just saw it, that's all." "That's all," he insisted, as Rock opened his mouth to ask something more. "Come, the boats are beaching. Come." He snatched up his crutches, and with ungainly energy slammed the shutters closed and swung himself out of the door. Rock lifted his eyes to the naked rafters in mute appeal for patience, and stumped out after him. With no less vigor, Nithade swung his heavy frame over the gunwales, thumped down onto the chalky sand, and squinted up at them. Behind him, splashing into the shallows, sprang his guards. The king waved an imperious hand upslope, and set off at a great pace, the guards doubling to keep up with him, their plumes tossing in the breeze. He reached the forge red-faced and a-sweat, and stood with hands on hips, glaring at them and saying nothing. The guard, a dozen or so, closed in around him, their scarlet spears held trailing but ready for immediate use. Elof gave no sign of noticing them, and inclined his head politely to Nithade. "Your thrall regrets his inability to come down to meet you," he said with elaborate politeness, "or make the usual obeisances. The crutches, you see." For a moment their glances clashed, but Nithade's smile was all bluff and genial condescension. "Well, I'd hardly insist, would I now? Take it that you're relieved of all such obligations to me, Valant. As to the least of free men, eh?" He gestured impatiently at the smithy. "What do we tarry for, then?" But he glanced uneasily at the freshly painted door as he entered, and many of the guard balked visibly. For Elof had set patterns and symbols upon it in strangely worked brass, and they guessed unhappily at their potency. At its heart was the mighty character of the sun, worked in the Nordeny style, and the look in its central eye was bleak and baleful indeed. What they saw, as their sight grew used to the shadows beneath the temporary roof of sailcloth and boards, was no more reassuring. 2 huge water wheels dominated the forge, and as the king entered, Rock spun open the sluices. Water diverted from the falls leaped and thundered under the roof and crashed down upon their blades of iron unrusting, and with many a protesting creak strange devices came to life. Sighing like a giant, bellows taller than a man drew breath and blew in the same pass, and all around the room the hearth-fires roared into sudden dazzling flame. The red-white light danced about the strange-shaped ironwork that supported the roof, browning the beams and bringing eerie life to the grimacing masks of the crouching beasts that formed the brackets. Grinding wheels and shaping lathes, crushers and sifters, driven by pulleys of many sizes, hissed swiftly to life, and with ponderous smoothness a tall column of blackened steel surged straight up towards the rafters, slipped free suddenly, and dropped down upon a high anvil with a crash that seemed to shiver the air. Lesser hammers beat a rippling rhythm on blocks of chiming iron, sharp sounds that lanced through the ears and severed thought from thought. Against this torrent of sound Nithade stood stolid and unmoving on his squat legs, his guards clustering close about him, as if he might protect them. Elof waved to Rock, and the sluices were shut again. The abrupt silence seemed as terrible as the noise, but Nithade was yet undaunted. "That's a pretty show," he remarked skeptically. "But I've seen better in the arena, Valant. Fine to look upon, but what may you do with it all? There's the rub. Crows you may scare off with such a din, but never the ice witch. So much expense upon the thrall, and now he's demanding still more. Time we saw some results from you, my lad." Elof smiled calmly. "Do you look over upon that anvil, then?" Nithade stared, blinked, then with a muffled curse he stalked forward and lifted from the anvil some pieces of plate armor with patches of mail about their edge. They had something of the same bronze hue as Amelhis, but no other resemblance. Each link of the mesh was most cunningly and intricately worked against its neighbor, so that when Nithade laid a piece across his hand, the mail became almost a solid surface, merging imperceptibly with the plate. "You commanded an armor of me," said Elof quietly. "These are its trial pieces, made of such materials as Amelhis kept to hand. I will need more and better. It will be a suit of plate and mail combined, in the style of Morvannec, and the mail will also close thus under the weight of a blow. The harder that falls, the more firmly it will be driven together. The mesh as a whole has virtues of strength and unity within it, but upon each ring is set a virtue of moving freely and unhindered. I have learned to value that of late. Well, as I have begun, shall I go on? When you send me the makings." "You'll have 'em, crooned Nithade absently, greedily caressing the mail as if it were costly silk. "Aye, finish it, soon as you may." Then, recollecting himself, he added gruffly, "I've need of haste. Summer ends, and with the mists of autumn the reavers grow bolder. The king must start a new campaign, or lose even more support from the outlying lords who bear the brunt. I hate to fight in armor that was dead men's, and what's borrowed never fits my belly. So, list all you need, but no waste, mind you." He peered around suspiciously. "Like these heavy roof timbers you've the nerve to demand, each one the month's keep of a cavalry squadron, if any can be found of that size, that is. We're forever short of large timber in this land. Why not just cut down that oakwood stand atop the hill, and use them, as my lads would have you do?" Elof snorted impatiently. "Aye, and lose the roof itself to the next winter gale without their shelter. Anyway, you feel the heat of the fires even under this high roof. It takes well-seasoned timber to bear the heat of a forge for long." He forbore to add that he was simply too fond of the trees anyway. Fortunately, it was highly unlikely that any such idea would occur to the king, though Nithade had a mind both acute and acutely suspicious. It cost Elof most of the day's work, not to mention all the shreds of patience he could summon up, to convince him that the timbers and materials he had demanded were necessary. "Well, then," grumbled Nithade at last, as he cast a last severe look around the forge, "at least you'll not be able to claim I denied you aught, Mastersmith. If I'd a court as perfect as this forge, I'd hammer out a sound enough realm, let me tell you." "Would you?" inquired Elof coldly. "A master does not despise his metals, king, and though the forge is well enough as it once was, it is hardly perfect. I need more heat, fierce heat, fiercer than a common fire can yield, heat to soften stubborn metals, to consume others and bear new substance from their blending. At the very least, I need a furnace of some kind, for my studies and trials. Amelhis cannot have understood a 10th part of that library of his. There's much new to me within those books that I must wrestle with." "Is there now? And to what end?" "To what end is a babe new-born? I have known the strangest oddments prove vital. But where knowledge is dangled before me, I must have it, king, as you must your dominion. No other passion rules me save one, and that is deep in eclipse." "Well, do you burn your heart to feed your forge, then? No, you'll have no costly construction of me. If fiercer fires you want, you yourself must find them, and meanwhile have a care of that armor." As Nithade's boat pulled away, and his guards scrambled hastily back into the other, Elof flung the shutters wide and drank deep of the cool air. Rock grinned as the sunlight flooded the smithy, and made it an airier, fairer place altogether. "You were right. Far better show it made, all in shadow like that. Fairly shook the brute, for all is calm. And look at those guards hop. They'll not be too eager to come back to Elan Gorenhaien again." "Sorcerers Isle? Is that what they're calling it? Well and good. Let them keep a clear berth. There'll be fewer prying eyes and ears for Nithade then. And with those timbers we'll have the forge complete within a week." He pondered. Save for the furnace. But any ordinary furnace would barely meet our need anyway. He was right, Rock. We must find some means for ourselves. The makings of the armor arrived the next day, heaped on the shore by a nervous boatman, who all but fled when the smiths approached him. Elof set to work then in earnest, forming stiff wires of bronze and many other metals, shaping and entwining them with soft-sung words into intricate forms. Most he left free and flexible, but some, for the vulnerable surfaces of the joints, he shaped into the close-knit chains that flowed like thick cloth through the fingers, yet braced and locked against one another when struck. Forming the plates was an easier matter, but he did not skimp it, and set their surfaces with ornament carefully shaped to deflect any impact. Then little by little he linked them with the mail, fitting them carefully around the same form Amalhis had used. It was a hard task and tedious, hardly taxing to a mastersmith like Elof, but he threw himself into it with such fierce energy that by the time the thralls returned with the new roof timbers, some 3 weeks later, the armor was nearing completion. It stood on the form in a corner of the forge, squatly grotesque, to his tormented mind a disturbing likeness of Naiad, all the worse in that he had not yet shaped the helm, and it was headless. It haunted him, and he longed to be rid of it, yet for his pride's sake he would not hurry the work. But a strange quirk grew in him, and when Rock, who had been supervising the work on the roof, saw the completed helm, he was appalled. "You're never sending him that?" Elof shrugged. "Why should I not? He will know it for better work than any he can have seen." "Aye, but—" Words failed Rock, and indeed the effect of the helm was not easily described. It was of the same dark bronze hue as the armor, beautifully ornamented in gold, but there was little fair in its aspect. It sat upon the armor's broad shoulders in the shape of a huge bull's head, shaped as from the life, as closely as one could who had herded such beasts in his childhood. Its horns were short and turned down against the brow to ward off blows, lowered as if for the charge. But there was also a strongly human cast to that countenance, though it was hard to find it in any single feature, and the look upon it was appalling, lowering, threatening, basely brutal, yet fiercely aware, most bestial in its likeness to men, rather to a man, for the whole cast of those features, and most of all the look in those pouched golden eyes, cold and menacing, was beyond mistake. That helm, work of craft and strength though it was a mockery closer and more deadly than any dart it might deflect, a distorted likeness of Naiad. All Rock's objections Elof brushed aside. The armor was packed up and dispatched to Naiad that evening with the returning work party. Rock groaned as he watched their boat pull away from the shore, but Elof only chuckled. Even he would not slay us for that, not when it is such a proof in itself of our worth to him. But I would I were there to see the conflict in him, between his greed and his pride. You saw how he drooled over it. But what will he do now, I wonder?" "Ah, well," sighed Rock. "He might well burst a vein in his rage. That's always something. We can only hope. But it wasn't so much that was worrying me. It's you. Dependable soul you've been all the years I've known you, from the moment you got out of the Mastersmith's clutches onward. Serious-like, never your braying Merry Andrew, but a good lad none the less. And now, all of a sudden you show up this quirky jesting side, and a jest with savage teeth at that. What's got into you? You're changing." Elof's brows knitted, and for a moment his own face wore the look of the bull mask. "Say rather, I am changed. In lasting pain, my sword and my freedom torn from me, even the power to walk. What may I do but put a keen edge on my wits? But I am still myself, Rock. Have no fear." "You're still the man I know, aye," grunted Rock. "But there's a hint of one I'm not so familiar with also. And I do fear, for you most of all." But when the guard returned early next morning, they bore with them tidings from the king that neither man expected, and more besides. Neither, it appeared from the sergeant's account, had gazed upon the armour a long while in silence, as if astonished, while the court held its breath. Then he had crowed like an enraptured child, insisted upon being fastened into the armour at once, and had jingled around the palace in it for the rest of the evening. "And for all I know, he slept in it," grunted the sergeant. "For sure I saw him set off for a ride in it at first light." He scowled at them. "As sharp a piece of kiss-my-arse as ever I saw, that likeness. A fly pair you are, for all your fine words. Brown noses with the best of the courtiers." "You mean," asked Elof faintly, "you think that image is a flattery?" "Well, surely," trumpeted the sergeant. "Fairly brings out the king in him, that does. And doesn't he know it? Wait till the lords clap eyes on him in it, he keeps saying. That'll scare him into line. And the army. And the savages, by various curlies. They'll brown their breeches and run a league. Don't believe me? Well, believe this. He's sent you by me a mort of delicate meats, enough for a 2 days' feast, and a hog's head of strong wine all to yourselves. Though, by my lights, the bearer of such glad tidings might rate a swig, it being such thirsty work telling 'em." "Help yourself, and gladly," said Elof, sagging on his crutches. "You don't think Nithade was just bluffing it out?" Rock inquired, as the sergeant stalked purposefully back to the boat. "He might have been," said Elof. "He has the wits. But no, you heard the sergeant. He liked it, no less. What a folk to fall among! What a land!" That evening Elof climbed by himself to the hilltop, and with him, though he was little given to deep drinking, he took a large jug of the wine. There he sat a long time on a rocky outcrop, watching the sun sink through a sky that flared in shades of scarlet and smoke, looking to the west that held so much he had lost. Rock, sensing his mood, let him alone until well after dark. When he did go to search, bearing a brand from the fire, he found his friend sprawled insensible among the roots of the oaks. He was stirring and moaning, as if ridden by nightmares. But the next day, though little affected by the drink, he remembered nothing. Only the flesh of his legs about the silver fetters, which had been healing well, was bruised and bleeding again, as if someone had been tugging at them. But from that day on, Elof grew calmer, and outwardly at least more content with his lot. He readily agreed with Rock that their life on the island called Elan Gorenhayan was no great hardship in itself. They had both endured far worse in their time. The smithy was comfortable, and seemed well sheltered from inclement weathers. It was lonely, perhaps, but no worse than the Mastersmith's tower in their youth, and it was infinitely better than being cooped up in Nithade's palace. It held even some slight consolations for his worst sorrows. The loss of Kara still burned in his breast, but here at least he dwelt far closer to her than if he had remained at home, and that could only increase his chances of seeing her once again, even helping her somehow. Beyond that he did not dare think. And he was also closer to Louhi, well placed to work for her downfall, and that task was next most dear to his heart. As the autumn drew on, and cold winds from the north whipped up the waters of the great river and scoured the island, he buried himself even deeper in his studies. These were copious, for Nithade had sent him not only Amelheath's library, but great numbers of scrolls and fan-folded tomes from the palace. For the most part they were dirty and neglected, spotted brown with sharp-smelling fungus, and even chewed by vermin. Evidently the sergeant was right in thinking the court had little use for books, least of all such difficult and crowded texts as these. But Elof had, for among them were not only works of smithcraft, but recondite histories and minute chronicles, profound studies of the earth and the skies and the waters, that freed his restless mind from the confines of his hobbled body, and sent it questing back and forth across the world. He laboured long on good arms and armour for Naidade's courtiers and lords, but these were to him casual and trifling works that occupied only half his thoughts. While he twisted the cooling breastplates this way and that beneath the fall of his hammers, or set keen edges on sword or halberd against the grinding wheels, his mind turned over strange and arcane fragments of his reading, purified and refined them, welded them together into larger, stronger structures of knowledge. So time passed, a year, autumn to autumn, and another year after that. Scant detail is given those years of captivity in the chronicles. They are recorded in the terse and cursory fashion common in matters which the chroniclers must have thought unimportant, or of which Elof was not proud. Often they are like pages read beneath the gloom of gathering storm clouds, yet from time to time a bright light illumines some event, and it stands out in stark relief against the rest. So perhaps these must have seemed to Elof and Rock in their thraldom, rare blazes of levin light against the oppressing skies. If the chronicles recount them in such detail, while ignoring or merely glancing over so much else, that is only to be expected. All through the years of his thraldom a fierce strife was raging throughout the land of Caris. In small bands at first, and sometimes, unpredictably, in substantial armies, the Eqwesh were striking more and more often into the lands of Caris itself. They never sought to hold territory, or even linger any longer than they had to in one place. They came to destroy and pillage, and when they had done, they moved on. Fighting them was like chasing quicksilver. Yet fought they had to be. The border lords who bore the brunt of their incursions grew more and more restive under Naidade's hand. What were they paying his levies for, they demanded, if not protection? But that protection he simply could not give to each and every one. He had to guess as best he could where the next strike would come, and gather his forces there, or risk losing them piecemeal. Often, too often, he was wrong, because, he suspected, hostile eyes were watching him and his movements. So did Elof, though whose he never said, and only because of this is it mentioned. Those great events the chroniclers choose to treat remotely and from afar, as Elof himself saw them, and not without reason, for in the end it was he who mattered. To those of Caris who lived through that time, who saw their fields laid waste, their homes burnt, their kinsfolk slain, and at last, perhaps, their own blood freezing even as it spilled across the uncaring snow, it was the breaking of a world. Yet in small things, the fall of a feather, the opening of a long-closed door, lay the roots of other events against which that strife was to seem almost insignificant. Not even the powers who from their strange heights watched the wintry slaughters, or the no less bloody counters that followed, when Nidade, the bull with the black blade, would hunt the reavers back to the very snow-lines, and set heads upon every burned tree in gruesome mockery of spring. Not even they could weigh events with the certainty of the chronicles, for theirs, in all its stark irony, is the judgment of time, and time ruled those many lives and deaths to be ultimately of small account. Perhaps there was a purpose in each, but if so, even from the powers it is hidden, for they also dwell within time, and it is mightier than they. Elof and Rock, for their part, eagerly followed Nidade's campaigns, when they could come by any news of them, and were grateful even for such scraps and rumours as the guards who brought provisions could tell. The sergeant, when he came, was most forthcoming of all. The first news he brought set the pattern, that Nidade had won his most telling victory against the reavers for many a year, decimating and driving off a powerful war band in a series of pitched battles over the northern grasslands, himself leading the charges of horse as was his custom, clad in a fearsome new armour that no weapon could mark, and doing great slaughter with a black sword, whispered among the common soldiers to be the gifts of a dark sorcerer. By the next spring it was being said the armour transformed its wearer into a raging beast-man with the strength of 10, and the Eqwesh had come to fear their enemy as a warrior of the powers, many fleeing at mere sight of the bronzed bull's crest advancing. Elof knew that word of this, and of the many like victories in the years that followed, must inevitably come to the ears of Louhi, and even as the thought of Gorthor in Naiadeid's ham hand galled him, it filled him with a grim satisfaction, and a desire to thwart her still further. So it was that he and Rock were anything but idle. There are clues both in the words of the chronicles and from marginalia and drawings copied in the earliest texts as to their many works and achievements in these first years of their captivity. And if these were not spectacular in themselves, they were undoubtedly of vast value to Naiadeid in the defense of his realm. In addition to the fine weaponry they crafted for the nobleman, the two smiths shaped many templates and pattern pieces that lesser smiths could copy in large numbers and at low cost, setting upon them simple virtues by fixed formulae, so that the common soldier also could be better armed and shielded. And it is said that many lives were saved so, and Naiadeid grew greatly in the regard of his men. When, in that second winter, a town fell bloodily to the Ekwesh through poor fortification, its walls shattered by frosts and the weight of snow, Elof grew interested in the art, and applied to it some of the techniques of smithcraft, among them principles of flow and of fracture. He produced many designs, and under Naiadeid's command and the spur of fear, thrall and soldier were pressed into feverish labor to give them form. Walls were strengthened with subtly formed buttressing, and gates reached by ramps cunningly shaped so that the press of an attack would spend itself against its own numbers, catching them in tight curves or forcing them off sides that narrowed suddenly and imperceptibly, or across bridges that seemed rock-firm, yet could be collapsed in a second. The gates themselves often led into lanes or corridors that were worse traps, bringing the attackers under the defenders' fire from unexpected angles, and penning them against another and stronger gate. And the following summer an ambitious barrier began to be built across the northwest of the land, linking the various fortresses and walled towns into a defense to replace the gate fortress. It was not to be a plain wall, but an intricate meandering tangle of corner and curve, sometimes linked by bridge or tunnel, and filled with hidden traps and barriers as before. This, like the rest, was born of Elof's restless mind, but he took no part in its building, did not so much as set eyes upon the site. For Naiadeid forbade him still to leave the island. It became ever more clear, though, that, at the least, the builders had to keep in direct touch with him, and so, grudgingly, the king allowed Rock to go to the sites and report the problems. At first he was heavily guarded and restrained, but by their third autumn of captivity this was proving too cumbersome, and he was free to travel with only a pair of guards, and to go more or less where he willed. He enjoyed these excursions for many reasons, and often returned looking smug and well cared for, but Elof grudged him none of the diversions he found. Had he missed the company of women, Naiadeid would have lavished them on him as he did all other good things, but he shriveled at the idea, as the maimed wreck he saw himself. He had little stomach, too, for bedding thrall girls who would not dare refuse him, and always Kara was a flutter of wings across his heart. He had, in any event, always more work than he could manage, and when that palled he had a strong interest of his own, almost an obsession, to eat up any spare time he could find. This was the search for some greater source of heat than his forge. So many of the texts he had surrounded himself with half hinted at great secrets of his craft that high heat might unveil, or unleash, and nested within one such, like a pearl within a pearl, might lie the secret of his release. When the fourth winter of his captivity came, it added urgency to his quest, for it grew bitterly cold even before the year's ending. Blasting snowstorms swept land and river, and though they settled only lightly upon the island, they cut it off from the city for days on end. And though the smithy seemed to remain warm, the supply of fuel for his forge was often very near its end. The trees of the island tempted him, but still he could not bring himself to cut them down. So he set himself to study all that he could set down upon the nature of heat, and went in his reading from the minuteness of nature to the heights of the sky, yet remained, it seemed, little the wiser. Into the strange affinity of the sun with glass he delved. He gazed at it through smoked glass, shattered thick glass into slivers so sharp they split its very light into streaks of gorgeous color. He concentrated its rays through fine-ground globes and sections of globes, until it grew to a firing heat. But even gathering that within his gauntlet could not bring him the fierce radiance he needed, and the sun was anything but constant. He considered the gauntlet itself, and sought to shape new crystals that would drink in all forms of heat, and direct them as that one within the gauntlet did, but with greater duration and intensity. He failed, achieving only such weaker crystals as the Durgar used in their undying lamps. And from then on the steady glow of the forge became a new mark for mariners on the river, but one at which they shook their heads and spat. And searching through the other skills taught him by old Ansgar and Ilse, he began to inquire into the strange properties manifested by certain of the metals ordinarily less useful to smiths, being too heavy and soft even for jewelry. But some of the old texts confirmed what the Durgar had hinted at, the uncanny dangers encountered in the refining and storage of such stuff. He grew excited at that, for it seemed to hold the promise of great power, but at the same time he furthered his researches very slowly and carefully. He grew more interested in the stuff called stone's blood, which was a pitchy seepage that issued from the ground in some southern regions of the land, as it did more rarely in his own. It was little thought of. Since it burned poorly in lamps and smelt terrible, only the poorest used it. But an early smith whose accounts he read, in seeking to purify it, had arrived at some strange substances, some very combustible. Even though he improved greatly upon the processes of purification, however, they remained cumbersome, and the results were disappointing. The essences of the stone's blood proved incredibly dangerous and volatile to store, and more than once the smithy was almost burnt to the ground. But that impelled him to turn them to other uses, and through blending them with a variety of other substances he was able, in the 5th summer of his thraldom, to place into Naidade's hands a weapon of devastating effect. At first he used a thick form of the tar, mixed to a sticky paste with sulphur, wax, and powders of rare metals, that was formed into a bolus and shot flaming from a catapult. Where it struck, it clung and burned, and could not easily be dislodged or put out. Against wooden walls or roofs it had fearsome effects, and landing among close-packed troops or horsemen the bolus could cause panic. By its aid the siege of an outland tower was raised, and the town of a lordling who had in desperation sought to ally himself with the reivers was bloodily taken. But the Equesh had by now reached the main rivers, and were seizing enough boats to make them a serious threat to traffic. Elof distilled a thinner essence that floated when it was poured upon water, and could be fired there to form a barrier of flame before pursuing ships. This, though effective at first, had many disadvantages, chiefly that the flames were liable to blow back in the wind before it could bear the boat free of them. Also, once the Equesh came to recognize the tactic, they could steer clear in time. When poured from a battlement, its flames often exploded about the wall, enveloping defender as well as attacker. When word of this was brought to Elof, he labored long and hard, drawing again upon his memories of his time among the Durgar and the mysterious weapons they could wield, and produced yet another essence of the stone's blood, this time a thin jelly that could be passed through a pump. Even the crude syringe used to clear the bilges of little fishing boats could jet it through the air to spatter an opponent's sail, where an arrow with the merest spark of tinder would fire it. From larger ships, special pumps could spray it in a dense cloud that would soak into sail, clothes, and deck alike, or, with great daring, could be inflamed by a heated wire at the pump's mouth, engulfing whatever it touched in a searing cloud that rivaled dragon breath. After a while, the mere sight of pump and fire arrows caused all but the hardiest of the reivers to hang back and delay their attack, if not turn aside altogether. On land also it was effective, able to spit its venom beyond a besieged wall or into the rearward ranks of an assault, and so split its force. This mage-smith's fire, as it came to be called, was not a conclusive weapon. It was perilous to produce, perilous to store, most perilous of all to wield in the panic of a battle, where more than once it claimed those who used it uncautiously. In the chill of that 5th winter, when the malice of the ice was strongest, and the hardened Eqwesh had the vantage, its flame burned feebler and less certain. But still, Elof had armed his captor with the most terrible weapon of war that ancient land had seen, and one of enduring effect. Such were the concerns in which Elof lost himself during the first 5 years of his captivity. He did not, however, cut himself off from the world. On the contrary, he still took an almost fanatical interest in the progress of Naidaid's campaigns, when he could get any news of them. But as his sorceress repute grew, so this was becoming harder. Even the guards were loath now to stay and talk, save a few who remembered him from the first. The sergeant alone would linger for a stoup of wine and a few words, and let slip once, over some strong wine, that his men held him in great awe for his daring. Few others ever appeared. The king had commanded that none should set foot upon the island without his express permission, and most were glad enough to leave it so. When a fisherman was wrecked there during a winter storm, Elof and Rock would have sheltered him gladly enough, but the wretched man would not come near the sorcerer's tower, stayed out all night in the howling rain, and seemed vastly relieved to be summarily arrested by a guard-boat he contrived to signal next morning. The nearest they had to an intruder was one morning, when they were awakened near dawn by a sudden crashing from the forge. Rising in haste with weapons, they found that one of the little mammoths had strayed in, lured by some left-over fruit. It led them on a wild and shattering chase between the benches, trunk and tail held aloft, squealing and trumpeting wildly, before they at last ejected it. Beyond that they were hardly disturbed from 1 month's end to the next. So it was that Elof had another reason to be glad of Rock's frequent excursions. So also he even came to welcome Naidaid's occasional visits, to demand some new labor, when he would bombard the king with barbed questions about the state of the wars and the advance of the ice. Naidaid was curt in his answers at first, but as the years passed he would appear more and more frequently at the forge, sometimes for no very important purpose. Once or twice, in the earliest days, he would bring one or other of his sons to be outfitted with some gift he had commanded, armor or weaponry fit for a young prince. But he would often linger to talk long after the work was done, though the boys, their greed assuaged, grew bored and clamorous to return. Eventually it dawned on Elof that the king also had come to enjoy these visits to men with whom he could speak straightly, and be answered as straightly, without thought of fear or favor. He would spend long evenings sitting by the forge, drinking mulled wine with the man who had sworn to kill him, and bandying hard words about the state of his realm. They were strange evenings, for between king and captive there was no slightest mellowing of feeling. At times the air seemed sulphurous with their rancor. Yet equally there was a kind of fellowship between them, a sense of bearing swords in a common struggle, and of satisfying a common need. Elof was desperate to know all that was passing, and sometimes it seemed almost as if Naidaid were seeking counsel. Without having to ask for it, either, Rock pointed out cynically. Saves him lowering himself. He knows you're all too ready to bend his ear. This was the truth, for though he might approve Naidaid's valor on the battlefield, Elof never masked his contempt for his way of rule. This was not only to suit his whim. By provoking Naidaid, he often learned more. The poor folk of this land, Naidaid jeered at some such sally of Elof's, one dark night in the middle of the 6th winter. Where's your own fine concern for them, then? Be you so eager to see me dead? Where'd they be without me? Rags rent between the teeth of the battling barons, that's all, and easy prey for the ice after that. Who do you think'd take my place? You, eh? Is it that you had in mind? Think they'd follow a limping tinker, do you? He buried his blunt nose noisily in his wine-mug and blew a deep rumbling sigh. The lines in his face seemed to deepen. and Elof noticed with a quirk of surprise how much grayer his hair had grown since their first encounter. "No, Valent. If you truly wish to help the drudges, you'll swink as you're doing, and forget all your foolish fancies. They're born to burdens and blows. It's in their blood. They've not the mind to feel the pain of them like higher-born folk, or even mastersmiths. A strong lord over a quiet kingdom. That's when they fare best. They know it, too, all save a few malcontents, and it's what I'll give 'em. The throne's no chair of ease, but I've no mind to quit it yet, for you or anyone, at least till my lads are of age." When he had gone, Rock grimaced at Elof. "I didn't like the sound of that." "Nor I," mused Elof, remembering the flushed faces of the youths who had watched his torture, and the bright, greedy eyes. "You've heard something of them, these lads of his, I remember. Are they like their father?" "I have, and more," Rock rumbled disdainfully. "There's chatter enough about them round the court. Aye, it's said that they're like him, but I think not. There's two of them, Geraid and Kenarek, and all too close, in years not the least." "Jealous, then?" "Aye, so I've heard, for all they're so alike. Of each other, but more of him, for all he dotes on them and spoils them rotten. Not that they show it, though. They're careful to play the devoted sons and brothers before him, and the merry swaggerers before the common folk, but less so of letting their tongues wag before servants, or bragging to the thrall lasses they bed. So I get all the gossip, for the girls don't like 'em a bit. Cocky young bastards, and nasty-minded with it, that's the word. A lot of the troops favor them, though, and so also a lot of the folk. Nithade's too hard a taskmaster for some, and they blame him, would you credit, for not seeing off the Equesh sooner. Seems to me the lads are taking pains to foster that." He paused significantly. "You mean they've already got their eye on the succession, before they're even of age?" "Wouldn't surprise me a bit. No less did Nithade at their age, but he worked hard to inherit the kingdom, and fought hard and brutal for his father, putting down rebel lords and Equesh reavers. These two don't seem of the same mettle. They want everything the easy way, and now there's been talk of compounding with some of the more troublesome lords, giving them local independence for the sake of quiet." "Or support," mused Elof. "But don't the young fools see there's no end to that, save with the Equesh? All Nithade's vicious ambition, but without his vision or his driving will. Ready to sell the morrow to buy the moment. I'm glad I made that armor as well as I did, Rock. I'd as soon nothing happened to Nithade. Not yet." That thought brought him some greater consolation for the loss of Gorthor, for it was borne into battle, as he no longer could, and he heard of Nithade doing greater deeds than ever with the black blade in his hand. That 6th long winter of his captivity was the first time in Nithade's reign that not even one Equesh raid penetrated the heartland successfully. Most were met and driven back among the wild lands to the north, and the few who slipped through broke harmlessly against the new fortifications. But neither blade nor walls could turn the weather, and where the Equesh failed to go, the storm winds came. Sieges they laid with floods and drifting snow, and after them, quieter and deadlier, the frosts, to crack stone in the still night, and lay deadly fingers upon the hearts of those who lacked shelter and fire enough. Nor was that the only terror of the night. The weather drove wolves down in hungry packs from the wild lands, and the huge forest bears, with many other beasts, some among them of an unheard-of strength and ferocity. From byre or pen a terrible screaming would be heard, as of beasts fear-maddened, so terrible that many feared to go out to them, even though all their wealth and livelihood were threatened. The more so as many who did never returned, and were found in the first light butchered among their flocks. The beast responsible was never caught, or even seen clearly, and so wildly did accounts vary that it seemed there must be many. Yet the manner of attack was always the same, the skull crushed and the brain devoured. Often wayfarers were attacked thus on overgrown paths, by something that lay along a stout branch above and struck downwards with a vast paw. Yet this also was never clearly seen. And through storm and blizzard still stranger shapes stalked, and men abroad were missed till the thaw uncovered their gnawed bones. On the clear nights shadows thin and spider-limbed lurked in thickets for the unwary traveller, or beneath the haloed moon climbed through unbarred windows to suck the life-blood from sleepers within. "This is how it must have been at the fall of Morvannec, Rock," said Elof, on one such clear night towards the winter's end, as they opened their door before sleep to gaze upon the Ischianus sparkling in starlight. The distant shore shone white with snow, but upon the island it lay lightly among the grass. "Do you remember how Corentin spoke of it?" "Aye, do I. But Caris is far from falling yet. The glaciers are a long way from even its outermost walls. Yet they can travel fast at need. And Louhi spoke of only having to tip the balance a little, make the world a trace colder. But how? To overrun this great land is scarcely a small work, even for the ice." Rock grew thoughtful. "If it froze the Ischianus as it did the great waters of Morvannec. No, that couldn't work." "No. Sea lakes are one thing, a river well nigh the width of a sea another. The most Louhi and her kind might do is freeze the gate falls and dam the main inflow, and I guess they would be hard put to it to do that till the sea ice itself came south." His words faltered. He choked, caught his breath, and suddenly, with a great thrust of his crutches, he hurled himself out of the door into the darkness. Rock, plunging after him in astonishment, saw him raise a hand to the sky as if to claw down the very moon or stars. But then he also saw the shadow sweeping over the snow, the shape that cast it, blacker still against the shimmering sky, as it glided down towards them. Low it came, and lower, long-necked and graceful, shivering the moonbeams with its speed, and the still air with the slow pulse of its wing-beats. Nigh over Elof's head it swept, so close that the wind of its outstretched wings uplifted his tangled hair, yet not quite close enough to touch. Despairingly he lunged upward, arms outthrust in a wild embrace, and shouted out in his great voice a name like a cry of agony. "Kara! Stay, Kara! Only stay a while!" A wild embrace, but futile. For even as he gave voice, the dark wings lifted over the roof-tree and vanished over the snow-hung crowns of the oaks. He fell headlong among the frosty grass, and screamed aloud in frustrated fury. "Damn these corpse legs! Kara! Ah, Kara!" He called after her again and again, but the great swan did not reappear. Out into the icy silence of the night his strong voice rang, across the river at the heart of the world, and it seemed that the waters trembled in answer, and the mirrored stars shook. But it was no more than a breath of wind, coming to stir the leafless trees above, and rustle the grass about their feet. Elof, scrabbling for his crutches, looked dimly down at it. "Rock," he inquired in a wholly different tone, vague and distracted, "I've hardly looked at this grass of late. There's scarcely any snow here." Rock shrugged and helped him back to his feet. That sudden vision had left him almost as shaken as Elof. He was glad of anything else to talk about. "There never is, not much. Same every winter." "Yes. Hela's fires! Idiot that I've been, never to think of it. And the smithy, so warm and comfortable. Rock, whoever built it as it first was, he was a great smith, building a forge to suit him, a worthy forge. I should have seen that at once." Rock looked hard at him. He seemed almost to have forgotten what he had seen. "You did. We both did. So?" "So would not he also have needed great heat?" "He might. Aye, he might at that. But whatever he got it from, it's gone now." "Is it? Come inside. Come." He hobbled towards the bench laden with his present studies, bent beneath the weight of books and notes. So many forms of heat I've studied. He picked up sheaves of parchment scraps, tablets, wooden slips, tossing them aside one after another. The sun, crystals, stone's blood, strange metals, all this time, and I forgot what was most obvious to me. He seized a map from among the clutter, brushed a table clear of tools with a single sweep of a crutch, and in a crackle of crisp linen unrolled the map across it. "Rock, you've travelled widely enough in the land by now. You can tell me. Those Loskveneth, those fire mountains, like the ones we saw, whereabouts exactly do they lie? No, don't show me. Mark them in with the charcoal here." "Well," began Rock slowly, and then with growing irritation, "does it have to be now? I need my bed. I'm too sleep-ridden to remember. I don't know where every single one is. There's too many, large and small. It seems they've been spreading lately, and in some places there's a whole lot close together. Just the major ones, and mark regions where they're grouped. Yes, so." Yawning, Rock cudgelled his weary brain, and made his charcoal circles, here and there as they came to mind, in no particular order. But after a moment he stopped, blinked down at the map a moment, and swore. "Yes?" demanded Elof keenly. "This. Did you foresee this? You did, didn't you? I can see it in those cat's eyes of yours. Or has somebody whispered something in your ear?" "Foresee what?" grinned Elof. Rock's mouth twisted impatiently, and he drew a single savage slashing streak across the map, and plucked it up under Elof's nose. "That!" Elof whistled softly. "That they'd form a pattern, yes. I learned something about the flow of earth fires from the Mastersmith, and more among the Durgar. That within the shell of the world there are vast and shifting stresses, that the shell is broken along many lines." "Like fractures in fatigued metal, you mean?" "Aye, very like. And it is along these that the earth fires break out at their fiercest. One such ran up through the Menethskahas in our old homeland, and among the Nordenbergen, but in our eastland almost none, and no fire mountains, whereas here— But I never foresaw that the line would run thus." His finger traced the streak of dark ash that linked the marked fire mountains in a single straight line, dead straight across the land of Karis. And some 2/3 of the way along that line the finger slowed and rested, and a tremor of excitement crept into his voice. "Nor that Elan Gorenhayan would sit so squarely upon it." "You can't be that precise." "Close enough. Somewhere here. Somewhere by here." "Such as?" objected Rock, seeing Elof cast about like a hunting dog on the scent. "Do we not know every corner of this island by now? Who better? Have we not trodden over every damned finger's breadth of it? Aye, even you, in all the years we've been here?" "The warmth, the half-melted snow," Elof flung back at him. "Aye, but how would we get to it? Have we not even seen the forge stripped down to its foundations and rebuilt? So where could anything lie hidden?" Elof stared at him a moment, then snapped his fingers and swung about on his crutches. He turned towards that last room left of the old lodge that was still Rock's bedchamber. But Rock seized his arm. "No, damn you! You're not going to start ripping up walls or floor before I've had my this night's sleep at least. If there's anything there, it won't be gone by morning." Elof glared at him, then half smiled and threw up his hands in defeat. "Very well, till morning, then." And he appeared to compose himself for sleep no less willingly than Rock. To all appearances he had indeed forgotten the coming of the swan altogether. But more than once in the night Rock was awakened by the restless tapping of crutches about the forge, and a muttering voice that seemed to be repeating questions to itself, over and over, in a tone of growing desperation. The fires. What was she doing here? What did she mean? What could she hope to gain? Would it not work against her? Was it mockery? Was it? Was it? It was as much in pity as in irritation that Rock turned over and stopped his ears with the blankets. But he swore loudly when he was awakened at the very first light by Elof, hunched on his crutches, ripping a length of timber from the rear wall. He had seized a boot to hurl when he stopped, sat back among his blankets, and stared at the surface that was being revealed. It had been covered once with some kind of sandy concretion, plastered tight against the surrounding rock. Then the new surface must have been hard to tell from old. But now the concretion was decayed, and it was crumbling back to damp sand, as if the immense weight of years had suddenly descended upon it. Beyond it was a jumble of heavy rocks, some that looked naturally fallen, others piled clumsily as if by hands hasty or nervous. These Elof was already pulling away, and finding beneath them a blackness that was not emptiness. He plucked away another stone from the pile, and half of it slid into the gap he had opened, but it landed with a dull clangor that no stone ever made. Rock, amazed, put down his boot and grabbed for his clothes. It was mid-morning before the two smiths had the door cleared, for door it was, though all of metal and bound with steel, and set at a slant backward beneath a low arch in the rock. Clearly there was a descent beneath. "Stairs, I'll wager," said Elof breathlessly, running his fingers over the surface, stained but only mildly corroded for all the damp. Now, those locks must have been full of muck already when this thing was walled up. They're set solid, but I'd guess we could cut the stone around the bolts, or if not, chisel through to the hinges. "Hold hard," grunted Rock. "First I want my breakfast, I do. Second, if you're right, who knows what that door may hold back? Could get more earth fires than you want." For answer, Elof banged his crutch hard down upon the center of the door, and Rock nodded as he heard the hollow boom die away. "All right, but there's still breakfast." Elof's first idea proved the best. The stone was hard of its kind, but their chisels were harder. They cut clean through to the recess that received the bolts, and all around the sleeve of steel that lined it. Elof levered it free, peered at it, and scratched the bared bolt ends with a sharp probe. Strong work, scarcely touched by corrosion. There are virtues on it for that, but it owes as much to skillful alloying, I would guess. What of the hinges, I wonder? Before Rock could stop him, he dug in his fingers beneath the lip of the ancient door and heaved. Rock sprang up with a cry. He heard clearly the cracking of Elof's muscles, and a minute later the sharper crack of wood as the prop of Elof's crutch bent beneath the weight. But he was too late to prevent. He could only hurl his weight against the door as it lifted with a metallic screech that tore his ears. Halfway it rose in a shower of grime and rubble, and there it jammed, even as the tortured prop snapped beneath Elof's left armpit and stabbed like a blunt knife into his arm. "Might have been your heart, and serve you right," raged Rock, tugging out splinters of wood no more gently than he needed to. "Into your 5th year thus, and still you won't learn what you may and mayn't manage." Elof winced and mumbled rebelliously as the wound was bound up, though till his outburst of the night before he had barely even grumbled about his infirmity these last 2 years. He kept staring down into the opening his haste had made. It looked like a well of darkness, gathering from the skies above, for their labors had lasted all the short day. The moment Rock was done, Elof seized another pair of crutches, with no sign of pain, lit a plain oil lanthorn, and leaned over the sloping lip of metal and into the dark. "A stair it is," he exclaimed with grim satisfaction. "If you're feeling generous," added Rock, looking askance at the roughly stepped stone slabs, covered in dirt and fallen rock, and the dim earth floor they led to. "Do you use your wits for once, and let me take the lead?" Elof grinned and made no protest. Rock helped himself to a stout spear from the litter of arms about the forge walls, and gingerly lowered himself down the metal ramp that led from the rim onto the first step. Then Elof's hard hand landed on his shoulder. "Stand a moment," Do you not smell anything?" Rock shrugged. "Stale air. Are you surprised?" "Stale, but not damp. No mold. No nitre, as we found in Morvan, dry though it was." Rock nodded. "It's warm right enough. I can feel it in the air. And there's something more." He hooked the lanthorn over the spearhead and dangled it down into the dark. Its light swung tantalizingly over shadowy shapes along the walls, then dimmed as the wick guttered and flickered. "Bad air." "But breathable. The lamp still burns, and there's no mine fume to flame in the air about us, at least." With gasps of painful effort, Elof heaved himself down onto the stairs. Rock tactfully ignored him, but swept a path clear as he went. Elof worked his way down after him, clutching at every shelf and outcropping in the rock to steady himself. But before either had reached the floor, he stopped. "Feel it," he hissed, and Rock, reaching out to the stone, started at the distant thrill and quiver that was almost like touching the flanks of a living beast. He knew it well, just as it had shivered through the stone foundations of the Mastersmith's tower where he had grown up. "Earth fires it is," he nodded, grimacing at the altogether too generous layer of grime that had come off on his fingers. "You were right. And look here." He stepped down onto the floor and swung the lanthorn around the wall ahead. Rows of murky shapes stood ranged upon stone shelves cut out of the very wall, pot and crucible and mold case, draped deep in ancient spider webs that the fine grime had turned to black lace. An encrusted block, like a petrified table, stood in mid-floor. An underground workshop it must have been. See there, all those shelves. The walls go right back. And those vents in the wall there, full of rubble, they'd be fireplaces, but with the chimneys stopped up or fallen in. Have a care, the floor slopes down." "So it does," grinned Elof. "And where to, think you?" "Another door, of course," Rock announced. "I can see it, too, good and solid, set deep in the stone. Sliding back into it, I'd say. Looks like there's your furnace right enough." Elof nodded absently, running his fingers along the litter on the shelves. But for the deep layers of grime, they might have been his own store, or any true mastersmith's. A jumble of uncompleted pieces, old molds, leftover metal and offcuts, coils and coils of wire. Or was it wire? It felt fine as hair. Disturbingly like hair, in fact. He made a mental note to rummage through the mess at the first chance he had. Who could say what fascinating relics his predecessor might have left? But then he heard Rock swear explosively and turned to hobble down the steep floor after him. The reason became obvious as Rock held up the light. The air here was worse, if anything, and it shed only a faint glow upon the wall around the furnace door. But it was enough to show the wheel which must work the door's running gear, and the broken lengths of chain which dangled from it. He pointed up to the ceiling. Must have run up through those holes there, to some kind of counterweight system, probably, up above. That must have gone with the original forge, decayed or torn down, or both. Be damned to it. We'll have to rig the whole thing again before we can get at the furnace. Elof chuckled and turned away up the slope. "Now who's turned impatient? If we must, we must. I've hauled open doors enough for one day. Let's go and see whether there's any sign of the holes above, or those chimneys. I could use a breath or two of clean air." He looked back when he reached the stairs, but Rock was still engrossed and not listening. "If the wheel still moves," he muttered, "it might just be—" He thrust the spear shaft through the spokes of the wheel and leaned upon it hard. Nothing happened. The wheel showed no sign of stirring. But Rock, brushing his hair from his eyes, was not to be thwarted. Now he was throwing his whole weight upon the spear, dangling from it almost as his feet left the ground. "Leave it, Rock," called Elof. "Later's soon enough." "No, by hella! A moment more!" gasped Rock through clenched teeth. Elof wondered if the bad air had gone more swiftly to the shorter man's head. I'm getting there." And indeed there was a faint sound, a hum, a groaning of ancient wheels at the edge of hearing, and beyond that the deeper rumble that he had felt in the walls. "It's moving, shifting." Elof sighed and turned back to help, but then his glance fell upon those fireplaces in the walls. They did not really look like... Something, a flash of understanding, seemed to whirl around in his head. He shouted aloud and sped for the wall in great swinging leaps. As was bound to happen, his crutches skidded from under him on the grimy slope, but he flung himself forward, and, even as the dark door moaned and squealed into movement, he crashed against the wheel, clutched at a spoke, and sagged down so that his weight blocked Rock's leverage. "No!" he yelled. "Don't you see? Those aren't fireplaces. They're air vents. And this muck, it's soot." "What?" bellowed Rock, but he dropped from the spear and let it clatter to the floor. "That's not the furnace. We're in the furnace." There was a sudden sharp hiss, and Rock stumbled hastily back as a jet of white fumes burst around the rim of the door. Then Elof's weight told. The wheel sank back that vital fraction, and the rumbling died away. Rock staggered over, coughing and contrite. Belly of hell! What was I going to do? What was I going to do? They'd have seen us on the mainland and never known it. One flash, a wisp of smoke, and farewell Smiths. And a brace of hot cinders down Nithade's fat neck, coughed Elof, and fought to keep from laughing hysterically. Powers, these vapors, they've got me too. They must pool here like water. Rock hauled him loose and got his crutches under him, and they more or less dragged each other up the slope. When they got out into the open, they sprawled gratefully on the cold grass under a sky grown murky and showing few stars, Rock still muttering reproachfully to himself, "Why didn't I bleeding well see?" "Those vapors are cause enough," coughed Elof, hugging his ruined legs. "Maybe, but you saw." "I was further up the slope. They took longer to get to me. And even on crutches I'm taller than you. Ah, we should both have realized at once, from the soot. But it's so ancient it's congealed, halfway to earth. Or the door mechanism, meant to be opened from above, and for good reason. We weren't expecting it, that was half the trouble. Who'd have thought of so vast a furnace? What did he ever use it for? That's what puzzles me." "Aye, me too. I've seen forges no bigger than that. He could have worked in there." He stopped short, and they looked at each other. "Don't suppose he did, do you?" Elof shook his head in awed disbelief at the image of some huge figure standing silhouetted against the fearsome glare from that open door, hammer rising and falling as the vapors swirled around him, laboring away at that block in the floor. It could be an anvil. Those things on the shelves, stuff he wanted kept warm, ready to hand. Powers, what sort of a creature can he have been? Elof shook his head again. Not human. No creature of flesh and blood could live long in such a furnace at its full heat, among those vapors. No, the idea's impossible. Unless... Yes. What? A dedicated smith. Very dedicated. Ready to go down and work there, before the furnace had cooled. Yes, he might have achieved a great deal. A very great deal. Rock smote his brow. Aye, he might if he'd no mother wits, and 2 good legs to get him out whenever his clothes took fire. He seemed to see Elof's wince in the darkness, for he added more gently, No point in sparing you that truth, for it's as true as that you saved my life there once again, legs or no. Ah, chalk it up to luck. We'll settle the slate at the end. I've done well out of it, Rock. I've got my furnace now. We'll rig that opening wheel again, and clear the air shafts, and set the whole thing to work again. There's things I've been thirsting to try. Speaking of thirsting, interrupted Rock, I've labored enough for one day. Me for a drink and a bite and bed. Down by the hearth, as you've torn my fine bedchamber asunder, and the same for you if you're wise. No, I've still got the stink of those fumes in my chest. I'll sit out a while longer. As you will, but don't go to sleep in the frost, or it'll take more than that forge to unstiffen you come morning. Sleep you well." The door clattered shut, and left Elof alone with himself beneath the clouds. He bowed his head almost to his knees, and sought to rein in his racing thoughts, of smithcraft, of pain and humiliation at his crippled state, of half-formed, half-dreamed ways of escape that the furnace might now make possible. Then he looked up. Rock came running when he heard the cry, and found him halfway to his feet, one leg kicking uselessly against the slippery ground, as he stared frantically into the night. Rock caught the faintest glimmer of something that came fluttering slowly down, like a dark snowflake. Then he jumped as Elof hurled away his crutches and plunged to his knees so hard that one splint broke, scrabbling furiously among the whitened grass. "What, man? What is it?" demanded Rock, horrified, as he stooped to help him. He snorted with surprise at what Elof held up, with a gasp of triumph. "Is that all? A crow's cast-off?" The long feather shook in Elof's grasp, and he swept the skies with his gaze. "This is too great for any crow. Should I not know the pinion of a swan? None better. And what other swan have you seen in all the world that is black?" Rock sucked in his lower lip with shock. "Can you see anything?" "No, nothing. Not even a star." "Kara!" The shout was so sudden, so anguished, that Rock jumped. But to Elof's own ears it sounded like a wail of weakness, and he bit it off. What woman would come to a call as miserable as that? "Help me up," he muttered, devouring the feather with his eyes. "What can it mean?" Rock demanded, handing him back his crutches. "Is it a token, or—" "A token? Yes. But of what? Hope? Scorn? Rock, I know not what to think. But that she's here in these regions at all, this deep within the land, it may bode ill. Does Louhi ready some sudden assault?" Swaying on his crutches, he clenched his fists at the skies and howled with sudden anguish. "Was it scorn she meant? Was it? A curse eternal light upon my helplessness, and upon him who brought it about. You stern powers of life and death, be my judges. Are the sorrows of men worth no more than laughter? Are we in our miseries mere playthings of your scorn? Then shatter, world, as in the end you must, and shorten all agonies, and the fires of Hela at your heart consume us all."